Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 608 to Chapter 623. After accompanying Su Long to have a meal of braised pork, Su Yu had nothing to do and was about to go to the Civilization Academy to visit Zhao Li in the afternoon. Someone knocked on the door of the new Su mansion. The door opened automatically, indicating that it was Su Yu who opened the door. Not many people came, just two. Xiahou Yi and Xiahou Yu. Da Xia of Goguryeo was not coming. He was too embarrassed to come. If Su Yu mentioned this in front of his son and great-grandson, would he still be alive? As for Xiahou Yi, when he came, he was all smiles. Su Yu did not forget that he had heard this man's screams. He was beaten by his father and probably didn't know why. It was shameful to be beaten at such an old age. Su Yu. Xiahou Yi was very enthusiastic as soon as they met. Thanks to you last time, otherwise I would have died. Su Yu, I have to thank you for saving my life. When you return to Dixia province, just tell me if you need anything. Su Yu did not stand on ceremony and said with a smile, I don't need anything. When will you give me the Sea of Consciousness secret realm? Did Da Xia of Goguryeo tell you? Awkward, Xiahou Yi quickly said with a smile, that's not urgent. This time you come back, there are still some things to do. Celebrate my father's birthday? It's not just about that. Xiahou Yi took a deep breath and said, this time, the great Qin king wants to summon all the people of the 36 prefectures to Dixia province for two purposes. One is to celebrate Su Long's birthday, and the other is to hold a meeting of the prefectures of the human realm to establish a new holy land. The invincible ones won't come? Su Yu was a little surprised. Xiahou Yi nodded. It's not that one of them won't come. A few will come, but not all of them can come. After all, there are still things to do on the All Heavens battlefield. Then why not hold the meeting in the All Heavens battlefield? Xiahou Yi explained again, on the one hand, it's inconvenient for Invincible Emperor to participate. If Invincible Emperor participates and disagrees, it will be the final decision. Now, the leaders of the 36 prefectures are in charge of the meeting, so we can have a buffer period. Secondly, whether the Holy Land is established or not, it's mainly a problem in the rear. Wudi doesn't care much about the front line. So, the great Qin king and the others want to let the manor lord in the rear make the decision first. If it goes well, then there's no need to hold the Invincible Conference anymore. We can directly establish a new holy land. Su Yu smiled and said, it's meaningless. No, it's huge. Xiahou Yi said seriously, maybe it doesn't mean much to you, but it means a lot to the human race and the human realm. This was also what the human race was looking for in times of crisis. If you don't change, that's called not making progress. But now, everyone could see the crisis. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that the crisis was coming. Therefore, everyone was looking for change. It's just that everyone's goal might not be the same, but everyone is still looking for change. It was rare for Xiahou Yi to be so serious. Su Yu smiled and said, what Xiahou Yi means is that everyone is looking for change and saving themselves, but the difference is, who's going to be in charge? Yes. Su Yu laughed and said, I'm curious. Can't the great Qin king be in charge? Why does he have to split? Xiahou Yi thought about it and explained, how should I put it, it's not that he can't. But, the great Qin king is brave in external battles, but internally, he's actually a little weak. He's a little indecisive. To be honest, there's no one who doesn't admire the great Qin king. But, let him control the entire human realm, there are people who can help him do the work, so there's no need to worry about that. The key problem is that the great Qin king might have some hesitation in some important decisions. That's because Invincible is now his good friend, his fellow soldiers. Marquis Xia made his own evaluation and judgment, continuing, in summary, the great Qin king is actually a very good Grand Marshal of the world. But, internally, he's missing something. Su Yu sneered, if they're all obedient, then he doesn't lack anything. That's true, but no one is perfect. Who can be so obedient? Xiahou Yi smiled and said, so, the great Qin king's intention to create this new holy land is actually very clear. He doesn't have the time and energy to do these things anymore, and he doesn't want to do it anymore. So, he'll leave it to the next one. Su Yu shook his head and said, I can't do it. Moreover, I'm not familiar with everyone. It's good that you're not familiar with them. Xiaoyi smiled and said, you don't need to be familiar with everyone. It's fine as long as everyone is familiar with you. I'm also not interested in doing these things. So you still refused? Xiaoyi sighed and said, I know what you're thinking, but you really don't want to know what's the situation in the human realm. Who wants to fight? Who wants to make peace? Who surrenders? Who compromises? You all have an idea in your heart. As he said, he continued, do you still remember the matter of voting for Fengqi last time? Last time, the vote was anonymous, but this time, it's public. Xiaoyi exhaled and said, there are still some changes in being anonymous, but being public, let the world, let everyone know which side you're on. Even if there are a few changes, at least you'll know the situation in the human realm generally. Suyu looked thoughtful. Xiaoyi said again, there's one more thing, righteousness. Suyu looked at him. Xiaoyi smiled and said, let me put it this way, to put it more bluntly. For example, now, you want to kill Huyu. At the side, Xia Huyu's face turned purple. But you dare to kill. If you kill, my Xia province won't let you off, and the human realm won't let you off, just like Wan Tianxing, who is regarded as a devil. Xiaoyi smiled and said, but if you're the master of a holy land, tell me which law Xia Huyu violated, and you want to kill him. If Xiajia doesn't accept it, Xiajia is also a rebel. Whoever doesn't accept it is a rebel. Xiaoyi said meaningfully, strength is very important, but righteousness is also important. To stand on the highest point and judge others, and not be judged by others. I'll give you a simple example. 50 years ago, Yi Badian died in battle. At that time, Shenwen became the target of public criticism. But at that time, if there was a master of a holy land, he didn't need to do anything. He just needed to say that Wan killed Yi Badian because he was afraid of Shenwen. From now on, humans will develop Shenwen. Just one word, and Shenwen will be the ruler of the human realm. He looked at Suyu and said with a smile, Wan Tianxing killed so many people. At this moment, if the master of a holy land has a written order or a verbal order, Wan Tianxing will be the general who enforces the law, and not the demon who kills. This is righteousness. Previously, when he had a conflict with the king of Deyuan, you killed him on the spot. You're Suyu, you can't. You're the master of a holy land, you can shout, and the king of Qin, Daxia of Goguryeo, and the king of Great Zhou will join forces to take him down and kill him. This is righteousness. Xiaoyi said with a smile, Suyu, you still don't understand the importance of a holy land. What do you think a holy land is? I have the strength, I can do whatever I want. But, you have the strength, does the celestial race have it? Does the divine race? Does the devil race? But, once there is a conflict with humans. At most, it's a life and death struggle. What can you get? Becoming the master of a holy land is different. Strength doesn't matter, what you want is legitimacy. If I say you're a rebel, everyone in the world will think you're a rebel. This is legitimacy. Suyu looked at him in a daze. After a while, he rubbed his chin and said, Xiaoyi, with your glib tongue. It's a pity that you're not the master of a holy land. Xiaoyi laughed and said, what are you saying? I also need strength. If I had your strength and talent, I would have asked my father to push me up. This thing still needs strength and talent. Otherwise, who would know who you are? Ordinary people won't accept it. You, Suyu, have strength, talent, backing, background, and your own power. This is the foundation. Suyu. Xiaoyi said again, if you still don't understand, then let me say something that will stab you in the heart. You can't get the title of legitimacy now. If one day, some old fogies, the human race, come out and want to kill you, then the human race will definitely listen to them. But, now that you've become the orthodox, even if some old fogies come out of the human race, you have to serve me well. If you don't serve me, you're going against humanity, against the human race. Old fogies of the human race? Suyu was surprised, you know about them? Xiaoyi said with a smile, more or less. Let's not talk about whether there are more or not, let me ask you, what if there are? If one of them comes out and is the elder of someone you killed, will you be targeted? That's possible. But if you're the human lord, no matter what era you're from, even if you meet the human emperor, you're still the current human lord, and existence on equal footing. If the elder of your enemy comes out and you don't have the status of human lord, will the human race listen to you? They will definitely listen to him. On the other hand, if you're the human lord, just give the order, this person should be killed. He's a traitor, so he should be killed. Suyu laughed, isn't that a tyrant? A villain. Xiaoyi said with a smile, history is written by the victors. The winner is king, and the loser is the villain. What is there to talk about? As long as you can lead the human race to defeat one, your merits and demerits will be judged by later generations. At least in this generation, you're right. At this time, Suyu was lost in thought. Xiaoye's ability to fool others. To be honest, Suyu was tempted. He hadn't cared before, now, he was a little tempted. This was what he wanted to say, yes, if I kill a human now, I might arouse the hostility of countless humans. I, Suyu, and my Su family, might be labeled as a traitor of the human race. Although Suyu didn't care, even if he didn't care, he would still feel aggrieved and helpless. Just like Wan Tianxing, the day Wan Tianxing left the mortal territory, Suyu felt aggrieved and angry. He wasn't convinced, therefore, that day, he told Wu Ji in the all-heaven manner that if he had the strength, he would beat everyone until they were convinced. If he said that Wan Tianxing was a hero, then he was a hero. But now, Xiaoyi was telling him that it was too troublesome. If you were the Holy Lord, that day, with a word from you, Wan Tianxing would be a hero, a general of law enforcement. Beat him until his body was convinced, but his heart was not convinced. However, if you were the Holy Lord, even if he was not convinced, he had to hold it in. Even if he died, you had to hold it in. If you dared to say no, you were a bad person, kill people, and also kill their hearts. Suyu's eyes flickered. If Xiaoyi knows, then everyone else also knows that it's not easy to be the Holy Lord. Nonsense, if it's easy, I want to be the Holy Lord too. Xiaoyi smiled, it's precisely because it's not easy, because there's pressure, that they'll push someone like you to be the Holy Lord. Maybe not now, but first occupy the name of righteousness. Actually, what you want is a name. You don't care if the 36 manners pay or not. You don't care if the invincible listens to you, don't care about it now. When you need it, it'll be a dragon saber. Now that you're leading the ancient city guard to kill an invincible human, the great Qin king is going to go crazy. This is called colluding with outsiders to slaughter the human race. When you become the Holy Lord, you'll lead the ancient city guard to kill an invincible human. This is called the human king, with countless generals under him. Even if the great Qin king is not happy, he has to hold it in. Because you're the Holy Lord. At that time, the ancient city guard will be under your command. No matter if it's an outsider or not, no one will care. After hearing these words, Suyu took another deep breath and looked at Xiaoyi again. Damn, Xiaoye's words, I'm tempted again, that's true. It seems to make sense. Xiaoyi laughed and said, how is it, do you think what I said makes sense? Suyu thought about it and nodded. It really did make sense. Previously, what holy land, what holy lord? Suyu felt that it was laughable. Bullshit, do I need to be the Holy Lord? What a joke, I don't have any rights, and I might even have quite a bit of burden. What do I want this for? It's just a bunch of bullshit. But now, Xiaoyi told him not to worry about anything, not to ask, not to say, at the crucial moment, he just needed a name. That was enough, he had enough reason to destroy him. You don't dare to kill an invincible human now, right? Even if you can, do you really want to fight the human race to the end, become the human lord? That's enough, even if everyone is unhappy, they will first abolish your name of the Holy Lord, then think of a way to deal with you, they can't use other reasons to punish you. Marquis, in terms of eloquence, you're the best. Suyu gave a thumbs up, amazing. An expert. To tell the truth, when Xiaoyu told me, I thought this fatty is crazy. Am I looking for trouble by being the Holy Lord? But then you said, damn, this Holy Lord, just the name alone is worth 1,000 gold. At the side, Xiaoyu felt helpless, right? Am I so much worse than my second grandpa? Xiaoyu laughed. After all, I've been doing business for many years, I'm not bluffing, I'm just thinking for you. Also, the human race has a few ancient bloodlines. That's simple, those people are arrogant, laughable. Who are you? You're King Wen's direct descendant. Xiaoyi laughed. Some people don't understand, so I'll explain to them. What is King Wen's direct descendant? The human emperor has no bloodline, no inheritance. King Wen is the first in the world. His direct descendant is the supreme bloodline inheritance. Whether it's the same bloodline or not, at least it's legitimate. What do you mean by the human emperor's bloodline is more noble than King Wen's inheritance? Xiaoyi grinned. This is the order of inheritance. Identity, status, strength, background, influence, inheritance, you are all noble. If you don't become the human lord, who will? Who is qualified to be the human emperor? Let's not talk about other things first, let's solidify your position as King Wen's direct descendant. This way, even if you can't become the human emperor, in the future, with the addition of Shenwen, who would dare call you a human rebel? Is King Wen's inheritance rebellion? Some things, you may not care, but your family, your teachers, they still care. Tell me, does Lu Wenyan care? Does Hong Tan care? He still cares. When the time is right, can Wan Tianxing return to the human race? Yes. Xiaoyi laughed. It depends on how it's done. As for invincibility and hostility, that's their business. At least, Wan Tianxing's reputation as a demon can be slowly eliminated. Now, do you think there's a need to establish a sacred land? Suyu said solemnly, yes. Is there a need for you to become the Holy Lord? Suyu thought about it and nodded, in name only. No matter what, I have to portray myself as righteous, orthodox, and all who oppose me are villains. That's right. Xiaoyi laughed. I said, who you came back to say that Suyu is not willing? I said, he is not willing, isn't he a fool? There are only benefits, no disadvantages, why not agree? Worry about the burden and pressure? What a joke, no burden, no pressure. If the human race is really in danger, not to mention that you, Suyu, will come to save even if you are not the Holy Lord, even if you are the Holy Lord, you will have a reason not to save. This is called a strategic retreat. Preserving our strength. He said with a face full of smiles, so, tell me, where is the pressure? Where is the burden? If you are even more shameless, at the crucial moment, you can push the blame to anyone. For example, the Deyuan king did not listen to the call, causing the entire army to be defeated. Otherwise, we would have won long ago, with just a word from you. Whether you believe it or not, that's everyone's business, whether you say it or not, that's your business. So you gave a thumbs up again, looking at Xia who you, your second grandfather, is the world's best mouth. He can even talk the dead into living. I admit defeat. Today, I have learned something new. He was not joking, very serious, amazing. With Xiaoye's analysis, everything was good, and he could not see any disadvantages. He could not refute. Xia Huyu's face was full of helplessness, but very quickly, he nodded. That's true, looks like I am still too inexperienced. The older, the wiser. Xiaoyi laughed. Let's not talk about these useless things. I am asking you now, is there a meeting? Yes. Suyu nodded. If we do not establish a holy land, if we do not give my name, we will be letting me down. I, Suyu, have gone through fire and water for the human race. How much have I sacrificed? As he spoke, he looked at Xiaoyi, coughed softly, and said, Xiaoyi, the human race does not understand my great achievements now. I think, for example, the matter of the starry mansion, we should publicize it. The celestial race is dead, but the human race's ambition is not over, and they are prepared to lead people to attack the human race, so I attacked the celestial race, and destroyed the celestial race's plot. I killed the blood fire, who is stronger than Daxia of Goguryeo, ahem, ahem, ahem. Suyu also coughed dryly, and quickly said, I killed the blood fire, who is stronger than Deyuan king, and the wisdom king. Everything I did for the human race. Including the last time when Master Xia proved his Tao, I also contributed a lot in the dark, and held back more than 10 invincible realm experts. Also, when the Heaven Hunter Pavilion did not give up on killing me, I also turned the tide, and killed many invincible realm experts from the Heaven Hunter Pavilion. Suyu spoke one by one, and quickly said, so, I think, we have to let everyone know about this. Everyone in the human realm knows about this. Daxia province will do something about this, and I will contact Master Zhu, the storytellers of the Ming Mansion, they are everywhere in the world, and I will ask them to spread my great achievements in 3 days. Oh, right, we also have to name names, who was saved by me in the Starry Mansion this time. They are all the elites of the mansions, which descendants of the Invincible Realm experts, which successors of the Invincible Realm experts. I have to make it clear. Suyu laughed and said, I would like to see if these invincible mansions have the face to refute me. Also, spread more, how much I have paid to become a half-dead, I have suffered the pain of being cut into pieces every day and night. Being eroded by the aura of death, life is worse than death. It looks like I am smiling happily, but in fact, I can't sleep at night, and I am in so much pain that I want to die. Suyu sighed, also, finally, I am only 20 years old. From the beginning, I have been miserable, wandering everywhere, and I did not forget to derive cultivation methods to meet the needs of the human race. Beside him, Xiaohuyu was dumbfounded. Are you really in so much pain that you want to die? I don't believe it, and Xiaohuyu nodded slightly, touched his chin, and nodded, actually, we are also prepared to promote you, but it is still not enough. The battles you have participated in are too high level, the public does not understand. Suyu smiled and said, it is simple, everyone knows that Wanzhou was destroyed by me. I entered Wanzhou alone, killed all the suns and moons of Wanzhou. I did it with Xianxia's identity, this can be widely publicized. That is also the truth. Xiaohuyi touched his chin and nodded, makes sense. How about this, there are still some remnants of Wanzhou, we will destroy them, kill them in public, and broadcast it live for the public to see, let the people of Wanzhou curse, Suyu, you bastard, even in death, we will not let you go, you destroyed Wanzhou, and so on. This is more direct than empty words. Will they say it? Xiaohuyu was puzzled, while Xiaohuyi and Suyu said strangely, they are so weak, and we are so strong, can't we control them? Xiaohuyu felt helpless, I always feel a little out of place with you guys, that was true, the rest of Wanzhou were extremely weak. Was it difficult to control them? It was too easy, as expected, Suyu was very insidious in nature, and now he was in cahoots with his second grandfather. Xiaohuyu sneered inwardly, last time I asked you if you wanted to be the master of the sacred land, you looked like you would rather die than be the master, but now, how nice, Xiaohuyi and Suyu did not bother to pay attention to him, and quickly began to perfect the publicity plan. In the end, Xiaohuyi made the final decision, it is decided, in 5 days, you, Suyu, will be known by everyone. Everyone will know your great achievements, this is simple. Therefore, the meeting will be held 7 days later, to prepare for a meeting. Summon 36 prefectures, no, 37 prefectures, all prefectures. Summon 37 prefectures for a meeting, and the other invincible realm that have not yet opened a prefecture, also send their heirs or family members to participate. Xiaohuyi said again, do you have any experts from the prefectures you are familiar with? Let them help build momentum, for example, Zhu Tiandao, one time in the crowd, say with emotion, Suyu has the bearing of a saint, he will definitely lead the human race to restore the glory of the ancient times, and then spread it out, build momentum, let everyone know that many experts from the 36 prefectures support you. My Xia province is also fine with it. Suyu took a breath, is this appropriate? Yes. Xiaohuyi laughed, this way, even some of the prefectures that were previously unwilling will be coerced into agreeing. This is called the general trend. Do you think the invincible realm is really unshakable? What a joke, not necessarily. Some of the invincible realm are actually fence-sitters, leaning towards both sides, it does not matter to them whether they support or not, it is herd mentality. Once there are voices supporting you, the invincible realm will think, everyone supports you, I oppose you. Is this appropriate? Suyu gave a thumbs up, makes sense. But I don't know many human experts. Xiaohuyi said with a smile, how can that be? You can handle the Ming prefecture, right? Suyu nodded. Xiaohuyi laughed, Great Wu prefecture will not be a problem if we secretly visit old Madame Wu tonight. Don't you have some dealings with Qingemo and Tang prefecture? If it is not convenient to visit, we can talk through voice transmission. Great Qin prefecture does not need to say anything, no problem. As for Dazhou prefecture, didn't you and Zhou Polong have an agreement last time? You let his student go because his father is dead, but his father is still alive, right? Then he owes you, either kill Xianxia, or he will have to say a few words to you. As for the other prefectures, if you know someone, find someone you know, if you don't, I will think of a way. Let Zhu Tiandao help think of a way. When Xiaoyi had finished, he added, regardless of the position, every great prefecture should speak up. By the way, Lu Wenyan and the others have also returned. The Lu family saved many people in the battlefield of heavens. It's time to return the favor. Let Lu Wenyan and his eldest uncle find those people who owe us a favor. It's time to return the favor. Did you forget it if I didn't mention it? Aren't we ashamed to not return the favor? Marquis Xia said with a grin, in this way, haha, when the meeting starts, those who oppose it will all be cold-blooded and heartless fellows. They will all surrender, they will all be shameless people. Yes, we will use morality to coerce them. So you took a deep breath. Xiaoyi, aren't we being too bad? What are you talking about? Xiaoyi was not happy. This is called fighting for reason. If we don't fight for anything at all, and if we catch someone who disagrees, we beat him up. How can he be convinced? Now, even if he's not convinced, he has to hold it in. Even if he's not convinced, he doesn't dare to say it. If he says it, he'll be a bad person. Let the bad person suffocate to death. That's the way to do it. Suyu nodded. What an eye-opener, Xiaoyi, good job. Then, Xiaoyi said, by the way, I forgot to say something. We have to let one speak up. We won't accept Suyu's ascension to the throne. Whoever dares to let Suyu ascend to the throne, our Wan will attack the humans. Attack, it's too serious. Just say that if Suyu ascends to the throne, the Wan and the humans will be irreconcilable. They'd rather the Deyuan king ascend to the throne, that's it. The humans are more or less rebellious and hate the Wan. Once Wan speaks, won't the humans do the opposite? Suyu raised his eyebrows. Wan won't say that, are you stupid? Xiaoyi was speechless. How can Wan say that? Isn't it us who spread the rumors? Will Wan come out to refute the rumors? We're good friends with Suyu, so we won't say that. Suyu only killed dozens of our invincible realm experts. Suyu gave him a thumbs up again. Yes, great. There's nothing wrong with that, Xiaoyi laughed and said, then let's do it this way. You'll be there during the meeting. Let's see how you'll perform. Suyu, this time, no matter what, you have to make the Holy Land strong. Don't ask for any real power, just a name. This is your victory, and everyone's victory. Suyu nodded, Xiaoyi had already said this much. If he didn't agree, wouldn't he be stupid? Xiaoyi stood up and was about to leave. When he reached the door, Suyu suddenly said, by the way, Xiaoyi, when will you give me the secret realm of the Sea of Consciousness? Xiaoyi wanted to vomit blood, F*ck, I've already said this, and you still have the nerve to ask for it. Xiaoyi felt tired. Suyu said, it's useful to me. Whether I can improve my strength depends on it. It's not useful for you. Hearing this, Xiaoyi thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, I'll get it for you as soon as possible. Tell the public that it needs to be repaired and can't be opened now. Anyway, we don't have the Milky Way sand. Don't mention giving it to you. You'd better keep a low profile, or it'll make people uncomfortable. No problem. After Xiaoyi left, Suyu smiled. Interesting, it had to be said that Suyu had been convinced by Lord Xia. He had thought that the invincible realm experts of the human clan would not listen to him. It was useless for him to be the master of the Holy Land, let alone to rally the human clan. What a joke, but now. I don't need it, just a name. A name is enough. Previously, I thought that if I found the traitor invincible, I wouldn't be able to say anything or intervene. It wouldn't be useful even if I told others. But if I get this name? Haha, I'll kill you directly. Suyu narrowed his eyes. If I kill you, you have something to say, you're the traitor, I'm the master of the Holy Land. What I say is right, and what I say is wrong, as for the human clan's displeasure. It's useless even if they're displeased. In name, I'm the boss, isn't it? As expected, sometimes it's better to use your brain. Being too forceful might not be a good thing. So you didn't know if the others had thought of this. Maybe they had. Otherwise, the Deyuan king and the others wouldn't have objected so fiercely. Maybe they didn't think of this, and simply didn't want Suyu to become the master of the Holy Land. Suyu laughed. Soon, he transmitted his voice to Zhu Tiandao. This person had also made a name for himself previously. This person's words were still very useful in the mortal realm. With Suyu's approval, Xianxia and the Zhu clan helped. The next day, early in the morning, the various manners welcomed something different. In the marketplace, a storyteller said loudly, "Don't you know that City Lord Su has returned to the human realm? He came back yesterday." That lineup. My God. A total of 35 invincible realm experts and 5 demi-emperors are his pawns, sending him off. Do you know what invincible realm is? It's the same level as the master of our mansion, the Daqing king. You don't know about demi-emperors? Are you an idiot? Haven't you been to school? Celestial emperors, demon emperors, and god emperors. What, you don't know which 5 demi-emperors? Iron Eater Emperor, God Eater Emperor, and Spirit Suppressing Emperor. That's only 4. Someone questioned. What? 4? Do you know how to count? There's also a Death Spirit Emperor. Didn't I mention that? City Lord Su also has a powerful force in the Dead Souls world. He killed a celestial race overlord. You don't know about the arrival of the 5 emperors. It's too earth-shattering. Yesterday, near the eastern rift valley of the All Heavens battlefield, dozens of invincible realm experts and demi-emperors covered the sky. City Lord Su is also very powerful and talented. He cares about the human race. This time, he returned to the human race to discuss how to resist the invasion of the All Heavens battlefield. The All Heavens won, they still want to destroy the human race. The Celestials also revealed their ambition. They wanted to kill the Great Qing King in the Starry Mansion. The Great Qing King was seriously injured. City Lord Su turned the tide and killed the Celestial race's 5 invincible realm experts and the Demon race's helper, the Blood Fire Demon King. The leader of the Blood Fire Demon race was killed by City Lord Su on the spot, and his blood splashed the sky. On this day, Suyu's name spread throughout the entire human realm. Hero, genius, a saint had descended. In the several battles in the human realm, Suyu had helped the human race kill many powerful enemies, whether openly or secretly. In addition, he had casually killed Wanzhou, who had dominated the human realm for many years, and made Wanzhou's blood flow like a river. Zhu Tiandao of the Great Ming Constabulary had said many times in public that Suyu was a saint who had descended to save the human race. In Dexia province, everyone praised Suyu for saving the human race. Now, the Great Qing King wanted to establish a holy land, and he had obtained the support of the Dexia of Goguryeo, the Great Zhou King, the Great Ming King, and a series of powerful experts. They wanted Suyu to become the master of the Holy Land, but Suyu was unwilling. This was because a group of despicable people, who were the pawns of Wan, did not want Suyu to become the master of the Holy Land. They did not want the human race to become stronger. They did not want the human race to become the master of the All Heavens battlefield. This was because the force behind Suyu was too powerful, and he had the support of the 5 emperors. Since Suyu entered the battlefield of All Heavens, he had killed more than 50 invincible realm experts, more than all the invincible realm experts in the human realm, and he had killed until the heavens bled. This kind of person was more terrifying than anyone else. No one dared to let him take the throne. The news spread far and wide, so wide that everyone knew that in a few days, there would be a meeting to establish a holy land. However, many despicable people were unwilling, and they wanted to collude with Wan, and they wanted to betray the interests of the human race. They even wanted to assassinate Suyu. They wanted this young human expert to die in the human realm, and they wanted the 5 emperors and dozens of invincible realm experts to become enemies of the human race, and they wanted to become Wan's lackeys, the Deyuan residents. In the prefectural city, a group of people were discussing, and someone said in a low voice, "I heard that the king of the Deyuan residents doesn't seem to agree to establish a holy land." Don't talk nonsense. How is that possible? The king of the Deyuan residents is a wise ruler. Why would he break his own limbs? It's true, I'm not lying to you. I heard from the son of my brother's father-in-law superior that when Suyu returned, the king of the Daqin residence and the others welcomed him with open arms. Only the king of the Deyuan residence said that he would never agree to city lord Su becoming the lord of the Holy Land. It can't be. Why? The 5 emperors support him, and dozens of invincible realm experts support him, the king of the Deyuan residence. Isn't this pushing his own people away? Don't say any more, don't talk nonsense. It won't be good if others hear it. I just heard, it's because the king of the Deyuan residence feels that city lord Su and Wan, that person with the surname Wan, are too close. Previously, didn't that person with the surname Wan kill the descendants of the Deyuan residence? Oh, so that's how it is. But, to be honest, those who were killed last time were all those who didn't listen to military orders. Cough cough, pretend I didn't say anything. Don't say any more, sigh. Now, I can only hope that the king of the Deyuan residence is wise. That's true, the king of the Deyuan residence is wise. I feel that he can still distinguish between public and private affairs. Moreover, City Lord Su isn't one human demon. That's right. On this day, not only the Great Yuan residence, but the other residences also had similar news spreading. The head of the residence that had just opened did not agree. The reason was very simple. It was not because of betrayal or anything, but because Wan Tianxing had killed their descendants. These invincible realm experts were not willing, and felt that Su Yu and Wan Tianxing had too close a relationship. The news spread too quickly. So quickly that the various residences had a headache. Prohibit, how could they prohibit it? Preventing the people's mouths was more important than preventing a river. Moreover, the news spread too quickly, and it was all some powerful cultivators who secretly spread the news. It was not easy to catch them, but once they caught them, well, there was no way to say anything. Refute? How could they refute? Some things were not easy to refute, and it was not easy to say clearly. As for those who said that those stone statues did not have good intentions, and that Suyu was just a puppet, well, before they could say anything, the rumors already said that these stone statues were all subordinates of the ancient human emperor, and they would only obey the orders of the human emperor. Suyu had the potential of the human emperor. The stone statues had not made a move for 100,000 years, but this time, for Suyu, they fought against the heavens, killed powerful enemies, and even risked their lives, because they saw Suyu's potential of the human emperor. Did they? A 20-year-old who had killed many invincible realm experts, an existence even stronger than the head of the residence that had just opened. Anyone who said that he did not have it was jealous, a traitor, and nonsense. The stone statues were the subordinates of the ancient human emperor. Was that so? It really was. This was the truth. If you said that it was not the truth, then you were talking nonsense, and you were denying the glory of the ancient human race. For a time, these rumors could not be refuted, and they could not be refuted. It was even more impossible to ban them. There were even nursery rhymes among the people. Ban, there was really no way to ban it. The speed at which the news spread was too fast, so fast that in less than 3 days, apart from children who could not speak, anyone could say the name of Suyu. At this moment, some of the invincible realm experts in the Dazhou prefecture all had strange expressions on their faces. Very quickly, the angry snort of the Deyuan king was heard. And not long after, the news of the Deyuan king's anger spread. This extremely daring action made the Deyuan king so angry that he almost wanted to kill someone. This was definitely secretly supported by some of the invincible realm experts, otherwise, they would definitely not be so daring. However, it was too late to pursue the matter, and there was no way to pursue it. Because something was about to happen in the Deyuan residence. A group of people unconditionally supported the Deyuan king. After all, he was the head of the residence, and their belief. Another group of people, on the other hand, felt that His Majesty should listen to their opinions. Everyone was doing this for the sake of the human race. Why should His Majesty be used by one? Yes, with the attitude of a petition, with the attitude of facing death, they sat quietly outside the Deyuan residence. In the end, the supporters of both sides started fighting, and even the head of the Deyuan residence could not solve the problem. He could only inform the Deyuan king, and this made the Deyuan king so angry that he wanted to kill someone, but he really could not kill someone at this time. He, the Deyuan king, would never be able to get rid of the title of tyrant in his lifetime. Perhaps he would even be called Wan's lackey, in the Dazhou prefecture. The king of Great Zhou laughed softly and sighed. Good move. Xianxia and the two from the Zhu clan are not easy to deal with. In 3 days, Suyu, has become a saint. In only 3 days, Suyu will become a legend, yet, all of this was true. However, the two clans used some exaggerated and superficial methods to spread the news. The story they made up was even more story-like, mythical, and legendary. For example, no one saw Suyu killing Shuehua, but the story was spread as if they had seen it with their own eyes. They fought for tens of thousands of rounds, and Suyu narrowly escaped death several times. Finally, with his heavily injured body, he killed Shuehua, who had ambushed the king of Great Qin. Even the king of Great Zhou was ashamed of his own inferiority in fabricating stories. The experts were among the people. The sage, Suyu. Over the past few days, Suyu had gradually become a legend. However, the news had spread too quickly, and some people suspected that Suyu had directed and acted on his own. But, was that important? It was fine as long as the news was true. It was true that Suyu was big and powerful. It was true that the manners couldn't refute him. It was true that he had saved the great Qin king. It was also true that he had killed so many people that they were terrified. As long as everything was true, it didn't matter how the news had spread. Ordinary citizens had their own slickness. They didn't care about the power struggles of the upper echelons. They didn't care. What did they care about? They cared about the safety of the human realm, their own safety, and the safety of their families. Suyu was very powerful, and he had a powerful force supporting him. He could support the human race or not. When all this was in front of you, would you choose to let Suyu join the human race's alliance, or withdraw? Normal people would have a choice. As long as Suyu's force didn't have the intention to invade the human race, that was enough. They didn't want to know anything else, and they didn't need to know. No one was a fool, not even the ordinary people who didn't know anything. The human race had fought on the battlefield for many years, and they had countless soldiers. Which family didn't have a soldier? If they didn't have one, the neighbors had one. If they did, they would know what the situation in the Yuan was like. Although the human race was one of the hegemons, they were targeted by the Yuan. Everyone knew this. Since that was the case, why couldn't Suyu bring a powerful force to join the human race? Suyu was a human, and he had slaughtered the Yuan and the Yuan. Such a person didn't betray the human race and join the Yuan. Therefore, everything made sense. The people didn't care about the higher-ups. They only considered their own interests. Thus, many manners went to the city lord's mansion to petition for the people and for themselves. 3 days passed. It was the 7th day of the meeting. At this time, people from various manners had started to set out for Dixia province. As for Suyu, he didn't care so much. At this time, he was chatting with Zhao Li and watching Lao Zhao forge weapons. He had come to look for Lao Zhao yesterday, but by the time Lao Zhao saw all the treasures, he had already forgotten about Suyu's return. In fact, Zhao Li had only recently forged the will of civilization with Suyu. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, so there was no question of missing each other at all. Suyu didn't care about this. Lao Zhao was currently warming up, and he wasn't forging any high-level weapon. He wasn't afraid of disturbing Lao Zhao, so he asked, "Teacher, has Zhao Galao still not come out of seclusion?" "No." Zhao Li was annoyed by Suyu. Why didn't he leave? It was very annoying to disturb him while he was forging weapons. This kid was talkative. Zhao Li usually didn't talk much, but when this kid came, he dragged him to chat for almost a day. Damn it, he only knew how to brag about his great achievements. It was very annoying. However, he had just received benefits from others. It wasn't good not to talk to them. He could only reluctantly deal with it. With so many treasures here, forging weapons would be so fun. He really despised Suyu. Suyu didn't care about this. He said again, "Teacher, is this Zhao Galao related to you?" "No." "They all have the same surname, so what if they have the same surname?" "There are many people with the surname Su." "Are they all your relatives?" "Alright, why was he so blunt with his words?" Suyu pursed his lips and said again, "Then this Zhao Galao has been in seclusion for many years. Does he have any conflict with my Shenwen faction?" "Not much. He went into seclusion a few years ago. The conflict with many people is a matter of later stages. It wasn't so serious in the early stages. That's good, Su said again, then can I go to where he is in seclusion to take a look? Go for what? Save him. His student, Lu Hong, wants me to save him in case he really dies in seclusion. As Zhao Li forged a weapon, he said, then you can go. Just let Ji Hong know. Alright. Su saw that he was in high spirits. He pursed his lips again and casually threw a jade talisman over. Zhao Li forged weapons as he said perfunctorily, what are you talking about? I don't lack treasures. Su walked as he said, nothing, trash. It's just that he killed countless people. The heaven and earth rewarded him with the weaponsmithing guide. It's an ancient weaponsmithing method. It should have been left behind by a heavenly weapon master. Maybe a divine weapon master? Su said casually. This was the heaven and earth's reward for him killing countless people in the starry mansion. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Li appeared with a whoosh and grabbed the jade talisman that was about to fall to the ground. The weapon he had forged earlier instantly exploded, but Zhao Li couldn't care less about it. He said angrily, bastard, how dare you throw away the ancient divine armament master's weaponsmithing guide? Su shrugged. Who asked you to brush me off? Not enthusiastic at all. I wanted to give it to you yesterday, but you brushed me off when I spoke to you. Zhao Li was furious, bastard, this thing is worth much more than your dragon coiling wood. Su said with a smile, teacher, didn't I give it to you? Look at how anxious you are. I took a look. It shouldn't be a divine weapon forging method. It's most likely from a heavenly weapon master. I briefly described some of his weaponsmithing theories and understanding. Is a heavenly weapon master very weak? Zhao Li was speechless. Damn it, are you even human? Is a heavenly weapon master very weak? You look down on me. Who are you looking down on? Su said with a smile, no, teacher. Then you go ahead with your business. I'll go talk to Director Ji Hong and finish Zhao Galao's matter. That way, I'll have one less thing to worry about. Get lost. Su curled his lips. You're turning against me. I won't give you anything good next time. Not long after, Su found Ji Hong, the acting principal. Wan Tiansheng, the 6th-generation principal, had resigned. Ji Hong didn't dare to be the 7th-generation principal, and he felt that he couldn't afford to be the acting principal. There had been 6 successive principals, each more terrifying than the last. The 7th generation was really not someone ordinary people could be. Even though the Great Xia Civilization University had declined, Ji Hong felt that he couldn't afford to be the acting principal. Shouxinggu had been taken away by Wan Tiansheng. Ji Hong had no intention of building Shouxinggu anymore. He lived in a courtyard in the Civilization Academy. The environment was not bad, but it lacked the solemnity of Shouxinggu. Ji Hong was a little surprised to see Su, but he quickly smiled and said, City Lord Su, sorry for not going out to meet you. He knew that Su was in the academy, but he didn't go to see him. That was because Suyu's identity was special, and ordinary people couldn't come into contact with him. Director Ji. Su said with a smile, don't be so polite. Speaking of which, your daughter and I are classmates. Ji Hong smiled and nodded. He said, City Lord Su, please take a seat. Do you have any instructions for me? You're too kind. So you didn't beat around the bush. He went straight to the point. 2 things. First, where is Lu Hong's teacher, Zhao Galao, in seclusion? I'm not going to kill him. I'm going to help him break through to the sun and moon realm. This is what I promised Lu Hong. Secondly, some of the materials collected by Chief Ji are now useless. Please lend them to me for a look. The first thing was not difficult at all. Ji Hong quickly said, Zhao Galao is in seclusion at the bottom of the Blue Moon Lake in the academy. That place is sealed and no one is allowed to go there. Even the last war didn't affect that place. Second thing. The burning sea has been executed. Those materials are indeed not of much use. City Lord Su, do you want to use them? Su nodded. Yes, check to see if there are any fish that escaped the net. Su said with a smile, there were many people who betrayed us. My uncle master cleaned up some of them, and Wanfu prefect also killed some of them. However, I'm worried that there are still some survivors. Ji Hong pondered for a moment and nodded. Maybe there are. Some things are indeed not quite right. City Lord Su, I'll send all the materials over immediately, then I'll have to trouble you, Director G. You're welcome. Ji Hong smiled, thought for a moment, and said, City Lord Su, I also have something to trouble you with. Go ahead. Ji Hong was silent for a moment, then said, it's about the Great Xia Civilization University. This academy was founded by Principal Xia Chen. The second generation laid the foundation, the third generation carried it forward, and the fourth, fifth, and sixth generations are stronger than the last. I feel that it's not appropriate for me to act as the representative now. Now that the Shenwen and the others have returned. I thought about it. Do you want to ask Lu Wenyan? Suyu looked at him. Ji Hong said sincerely, seventh principal, I think you're the most suitable. Of course, you probably don't care about the Great Xia Civilization University now, but Lu Wenyan and the others still have feelings for you. Hong Tan, Chen Yong, and the others have lived here for decades. The seventh generation can only come from the Shenwen faction. Suyu thought about it, then said, I'll ask, but I can't guarantee anything. Sorry to trouble you. No problem. Suyu smiled. Then I'll leave, Chief G. Please send the information to my father. Sure. Ji Hong agreed readily. Seeing that Suyu was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and said, City Lord Su, there's something else. I wonder if you're interested? What is it? Ji Hong pondered for a moment, then said, you know Zhou Hao, right? Of course. It's like this. Last time, the Great Xia province was in turmoil. Principal Xia Chongqing was killed, and Xia Yuan was sent to the heavenly battlefield. He didn't participate in the rebellion, so he wasn't killed. Instead, he was sent away. Now, Zhou Hao doesn't have a master. He's very talented. I think the Civilization Academy won't be of much help to Zhou Hao. I wonder if City Lord Su is interested in accepting a student? Huh? Suyu was stunned. Ji Hong said seriously, he's really talented. Of course, it's mainly because of the warrior Dao. Today, Zhou Hao has 270 Kaiyuan acupoints. He's already stepped into Soar and has even completed 21 body forging. However, we know that this is not his limit. He has 270 acupoints, but he doesn't know the location of some acupoints after that. City Lord Su, Zhou Hao is very talented. Now, in the entire human race, you're the one with the most acupoints and the most body forging. If you're willing to accept this student, I think Zhou Hao will improve very quickly, even. Suyu laughed. Me? Accept a disciple? I'm only 20 years old. Ji Hong was speechless and said helplessly, City Lord's strength is already earth-shattering. I think even if you're only 20 years old, it's enough for you to start a sect. Suyu fell into deep thought. Accept a disciple? He had never thought of this. However, Suyu was familiar with Zhou Hao. This guy was very wild. Strictly speaking, he was moral and straightforward. He was also crazy when he fought. Suyu's first serious injury was from this grandson. He had opened 270 acupoints and forged his body 21 times. If there was no accident, it could be the resources given by Xianxia. Opening so many acupoints and forging his body so many times must have consumed a lot of resources. Xianxia should have valued him. What about Xianxia? Suyu asked. Ji Hong smiled and said, actually, Manor Head Xia wanted to take him in, but Manor Head Xia himself hasn't enlightened many apertures, and his forged body is only at the normal 36 castings. To be honest, apart from providing some resources, he wouldn't be able to help much. So, Prefecture Lord has the same intention. He wants City Lord Su to give him some pointers. Suyu fell into deep thought. Zhou Hao, this guy's talent, his physical talent might be the best that Suyu had ever seen. To be honest, Suyu was very talented at opening Kaiyuan's acupoints. However, if he had the same amount of resources as Zhou Hao, he might not be able to cultivate as fast as Zhou Hao. There was a limit to a person's talent. A normal person would explode when they opened 270 acupoints. Zhou Hao opened 270 acupoints and was fine. It was just that he didn't want to open any more acupoints because he couldn't use them even if he did. If he didn't open all 359 heavenly cycle acupoints, he would only be SOSO. He's so talented. Is he an ancient bloodline? Or a normal person? It wasn't strange if he was a normal person. There would always be monstrous geniuses with extraordinary talent, so you pondered for a moment before he said, "I'll go take a look when I'm free, or you can ask Zhou how to look for me." What did Xia Yuan say about being banished? He didn't say anything. Xia Yuan didn't say anything when he was sent to the All-Heaven Abode. However, the academy cancelled his master-disciple relationship with Zhou Hao. Although Xia Yuan might have many flaws, he still made his own decisions at the last moment. By cancelling his master-disciple relationship with Zhou Hao, he meant that Zhou Hao could acknowledge him as his master again, and Zhou Hao would have nothing to do with him in the future. This was Xia Yuan's final decision. He was a genius. Although he had been defeated by Bai Feng once, he was still a genius. During the chaos, he didn't participate in the rebellion. So you didn't have a good impression of Xia Yuan. As for the bad impression, he had had it in the past, but he couldn't be bothered to care about it. Thinking of this, Suyu didn't say anything else. Let's wait and see, accepted disciple, Suyu laughed. He almost forgot that he was a senior researcher. Not only that, but he was also the honorary Galau of the Ming Constabulary. Although it was only an honorary position, it seemed like he had the qualifications to accept a disciple. He had it for a long time. When he had acknowledged Bai Feng as his master had only been an assistant. As for his strength. Soar realm, Suyu wanted to laugh. Source assistant. Now, his master had finally entered the Lingyun realm. After soaking in old Zhou's blood essence, his strength had probably increased a lot. Perhaps he had reached the 9 changes realm in the Lingyun realm. These few days, he didn't see him. He didn't know where he went. He seemed to have gone to the Ming Constabulary with Lu Wenyan and the others. So you didn't care about them. The probability of something happening to them was not high. Even if one attacked, he wouldn't attack them first to alert the enemy. If he attacked, it would be against him. Zhou Hao. Suyu muttered. He didn't think any more and quickly disappeared. A moment later. Jade Moon Lake. This place was close to White Dragon Mountain. White Dragon Mountain, as the name suggested, was the place where a white dragon lived. Once Suyu appeared, an old man appeared. Seeing Suyu, his gaze was a little complicated. He bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, City Lord Su." Old Bai is too polite. Suyu smiled and said, "Old Bai's strength has improved. He's almost at the Sun Moon realm." White Dragon said softly, "He's still far from the City Lord. His realm is much higher than mine." Suyu smiled and said, "Old Bai, I didn't have time to thank you before. I heard that Old Bai came out a few times to help Shenwen." "Thank you." Old Bai said softly, "It's my duty. City Lord is too polite." "Of course." Suyu smiled and said, "Old Bai, don't be so reserved. You're a senior. As for my grudge with the dragon race, it has nothing to do with you. The Ming residence still has a little golden dragon, a descendant of Invincible. When Residence Master Zhu fights with the dragon race, that little golden dragon doesn't care about it. Old Bai, you should be more open-minded. Of course, race is race. I know it's hard for Old Bai to let go of race." Old Bai sighed and said, "Maybe you're right. I shouldn't care about this. I'm just a mount subdued by the 2nd generation Residence Master. I'm no longer a member of the dragon race. I've even been removed from the dragon race. It's just that. I can't help but think, will there be a war between the dragon race and the human race? And where should I go? Confusion about the future, would the dragon race and the human race go to war? This time, the great Zhou King brought Invincible and swept across the dragon realm, killing 2 dragon kings. In the Star Mansion, 2 dragon kings were killed. After that, the iron-eating beast Emperor ate one. In a short period of time, the dragon race lost 5 dragon kings. The dragon race's foundation was not as good as that of the gods and demons. The death of 5 dragon race members at once was too much for the dragon race to bear. Suyu nodded and said, "That's true. A war between the human race and the dragon race might still break out. This time, I've also invited Long Wuyo of the dragon race to see what the dragon race thinks." Old Bai, perhaps you can chat with Long Wuyo. He's the grandson of the Golden Dragon race's great elder. Perhaps he knows something. Thank you, City Lord. You're welcome. Suyu smiled and said no more. He stepped into the air and instantly landed in the lake. The lake water automatically parted, revealing a secret chamber in the depths of the lake. This was the place where the Great Xia Civilization University secluded itself. Suyu's eyes lit up, and he instantly saw through the secret chamber. Inside, there was an old man as thin as a match. His long hair touched the ground, and his hair was somewhat dull. His aura was weak, and his clothes were tattered. He looked like he could die at any moment. This was Lu Hong's master, Zhao Galao, who had been in seclusion all this time. The aura of the peak of the mountain sea realm was faintly discernible. There were signs of the sun and moon, but he had been unable to step into it. Suyu's eyes were sharp, and he instantly saw through some things. There were many people in Xinwen, and there were also many other races in Xinwen. The conflict of rules had caused him to be unable to take that step and merge his divine orifices. There was a conflict in Xinwen. Now, Suyu had a deeper understanding of this. The human races Xinwen and the Wand Xinwen might have some conflicts of rules. This had probably been there since the beginning. However, in the past few years, others could advance. Suyu guessed that it might be because the human realm had just opened, and the Wand's rules had not penetrated deeply. The human realm might have been a blank space in the beginning. Now, the ancient parliament's rules might have seeped in, causing the conflict between the human race and the Wand's rules to intensify. This speculation was much more reasonable than some of his previous guesses. Suyu watched silently. The conflict of rules. The conflict of Xinwen, all of this caused the old man to be unable to break through. The two sides were in a stalemate. On the other side, there were many humans in Xinwen, and there were also many in Wand Xinwen. There were still ways to advance. And there were many, first, to suppress the human rules. Second, to suppress the Wand's rules. Third, to achieve a balance between the two. If the little furball could do it, then Suyu could do it himself. After pondering for a moment, Suyu observed the old man. The old man did not notice anything. Suyu directly transmitted his voice. Zhao Galao, Junior Suyu is here at teacher Lu Hong's request to help Galao break through to the sun and moon realm. Pooh, in the secret chamber, the old man suddenly coughed out blood. He opened his eyes and looked ahead. His gaze was a little dim. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him. He could not feel the aura, only one feeling, powerful, incomparably powerful. His aura was unclear, his posture was calm, and there was a faint smile on his face. At first glance, Zhao Galao was a little shocked. He gasped, "You, who are you?" "Junior Suyu." Suyu smiled and said, "Many Xinwen's descendant." "Many Xinwen's." "Yi Badian." Zhao Galao looked at Suyu. At this moment, Suyu did not enter the secret chamber. The secret chamber was not transparent, but his figure appeared in Zhao Galao's eyes, allowing Zhao Galao to see it clearly. "Yi Badian, that is my great-grandmaster. I am Bai Feng's disciple." "Does Galao know Bai Feng?" "Yes," Zhao Galao gasped. When he accepted a disciple, Bai Feng had also entered the school. He remembered some, but the Bai Feng in his memory was still a child. Bai Feng already had a disciple? What year was it today? Has the outside world changed? For a moment, Zhao Galao was in a trance. Were Bai Feng's disciples already so powerful that he could not fathom them? What about Bai Feng, Hong Tan? What year is it now? Omping calendar, 352 years, 352 years? Pavilion Elder Zhao was taken aback. It had only been 10 years, 10 years, had the world changed? Did Lu Hong find you? Suyu smiled and said, yes, he had something to do and went to the All Heavens battlefield. He might have gone somewhere else now. Before he left, he asked me to help Galao. I see that Galao has consumed too much energy, but he is still one step away from the Sun-Moon realm. I will give Galao 3 choices. First, deal with all non-human Xinwen, and Galao will naturally advance to the Sun-Moon realm. Second, deal with all non-human Xinwen, and Galao will advance to the Sun-Moon realm. Third, keep both Xinwen. I will help Galao balance both Shenwen and advance to the Sun-Moon realm, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to advance in the future unless the balance is maintained. Zhao Galao was shocked. 3 choices, 3 methods, and the other party said that he could help him advance to the Sun-Moon realm. What was the other party's strength? At this moment, he was at a loss and very shocked. He panted and said, "You. Sir, what is your strength?" Suyu smiled and said, "Shanghai." Shanghai? Impossible, that incomparably mysterious, palpitating aura, how could it be Shanghai? Suyu smiled again, realm is realm, strength is strength. Senior, there is no need to think too much. Senior, you should make a choice quickly. I will help you advance, and it can be considered as fulfilling one of my wishes. Realm was realm, Zhao Galao heard the hidden meaning. Clearly, the strength was not Shanghai. Zhao Galao thought quickly and said, "I want to ask something, go ahead." "Where is Zhou Mingren?" "Dead." Zhao Galao sighed, but he was not surprised. Obviously, he was prepared. He sighed and said, "Did you kill him?" "No." Suyu said calmly, "He committed suicide. The few Galao of the Shan Shenwen faction are all dead." "That's not right. Qingyuming Galao is still alive, but he is in seclusion. Maybe he will come out one day, maybe he won't." "The Shenwen faction won? They occupied the academy?" Suyu laughed, "No, the Shenwen faction has already left the academy, including me. I am not in the academy. This time I just came back to take a look. Galao, the outside world has changed. The battle for the Shan Shenwen faction is over. The Shan Shenwen faction is destroyed, and the Shenwen faction didn't get any benefits. We have already left Dexia province, the mortal territory, the mortal territory." "Left the mortal territory," Zhao Galao's gaze changed, "is that so?" "The battle for the Shan Shenwen faction, both sides suffered, sigh." He sighed and asked, "Then, after I break through and walk out of this place, what will happen to me?" "What will happen to you?" Suyu smiled, "I don't know. Galao can choose for himself. All of this has nothing to do with me. Galao doesn't need to worry about anything. This time, I came to the mortal territory because the great Qin king invited me to return. It has nothing to do with Galao or the Shan Shenwen faction." Speechless. Invitation from the great Qin king, Zhao Galao realized that he might have thought wrong. The person in front of him might be stronger than he imagined. "Then, please help me eliminate the Wan Shenwen faction, preserve the human Shenwen faction, and advance to the Sun and Moon faction." "Galao, are you sure? The human Shenwen faction doesn't have many, only 3. The Wan Shenwen faction has 6, and they are all very powerful." "I'm sure," Zhao Galao replied. Suyu smiled. The sea of will trembled, and the sleeping furball was awakened. "Go, eat his non-human Shenwen faction. Hurry up. Troublesome." The furball was not very willing and somewhat disgusted. Such a weak Shenwen faction was only at the Mountain Sea realm, and it was not fragrant. It did not want to eat it. Forget it, it would reluctantly eat some so that it could sleep. The furball's figure flashed, and Zhao Galao only felt the sea of will tremble. In an instant, the sea of will was penetrated. In the sea of will, the 6 floating Wan Shenwen faction disappeared instantly. When he reacted, the aura of the 3 human Shenwen faction soared. In an instant, the repulsive force disappeared, and the divine apertures began to merge, rumble, the sea of will trembled. He had almost stepped into the Sun-Moon realm, and the only difference was the repulsive force of his willpower. The Shenwen faction repelled him, causing the divine apertures to be unable to merge. At this moment, 8 divine apertures merged into one. He only cultivated the divine aperture cultivation technique from before, and he had 72 opened apertures. At this moment, 8 apertures merged into one, which was the Sun-Moon. In the blink of an eye, 8 apertures merged into one. Boom, in the void, a crescent moon appeared. Soon, auras rushed over from the academy. Sun-Moon, someone was breaking through to the Sun-Moon realm. Soon, someone arrived. The first to arrive was Ji Hong. He did not expect it to be so fast. Not long after, Wu Yuehua, Qi Galao, Niao Lao, Huang Lao, and the others arrived. These people were now the upper echelons of the Great Xia Civilization University. when they saw the blue moon lake and the floating Suyu on the lake. Everyone knew, it was not Suyu breaking through, but Suyu helping others break through. City Lord Su. Chi Galao and the other Galao were shocked. They cupped their hands and greeted him. Suyu smiled and nodded slightly. He looked at Niao Lao and Huang Lao and said with a smile, "Teachers, your days have been good recently." Huang Lao saw that he was quite friendly and exhaled. "It's alright, but it's not as comfortable as you. I know you're back, but I didn't expect you to come here. I was entrusted by Lu Hong." Suyu walked in the air and landed in front of him. He said with a smile, "How's the academy recently?" "It's alright." Huang Lao said with a smile, "What about you? How long are you planning to stay this time?" "Depends on the situation." Suyu turned to look at Cabinet Elder Zhao, who was in the midst of making a breakthrough, and said with a smile, "There are more and more people here, so I won't be staying any longer. Teachers, if you have time, you can come to the Su residence and chat with me about life. Back in the academy, I still have to thank you for your help in upholding justice." After which, without waiting for their reply, Xianxia turned to Wu Yuehua and said with a smile, "Laosher, I'll be leaving first. When Lu Laosher returns, you can look for me with Laosher. Let's not talk too much now." After saying that, he instantly disappeared without a trace. Even White Dragon didn't sense how he left. From afar, White Dragon sighed, "Too strong." On the other side, Wu Yuehua didn't care too much. At this moment, he was beaming with joy. Soon, he sneered, "Lu Wenyan, such a shameless person, is he worthy of accepting Suyu as his student? He has been living off a woman all his life and now he wants to live off a cheap disciple?" The crowd was silent. "You can say that, we won't say it." Lu Wenyan was also a powerful person now. He had stepped into the 5th layer of the Sun-Moon realm and was about to reach the 6th layer soon. Not to mention himself, the key was that with his cheap disciple, who dared to provoke him, wasn't he afraid of death? The crowd didn't say anything and waited silently. After a while, the lake water separated again. Zhao Galao's aura was much stronger, and his body gradually regained its luster. His hair also automatically cut off, and his long hair fell over his shoulders, returning to its previous brightness. He stepped into the air and looked at the people by the lake. With a glance, too many familiar faces were missing. He bowed slightly to Old Bai and nodded slightly to Ji Hong. Then, he looked at the others and said softly, "It seems that I missed many things. Many old faces are missing. That Suyu just now is not simple, right?" Hearing this, some people had strange expressions. Someone said softly, "Congratulations, Zhao Galao. City Lord Su is naturally not simple. A month ago, he killed many invincible people. Now, he is one of the overlords in the heavens, an existence who can compete with the half-emperors of various races." Zhao Galao was dumbfounded. On the side, Wu Yuehua sneered and said, "Zhao Galao should just be a good Galao. Zhou Mingren is dead, and his backer, Dazhou Prefecture, has also settled the matter. The Zhou family has 4 invincible people, but they still can't defeat Suyu. Zhao Galao shouldn't think too much. One family has 4 invincible people." At this moment, Zhao Galao only felt that the world was spinning. Things remained the same, but people had changed. It was only 10 years, the world had changed. Suyu, one of the overlords in the heavens. The Zhou family, one family has 4 invincible people. The battle of numbers had ended long ago. Everything had changed. Zhao Galao sighed and nodded. "I understand. With Suyu's help, I advanced to the Sun-Moon realm. I already owe him a favor. I won't overestimate myself." The others did not say much. Ji Hong smiled and said, "Zhao Galao's advancement is a happy event. Let's not talk about this. Now that there are few Sun-Moon realm in the academy, Galao advancing to the Sun-Moon realm is also a happy event. Desia province is still full of talents. He has filled some of the gaps." With a sigh, Ji Hong thought of those Sun-Moon realm cultivators who died in the battle last time. Too many had died. Someone also thought of this and said in a low voice, "Director, everything is over. Everything will be better." Ji Hong nodded. Zhao Galao was a little confused, but he also knew that something unpleasant had probably happened. At this moment, he was not in a hurry to say anything. He wanted to understand the situation first. And Xiu soon returned to the Su residence. Not long after he returned, a person appeared outside the door. He stood at the door without saying a word. He just looked at the closed door and stood there, somewhat stupefied. Xiu smiled. "Zhou Hao, you came quite quickly. The key is, what is the meaning of standing at the door? Do you want me to invite you in?" And at this moment, the sleeping cubicle suddenly woke up and said strangely, "King Wu." "Mm?" The cubicle murmured, "I don't know if this is the bloodline of King Wu." Xiu was stunned. He had been talking about King Wen so much that he had forgotten about King Wu. The cubicle, what did it sense? The cubicle said again, "I don't know, I can't be sure, but it seems a little familiar. The guy outside might be a descendant of King Wu. I don't know if he is or not. I am not familiar with King Wu, but the master might know." Suyu's gaze was strange. Descendant of King Wu, King Wen was a bachelor, human sovereign was a bachelor, King Wu, he was actually not. How could this be? Suyu was surprised. King Wu is not single? The cubicle was even more surprised. "No, King Wu has many wives, so many that I can't even count them all." What the hell? No wonder King Wu was inferior to human sovereign and King Wen. Suyu knew that being single was the strongest. How could he be strong with women? No wonder King Wu, who suppressed old Zhou, was not as famous as King Wen and the others. It turned out that he was decadent in his later years and married a lot of wives. At this moment, Suyu understood. Women. Sigh. King Wu had fallen. Zhou Hao might have King Wu's bloodline. Suyu took a deep breath. If that was the case, then it would be interesting. Descendant of a martial lord, Suyu had never thought that Zhou Hao, a child who grew up in the wild, would be a descendant of a martial lord. How could he be so miserable? Well, it was normal. It had been 100,000 years. No matter how strong an ancestor was, he was just an ancestor. Who knew if the ancestor of any random passerby was a human lord? Bloodlines were important, but that was all. The key was oneself. No matter how strong a martial lord's bloodline was, if one did not dare to fight or kill, it was just a fart. Suyu thought about it and didn't pay too much attention to it. He smiled and glanced outside. He said indifferently, "Come in." A moment later, Zhou Hao entered the Su residence's hall. Suyu was drinking tea. Zhou Hao's face was sharp and there was a hint of wildness in his eyes. He cupped his hands and said, "Great Xia Civilization University's Zhou Hao greets the city lord." Suyu glanced at him and said with a faint smile, "Where's your master, Xia Yuan?" "He went to the All Heavens battlefield." "Why didn't you go with him?" "I'm too weak." "Sor is not too weak." Suyu smiled. "You probably know what Chief Ji said. Xia Yuan and I have a grudge. Although it is not worth mentioning now, why should I help him train a student? In the future, if you become strong and Xia Yuan asks you to kill me, what will you choose?" "I won't interfere." Suyu smiled. "So, I trained you to the point where you can kill me and you won't interfere? Do you know how much resources, energy, and time it takes?" "Zhou Hao, you won't interfere and you'll let it go?" Zhou Hao said, "Then I'll suppress them all." Suyu laughed again. "Suppress them all? Deceiving one's master? Do you know that deceiving one's master is a great crime even in the All Heavens battlefield?" "Got it." Zhou Hao said in a low voice, "Then I have no choice. I know what you want to hear, but Miss Xia brought me out of the wasteland. Without him, I might have been eaten by wild beasts." Suyu sneered, "He only treats you like a wild beast." "I am a beast." Suyu laughed again. "Alright, there's no point in asking these questions. I'm just talking about it. When the time comes, who knows what I'll do? We can be considered acquaintances, so let's not talk about empty words. I'll train you, but what can you bring me?" "Murder." Suyu laughed, "Who can you kill? If you have the strength, you can kill anyone." Suyu took a sip of tea, thought for a moment, and said, "Human clan, should we kill them?" Zhou Hao was silent for a moment. "If you say kill, then kill. What about killing Xia Yuan?" "He's my teacher." Zhou Hao looked up at Suyu, and said in a low voice, "My teacher is very weak. You're already the overlord of the heavens. If you really want to kill him, he can't stop you." If you don't want to kill him, then why do you keep asking about this? Suyu laughed, I'm happy to ask. Why do you care? You're here to ask me to be your teacher. Should I be the one to ask you to be my teacher? When I first became your disciple, I went through a lot of hardships and difficulties before finally becoming your disciple, Miss Bai. Do you think it's easy to become your disciple? I've never had such an experience. Zhou Hao said in a low voice. He didn't. Xia Yuan accepted him easily. He just needed to bring him back to Dixia province and register. There wasn't much process. Suyu laughed, alright, cut the crap. Come, try punching me. Boom, an explosion sounded, but Suyu didn't dodge, letting the punch land on his throat. He didn't even gasp for breath and continued to drink tea. You haven't eaten? Zhou Hao's eyes changed. He growled and suddenly sped up. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, he punched and kicked at Suyu's head, eyes, heart, and genitals dozens of times. When he attacked his genitals, Suyu kicked him, sending him flying. Zhou Hao rolled on the ground, kicked the ground, and attacked again. His fist turned into a claw, grabbing at Suyu's vital points, poking his eyes and piercing his ears. Suyu sighed, too weak. You haven't even reached the power of 10,000 apertures. You can't even be bothered to defend. Zhou Hao didn't say a word. His fists and feet were already covered in blood. One punch, one claw, one palm, 18 martial arts were used. Punching and kicking, the weak power of Shenwen even erupted for a while. Sor probably hadn't arrived yet. Suyu only felt a breeze and teased, too weak. Why don't you take a break and come again? Zhou Hao didn't care. A moment later, he attacked Suyu's throat in a frenzy, throwing hundreds of punches. With a roar, a saber suddenly appeared in his hand and he slashed, sparks flew everywhere. Suyu laughed, you can't break my defense. So weak. Zhou Hao ignored him. The next moment, his qi and blood suddenly burned. Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Hao disappeared. Suyu was stunned. Outside the door, Zhou Hao said in a low voice, I can't beat you. I'm just scaring you and I'm going to run. Are you F***king kidding me? You're scaring me? Suyu was speechless. Yes, I was scared. So scary. Come in. A moment later, Zhou Hao appeared again, I can't break your defense. It's useless even if I continue to kill you. You actually know how to run? Suyu was surprised. Zhou Hao frowned, I can't kill you. I will only be killed. Why don't I run? That's true. Suyu smiled, when you become stronger, are you willing to fight for the rise of humanity? Zhou Hao stared at him blankly, his expression blank. What did he mean? Suyu smiled and said, tell me about it. Zhou Hao was a little confused. After a while, he said dryly, I will help whoever is good to me. The rise of humanity. I don't understand. He was stunned, he was confused by Suyu's question. He had never thought about this question. Suyu sighed, it's a pity that you only have talent, but you don't know how to fight for the rise of humanity. Zhou Hao was stupefied. Suyu soon smiled and said, forget it, there's no need. It's fine as long as you are willing to kill for me. There's no need for us to talk too much about feelings. If you are really talented and can help me kill, I am willing to nurture you. Feelings are too weak. It's better to rely on feelings for now. Let's just rely on benefits, although you can't provide me with any benefits at the moment. As soon as he finished speaking, a picture appeared. Suyu smiled and said, take a look and be enlightened. Zhou Hao quickly recorded it and said, only 359. Yes. Suyu smiled and said, there are 360 heavenly cycle apertures. Then, the last one is on your butt. Look for it yourself. It's the first test. Only by opening the last one will you be qualified to say something to me. Otherwise, there's no need to say anything. Zhou Hao nodded silently and asked, if I open the last one, can I be as strong as you? Probably not. Suyu smiled and said, I've opened 720 apertures and have a body of 72 forging. I know countless combat techniques and have killed countless enemies. There are many people in Shenwen and I have strong willpower. Even if your body is as strong as mine, if I kill you, you probably won't be able to resist. Even if they both had 360 apertures and a body of 72 forging, Suyu was not afraid of Zhou Hao. He did not have as many tricks as him and lacked his Shinwen characteristics. No matter how strong he was, it did not mean that he could match him. After saying that, Suyu asked, "How long will it take?" "I've entered Soar. It's a little more difficult to open the apertures. There are still 90 apertures left. It will take at least 3 months. 3 months, Suyu cursed inwardly. Opening one aperture a day, Soar suppressed the speed of opening apertures. This speed was not slow. Even he was not this fast back then. Of course, he had enough resources to open the apertures. Suyu asked, "How many resources do you need?" "A drop of mountain-breaking bull's blood essence a day." "That's it?" "Yes." F***ck, so little, 1 drop of mountain-breaking bull's blood essence could open 1 aperture a day? The best for opening apertures was naturally the Heaven Origin fruit. It was different from Heaven Origin energy. The Heaven Origin fruit was a tame and gentle Heaven Origin energy. Of course, Suyu's Heaven Origin energy was like that. Then how long will it take to get 1 Heaven Origin fruit a day? 1 a day? Yes. Zhou Hao judged and quickly said, "At most a month." After saying that, he added, "Can I eat 30 of them together?" "That will be faster." Suyu laughed. "Not afraid of exploding? My body is strong enough. Although opening apertures is slow after entering Soar, I can also use more treasures without exploding." "How long will that take?" 20 days. Suyu laughed. "You're talking big. 4 or 5 a day, this speed can catch up to me. Then I'll give you enough Heaven Origin fruit." "What if you can't open your apertures after 20 days? Including the last one?" "Then I'll find a way to return you the Heaven Origin fruit and never look for you again." "That's it?" Zhou Hao was silent for a while. "I can kill someone for you, anytime." "Kill Tiangu? When I reach invincible, I'll go kill him." "Nonsense," Suyu sneered and quickly said, "All right, you said it. I'll give you the Heaven Origin fruit, enough. You open your apertures first. Don't say you can't open them when you reach 300. Then what use do I have for you?" As if opening 300 apertures was trash, Zhou Hao did not say much and nodded. "I'll finish soon. Open it first." Suyu threw out a huge Heaven Origin fruit. "This is equivalent to 100. The rest can be used for body forging. Body forging requires nothing more than Heaven Origin Qi. Of course, Heaven and Earth Mystic Light is not bad either. Even better is the power of Heaven and Earth. But your body forging level is too low, only 20 plus. It's a waste to give it to you, 20 plus." In Suyu's eyes, it was trash. Under normal circumstances, there weren't many rank 9 casted players, but rank 18 casted players were the most common. Rank 27 casted players weren't that common. As for rank 36 casted players, they were usually ranked on the Heaven and Earth ranking. Zhou Hao's progress was fast. He entered Soar not long ago. His body forging time should be less than a year. He didn't have too many resources. The Xia clan might have given him some in the later stages, but the Xia clan might not have enough Heaven's essence Qi. As for the Heaven and Earth mysterious light, it was even less. Under such circumstances, it was already very fast for this guy to cultivate to over 20 casting. Of course, Suyu thought about it and said, "You've been sitting here eating? Not doing any missions?" Zhou Hao said in a deep voice, "No, I went to the heavenly battlefield a few times and killed some people, but I didn't get much." Suyu touched his chin. "How about this, I won't ask too much of you. If you complete the enlightenment, don't rush to see me. Go to the heavenly battlefield and kill a genius on the heaven hunting list. Those on the Huang list don't have much ability, so killing them is easy. Get on the list, and I'll play with you." Zhou Hao said calmly, "I'm on the list." "Huh? You killed many before, but after you killed your way out of Xingyu Mansion, I'm on the list." Suyu was stunned. "Is that so? Did I kill many? Okay, maybe a little too many." "Huang list?" "Yes, 320 on the Huang list." "Oh. Su nodded slightly. That was normal. This guy was not weak, and his explosive power was almost 7 to 8,000 apertures. 10,000 apertures was considered trash. Killing a few Lingyan 7s was still possible. Su had forgotten that Shanghai was so weak. In this way, getting on the list was easy. Su smiled. Okay, then get into the top 10 of the Huang list or the Xian list. It's not a big deal. You can definitely get on the list if you kill Lingyan 7. Okay. Zhou Hao nodded. There was no problem. Then go. Zhou Hao bowed, turned, and left. He came quickly and left quickly. As soon as he left, the ball asked in his mind, he might be a descendant of King Wu, why didn't you kill him? Su was puzzled, why should I kill him? The ball thought for a while, King Wen and King Wu often fight. A descendant of King Wu might be very powerful in the future. What if he hits you? Su smiled, I'm not afraid of others hitting me. He's only sore now, if even he can hit me, it means I'm useless. If I'm useless, I'll just take a beating. It's no big deal. Okay. The ball lost interest and went back to sleep. It didn't want to eat him. Even if he had a bloodline, the power of his bloodline was very weak. Moreover, it knew some of the ancient humans. It wasn't as old as Bean Bun, born in the last years of the ancient times, but it more or less knew something about the ancient times. It also knew that Bean Bun was on good terms with some king humans, so it didn't eat Great Bright Lord the last time it saw him. The ball went to sleep, but in his mind, the little fur ball was unhappy and said, Fragrant, you want my mama and don't want me anymore, right? When are you going to send mama away? Su was stunned. Was this something a human would say? You really aren't a human being. Aren't you going to chat with your mama? No. Mama is sleeping, I want to sleep too, I still have to lick Shenwen, unfilial, although you weren't born from the ball, you're still a ball. How can you treat your mama like this? You're too much. In his mind, the little furball grumbled a few times, feeling a little sad. Mama went to sleep in the Wenmingji. Mama had occupied the two divine characters that it liked. It was still a little sad. When was Xianxia going to send mama home? Su smiled and said, there's no hurry. I'll send your mama away when you can help me deal with Dao integration. The furball was a little sad, a little angry, and a little competitive. It instantly made a decision. Delicious, good lick more Shenwen, although some Shenwen weren't as fragrant, it was too lazy to lick them in the past. Now, it still had to lick them. With a determination to face death calmly, the little fur ball suddenly flew away from the Tribulation Shenwen and flew to another Shenwen. It left the Tribulation Shenwen that it liked and decided to lick other trash Shenwen. Su laughed and ignored all of this. Most of the small matters that needed to be resolved had been resolved. In the next 2 days, Su helped Su Long cultivate while going to check on Zhao Li's forging from time to time. At this moment, a large mansion had already arrived in Xia province. Su did not go to meet them, he was waiting for the heavenly forging king and the others, waiting for these people to come. They came to forge weapons for him, to build a sealing formation for him. 5 days, it had been 5 days since Su arrived in Xia province. As for Su's news, it was still spreading in the human realm. The establishment of the new Holy Land was also spreading. On the 6th day. On this day, Su felt waves after waves of powerful auras. The king of Great Zhou was here, not only the king of Great Zhou, but the king of Little Zhou and the others were also here. Su smiled. Those who should come were all here. Very good, the Holy Land would hold a meeting tomorrow. These fellows had rushed here today, so they shouldn't be idle, let's get to work. Not only them, not long after Su sensed the aura of experts, he also sensed some familiar auras walking towards his mansion. Lu Wenyan and the rest were back too, they went to the Ming constabulary previously, but he did not know what they were doing. Perhaps they went to the Bai family, Su did not ask about these. It was good that they were back, he hoped that this time, he could capture the other party, the guy who had been targeting the Shenwen faction, the bloodline of the Hell King. If he really captured him, there might be some unexpected gains. For example, did the other party know about some old antiques? This guy's elders or fathers were killed by Xia Chen. This bloodline seemed to have always been filled with spies. Since they were spies, who did they serve, Hell King, or was it someone else's mixed bloodline? To be able to tangle with the human king bloodline, it was obvious that this bloodline was not weak. Xia Mansion. Many experts gathered. The king of Great Zhou smiled and said, Old Xia, so you should be fine these few days, right? Da Xia of Goguryeo smiled and said, it's fine. It's pretty good. That's good. I was worried that someone from Wan would sneak in, it doesn't matter that I'm here. Da Xia of Goguryeo said and looked at the others, some people have arrived in the past few days, but Suyu has not seen them. For example, the floating earth spirit of the 5 elements race, the long river of the fated race, the 9 moons of the Iron Eater race. They are all experts. The king of Great Zhou smiled and said, then let him be. He was the one who invited them. He can decide how to entertain them. You just have to keep an eye on them. As he spoke, a laugh rang out, Seniors, since we are here, let's not waste any more time. Senior Heavenly Forging King forged weapons, and the other seniors helped me forge the formation. Let's come to the Civilization Academy together. Let me, Teacher Zhao, observe. The few of them looked at each other, and Da Xia of Goguryeo nodded slightly, then let's go. Isn't there a meeting tomorrow? Save some time and see if we can finish it in one day. The King of Great Light frowned and said, one day? It's not easy. Suyu's requirements are very high. The King of Great Zhou smiled and said, it's fine. If there's a meeting, then there's a meeting. It doesn't have much to do with us. It's mainly a gathering of the younger generation. We just need to know about their discussion. As for the rest, leave it to the younger generation. There's no problem even if they do it at the same time. With that said, the others did not say anything else. A moment later. Primordial Spirit Research Institute. Yes, the former Blue Sky Research Institute was later transformed into the Primordial Spirit Research Institute by Suyu. Suyu was in the Research Institute. Lu Wenyan and the others were also there. When they saw the invincible experts appear, Lu Wenyan and the others bowed slightly. Suyu did not bow again and said with a smile, Seniors, do you still count what happened before? King of Silkworm Destruction smiled and said, of course, it's rare for you, Suyu, to bleed. You gave quite a lot of treasures. Suyu said with a smile, that's good. But, let me warn you first. Suyu's expression became solemn. Since you have agreed, seniors, please work hard. Especially the Great Array. I'm using it to kill invincible experts. It's not a joke. If it doesn't work, I lose my life. That's not a joke. Heavenly King Jin said in a deep voice, since we have agreed, we will not do it half-heartedly. I hope so. Suyu said with a smile, I'm a serious person. If you don't agree, it's fine. But if you agree, please work hard. I might check it carefully. This is not a joke. I cherish my life. Of course. The few of them had no objections. Suyu also took out large amounts of heavenly essence energy, dragon blood fruits, water condensed pearls, emperor's saliva. These are the items that the seniors will use to recover their strength. Use them at any time. With that said, Suyu threw out countless more dragon coiling wood, Senior Heavenly Forging King. If you do not wish for others to see you forging weapons, you can cover it up, but I will watch. I hope that Senior does not mind. Also, Teacher Zhao Li said that he wanted to invite Senior Zhao Tianbing to observe together. I wonder, Heavenly Forging King laughed, alright, letting go of a sheep is the same as letting go of two. In addition, Zhao Tianbing, I think he has a chance of advancing to the Heavenly Soldier Master. Last time, his harvest was not small. Suyu laughed, I hope so too. If that's the case, the human clan will have 2 Heavenly Soldier Masters. If Teacher Zhao can also advance, then it will be even more worth celebrating than the birth of 2 invincible warriors. That's right. The group of people laughed. Very quickly, Great Bright King and the others walked out of the Research Institute. The Research Institute was left for the Heavenly Forging King to forge weapons. Very quickly, Suyu followed them out. In the blink of an eye, numerous rivers of time pierced through the air. The surroundings had long since been cleared. Great Bright King said, I am in charge of the Array Foundation, Silkworm Extermination is in charge of instilling the power of time, Forbidden Heaven is in charge of the power of imprisonment, Tian Yuan, you are in charge of controlling the power of time. Alright. One by one, invincible warriors quickly took their positions. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding space was sealed, turning into an independent space and time. Great Bright King quickly threw out many jade talismans to be used as the foundation of the array. As for Suyu, his eyes moved slightly. Suddenly, he threw out a book, and on the book, many images instantly appeared. Everyone, please trouble me to use the pages of the book as the foundation to cast the 10,000 foundation formation. Cough, 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 Great Bright King immediately coughed. On the other side, Silkworm Extermination King and the others also had strange looks in their eyes. Are you kidding us? Suyu smiled and said, thank you for your trouble. This way, it will be more compatible with my civilization. Great Bright King said sullenly, in that case, the chances of failure are very high. Suyu smiled and said, I know. However, as long as everyone tries their best, it will not be a problem. If it really fails, I will still pay all the conditions that I promised earlier. If it does not work, we will recast it again. I will do as I said earlier and ask everyone to cast the array again. Gasp, damn, rich people can be willful, what a joke, the chances of failure the first time are still very high. Very well. Since Suyu is willing to pay, then let's do it. Boom. Essence energy surged, and many essence energy whirlpools rose in the surroundings. Suyu did not say anything more. He sent countless strands of essence energy into the air. In an instant, the entire Great Xia Civilization University seemed to be in a sea of essence energy. In the academy, the many students and teachers all showed fervent gazes. They did not waste any time and quickly sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Fortuitous encounter, this was a fortuitous encounter. At least, to them, this was a fortuitous encounter. Numerous incomparably powerful existences seemed to be doing something. They saw Suyu, that fellow, tossing out a huge amount of Heaven's origin energy into the air. That dense Heaven's origin energy caused them to feel suffocated. However, Suyu appeared calm, not feeling any heartache at all. At this moment, many people in Great Xia province looked over in sore. All of them gasped. Inside a courtyard, the floating earth spirit also gasped. How rich! What was Suyu doing? Honestly speaking, with so much essence energy, he would be rich no matter where he was. Next door, Jiuyu appeared with a fellow beside him. This fellow was also an Iron Eater, but he was slightly smaller than Jiuyu. Beside this fellow was another person, Zhu Hongliang. The Iron Eater beside Jiuyu was the great Ming Constabulary's existence known as Fatty Han. Beside Fatty Han were three tiny creatures. It had been exposed, yes, Fatty Han's seed had been exposed. Now the great Ming Constabulary knew that the round balls born from the big round ball were Fatty Han's seed. It couldn't be helped. A few days ago, Fatty Han had gone to the All Heavens battlefield and didn't have time to hide the little fat balls. The three little fat balls soon revealed their dark circles. Thus, the great Ming Constabulary had solved the case of the three unknown seeds of the big round ball. It was Fatty Han's. At this moment, the floating earth spirit glanced over. Jiuyu didn't even look at him. He was eating and looking over at Suyu. As for the simple-minded Fatty, he obediently followed beside it and ate. Zhu Hongliang wanted to speak several times, but he couldn't find a chance. These fellows just ate and ignored him. Jiuyu watched for a while and said naively, what a grand lineup. Silkworm Slayer, Heaven Forbidding, Wisdom Monarch, and Time Monarch have joined forces. Are they going to build a grand imprisonment array? He was also a top expert who could fight invincible experts. At this moment, he roughly knew Suyu's goal. This idea was very impressive. Once it was built successfully, if Suyu encountered ordinary invincible experts in the future and the other party couldn't escape from the imprisonment, then he would be beaten to death by Suyu instantly. Suyu ignored everyone. At this moment, he floated in the air and watched silently. A moment later, the king of Great Zhou also floated in the air and appeared silently beside him. Daxia of Goguryeo didn't come. He was afraid that he would be together with Suyu. Furthermore, when the king of Great Zhou went over, he kept staring and felt a little nervous. He was suspicious. He suspected that the king of Great Zhou and Suyu would talk about his past when they were together. He was very worried. After thinking about it, he couldn't suppress his worry anymore. Dasha of Goguryeo soared into the air and appeared beside Suyu instantly. I'm watching you guys. The king of Great Zhou was a little surprised by the Dasha of Goguryeo's arrival. He smiled and didn't mind, saying, City Lord Su, are you confident about tomorrow's gathering? Suyu smiled, up to you. This can't be done casually. This time round, old Qin paid quite a huge price. Suyu smiled and didn't reply. The king of Great Zhou said again, do you think we can succeed this time? Round? Suyu glanced at him. Was he talking about forging an array? Probably. That's hard to say. The king of Great Zhou smiled, forging an array still requires luck. It requires good cooperation and everyone to work together. Others aside, old Zhu is very slippery. If he doesn't put in any effort, this array will be useless. Far away, the king of Great Light seemed to have heard it as he suddenly harumphed, speak less and lower your voices. You're affecting us. All right. The king of Great Zhou smiled. With a wave of his hand, an invisible barrier appeared in front of him. After the barrier was formed, he continued, if the forging is successful, what do you intend to do? Suyu smiled, take revenge if there's a grudge. Grumble if there's a grudge. Bring the array and kill my enemies. That's too rash. The king of Great Zhou shook his head, that's not appropriate. The influence isn't good and it makes others wary. Suyu chuckled, that might not be the case. I still don't think it's appropriate. The king of Great Zhou thought for a moment, if the forging is successful, although I don't think there's much hope, if it really succeeds, it's still necessary to bear with it. Enemies can be killed at any time, why the rush? At the side, Dasha of Goguryeo scoffed coldly, what's wrong with taking revenge if there's a grudge? Why should we bear with it? The king of Great Zhou glanced at him. What do you know? Why did you interrupt? Did he talk to you? The king of Great Zhou was not angered and continued, City Lord Su, there are some things that can only be resolved by killing the other party. I feel that it's still a bad idea to do it personally. Then, may I ask, king of Great Zhou, what is the best idea? The king of Great Zhou laughed, silently and without a trace, uprooting the weeds by the roots. No one will know, without making a sound. Suyu smiled, king of Great Zhou, help me kill the enemy? Maybe? Forget it. Suyu laughed. Dasha of Goguryeo frowned, even if a formation is successfully forged, it might not be of much use. Suyu, I feel that you shouldn't have too much hope. The two of them spoke as if Suyu would be invincible with a formation. No matter how powerful the sealing formation is, Suyu's strength is still there. It's already extraordinary that you can defeat a 7th-stage Eternal Realm cultivator. From what you're saying, you're still hoping that this formation can kill a Dao integration stage cultivator. Don't be blindly confident. Dasha of Goguryeo felt that Suyu was too arrogant. As for Suyu, he sighed and murmured, civilization masters. Warriors, are still different after all. The king of Great Zhou also sighed, that's right, there's nothing we can do about it. The bigger the fist is the truth. Often, the true truth is covered by the fist. That's right. The two of them nodded at the same time. As for Dasha of Goguryeo, he did not look too good. What do they mean? He felt that the two of them were mocking him. He thought about it again and again. Am I wrong? It's just a sealing formation. No matter how powerful it is, can it kill a Dao integration stage cultivator? What a joke. Dasha of Goguryeo felt that the two of them were sick in the head. He scoffed with a cold expression and could not be bothered to say anything more to them. If not for the fact that he had to prevent Suyu from talking about him, he could not be bothered to listen to their nonsense. Civilization masters, these two fellows whose bodies were stronger than when Mingdao's had the cheek to call themselves civilization masters? What a joke, right now, how many people in the universe could be considered true civilization masters? Warriors were the mainstream of this era. As for the king of Great Zhou, he looked at Suyu again and transmitted his voice. If it's really created, we'll deal with it. Suyu ignored him. Investigate it first. Furthermore, was the Zhou family not suspicious? The king of Great Zhou was a little scary. Suyu was a little depressed. If the Zhou family was the so-called Hell King bloodline, what should he do? Although the probability was not high, who knew, Dazhou Prefecture. So you still had not figured out the details. This family was too talented and terrifying. They were invincible in 4 areas. The key was that the King of Great Zhou's strength was unknown. He might be a level 9 Eternal Realm cultivator and not the so-called level 8, at this moment, so you took out Furball and took out another 9-leaf Sky Lotus petal, at the same time. The floating earth spirit's eyes moved. F*CK, again, he had heard about what happened to Suyu in the All Heavens battlefield. Suyu said that he had 8 petals. Nonsense, he was also there that day, so how could he have 8 petals, as for Suyu getting it from the 8th level? Nonsense, he definitely did not. Otherwise, it would not be 8 petals. He's up to no good. The floating earth spirit thought, I can believe that he fed the God Eater, but there's definitely something wrong with him saying that he had 8 petals. His eyes flickered. At the same time, Suyu looked over. He looked at the floating earth spirit. The floating earth spirit's heart trembled. He's looking at me. Why is he looking at me? Why is he looking at me? He's feeding him, so why is he looking at me? The floating earth spirit's mind spun rapidly. The next moment, he saw Suyu's hand seem to be a little slow in feeding Furball. He seemed to see Furball's unwilling look. The floating earth spirit's heart trembled. The next moment, he shouted, wait. A loud shout startled many people. Suyu looked at him with dissatisfaction. The floating earth spirit's heart trembled, and he quickly said, that. City Lord Su, that, it's too wasteful to feed this thing to Prince God-Eater. Prince God-Eater doesn't need it. How about selling it to me? Suyu lightly said, not for sale. Don't. The floating earth spirit shouted, I'll pay a high price. Blood essence, sun and moon blood essence. If that's not enough, we can think of something with invincible blood essence. Suyu was slightly startled, and he frowned. Invincible blood essence? Yes. The floating earth spirit hurriedly nodded. Invincible blood essence. If you really can't. If you really can't. His mind spun rapidly. What did Suyu need? Invincible blood essence? Yes, there were such rumors a few days ago. Rumors. F*CK, rumors. The floating earth spirit quickly realized something, and hurriedly said, vessel. 1 vessel for 1 petal, how about it? Scram. Suyu laughed, and the floating earth spirit's heart continued to tremble. The word scram made him feel a little dizzy, but it seemed to have opened a strange divine aperture for him. Strange. No, this is this bastard's reward. F*CK. The floating earth spirit finally understood why he had glanced at me before feeding me. I understand now, he cursed inwardly. If something happens, I'll be in big trouble. Then. Forget it. It's too expensive. My 5 elements race can't afford it, unless it's a god, demon, or immortal race. Otherwise, it's too expensive, and ordinary people can't afford it. Saying so, he quickly added, anyway, you can't use it, so why not sell it to us? It'll be good to strengthen your civilization. Suyu sneered. Even if I lose it, I won't give it to you, and I won't sell it to you cheaply. Sigh. Then, forget it. The floating earth spirit sighed. You're eating it like a snack, and you're not willing to sell it to strengthen your own weapon? I don't understand what you're thinking. Suyu did not speak, and after a moment of thought, he put Furball away, as well as the 9-leaf Sky Lotus. It was as if nothing had happened. At the side, Dasha of Goguryeo said in a deep voice, don't sell it to an outsider, you're just looking for trouble. However, the King of Great Zhou sighed softly. If you can really exchange it for a vessel, or if the price is right, then so be it. Suyu did not speak. Dasha of Goguryeo glared at the King of Great Zhou. As for the King of Great Zhou, he glanced at the floating earth spirit far away, then at Suyu, and did not say anything. Floating earth spirit. Suyu, he looked at September, who was eating in a silly manner, but this fellow seemed to have gotten stuck when eating just now. The King of Great Zhou was still smiling, and did not say anything. Suyu, this fellow, was really bold and ambitious. It was just that he did not know if the floating earth spirit was hired, or if it really understood. If it really understood, this floating earth spirit would be quite a problem. At this moment, the group of people was arguing, and only Dasha of Goguryeo was left, a little furious. Suyu, this fellow was too strong, and even he could not do anything to him, too stupid. Even if the 9-leaf sky lotus was not complete, it could not be sold recklessly, selling it to one was a hidden danger. Suyu was too arrogant. If this continued, he would bury many hidden dangers for himself. It was the same just now. He was very arrogant, thinking that with an array formation, he was invincible. It was all nonsense. Dasha of Goguryeo was a little depressed. Suyu had not experienced too many beatings, perhaps he still needed to experience it. Suyu did not care about what the Dasha of Goguryeo thought. At this moment, not many people cared about what the Dasha of Goguryeo thought. In a courtyard far away in Xia province, a few dragons beside Long Wuyo had strange looks in their eyes. At this moment, these dragons were in human form, and the white dragon was also present. These dragons transmitted their voices. What does Suyu mean? What? Some of the dragons were puzzled, but others transmitted their voices. Idiot. He actually put away the 9-leaf sky lotus after hearing the floating earth spirit's words. Idiot, do you still not understand? What do you mean? Some of the dragons were angry and transmitted their voices. Idiot. It means that Suyu was moved by the floating earth spirit's words. He is thinking whether he should waste the 9-leaf sky lotus or exchange it for something he needs. He does not lack treasures, but he lacks some special treasures that cannot be exchanged for. Is there? Some of the dragons still did not believe that Suyu would sell it. Even if he wants to sell it, he will not sell it to us. Idiot. If he doesn't sell it to us, who will he sell it to? If he sells it to the human race, will the human race give him treasures? Eternal blood essence? Bearer? Even if he does, the human race will not buy it. If he buys 1 or 2 petals, he can become stronger, but the human race lacks those things. Why would they be willing to exchange for it? But we are enemies, idiot. If we buy it, he may not sell it, but don't forget the white dragon beside us. He is the human race's ally. What if he buys it? And if Suyu does not sell it to us, what about the neutral races? For example, the fated tribe, the spirit tribe, the primordial giant tribe. Now, all the colossal dragons understood. He still has 7 petals of the 9-leaf sky lotus. The dragons all had strange looks in their eyes. 7 petals was not a small number. If a 9th stage eternal realm cultivator consumes it, maybe he can reach Dao integration? If he reaches Dao integration, then his race will have 2 emperors. The dragon tribe suffered heavy losses last time, but if they have another dragon emperor, we can bear any losses. Great Elder, there's hope. The Great Elder, Long Wuyo's grandfather, was the strongest expert of the Golden Dragon race. He was even stronger than the Golden Dragon race's clan leader. The Dragon race's Blood Fire Demon King could be considered an existence of this level. At this moment, most of the dragons around Long Wuyo were golden dragons. All of a sudden, all the dragons were excited. Long Wuyo had heard their conversation too. He frowned slightly and transmitted his voice, "Be careful, don't fall into their trap." Last time, the floating earth spirit was tricked by the humans. What? They didn't know about this. The floating earth spirit hadn't mentioned it to anyone else, and Long Wuyo had also been ordered to keep his mouth shut. They were all geniuses, and had some morals. After a moment's thought, Long Wuyo said, "The floating earth spirit was tricked by Suyu before. Be careful, everyone. Suyu is a treacherous man. Be careful of him." Lie, the group of dragons fell into deep thought. That's true, but it's not easy to deceive him, right? A dragon sent a voice transmission. It's fine. If you really want to sell it, we'll trade face to face. We'll settle it that year. We'll inspect it face to face. The 9-leaf sky lotus can't be forged. Its shape, aura, and time Dao patterns are all extremely special. Long Wuyo wanted to say something but hesitated. After some thought, he said, "He's a master blacksmith." Your Highness, are you worried that he's forging a fake? That's true, we have to be careful. If you really want to buy it, you'll have to bring a master blacksmith with you to inspect it, or even a heavenly armament master. Long Wuyo didn't say anything else after hearing those words. That was true, if it could be deceived by a heavenly armament master, it would be a top-notch heavenly or even divine weapon. Would Suyu use this to deceive others? Then Suyu would be an idiot. The value of one petal might not be comparable to a high-level heavenly weapon, and it wasn't even complete. If it was complete, it could be traded for a divine weapon. At this moment, some of Suyu's small movements and actions quickly attracted the attention of a group of people. Opportunity, yes, everyone saw an opportunity. Although Suyu had rejected the floating earth spirit's words, he didn't continue feeding it. This was good news. It meant that Suyu was considering the possibility of this. At the same time, the floating earth spirit's heart was pounding. I seem to know something. Moreover, I'm acting as Suyu's pawn. He had only realized something when Suyu had looked at him strangely. His heart was pounding. It's over, we're in big trouble. Suyu seems to want to deceive others. F***ck, humans were all scoundrels. Last time, Lu Hong had used the 5 elements divine art to deceive him. This time, that bastard Suyu was even more sinister. He wanted to use a fake 9-leaf sky lotus to deceive others. With Suyu's current status as an enemy of Wan, it wasn't easy to deceive him. Otherwise, given Suyu's personality, he would be able to deceive Wan. Fake, that 9-leaf sky lotus must be fake. He couldn't tell how it was fake at all, although he hadn't seen it up close. From its appearance, aura, energy fluctuations, and other characteristics, he could tell that it was real. Was it real or fake, or could it be that this piece was real, but Suyu wanted to sell it as a fake? The floating earth spirit didn't dare to say anything. Beside him, an earth spirit tribe powerful being transmitted his voice. Floating earth spirit, do you think Suyu wants to sell the 9-leaf sky lotus? He's probably hesitating. He doesn't dare to sell the god-fiend immortal dragon, but we don't have a deep feud with the human race. Floating earth spirit, why don't you go back and try? He still has 7 petals. Although they aren't complete, if our tribe leader consumes them, perhaps he can reach Tao integration and become the 5 elements monarch of this era. The floating earth spirit was exhausted. Holy F***ck, why do you all believe that Suyu will sell it? How could he possibly sell it? Even the being beside him felt this way. One could imagine that everyone else probably felt the same way. Suyu was tempted, he had the desire to sell it, but he was hesitating. He was considering, weighing, and even thinking about who he would sell it to. The floating earth spirit cursed in its heart, but it transmitted its voice. Elder, don't be rash. 7 petals is too expensive. It's very difficult for us to take out so many treasures. Then we can just buy a few less. The floating earth spirit cursed in its heart again. By my **s, just as it was thinking this, Suyu's voice suddenly sounded beside its ear. You take the lead and buy it. If you buy it, I'll compensate you in private. Otherwise, everyone has bought it, but you haven't. You're the one who took the lead. Are you trying to kill the 5 elements tribe? Also, there's a limit. Don't worry, I'll only sell you 1 petal. The floating earth spirit's heart jolted. Meanwhile, the elder beside it seemed to have sensed some intent, and he quickly transmitted his voice. Floating earth spirit, did Suyu contact you? The floating earth spirit cursed in its heart, but it thought about it carefully. It was the first to F***king open its mouth. If it didn't buy it, then everyone else would have been tricked, but it didn't. Wasn't it in big trouble now? Most importantly, could this bastard Suyu really return it to it? If it was tricked, it would be very troublesome. Elder, he said, he contacted me and asked me if I could buy 1 petal from each of the 3 vessels, and if I wanted 1 petal, he would sell me 1 petal. Furthermore, he's only selling 1 petal to prevent people from progressing to Tao integration stage if we buy too many. Limited purchase? The elder's heart stirred. Smart. Suyu is indeed a smart man. Limited purchase. Each tribe can only buy 1 petal. Even a 9th stage Eternal Realm cultivator can't progress to Tao integration stage with just 1 petal. As such, the efficacy of the petal will be greatly discounted. The floating earth spirit was exhausted. That's right, Suyu was very smart. So smart that he knew what they were thinking. Limited purchase, he was selling fake goods, and he was also limiting purchase. This was hunger marketing. He was selling 7 petals at a time, but Suyu wasn't selling them. He was only selling 1 petal. In that case, it was over. It might really be tricked. The floating earth spirit cursed in its heart. If it's just one petal, there's not much point in buying it. The elder transmitted his voice. Idiot. If he sells one petal, we'll buy one. Can't we just find people from other tribes to buy it for us? If we buy it in secret, so you probably won't make a big fuss. Who knows if we'll buy it all at the end? The elder transmitted his voice excitedly. We have to report this as soon as possible. 3 vessel petal for 1 petal is too expensive. A single petal is not worth this price. Also, there are the Dragon Tribe, the Iron Eater Tribe, the Heavenly Horse Tribe, and the Primordial Giant Tribe nearby. There might even be spies from other tribes. Floating Earth Spirit, we have to report this immediately. Tell the powerful beings of our tribe to come to the human realm and congratulate Suyu's father on his 50th birthday. The elder was excited. Yes, congratulate him. Don't slap a smiling face. Small tribes can use buying 1 petal as an excuse to advance to Eternal Realm. Too many vessels might not prove one's Tao, but a 9-leaf sky lotus might prove one's Tao. He was excited. Those who came to celebrate Suyu's father's birthday were not some powerful tribe, just some small tribes. It was normal for them to curry favor with Suyu. They were overlords after all. The floating earth spirit was exhausted. It was over. That was probably what everyone thought when the news spread. Even if the immortal fiend celestial experts could not come, it was fine. They could find a representative. Of course, this was not the first time Suyu had cheated people. Therefore, even if they bought it, they would definitely be more careful and even find experts to inspect it. The key was, could they find out that it was fake? Suyu was full of confidence. He had spread the news a long time ago. He thought of the rumor. In that case, perhaps Suyu had wanted to sell fakes a long time ago. What a terrifying fellow. Many thoughts rose in the floating earth spirit's mind, but he did not dare to say anything. F***ck, Suyu, bastard. If he succeeded this time, he would earn a fortune again. Suyu seemed to have forgotten what had just happened. It was as if nothing had happened. Inside the research institute, the sound of forging could be heard. Suyu did not chat much with the great Zhou King and quickly entered the research institute. At this moment, the Heavenly Forging King was striking a weapon. It was a divine whip-type weapon made from dragon coiling wood. It wasn't too flashy. The Heavenly Forging King's forging was very normal, and the weapon forging master's was very normal. When the later generations came to learn, they would seem mediocre, but when the Heavenly Forging King personally forged weapons, it had a kind of artistic feeling. This was forging an earth armament, not a heavenly armament. The dragon coiling wood he used wasn't too good either. Suyu frowned, seeing your Heavenly Forging King use a good dragon coiling wood to forge weapons. Heavenly armament. This kind of trash earth armament was completely meaningless, and there was not much point in learning from it. If it's crippled, then it's crippled. I have a lot of dragon coiling wood, so I don't lack it. The Heavenly Forging King cursed in his heart. Dog, fine, you said it, right? Then don't blame me for being impolite. He quickly took out an incomparably thick piece of dragon coiling wood and chuckled. Then I will use this to forge weapons. Suyu said calmly, sure, you can use 3 to 5 of them at a time. On the other side, Zhaoli could not help but scold. A prodigal son is not defeated like this. Suyu laughed. It's fine, I'm not lacking in money. F***ckU, Zhaoli snorted. After a few days of being rich, he had forgotten about his poverty. Thinking back to the time when he was in a hurry to obtain dozens of contribution points, now. Sure enough, this person was different when he was rich, a nouveau riche. He cursed in his heart again and again. Forget it. Looking at the poor look of the Heavenly Forging King, he had probably never been so extravagant before. Forget it, since Suyu had given him a lot, there were still a lot of them. Let's just forge it. Very quickly, the Heavenly Forging King used the thick dragon coiling wood to forge it. Shenwen continued to appear, refining the void with fire. Extraction, tempering, forging. Not long after, the Heavenly Forging King's entire body was covered in sweat. So you could not tell if there was any bloodline power or not. There were probably not many people who could see through this, other than himself, who had some experience with it. If you don't reveal your bloodline symbol. Actually, you don't have to reveal it. If you don't have any knowledge, you might not be able to tell. Not every Dao integration stage cultivator came from the primordial era. So you sent a sound transmission in his mind. Senior Ku, can you see anything? I don't feel anything. He didn't feel anything, so you frowned slightly. Did the Heavenly Forging King not use his full strength, or did he really not have any bloodline power? So you did not stay any longer, and quickly retreated, floating in the air. Looking at the few people in the river of time, they were doing their best to set up the formation, so you continued to send a sound transmission. Senior, what about now? I don't feel anything either. I know that the others haven't used their full strength. So you cursed in his heart. He didn't even use his full strength. Alright, it seems like he hasn't reached his limit yet. I'll wait a little longer. If it doesn't work, I'll see. Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly increased the input of his essence, and countless amounts of heaven's essence were quickly injected into the air. The few experts who were forging the formation could not help but say, there's no need to input it for now. It's not a good thing to have too much essence. It's easy to cause the formation to go berserk. Suyu said, I feel that it's too weak. The great bright lord, who was presiding over the formation, could not help but scold, weak. This is only the beginning. If it was strong from the beginning, then it wouldn't be a heaven rank formation, it would be a divine rank formation. Suyu, don't think that you know everything. Do you know how to set up a formation? If you say I'm weak, you're looking down on me. Suyu smiled. Alright then, I'll take a look. Suyu continued to wait, and at this moment, more and more experts arrived. Today, many experts from the large mansions had arrived at the assembly tomorrow. Suyu even saw Zhu Tiandao and the others watching from afar. They did not approach this place, however, the fact that so many experts were willing to forge such a powerful heavenly formation for Suyu showed that Suyu's face, and his wealth, were truly formidable. Suyu did not care about them. He continued to watch silently, waiting silently. It was understandable that he did not use his full strength in the beginning. In the later stage, if he did not use his full strength, the forging of weapons and formations would be useless, then he could not understand. He also let the cue ball keep an eye on them, staring at these guys. These were the people he suspected the most. Moreover, Suyu was also constantly narrowing down his targets, including Ji Hong's information, which he had seen before. Some of the people that Ji Hong had delineated were Burning Sea King, Silkworm Destruction King, Heavenly Forging King, and Heavenly King Jin. The targets that Suyu suspected were all among them. No, the little Zhou King was not here, because at that time, it was rumored that he was dead, so Ji Hong did not investigate him. These people have all been in charge of the battlefield, they have enough time to bribe those generals. Zhu Tianfeng is not a big suspect. He has disappeared for too long, and he does not exist in the human race. It will be very difficult for him to bribe some generals. Unless the Great Light King cooperates. If it was the Great Light Ruler, that was not right. Cooking Cake had sensed the Great Light Ruler's bloodline before. When Suyu thought of this, he quickly sent a voice projection to ask, Senior Cooking, I forgot to ask. Whose bloodline is the Great Light Ruler's? It should be the Great Light King's bloodline. In the ancient era, he was also a powerful human sovereign. Great Light King, the Great Light King, Suyu's heart skipped a beat. This is interesting, the Dasha of Goguryeo has the Battle Monarch bloodline, and the Great Light King has the Great Light King bloodline. Suyu quickly sent a voice transmission. Can you see that the Great Zhou King and the Great Qin King have the human sovereign bloodline? When the Great Qin King attacked with his full strength, he killed an unrivaled expert. At that time, Harry Ball's family was also fighting. Suyu did not know if Cooking Cake sensed it or not. The Great Qin King probably does not. He only has the pure power of the human bloodline, huh? Suyu was surprised. The Great Qin King did not have it. After thinking about it, Xiaochen did not mind it. This meant that the Great Qin King was very talented. Most of the unrivaled experts did not have the human sovereign bloodline. Those with the human sovereign bloodline were also rare. What about the Great Zhou King? I don't know. I did not sense it. He did not seem to have used his full strength, right? Chuiqiu did not know either. If one did not use their full strength and intentionally hit it, it would be very hard to sense it. They were all peak experts, it was not like one could probe him deeply. Furthermore, the Great Zhou King did not reveal his aura, making it even harder to judge. Suyu did not say anything. The Great Zhou King was not too suspicious. If it were him, some things would be very hard to resolve. After a while, a large formation gradually appeared in the air. Suyu could make out a few things. It was a very special formation, like a tall tower. There were many small doors around the tall tower. Countless doors formed this tall tower. Suyu wasn't a weakling, and his eyesight wasn't bad. After taking a closer look, he nodded slightly. The towers formed by the small doors had a suppressive effect, and the small doors were more like sealing talismans. Every small door had some power of time attached to it. The power of time was very dense. Black cracks appeared in the surroundings of the large formation. That was a sign that the formation was powerful and had the effect of cutting through space. It could even cut through the river of time. At this moment, the Great Light Sovereign shouted, "It is the crucial time. Myriad Gate Pagoda, 1 door, 1 formation. Silkworm Extermination, charge. Heaven Prohibition, reinforce the seal. Heavenly Essence, add the power to accelerate time." The Great Light Sovereign shouted, "Myriad Gate Pagoda, 10,000 formations into 1. Reinforce them 1 by 1, reinforce the seal 1 by 1, and finally merge them into 1 to form a complete formation. Any mistake might cause the formation to collapse. Everyone, do your best. Don't make any mistakes." "All right. Don't worry." Several experts shouted in a low voice. In the next moment, the Myriad Gate Pagoda opened up. 10,000 small doors floated in the air. The entire space was filled with those doors arranged in an orderly fashion, looking exceptionally majestic. At this moment, some of the foreign experts were dazzled by this sight. The human race still had experts. Don't be fooled by the fact that the change of the tide started late and rose up late. These invincible experts all had their own trump cards. As for the Great Light Sovereign, he was mainly responsible for reinforcing the entire large formation. The other 3 quickly gathered and started to perfect the small formations. Sweat poured down their faces, and their chi and blood surged. When each small door was perfected, it would explode with resplendent light. The Great Light Sovereign still had some strength left. He scolded, "Suyu, you did not give enough. It sounds like a lot, but it is not as much as what I have given. This won't do." Suyu smiled and said, "It is just a small matter. Great Light Sovereign, please put in more effort. Not to mention other things, I can still afford 8 or 10 pieces of materials. Although I am short of money, I do not lack it." The Great Light Sovereign's eyes lit up. With a low shout, his chi and blood surged, and his willpower stabilized the surroundings. He shouted, "You said it. This old man does not want much. You just need to provide all the materials for the Zhu clan's 5 generations of Dao corroborators." Suyu smiled and said, "The premise is that I live until then. If I live until then, it will naturally not be a problem. If I die, it will be for naught. That is not a problem." The Great Light Sovereign was overjoyed. This time, he worked even harder. The experts' auras grew stronger as the doors were successfully forged and modified. Among them, Heavenly King Jin was the weakest. Silkworm Destruction King was a level 5 Eternal Realm expert, Little Zhou King was a level 6 Eternal Realm expert, and Heavenly King Jin was only a level 4 Eternal Realm expert. At this moment, he was panting a little. He shouted, "Slow down. Give me some time to rest." He used all his strength. His chi and blood were strong, and his willpower was extremely strong. At this moment, Suyu asked again. The Mother Ball sent a voice transmission. "I did not see any sovereign personage bloodline power, mainly because I do not know if they are hiding their strength, unless you let me probe." "Deeper." That would not do. Probing deeper was a provocation. Forcefully probing was even more undesirable. At this time, he was helping you to work. If he was a traitor, then it would be fine. If not, then it would be hard to say. If word got out, his reputation would not be good. No wonder the Great Zhou King said that it might not succeed. Once there was a top-notch expert hiding his strength, it would indeed be difficult to deal with. Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly. However, according to Xia Chen, when he was alive, the other party should not have proven his Dao. He knew that the human race had proven their Dao. He had been dead for more than 300 years. the other party should not have proven his Tao for more than 300 years. How strong could he be? Furthermore, the other party did not know that Suyu had the ability to probe the power of his bloodline. It would be hard to say if it leaked out a little. He did not look over here. There was still time to wait. He quickly entered the research institute. At this moment, the Heavenly Forging King was also sweating profusely. The sound of forging was extremely loud. He did not use a hammer to forge, but used a special flame to continuously burn the weapon embryo. That flame was very strong, Suyu frowned slightly. Suddenly, he flashed and instantly appeared beside the Heavenly Forging King. The Heavenly Forging King was shocked and almost failed his forging. He could not help but ask angrily, "What are you doing?" Suddenly appearing out of nowhere, who was he trying to scare? Why did this guy suddenly pop up when he was forging the weapon just fine? Suyu said, "The forging is not good." What? The Heavenly Forging King was furious. "You can despise my strength, you can say that I forged too slowly, that I forged too gently, but you definitely cannot say that I forge badly in my domain." Nearby, Zhao Li and Zhao Tianbing both frowned. Too arrogant. Even if they were not convinced by the Heavenly Forging King, they would not say that he did not forge well. This was the only Heavenly Soldier Master in the human realm. Suyu was truly arrogant. As for Suyu, he said in a deep voice, "I have seen the ancient weapon forging technique, learned the Zhao clan's weapon forging technique, and also learned Senior Heavenly Forging King's weapon forging technique. You did not use your heart to forge, and held back a little." Suyu snorted, "I asked Senior to forge weapons for my teacher to learn, not just to watch Senior forge weapons." With that, a sledgehammer appeared in Suyu's hand. "I want to forge. Senior, if you are truly diligent, keep up with my pace, otherwise I can only ask Senior to leave." Does Senior really think that I, Suyu, am easy to deceive? You, the Heavenly Forging King was incomparably furious. "Alright, come, let me see how strong you, Suyu, are at forging weapons. This is the first time someone has humiliated me for being unable to forge weapons." The quarrel was very loud. At this moment, Da Xiao of Goguryeo and the others had also heard it, but they did not come in, because this was a battle between the weapon forging master. Suyu laughed, "Then let the Heavenly Forging King see what it means to truly go all out to forge weapons." Boom, the hammer smashed down on the weapon embryo. This hammer strike was a total of 270 vibrations. The power of the vibration spread throughout the entire embryo. The void split open. In an instant, a golden pattern appeared on the whip. The Heavenly Forging King said angrily, "This is a brute force vibration. Do you think?" Suyu ignored him. The fire of the 5 elements erupted, the fire of inheritance cleansed, and once again, the hammer struck down, the water and fire fused together. "Senior, follow me." The Heavenly Forging King snorted coldly, his flames also erupted, boiling incomparably. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The vibrating power shook the flames, causing the Heavenly Forging King's flames to tremble. He had no choice but to increase the output of his strength. Clenching his teeth in anger, he quickly quenched the flames, and on the whip, golden lines appeared one after another. The Heavenly Forging King said angrily, "Doing this is too dangerous. If you fail, your weapon will definitely be destroyed." Suyu said indifferently, "I don't lack money. If I forge like this, the weapon will be even stronger. What I want is strength, not province. With the same materials, I can forge 120 golden lines, and the failure rate is 70%, while Senior Heavenly Forging King, the failure rate is 30%, but when it is forged, there might only be 118 golden lines." The Heavenly Forging King said angrily, "Forging weapons is naturally based on stability. Wrong, the pursuit of weapons is to be strong. If the materials are useless, you can find them again. However, you can clearly forge 120 golden lines, yet you insist on forging 118. This is too conservative, this is a true waste." This was a difference in philosophy and wealth. Although the Heavenly Forging King was angry, he did not refute and sneered, "Alright, Suyu, I will accompany you in forging. I want to see if you still have the confidence to say that your forging is very strong after failing so many times and wasting so many materials. Then let's give it a try." Rumble, rumble, rumble. The loud sound of forging reverberated throughout the entire Dixia province. The shockwaves even caused the entire world to tremble. Suyu's strength was so strong that at this moment, Everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This fellow was really getting stronger and stronger. The huge shockwave caused the Heavenly Forging King's entire body to tremble. The veins on his arms popped out, but he gritted his teeth and followed Suyu's rhythm, quickly quenching and forging. I refuse to accept this. Is it amazing that you have money? I want to see what else you can be so arrogant about after you fail 10 fucking times and waste countless materials. As for Suyu, he simply took back his clothes, revealing his strong arms, wearing underpants, and smashed down heavily with the hammer. The shockwave became stronger and stronger, causing the entire research institute to tremble. The golden lines were increasing one by one. The Heavenly Forging King could not help but gasp for breath and scold, "Brute force, if this goes on, I won't be able to keep up, this weapon will be destroyed." Suyu said indifferently, "A professional blacksmith, if the Heavenly Soldier Master is unable to keep up with the Earth Soldier Master, then he would be someone who deceives the world." The Heavenly Forging King was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. "It's not that I can't keep up, it's that your brute force is too great." He's so angry. Was this a professional problem? This was a matter of strength. Damn bastard, he was exploding with anger. Rumble. Heavenly Forging King continued to follow. At this moment, the blood vessels on his arms suddenly exploded. On the other side, Zhao Li shouted, "Suyu, slow down." As for the Heavenly Forging King, he was truly enraged at this moment. "Hurry up, Suyu, whoever fails first today is King trash. Your father is a Heavenly Soldier Master, how can I not defeat an Earth Soldier Master like you?" This was a professional denial of his Heavenly Forging King, the only Heavenly Soldier Master of the human race. If Suyu failed today, he would have no face to live. Damned bastard, he wanted to slap Suyu crazily. "No matter how strong you are still just an Earth Soldier Master. Do you think you are very powerful? I have eaten more salt in my entire life than you have eaten rice." Suyu also started to compete, and sneered, "Senior, don't cry later, don't worry, if you are injured, I will just give you some more treasured medicines, let's see who will fail first." 2 top blacksmiths. Yes, Suyu was one too. He had personally forged the will of civilization, so he could be considered to be at the top. Perhaps the heavenly weapon was still lacking, but at this moment, wasn't there the Heavenly Forging King to support him? Rumble. There were more and more golden patterns. In the outside world, there were also many experts who were sweating profusely from anxiety. They wished they could go in and take a look. Damn, what's going on inside? It seemed like Suyu and the Heavenly Forging King were showing off their skills. To a blacksmith, this was simply. It was simply like countless beauties were waiting for you, but you couldn't even get close to them. That kind of anger, anxiety, eagerness, anticipation. The impact of all kinds of feelings would make one go crazy. In the air, the shadow of a weapon appeared. At this moment, 99 golden patterns had appeared on the whip. The speed at which the golden lines appeared was extremely fast. Both of them had invincible strength, and they were going all out, regardless of the cost. Forging an Earth Soldier was too easy. At this moment, Suyu continued to show off his skills, increasing the difficulty. Boom, the 100th golden pattern appeared in an instant. Not only that, the word Su also appeared on it. Yes, the word golden pattern. The Heavenly Forging King was incomparably furious. Who was he looking down on? Not long after, 101 golden patterns appeared, stronger than Suyu's. His skill was a level higher, and the 2 words Heavenly Forging appeared on it. Who? Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. A top-notch blacksmith, golden pattern transformation, this was truly a rare sight. The main reason was that if there was no need for it, even the Heavenly Forging King would not do this. Not to mention wasting his energy, the golden patterns would not be any stronger, so why bother? However, if he, the Heavenly Forging King, did not follow Suyu to show off his skills, wouldn't that make him seem weak? Humph. At this moment, Suyu was continuously forging, and he was going all out, his veins popping out. Nearby, Zhao Li and Zhao Tianbing were carefully observing, and Zhao Tianbing could not help but send a sound transmission. "This cheap student of yours is a little arrogant. Just from the looks of it, he is not as good as the Heavenly Forging King, but from what I can see, he wants to use his body to suppress the Heavenly Forging King. The vibration force is too strong. If this goes on, the Heavenly Forging King will be severely injured. Even if he wins, it will be an unfair victory. We are competing in forging weapons, not in martial arts, Suyu. It was a little tasteless. If you use unprofessional methods to win a professional matter, that would be tasteless. Zhao Li also frowned slightly, and sent a sound transmission. He is too young, a little impetuous, I will scold him later. He has never suffered a huge loss before, this guy. He is a little arrogant. He was also a little unhappy. Even if he won with such a method, he felt that it was inappropriate, weapon forging master, not competing in skill, but strength. Damn it, how embarrassing, he had lost the face of the weapon forging master. As for the heavenly forging king, he gritted his teeth in anger. In terms of strength, I am not afraid of you, Suyu. Boom, his qi and blood erupted once again, becoming even stronger. Not only that, one after another, Shenwen appeared, stabilizing the space. Shenwen was also incomparably powerful, water and fire were compatible, Suyu's vibrating power caused his body to tremble continuously. In the end, the heavenly forging king gritted his teeth, and his three bodies suddenly separated. A river of time appeared, and the power of the past and future quickly emerged. He sneered, come. If I don't make you, Suyu, submit today, I won't even be the heavenly forging king. 108 Golden Patterns. At this moment, clouds were about to appear in the sky. He wondered if there would be a reward for forging a heavenly soldier, and just as the 109 golden patterns were about to appear, Suyu clenched his teeth and smashed out with his hammer. Following that, he smashed out hundreds of times in a row. The heavenly forging king could not help but say angrily, it will destroy this weapon. No, I'm confident. Grasp your ancestor. Boom, at this moment, a huge force engulfed the entire research institute. The long whip suddenly erupted with a violent and unstable explosion of vitality. The heavenly forging king was flustered and exasperated. There was a problem after being smashed by Suyu. It was going to explode. However, this was a heavenly soldier material that was about to become a heavenly soldier. How could he bear to let it explode? Bastard! The heavenly forging king could not help but curse out loud. Seeing that Suyu was unwilling to accept it and wanted to beat him up again, he kicked Suyu away and roared. His blood and chi soared into the sky, his willpower boiled, and the blood vessels in his body exploded one after another. With a boom, a monstrous flame rose into the sky, forcefully destroying the berserk vitality, instantly suppressing the entire weapon riot. Suppress. Ping. Destroy. The heavenly forging king shouted loudly, rumbling as clouds descended from the sky. As for the heavenly forging king, he spat out a mouthful of blood and let out a long breath. His face was deathly pale as he looked at Suyu and snorted coldly, who won? I won, the weapon you forged almost exploded. I told you, you can't be so fierce, it was me who turned the tide and kept the weapon. I won, you arrogant brat, who do you think you are? Do you think you can beat me professionally? What a joke. As for Suyu, he frowned slightly and stood up sore. He grabbed onto the whip with one hand, and the will of civilization brushed past the whip, suppressing the riot, and inadvertently stained it with a little blood. Very quickly, a voice came from his head, it's not him, his bloodline is ordinary. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief, his face revealing a hint of helplessness. He put down the whip, cupped his fists and said, I lost, senior, please forgive me. I was too eager for quick success. As expected, my weapon forging skills are not good enough. Senior, I'm sorry, all the forging arrangements will be done according to Senior's instructions. As for the results of the forging, Senior will take 30%. Originally, the heavenly forging king was still angry, but now, hearing this, his anger decreased by 80%, and he snorted, you can still afford to lose. You are still young and impulsive, I can understand, but remember, in the human race, this old man is number one in weapon forging. Suyu nodded, and sighed, Junior understands. With that, he cupped his hands towards Zhao Li and the others, and sighed, Teacher, I have embarrassed the Zhao clan's weapon forging techniques. After this, if I do not become a heavenly soldier master, I will no longer forge weapons in front of others. Zhao Li wanted to say something but hesitated. After a long while, he said in a low voice, failure is not scary, victory is not arrogant, defeat is not discouraged. The path of weapon forging is not necessarily based on stability. I think your firm and fierce forging technique is very good. Previously, he had wanted to scold Suyu, but now that he saw that Suyu had been dealt a blow, he looked at the heavenly forging king and snorted in his heart. Suddenly, he looked at Zhao Tianbing and gritted his teeth. Senior brother, you go as well, forge a fierce method, and experience Senior Heavenly Forging King's great Tao. My Zhao clan's weapon forging technique is not inferior to any weapon forging technique. Zhao Tianbing also nodded his head, looked at the Heavenly Forging King, and laughed. Senior, this Junior Suyu does not understand the essence of my Zhao clan's weapon forging technique. This weapon has not been forged yet, why don't I cooperate with Senior? The Heavenly Forging King also laughed disdainfully. Just come. If Suyu can't do it, then you, Zhao Tianbing, can't do it either. With that said, Zhao Tianbing stood up sore and quickly revealed a sledgehammer. He wanted to continue competing with the Heavenly Forging King to see which kind of weapon forging technique was stronger. My child, I'll fight, but, you, the Heavenly Forging King, shamelessly boasted that your weapon forging technique was the strongest. The Zhao clan was not convinced. Boom, the forging continued. As for Suyu, he couldn't be bothered. It's not like I'm forging weapons for the sake of forging weapons. Seriously, this is a fight. Alright, you guys fight, I'm not playing anymore. Bye-bye, I'll go out and test the others. The Heavenly Forging King did not have the bloodline of the Hell King. The biggest suspect was the Heavenly King, and the second was the Silkworm King. Suyu quickly retreated. In the outside world, Dasha of Goguryeo laughed. Suffered a loss? Young people, it's better to suffer a bit. He must have been beaten up by society, this fellow was too arrogant. Competing with the Heavenly Forging King, he must have suffered a loss this time. Suyu said calmly, I am still young, only 20 years old. In a few years, when I forge the divine armament, victory and defeat will naturally be clear. Dasha of Goguryeo sighed in his heart. Beating him up wasn't enough, he was still arrogant. As for the King of Great Zhou, when he saw him staring at the Great Bright Lord and the others, his heart was moved. Suyu, this fellow, had quite a few tricks up his sleeves. That was good too, if Heavenly Forging was confirmed to be fine. To the King of Great Zhou, it was a joyous occasion. The human race was invincible, and almost all of the weapons used were forged by the Heavenly Forging King. If there was a problem with the Heavenly Forging King, that would be troublesome. As for the others, the problem wasn't too big. This was the best news of the day. At this moment, the King of Great Zhou revealed a brilliant smile. Beside his ears, Dasha of Goguryo's voice came, gloating, don't be too obvious. This kid is young and doesn't have a big heart. I think he's in a bad mood. You're smiling so happily, I think he'll hold a grudge. The King of Great Zhou laughed even more heartily. At the side, when Suyu saw this, he also revealed a smile and smiled at the King of Great Zhou, looking rather happy. Tacit understanding. As for Dasha of Goguryeo, he looked for a while and sighed in his heart. As expected, he held a grudge. This fellow was still not calm enough. Even if he held a grudge, he shouldn't be too obvious. The meeting hadn't even started. If you laugh now, even a fool would know that you held a grudge. He. Suyu continued to laugh. At the side, the King of Great Zhou also smiled and nodded. He looked like he was doing well and everyone was doing well. Dasha of Goguryeo secretly took a deep breath. Both of them were laughing. It was a little horrifying. They wouldn't start fighting, right? Cough cough. Dasha of Goguryeo coughed lightly and stood in the middle of them. He said with a smile, look, the forging of the formation is going quite smoothly. Old Zhu's methods are still impressive. I'll be the peacemaker. Stop for a moment. Suyu was slightly taken aback, then he really laughed. Dasha of Goguryeo. What was he doing? As for the King of Great Zhou, he also smiled and revealed a smile. Old Xia. Sigh, a fighter, what a pity, a fighter is a fighter. He always likes to think that he's infallible. The King of Great Zhou couldn't be bothered to say more. Continue, we'll just watch you perform. At this moment, the Heavenly Forging King was still forging weapons together with Zhao Tianbing. As for Suyu, he did not care about Dasha of Goguryeo. This person didn't know anything and was blindly interfering. He didn't know anything, so there was no point in saying anything. The most handsome man in the world should just obediently be a cold and handsome old man. When he was cold, he was still very domineering and handsome. It wouldn't do if he kept talking, it would easily destroy his image. Suyu turned his gaze to the others. Silkworm King annihilating, Heavenly King Jean. These two were the most suspicious. Silkworm King annihilating. So you thought about the time cultivation technique. Also, it was said that Silkworm King annihilating had a human king bloodline, but no one knew what kind of human king bloodline it was. Lord Cooking, has Silkworm King annihilating revealed the aura of his human king bloodline? No. The cue ball replied. So you understood. In other words, Silkworm King annihilating had not gone all out yet. From the looks of it, this was not the time for him to go all out. As for the formation, only a few hundred of the tens of thousands of doors had been charged. From the looks of it, it would still take a long time for it to be completed. Is it Silkworm King annihilating? So you thought about this and said, Senior Silkworm King annihilating, I also know the method of time. If you are tired, I can go and replace you for a while. Tired? Silkworm King annihilating laughed, it's alright, I haven't reached my limit yet, this is just the beginning. So you said with a smile, that's good. I thought that senior was tired. This grand array is charging very slowly. Slow? Silkworm King annihilating was speechless, you care if it was slow or not, it wasn't like he had to complete the formation in a day. Suyu, this fellow, had suffered a loss at Heavenly Forging and was unconvinced, so he wanted to find some sense of existence here. You're just a brute, what do you know, you're just a little stronger. Do you know what the power of rules is? Silkworm King annihilating was too lazy to reply, and continued to work with the others to forge the formation. One by one, the doors were quickly charged and sealed, and the great bright lord controlled the formation, quickly gathering all the charged doors, forming the foundation of the tower. So you continued to watch. Before long, someone flew over. It was Xianxia. When Xianxia arrived, he first smiled at Suyu. It was a very kind smile, but it was a bit awkward. He was the same as his father. It wasn't suitable for him to smile, but he still had to smile. Actually, his smile was a bit ugly. The moment he arrived, he did not say much and quickly looked at Xia of Goguryeo and the king of Great Zhou. Uncle Xia, Uncle Zhou, the various residences have sent me here to ask if tomorrow's meeting will be held as usual? At this moment, the sky was already dark. It was not far from dawn. Was the meeting still going to be held? Proceed as per normal. The king of Great Zhou said with a faint smile, it won't delay matters. They can forge their formations and forge their weapons. You guys can talk about your own matters. This matter shouldn't be discussed by us seniors in the first place. It doesn't affect anything. Xianxia listened to him and nodded. Alright, I understand. I'll tell everyone. Why do you still want to open it at the City Lord's mansion? No, let's open it in the Civilization Academy. The king of Great Zhou said with a smile, it's closer. It'll be easier for us to listen in. Xianxia did not have any objections. It didn't matter where it was held. He smiled at Suyu once more. Very quickly, Xianxia left to inform the other residences to hold the meeting as usual tomorrow. As for the king of Great Zhou, he thought for a moment and looked at Suyu. I'm afraid the meeting with the various residences won't be something that can be done in a day or two. Don't be in a hurry to make a decision and don't be rash. Fight for it bit by bit and try to convince the various residences. It might not be a bad thing if some people object. I just hope for a better outcome. Fight for it bit by bit, Suyu was puzzled. Fight for it bit by bit. What did that mean? Stall for time? Did it have to be held for 8 to 10 days just for a meeting? Seeing that he did not understand, the king of Great Zhou hesitated for a moment. He was actually a little worried that Suyu would spoil things. His original intention was to not say it so that Suyu would not know the situation. However, if he did not say it, that fellow, Suyu, might really be able to spill blood in the human realm. What a troublesome fellow. After thinking for a moment, the king of Great Zhou smiled. Let's not talk about this. Didn't you say previously that you wanted to see the king of Great Zhou's man-made Shenwen? Since they are forging the array now, how about I bring you there to take a look? Now? Suyu was stunned. Now, did he have something to say to him? Was it about the traitor? Go to Dazhou Prefecture? That's right. Suyu. At the side, Xia of Goguryeo coughed gently. I'll go with you guys. This time, the human realm had arranged for him and the Great Light Prince to protect Suyu. Now that the Great Light Prince was forging the array, only he could go. As for old Zhou, he was not too worried. However, he still had to reassure Suyu. He wanted to follow. Suyu thought for a moment but said, "There's no need for your majesty, Dasha of Goguryeo. This is the human realm. I don't believe that there's a Dao integration cultivator in one state who dares to kill me. Even if there is, at the human realm, your majesty, the king of Great Zhou can hold them off for a moment. I can open the dead spirit passageway and leave this place." Dasha of Goguryeo wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. The king of Great Zhou smiled. "That's it then. Old Xia, it's fine. With me here, so you won't be in much danger." Dasha of Goguryeo pondered for a moment and sent a voice transmission to Suyu. "Be careful. If you can't do it, you don't have to take a look now. When the array is completed, old Zhu and I will accompany you." "I know." Suyu nodded slightly. Very quickly, he looked at the king of Great Zhou and smiled. "Your majesty, let's go take a look at the man-made Shenwen now." "All right." The king of Great Zhou smiled. "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed after taking a look, I hope not." The king of Great Zhou said no more. As for Suyu, he judged that the Silkworm Destruction King and the rest wouldn't exhaust their strength so quickly. There was no point in watching. If he left now, the traitor might lower his guard. As for the king of Great Zhou wanting to harm him, if this guy was really a bad guy, Suyu would make him suffer. Coincidentally, the cue ball was here. Very quickly, Suyu followed the king of Great Zhou and rose into the air, flying towards Dazhou Prefecture. The king of Great Light, who was forging the array, shouted, "Where are we going?" At the side, Dasha of Goguryeo said, "Old Zhou, bring him to the place where he created Shenwen to take a look." "Follow him." The king of Great Light shouted. Old Qin had instructed him and Dasha of Goguryeo to protect Suyu. If anything happened to Suyu in the mortal realm, it would be super troublesome. Dasha of Goguryeo did not say anything and sent a voice transmission. "I think old Zhou has something to say to this lad. Furthermore, all of you are forging the array and weapons. If I leave, the elites of the 36 prefectures are all here. If they are captured in one fell swoop, it will be huge trouble. Trust old Zhou this time. I think he will be fine." The king of Great Light was speechless. "I trust him too." The key was, what if, forget it. Suyu was not an idiot. If he suspected the king of Great Zhou, he might not dare to leave alone with him. It was either because he had confidence or he believed that the king of Great Zhou wouldn't do anything to him. Suyu and the king of Great Light traveled in the air. Although they did not seem fast, they traversed dozens of miles in a single step. The king of Great Zhou was different from the silence of Dasha of Goguryeo. Right now, he was smiling as he introduced the cities below to Suyu, their origins, interesting news, and anecdotes. Some stories came to him easily. Including some gossip and rumors, everything was crystal clear to him. Suyu listened silently for a while before saying slowly, "Your Majesty's control over the mortal realm is rather detailed." The king of Great Zhou chuckled. "That's normal. Civilizationists like to think more. It's the same for the king of Great Light. If not, why are there so many storytellers in the world?" Suyu was speechless. That seemed to be the case. There was no way to refute it. The storytellers of the Great Ming residents were all over the world, and that was a powerful front line of public opinion. At that moment, after leaving Dexia province, the king of Great Zhou said, "It's actually very difficult for you to find a second one." "Very difficult?" Suyu frowned. "I've already locked onto a few people. Unless your majesty causes trouble." "I won't cause trouble. It's meaningless." The king of Great Zhou smiled. "Actually, I want to find one as well. However, if I put myself in your shoes, as a traitor, will you expose yourself so easily? I don't know what methods you'll use to find and judge. It might be related to bloodline, aura, and Shenwen. However, can all of this be taken seriously?" "What?" Suyu was puzzled. The king of Great Zhou pondered for a moment. "That fellow is meticulous and not an ordinary person. Otherwise, I would have discovered it long ago." He rarely makes a move. Or rather, up until now, he has only made a move once, provoking Fenhai to kill Yi Badian. Yi Badian was killed and he might not even make a move personally, including the destruction of the Lu family. Fenhai's intention was to threaten the Lu family and let Lu Wenyan return. As for why it was destroyed, do you think that fellow would personally control him? I suspect that he might just be tempting him and he might not make a move personally. Including the information that Ji Hong found, he might just be tempting you. Doesn't he know about the information that Ji Hong found previously? Suyu said, Your Majesty means that this person might know that we know of his existence. Therefore, he hid very deeply. Other than himself, no one else knows of his identity. Yes. The king of Great Zhou smiled. If it was me, if I were that person, I would only trust myself. I wouldn't tell a second person that I'm a traitor. Therefore, what you found might not be true. Suyu frowned again. What was this? Was he trying to exonerate the traitor or did he really think so? Does your Majesty have any suspects? Of course. The king of Great Zhou smiled. After so many years, there are naturally suspects. Perhaps similar to you, heavenly forging, silkworm annihilation and heavenly prohibition are all possible. Have you ruled out heavenly forging? Suyu nodded slightly. Generally speaking, I can rule it out unless he is hiding very deeply and has a living invincible helper behind him. I extracted a bit of his bloodline aura. That's the aura of a living invincible realm being. Unless he's prepared a second invincible realm being, or a living human that I don't recognize or have never seen before, I'll be able to tell. The king of Great Zhou nodded. It's best if it's not him. With that said, he continued, put aside the matter of the traitor for now. Delay the meeting tomorrow. I think you might have other motives. It doesn't matter, including your father's birthday banquet. On the third day of the meeting, you can host it. Why? You need to give us some time. The king of Great Zhou smiled. Focus your attention on Dexia province. Everyone is staring at Dexia province. Can you do that? Suyu. The king of Great Zhou smiled. It won't do you any harm. I want to know the reason. Reason? The king of Great Zhou smiled. There's no special reason. Old Qin and I will be going on a mission to resolve some problems. However, we need to leave without anyone knowing. We need time. Suyu's mind raced. Mission, if the king of Great Qin and the king of Great Zhou were going, then the scale of this mission would not be small. There might be other people participating. These two were the most powerful people in the human race. Were they going to deal with Dao integration? Otherwise, there was no need for these people to sneak around to deal with ordinary 9th stage eternal realm cultivators. Dao integration, which Dao integration was worth dealing with, some people appeared in Suyu's mind. The dragon race or the heavenly abyss tribe? As for the three major tribes, they would not be the target. Too powerful, even if they killed a Dao integration cultivator, the human race would not have any advantage. Instead, they might be surrounded and annihilated. What do you think? Suyu thought for a moment. The heavenly abyss tribe is more suitable. However, they are very mysterious and might even be related to the world of dead souls. In my opinion, the heavenly abyss tribe is more dangerous than the dragon race. The king of Great Zhou nodded. Then the dragon race is more suitable? No, it's still the heavenly abyss tribe. Suyu thought for a moment. It's precisely because they are mysterious that we should take them by surprise and eliminate them instantly. Otherwise, once a great war breaks out in the future, this tribe's curse arts will be unleashed. While invincible, those below invincible might be cursed to death. This tribe might have fewer powerful people, but I feel that their destructive power might be greater than the dragon race and their deterrent force is stronger than the dragon race. Not because of Yi Badian? The king of Great Zhou asked with a smile. Suyu laughed. To put it bluntly, do I know Yi Badian? It has nothing to do with Yi Badian. This tribe is indeed a great threat. They can even reach an agreement with some dead spirit monarchs. He really did not say that he wanted to destroy the heavenly abyss tribe because of Yi Badian. This tribe was definitely a greater threat than the dragon race, no matter how strong the dragon race was, they were not mysterious and unpredictable enough. However, the Heavenly Abyss tribe was mysterious and unpredictable. At critical moments, they might even threaten everyone. Yes. The King of Great Zhou nodded with a smile. You're right. Suyu sucked in a breath. That's true, the King of Great Zhou and the others were really going to attack the Heavenly Abyss tribe. What boldness! What guts! Once they were surrounded in the Heavenly Abyss realm, they would be in deep trouble. Furthermore, the other party had a Dao integration existence. Even if they had fewer invincible existences, a Dao integration existence was not weak. Furthermore, which ancient race didn't have a trump card? Once we fail, we'll be in deep trouble. Suyu said. The King of Great Zhou chuckled. We'll have to face it sooner or later, right? That's true. He who strikes first gains the upper hand. Right now, everyone feels that the human race doesn't dare to break the balance first. If the human race really breaks the balance first. Suyu shook his head. There would be a lot of trouble in the future, a great war might break out again, and this time, it might be against the human race and not him. The King of Great Zhou chuckled. So be it. It's a good thing that a war breaks out. At the very least, those hesitant fellows won't have the time to consider. Your Majesty, are you talking about yourself? Suyu chuckled. Doesn't Your Majesty disapprove of external wars? The King of Great Zhou chuckled. Perhaps? Perhaps it's to make up my mind. Suyu thought for a moment. Then, Your Majesty, you want me to stay in the human realm because, firstly, to attract attention. Secondly, to cooperate. When we leave, your guards might face some non-existent versions of us. They are powerful and might be able to see something. Thirdly, once we are surrounded in the Heavenly Abyss realm, the human realm might be ambushed. The King of Great Zhou said softly, we will leave some resistance forces in the human realm. However, once the large races surround and attack, the human realm might be breached. I hope you can put in some effort to hold on and save the human realm. Me? Suyu chuckled. I can't do that. You can do it. Suyu chuckled and did not say anything. The King of Great Zhou did not continue and led him forward. Not long later, a small city appeared in front of Suyu. Suyu took a glance and frowned slightly. Northern Yuan? Yes, Northern Yuan City. The King of Great Zhou chuckled. There is a relic here that was inherited by Tian Yuan. Therefore, he has proven his Dao. Xinwen's man-made method is carried out in this relic. It is safe, secretive, and no one can pry into it. Relic, the relic of Northern Yuan City, Suyu nodded slightly. He had heard of it before. There were 4 Yuan in the north, south, east, and west Yuan. The other 3 Yuan had relic except for Southern Yuan. Southern Yuan. Perhaps it existed. Perhaps it was taken away. Perhaps, it was at Mount Xinglua. Was that considered Southern Yuan? The current Southern Yuan was very small, too small. If it was really as big as other large cities, perhaps Mount Xinglua would also belong to Southern Yuan. The King of Great Zhou continued. The north, south, east, and west Yuan are actually the territories of ancient experts. The 4 extremities of the human realm. In ancient times, it was actually the territories of the 4 human kings. It was also their fiefdom. Northern Yuan was actually the fiefdom of the ancient King Wu. Southern Yuan was the fiefdom of King Wen. Suyu was slightly stunned. King Wen? Yes. The King of Great Zhou laughed. Are you surprised? Actually, there is nothing to be surprised about. They are all humans and their foundations are at the human realm. The Starry Mansion is just a new mansion built later on. Suyu frowned. Southern Yuan was King Wen's territory, Northern Yuan was King Wu's? What about the East and West Yuan? Suyu asked curiously. North, South, East, West. Under normal circumstances, the East is revered. You are wrong. The King of Great Zhou laughed. In ancient times, the South was revered. The loser was in the North. This was called the loser. In ancient times, King Wu and King Wen often fought and King Wu was defeated. Hence, King Wu resided in the north and King Wen resided in the south. Was that so? Suyu was not too bothered. Who knew what was going on in ancient times after 100,000 years? The east is King Ming's territory and the west is Hell King's territory. Hell King resided in the west. Su Yu's heart stirred. He knew about the 4 powerful human kings. Was King Ming very strong? Hell King was definitely strong. Otherwise, how would he dare to go against King Wen? Although it was after King Wen disappeared, it was not strange for Hell King to reside in the west. But King Ming resided in the east. That was strange. King Ming is very powerful? Yes. The king of Great Zhou laughed. In ancient times, there were actually some words left behind. The meaning of King Ming is that the sun and moon are mine. In this world, the sun and moon are mine. Even the sun and moon have to lower their heads when they see me. It's not about the sun-moon realm. As he spoke, he tore the void. However, the ruins of the north, south, east and west Yuan might not be their residences. Even if they were, they would have been destroyed a long time ago. Therefore, the ruins that we inherited might not be the true ruins of the ancient people. It might be from the previous tide or the tide before that. As they spoke, the king of Great Zhou tore the void. It was a special space, so you followed him in and felt that the heaven origin chi was rather thick. However, it was not thick enough to shock Suyu. The so-called ruins entered his eyes. There was nothing to see. There were just some ancient buildings. Suyu took a look and found that they were not as good as the fake ruins in southern Yuan. However, Suyu saw something surprising. In the ruins, there was a high platform. Suyu did not care about what was on the platform. He was looking at the surroundings of the platform, the countless corpses. Suyu's expression changed. Many corpses, no, corpses, they were all bones without flesh and blood. He instantly looked at the king of Great Zhou. The king of Great Zhou said calmly, they are all research materials. Most of them are civilization masters. Some are from Wan and some are from the human race. Human race? Suyu was shocked. The king of Great Zhou said calmly, they are all criminals. They are either from Wanzhou or heinous crimes. Humans cannot be used for research. Suyu said in a deep voice. The king of Great Zhou nodded slightly. There is such a rule. Therefore, we did not continue it later on. It was all done in advance. Suyu did not speak. The king of Great Zhou looked at the high platform and said softly, made by Shenwen. Actually, we did not study it deeply. However, we created some powerful Shenwen. Do you know why? Why? The answer is on that high platform. Suyu frowned. He stepped on the air and flew towards the high platform. The king of Great Zhou followed. When Suyu approached the high platform, his heart stirred. There seemed to be some reaction. He quickly went forward and took a look. His heart skipped a beat. 10,000 arts. It was a fragment with 2 words on it, 10,000 arts, yes, 10,000 arts, Suyu quickly took out his own record word. His eyes flickered as he looked at the king of Great Zhou. The king of Great Zhou said calmly, I did not know before. When the heaven supervisor took out the heaven hunter list and the word catalog appeared, I knew that this might be a part of the heaven hunter list. The original name of the heaven hunter list might be the 10,000 art catalog. Suyu was stunned. He recalled the heaven supervisor's words. There were 3 fragments and the last one was very important. With the 3 combined, he could even control the heaven hunter list. As for the 3rd piece, he might know where it was. However, he could not retrieve it, if this was it. He indeed could not retrieve it because it was in the hands of the king of Great Zhou. 10,000 art catalog. Suyu recalled what Bean Bun had said previously. King Wen was created by imitating the Book of Time. And the Book of Time was also known as the Book of 10,000 Arts, therefore, the word catalog was not all. The full name was 10,000 Art Catalog, the King of Great Zhou explained, 10,000 arts. It has the effect of 10,000 arts returned to 1. How did an artificial Shenwen be created? At first, we didn't understand. Later, we accidentally killed a Wan civilization master and the Shenwen fragment fell into the 10,000 art fragment. I didn't expect it to be reconstructed into a Shenwen. From then on, we began to study it in depth. The more we studied, the more shocked we were. The 2 words 10,000 arts simply have unfathomable power. Suyu said in a deep voice, 10,000 arts return to 1. Shinwen reconstruction. Artificial cultivation. No, this is a rule. A special method to scatter the power of Shinwen's rule and then reconstruct it. Suyu seemed to understand. He thought of the Book of Time, the one in his head. At this moment, he understood why it could be converted into a human cultivation technique. It was a kind of rule distortion. It distorted the wand's rule to the point where it was suitable for humans to cultivate, and the imitation forged by King Wen should have also used this method to incorporate the wand Shinwen or the human Shinwen into it, distorting the rules and recreating Shinwen. At this moment, he understood a lot. This was indeed a part of the Heaven Hunter Atlas, and it was a very important part. The Heaven Hunter Atlas should have been called the 10,000 Arts Atlas. It absorbed the aura of the wand powerhouses and even had the effect of killing the wand powerhouses. After killing them, it would devour their everything, distort it, and give birth to rule power. This was an evil weapon similar to the Book of Civilization. Suyu was enlightened. Be it the Book of Civilization or the Heaven Hunter Atlas, they were actually imitations of the Book of Time. However, the Heaven Hunter Atlas was forged by King Wen, so it was incomparably powerful. The Book of Civilization was forged by Suyu himself, so it was much weaker. As Suyu was still thinking, the word record in his hand resonated with the 10,000 arts fragment on the high platform. The king of the Great Zhou pretended that he did not see it and continued, "This fragment is rather powerful. As long as one has enough willpower and divine character fragments, it will eventually be absorbed by the fragment. Then, a powerful divine character will be born, and it might even be mixed with many characteristics. What you said before was actually right. Xianxia Shinwen is actually a type of Shinwen mixed together." Suyu said, "That's a combination of rules. I kind of understand what you mean. Xianxia is a test subject. If I'm not wrong, Your Majesty, the King of Great Zhou, should know what the divine characters represent. You want to perfect a type of nomological law, and you want to try combining the divine characters and nomological law to step into Dao integration?" King Zhou said calmly, "It can't be done. I just want to try to see if Shinwen can let people step into eternal after combining, not Dao integration, and even more so after Dao integration. I want to try to see if I can use this to create some powerful eternal civilization masters. The truth is, it's impossible. After Shinwen is reconstructed, it will lose a lot of its spirituality. Xianxia's is actually an unexpected product and also a unique one. It has room for self-growth, so Xianxia is also an existence that can't be replicated. Right now, this thing is a little useless, but it's not completely useless. However, it can only create some fake Shinwen that has lost its spirituality. It's similar to a mystic realm in the sea of consciousness. To put it simply, it's a process of purifying the chaotic Shinwen. So, it's much easier for a civilization master to cultivate. It's not a dream to shatter Shinwen, but it's very difficult to cultivate other things. Artificially created Shinwen, it was created through this." At this moment, in Suyu's mind, the cue ball said curiously, "It seems very fun, but the combination of rules tastes about the same when eaten. No, this is also a good thing. It can gather the small rules together bit by bit and form a big rule to eat." The cue ball was a little excited and sent a voice transmission, "Suyu, can I snatch it away?" "This is quite good." However, Suyu quickly said, "There's no rush." He was thinking about something. In his hand, the record Shinwen kept vibrating as if it wanted to fuse with the other party. "Suyu, my luck is a little good." Suyu looked at the King of Great Zhou and asked, "Your Majesty, can I take this away?" "Yes." The King of Great Zhou did not say anything and chuckled, "Actually, this thing is very precious, but it doesn't have much meaning in the eternal realm. Maybe after fusing, it will have more meaning." Suyu said, "Your Majesty, if we take down the Tianyuan tribe and kill the Tianyuan Half-Emperor, can you give me his diagram fragment?" "Of course." Suyu smiled, "My luck is unparalleled." His luck is too good. The King of Great Zhou's 10,000 techniques fragment was given to him just like that. On one hand, it was not very useful to him, on the other hand, Suyu was worth his investment, and on the other hand, it was because Suyu already had the record fragment. If he didn't have it, then he wouldn't want it. Why would he want it? If he didn't have it, the King of Great Zhou wouldn't give it to him, so why would he want it? because he had it, the king of Great Zhou gave it to him directly. And where did Suyu's thing come from? The Sky Destroyer gave it to him. The Sky Destroyer snatched it from Duo Bao. All of this was luck. Luck made Duo Bao throw the thing to the Sky Destroyer. Luck made Suyu get it. Luck made Suyu know that the other piece was with the king of Great Zhou. Luck made the king of Great Zhou give it to him. Luck made the king of Great Zhou and the others attack the Tianyuan tribe soon. Very soon, Suyu's 3-in-1 wish would be fulfilled. His luck was so good, the heaven supervisor had thought and planned for countless years, but he couldn't achieve the 3-in-1 and couldn't get these fragments. Now, luck let Suyu get these things. Luck, if luck was too good, too coincidental, then it might not be luck. Suyu looked at the king of Great Zhou. Your Majesty, did you bring me here because you know I have the record fragment? The king of Great Zhou thought about it and nodded. You can say so. I guessed that they are one, so I brought you here to see. If I didn't have the record fragment, would you still bring me here? The king of Great Zhou smiled. It's hard to say. Then where did your Majesty get this? It's in this ruin. It might have been left behind during the last tide, or by someone from the tide before that, or by the 100-battle monarch from the last tide. I heard that the 100-battle monarch lived nearby in the late stages. 100-battle monarch, an expert that was close to or had reached the human king level. Could the heaven supervisor take it from him? Impossible. Heaven supervisor, Suyu's eyes narrowed. At this moment, he finally had suspicions, huge suspicions. This bastard, he might have really tricked me. He's borrowing luck. He wants to use my hands to recombine the 3 fragments. Many treasures is his man, and he purposely threw it to me, a person with great luck. He knows that I might be the only one who can collect the 3 fragments. This isn't metaphysics, this is luck. He is luck spirit. I might have really been tricked by him. This old bastard, he couldn't collect all of them, so he wanted to borrow my hands to collect them. Once the 3 are combined, and I heard the heaven supervisor say that with the 3 combined, I might be able to control the heaven hunter list, then I will definitely do my best to collect them. If I really wait for the 3 to combine, at the crucial moment, once I take it out, it might be taken away by this old bastard, completing his wish of refining the heaven hunter list. Luck is too good, it's not a good thing. So you suddenly picked up the word record. My luck is too good. Who knows, this thing might have played a role. Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly said, if your Majesty attacks the heavenly abyss race, there might be people watching. It might not be a bad thing. That old bastard might lend a hand and get rid of half-emperor heavenly abyss. King of the Great Zhou raised his brows slightly. After a moment, he said, you mean, him? Yes. Suyu nodded and gritted his teeth. I might have been tricked. I just felt that something was not right. The road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. I didn't even have any setbacks, and I succeeded smoothly. There's a 90% chance that it was that old bastard who tricked me. King of the Great Zhou fell into deep thought. After a moment, he said, are you sure it isn't an obstacle? Most likely not. I'm not sure about the specifics, but my guess is that he must want the 3 fragments to combine. Now that 2 are with me, there might be some changes under the 3 combined. Changes might be on the record fragment. This fragment might have been tampered with. King of the Great Zhou thought for a moment and smiled. If you think so, then it's interesting. That guy is extremely powerful. In the entire universe, it's probably hard to find someone stronger than him. Then according to your guess, there's also a problem with the West Pavilion? It's hard to say. King of the Great Zhou nodded in deep thought. After a moment, he said, if that's the case, that person might not appear personally. But if we go there, we might encounter the West Pavilion. In fact, he might even come to lend us a hand at the crucial moment. King of the Great Zhou smiled. That's on the premise that your guess is correct. Suyu, if you're wrong, then there might be problems if we make some judgments based on your idea. Suyu shrugged. That's your problem, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just saying some of my guesses. King of the Great Zhou heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Got it. Let's wait and see. With that said, he asked, mind letting me take a look at this? Suyu threw the record fragment over. King of the Great Zhou took it and checked it. After a moment, he shook his head. I can't see any problems. That's true. If even I can see it, then it's too lousy. You're really paranoid. If it were him, would he be suspicious? Not necessarily, but Suyu didn't seem to trust him from the start. Suyu sneered and said, suspicious? No, it's just that I don't have many friends and relatives. Other than these people, I don't trust anyone. Including His Majesty and King of the Great Qin. Even if King of the Great Qin is the backbone of the human race, it's impossible for me to completely trust him now. Sigh. King of the Great Zhou sighed and quickly smiled. That's a good thing. One must always be on guard against others. Suyu nodded. Of course, especially you. I'm on guard against you. If you dare to touch me, I'll let the cue ball eat you. The secret of man-made Shenwen was solved. Suyu was a little disappointed. The 10,000 arts was a good thing, but he thought it was a technique. He was quite impressed by the research ability of the civilizational engineers of Dazhou Prefecture. Now he knew it wasn't a technique. To think I overestimated you. Borrowing the 10,000 arts catalog was the same as Suyu borrowing the Book of Time to derive cultivation techniques. Although he had his own ideas, the main point was the ability of the catalog itself. In the end, those guys from Dazhou Prefecture might not be as strong as him in terms of research ability. Most likely, they were not as good as Bai Feng. As expected, my teacher is a genius in research. These people have to step aside. Bai Feng was truly capable. Suyu and those guys from Dazhou Prefecture had borrowed some strength. They weren't really peerless geniuses. At this moment, Suyu also knew the goal of King of the Great Zhou and the rest. Invading the Tianyuan domain, it sounded quite exciting. King of the Great Zhou said again, if you really find that guy, tell me. I'll think of a way to let him die in the Tianyuan domain. Don't cause too much trouble. Otherwise, everyone will be in danger. If the second one appears, what about the third? That's not a good thing. Suyu pondered for a moment and nodded. I'll try my best. If I find him, I'll tell you. But, if you don't kill him, I'll kill him myself. Not only will I kill him, but I'll also find his connection even if he's not in the universe. Of course. King of the Great Zhou nodded. Suyu said again, if you really kill him, I want his corpse intact. This. It was quite difficult. King of the Great Zhou frowned. Kill an Eternal Realm expert and preserve his corpse intact. I have a use for it. I think King of the Great Zhou can do it. King of the Great Zhou laughed. You're quite sure? Suyu said meaningfully, of course, maybe King of the Great Zhou has already touched that net. Once you break it, maybe, you'll be able to step out. Net? Suyu grinned. I'm just saying. Only King of the Great Zhou can make me feel invincible in the mortal realm. Even if I'm competent, at this moment, I feel a little guilty in front of King of the Great Zhou. King of the Great Zhou laughed. Why would I? Of course I will. Suyu chuckled. Your Majesty, don't belittle yourself. Ever since I comprehended your Shenwen, I knew that your Majesty should have a place in the universe. King of the Great Zhou laughed. You've overestimated me. Forget it, forget it. Let's go back to Dixia province. Suyu did not say much. To be honest, he brought the cue ball with him. Standing together with King of the Great Zhou, he felt a little guilty. This was definitely not a psychological effect. He was really feeling a little guilty. This person might really be quite terrifying. One wasn't afraid of bad guys being strong. One was afraid of bad guys being sinister and strong. This person had both. He might even be a bad guy. How terrifying. Very quickly, the two of them returned to Dixia province. At this moment, the sky was about to brighten. As for Suyu, there was an additional fragment in the records of civilization, the King of Great Zhou's 10,000 arts fragment. He did not let the fragment fuse with the word record, but used the pages to suppress it, and even placed the word record beside the cue ball. What did the Heaven Supervisor want? That didn't matter. There was one thing that Suyu understood. Before the three fragments merged, no matter how many thoughts the Heaven Supervisor had, he would not take them away and cause trouble for Suyu. Borrow luck. Suyu somewhat understood the Heaven Supervisor's thoughts. This fellow, who had obtained the Tao through luck, was borrowing his luck, or rather, adding a bit of luck to himself. He wanted him to help him complete what he had not been able to do for tens of thousands of years. Whether it was the Heavenly Abyss Half-Emperor or the King of Great Zhou, it would be difficult for him to deal with them alone. Now, with Suyu, he might be able to take them away smoothly. That was a good idea. When Suyu and the others returned, Dasha of Goguryeo heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that they were fine, seeing that the two of them were chatting happily. It seemed like they did not fight. This was a good thing. Dasha of Goguryeo heaved a sigh of relief. Suyu looked at them again. At this moment, he had already forged over 1,000 doors. On the other side, the Heavenly Forging King and Zhao Tianbing had also fought to the peak. The two of them had actually created 117 golden patterns, 109, that was the Heavenly Soldier. Once 118 golden patterns were forged, it would be a medium Heavenly Soldier, and it could be used as a carrier. These two whips, whose main material was the dragon coiling wood, had forcefully forged 117 golden patterns. As expected, they were all top-notch experts in the Tao of weapon forging. Suyu looked for a while, then looked towards the Great Bright Lord and the others. At this moment, all the invincible experts were panting. And not far from here, an academy hall was being modified, waiting for the Sacred Land meeting after dawn. Suyu focused on the Heavenly King and the Silkworm Extermination King. At this moment, because the Heavenly King was the weakest, he was panting violently. His chi and blood were boiling, and his willpower was also boiling. It felt like he was already going all out. Suyu frowned and transmitted his voice. Lord Cooking, did you sense the bloodline aura? No, apart from the Great Bright Prince, there doesn't seem to be anyone else. Not even the Silkworm Destruction King? No. Suyu was surprised. Silkworm Annihilation King hadn't reached its limit yet. This guy hasn't used up all his strength yet. Dasha of Goguryeo had said that Silkworm Annihilation King seemed to have a human monarch bloodline. As for how Dasha of Goguryeo knew about this, Suyu didn't know and didn't ask in detail. It wouldn't be good to ask too much. Whether or not he had the human monarch bloodline, he more or less had a feeling. The symbol of the bloodline also existed. Since that was the case, invincible realm cultivators would normally know whether they had a sovereign personage bloodline or not. Outsiders would probably only be able to sense it when they attacked with their full power. Of course, those who were too weak were exceptions. For example, Zhou Hao. The cue ball had already smelled something. Isn't it difficult enough to forge this array? Suyu looked for a while. Based on the current situation, it would probably be difficult to forge it successfully without 4 to 5 days. Forget it, wait and see. Perhaps he should hold a meeting first or trade for the 9-leaf Sky Lotus first. He would deal with these things first before thinking about other things. If there were no accidents, the King of Great Zhou and the others might make a move in 3 days. As for the invincible realm cultivators present, they should be going. Otherwise, the King of Great Zhou wouldn't be able to guarantee that he could get rid of the traitor. Suyu suppressed the anxiety in his heart. No hurry, calm down. Once he was anxious, he would be easily taken advantage of. Suyu wasn't anxious anymore. The sky was getting brighter. The powerful cultivators of the various prefectures began to head toward the Great Xia Civilization University. In some of the large prefectures, the 3 generations of the old, middle, and young had all come. Whether or not the Holy Land was established depended on many things. It even concerned the future succession of the prefecture lord position. All of these needed to be discussed properly. Many people couldn't accept that the owner of this Holy Land was Suyu. What the King of Great Zhou meant was that there was no hurry. They could slowly discuss and drag it out. It didn't matter even if they could drag it out until the eyes of all the worlds were focused here. Therefore, Suyu wasn't anxious. There was nothing to be anxious about. The sky was completely bright. On one side, the invincible realm cultivators were forging weapons. On the other side, the invincible realm cultivators were forging formations. This was also a rare sight. And in the distance, the huge hall of the academy officially opened. Some of the powerful cultivators from the various prefectures looked towards Suyu's side. Some people didn't even raise their heads and directly walked towards the hall. This time, the King of Great Qin and the others had called. Otherwise, some of the large prefectures wouldn't even want to come. At the entrance of the hall, Xiaoyi was welcoming the powerful cultivators from the various prefectures in with a smile. Soon, Sor came and said with a face full of smiles, "Your Majesty, the various prefectures are all here. Shall the meeting officially begin? Does Your Majesty want to host the meeting?" The King of Great Zhou said indifferently, "Forget about me. Let the King of Great Yuan and the King of Great Han host the meeting." Xiaoyi raised his brows slightly and quickly smiled, "All right." The King of Great Yuan and the King of Great Han, these two's opinions didn't agree with each other. The key was that the King of Great Yuan strongly opposed to arranging a King of Great Yuan to host the meeting. Although the King of Great Han should support it, the King of Great Han couldn't suppress the King of Great Yuan. What did the King of Great Zhou mean? Xiaoyi was also thinking at this moment, should he support it or not? Therefore, he purposely used the King of Great Yuan as a shield to let everyone see that the Dazhou prefecture actually didn't support it, but couldn't directly refute it. Then how would the Dazhou prefecture express its stance this time? The Dazhou prefecture that had 4 invincible sects was still something that many people paid attention to. Or in other words, the King of Great Zhou seemed to support it on the surface, but was secretly against it? What else was there to stand for? Xiaoyi didn't understand for a moment. He looked towards Suyu and said with a smile, "City Lord Su, are you going to watch from the side?" Suyu smiled and said playfully, "Can I watch from the side?" "Of course." Xiaoyi said with a smile, "Not only City Lord Su, everyone from Willow City can enter the venue, but those from Willow City can't participate in the voting." Suyu saw that it wouldn't end anytime soon and said with a smile, "All right, then I'll go take a look." Beside him, Da Xia of Goguryeo was just about to speak when the King of Great Zhou said with a smile, "Old Xia, let's not get involved in the matters of the younger generation. Da Xia province is too involved and isn't suitable to host the meeting." Da Xia of Goguryeo frowned and snorted coldly, his voice reverberating, "Da Xia province supports the establishment of a holy land, that's how it is. As for the rest, you can slowly discuss." He didn't say much, expressing his stance first. The King of Great Zhou said with a faint smile, "Even if it supports, the leader of a holy land can be anyone. What's the rush? Old Zhou." Da Xia of Goguryeo was slightly annoyed. "You're stirring up trouble?" In the distance, the experts from the various prefectures that entered the main hall all had different looks in their eyes. Did the King of Great Zhou not support, or rather, did he not support Suyu to become the leader of the Holy Land? However, before this, the King of Great Zhou seemed to have followed the King of Great Qin's wishes and supported Suyu. What's going on? One said on the surface and the other on the back? At this moment, many people looked towards Dazhou Prefecture. This time, the representative of Dazhou Prefecture was the prefecture governor, Zhou Padian. He was also a low-profile expert, but he had already proven his Dao and was invincible. Not only him, but Great Han Prefecture's Lu Wushan, Great Qin Prefecture's Qin Zhen, Da Xia Province's Xiao Long Wu, had all arrived one after another. These were all existences that had proven their Dao as prefecture governors. On Willow City's side, an invincible expert had also come this time, Yun Chen. Nan Wujiang wasn't around. No one knew where he went or if he hadn't returned from the All Heavens battlefield. Although it was said that invincible experts wouldn't participate, there were still many invincible experts that came. This included the Ming Prefecture's side. Niu Baidao accompanied Zhu Tiandao, but Zhu Tianfeng didn't come. At this moment, a loud laugh was heard, and a figure appeared. The King of Great Yuan, this powerful prefecture founder, laughed heartily. He stepped into the main hall and said with a smile, "This time, old Liu and I will be in charge of this meeting." Behind him, the King of Great Han nodded slightly and followed him in. At this time, many invincible experts had gathered in Da Xia province. The King of Great Zhou, Da Xia of Goguryeo, the Great Bright Lord, the King of Great Han, the King of Great Yuan, Tian Zhu, Jin Tian, the King of Little Zhou, Nia Kan, Xiao Long Wu, Niu Baidao, Lu Wushan, Qin Zhen, Yun Chen, Zhou Padian. 15 invincible experts, 5 of them were prefecture founders, and the remaining 10 were the ones who had advanced last time, so they weren't too strong. In the human realm, there were slightly more than 50 invincible experts. At this moment, nearly 1/3 of the human invincible experts had gathered here. Many experts had gathered in Da Xia province. Almost all the prefecture heads, unless they were in seclusion, were here. If all the humans here were captured in one fell swoop, the human race wouldn't collapse instantly, but it would shake the heavens and never recover. With a smile on his face, the king of Great Yuan stepped in and sat on the main seat. There was another seat beside him. The king of Great Han smiled and sat on it. At this moment, Suyu landed on the ground and walked over with a smile on his face. The king of Great Yuan said coldly, "City Lord Su, this is a meeting of the 37 prefectures of the human realm. I think it's better for the city lord to wait outside." Suyu smiled faintly and said, "Do you have the final say?" "Of course." The king of Great Yuan said coldly, "Why can't I have the final say?" "His Majesty, the king of Great Han, can he make the decision?" The king of Great Han smiled. "There's no need for the two of you to quarrel over such trivial matters. Old Yuan, don't embarrass yourself for no reason. Suyu, sit down and listen together." As soon as he finished speaking, a seat appeared beside him. He sat in the middle, preparing to separate the two of them, to avoid any conflict later. Yes, the main seat. At this moment, Suyu naturally had the right to sit on the main seat. The king of Great Yuan laughed coldly and didn't say anything. Meanwhile, Suyu walked towards the main seat with a smile on his face. He looked at the seat and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, how about we switch seats? I like to sit together with the king of Great Yuan. After all, the closer we are, the better our relationship will be, and the more harmonious it will be." After saying this, he said in a voice so low that it was almost inaudible, "When you kill him with one punch, you should also be faster." The king of Great Yuan's eyes turned cold. The king of Great Han felt like his head was about to split open. F***ck, the king of Great Zhou was really not human. This kind of matter was really difficult for him to deal with. One was the arrogant and unruly king of Great Yuan, an old friend. The other was a rising star, the overlord of the ancient city. Both of them were very powerful, although Suyu's power of law was not good and his speed was not fast. If he really got so close, to be honest, if he landed a punch, if the king of Great Yuan wasn't careful, he might really be killed. How troublesome, these two wouldn't be preparing to fight here, would they? Then he really might not be able to stop them. He and the king of Great Yuan were both in the 7th stage of the Eternal Realm, and the king of Great Yuan was also a top-notch elite. As for Suyu, his explosive power was about the same. Not to mention the power of law, their explosive power was about the same. Once they started fighting, he wouldn't be able to stop them. What a headache. Although it was a headache, since Suyu had said so, the king of Great Han had no choice but to stand up and say, "The two of you, this is the most official and largest meeting in the history of the human realm. I hope that the two of you will value peace." Suyu smiled and said, "Of course. His Majesty, the king of Great Yuan, is a senior that I greatly admire. He will definitely value peace." The king of Great Yuan laughed coldly and didn't reply. "So what if you sit beside me?" Suyu directly sat down beside the king of Great Yuan and looked at the king with a smile on his face. He didn't say anything, and neither did he make a sound. That smile made the king of Great Yuan feel slightly displeased and annoyed. "What are you looking at?" However, it wasn't good for him to lose his temper. However, Suyu transmitted his voice to the king of Great Han. "Your Majesty, is the king of Great Yuan so hot-tempered?" The king of Great Han was speechless. "You're not much better." He transmitted his voice back. "It's not that he's hot-tempered. He's originally a person who's good at fighting. After the 3 bodies merged into one, he was influenced by the past and the future, and his temper has become even more hot-tempered. He's most concerned about his reputation, and you've made him lose face several times, plus something happened to the Great Yuan residents, so he's in a very bad mood. He won't become the next Burning Sea, right? Why don't we nip this crisis in the bud?" The king of Great Han was exhausted. "This meeting might be the most uncomfortable one I've ever presided over. I hope that the two of you can calm down a little." At this moment, there were 38 large chairs in the Great Hall. There were 37 matters in the human realm, and 1 seat in Willow City, so there were exactly 38 seats. The seats were all very large, and they were quite far apart from each other. Behind the seats were the seats for the juniors or those who were not in charge. At this moment, the seats were also filled with people. These people did not have seats. Over at Willow City. Lu Wenyan was seated, but Yunchen did not have a seat. It was the same for the Ming residents. Zhu Tiandao was seated, and Niu Baidao was standing. Seeing this, the king of Great Han said, "Give brother Niu and Yunchen the seats of honor." The two of them did not say anything. After a moment, soldiers carried 2 large chairs up, and the 2 invincible realm experts also sat down. At this moment, apart from these prefecture heads and invincible realm experts, as well as Su Yu, no one else had seats. Seeing this, some of the juniors could not help but look at Su Yu. He was the only one who was not a representative of a prefecture in the human realm, yet he had a seat, and he was sitting in the seat of honor. Moreover, he was sitting in the middle of the seat of honor. The king of Han had originally been in this seat, but it had been moved away by Su Yu. At this moment, it was as if Su Yu was presiding over the meeting, which made everyone feel somewhat awkward and helpless. The establishment of a holy land was to discuss matters related to Su Yu. Now, he was so carefree, and he was sitting in the seat of honor. Even if they objected, it would not be too good to object. Su Yu seemed to be completely unaware of this. At this moment, he was still staring lazily at the Deyuan king and smiling. He was smiling so much that the Deyuan king's expression became very ugly. This bastard, he was provoking him. Fortunately, someone soon spoke up. Xiao Yi walked out of the area where Dixia province was located, and said with a smile, "This time, everyone is gathered in Dixia province, which is also a grand event that has not happened in the human realm in many years. I and some old friends have not seen each other for many years." After a few simple opening remarks, Xiao Yi quickly said, "This time, everyone is here to discuss 3 major matters. First, the war god and seeker holy lands have been destroyed, and there are no holy lands in the human realm. Should we establish a new holy land to replace the 2 holy lands and oversee the double saints' manners? Second, if a holy land is established, what are the rules and regulations? Who will be the master of this holy land? Third, the chaos of the heavens has already broken out. Should we join forces, or fight alone, or form an alliance? Who will form an alliance? Who will we fight? How will the various matters contribute? All these need to be decided at this time." He had just finished speaking when, above, the Deyuan king said calmly, "If the first matter is not established, there is no need to discuss the second matter, and we will proceed directly to the third matter." Xiao Yi smiled. "Yes, Your Majesty, the Deyuan king, is right. Therefore, the first matter and the second matter are one and the same." At this point, he continued, "Because everyone's opinions may not be unanimous, if the 2 sides cannot come to an agreement, they will vote to decide. Other than Willow City, all 37 manors will have 1 vote. In addition, those who are not invincible will have 3 votes. These 3 votes will be cast by the Great Qin Mansion, Dazhou Prefecture, and Great Ming Mansion." The Deyuan king frowned. "Who said so?" Xiao Yi smiled and said, "The decision obtained after asking for their opinions, Heavenly Forging King, Silkworm Destruction King, Nan Wu Jiang, Yun Chen, Chief Niu, and many other invincible will each choose a side and vote on their behalf. Therefore, the final decision is for these 3 to vote. Your Majesty, do you still have any objections?" The Deyuan king frowned. That was true. Those unaffiliated invincible will probably only listen to these few families. Actually, Dixia province also had the right, but the meeting was held in Dixia province, so Dixia province did not interfere. A total of 40 votes. Xiao Yi smiled and said, "If the votes in favor are less than 70%, which is less than 28 votes, then the matter of establishing a holy land will be discussed again. If the votes are more than 28 votes, then there is no need to say anything, and we will move on to the next topic." What does everyone think? 70%, not 50%, in this way, many people nodded. More than 70% of the people were in favor, and the rest were a minority, so there was no need to pay too much attention to them. Below, someone opened his mouth and said, "This is fine, but if a holy land is to be established, first talk about the rights and duties of a holy land, as well as the structure, as well as the duties and responsibilities that each mansion needs to fulfill." "Of course." Xiao Yi smiled and said, "This is a must." After saying this, he continued, "If everyone has no objections, then we can officially begin." Everyone looked at each other, and very quickly, they all nodded. Listen first, if not, then oppose, at the same time. Outside the academy, people from various forces were waiting, and some were even trying to find out the situation. Not only them, at this moment, on the side of the battlefield of heavens, a group of people came to celebrate Suyu's father's birthday and wanted to cross over and enter the human realm. They all promised not to make trouble, and they were just there to celebrate. The king of the great Qin dynasty and the others were confused. What was going on? Was Suyu so popular? There were no invincible realm experts from various forces. They were all guardians of the sun and moon realm or quasi-invincible realm. There were not many people. Some had 3 to 5 guardians of the sun and moon realm, and some simply had one quasi-invincible realm expert. Even the lord of a small world came in person, which surprised the king of the great Qin dynasty and the others. Based on this, the king of the great Qin dynasty agreed. There were many experts in Xianxia province. If these people wanted to go, then they could go. The more people went, the more attention the heavens would pay. Inside the hall, Xiaoyi said with a smile, then let me first talk about the rights of the Holy Land. First, as the only holy land in the human realm, the 2 directors of the Education and Welfare Administration and the Government Affairs Agency need to be appointed by the Holy Land. Second, not to mention the current mansion masters, the future mansion masters need the approval of the Holy Land to take over the position. They must study in the Holy Land for 3 years and get the approval of the Holy Land before they can take over the position. Third, the army in the battlefield of heavens will be under the unified command of the Holy Land, and there is only one military order. Fourth, the army in the territory, each mansion will keep a guard army of 10,000 people, and the rest of the military force will be transferred to the Holy Land. Fifth. He didn't say much, but the faces of the mansion masters and those who were listening turned purple. What a joke! If it worked, would the big mansions still be big mansions? They would be the grandchildren of the Holy Land. Even some of the big mansions who had agreed before changed their faces at this moment. On the side of Willow City, Bai Feng and the others looked at Suyu and Xiaojia, and they were shocked. They didn't know it was like this before, and they thought it was similar to the Holy Land in the past, but now. Damn, it was not a Holy Land at all. To put it bluntly, it was to find a father for each mansion. Could they agree to this? Bai Feng felt that if it were him, in any case, he wouldn't be able to agree. This was too much of a bully. Up above, the De Yuan king smiled coldly. Listen, was this something a human would say? Was this something a human would do, who would be willing to work hard all their lives just to find a father for themselves, the big mansions they had established themselves, and in the future, their sons and grandsons would need the approval of the Holy Land before they could take over. What did the Holy Land mean? This was their own territory, and they couldn't make decisions, and Xiaoyi continued, 8th, the Holy Land has the power to enforce the law. This concerns the safety of the people, and the Holy Land has the power to enter the various mansions to enforce the law. The De Yuan king couldn't hold it in anymore, and said with a cold smile, to put it bluntly, the Holy Land can kill whoever it wants, and that will be it. What's the point of talking so much nonsense, and what power to enforce the law? If they want to kill you, they can just give you a random crime and you will be killed. Isn't that enough? When these words came out, the surroundings became even quieter. This was practically completely dominating the various mansions, and the various mansions were at the mercy of the Holy Land. Xiaoyi smiled and said, don't be angry, Your Majesty, De Yuan King. Aren't we still discussing this? Let me continue. 9th, the Holy Land has the power to deploy people in the Eternal Realm. Heh. The De Yuan King didn't want to speak anymore. Something that didn't even have the shadow wanted to arrange for invincible people to work. This was no longer the Holy Land, this was the Emperor's mansion. To put it bluntly, it's like building an Emperor's mansion, but only with the power of the Emperor. Without the power of the Emperor, isn't that more straightforward? Is there any use in saying so much? Xiaoyi smiled and said, it's still different. The Emperor rules over the heavens, while the Holy Land currently only cares about the human race. Nonsense, the De Yuan king smiled coldly and didn't say anything. He couldn't even be bothered to refute. Below, the mansion chief of the De Yuan mansion said softly, then what about the Holy Land's duty? Xiaoyi smiled and said, to protect the human race. That's all? Yes, that's all. Xiaoyi smiled and said, just this point alone is already all-encompassing. To protect the human race, everyone knows very well how much we have to pay. On the other side, Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, Xiao Yi, this is a trap for all the manners. It's a little hard to accept. Xiao Yi said seriously, that's exactly what I mean. Everyone knows the situation of the human realm. Now, there's no need to make too much noise. The Holy Land is the only one. Only in this way can we better unleash the power of the human realm. The person in charge must have enough power, courage, wisdom, and a heart that cherishes the human race. Otherwise, they're just looking for trouble for themselves. Xiao Yi nodded. Of course. Also, once everyone feels that the Holy Land is doing something inappropriate, like today's situation, all the manners also have the right to retaliate against the Holy Land. If more than 70% of the people object, they can also remove the master of the Holy Land from office. Some people sneered in their hearts. That would be difficult. It was easy to invite the devil in, but difficult to send him away, object, sanction. It was very difficult. On the main seat, Suyu did not interrupt. He was still full of smiles as he looked at the Deyuan king. The Deyuan king only felt that this guy was crazy. Did he finish reading? Someone like you could become the master of the Holy Land. If he became the master, the Deyuan king suspected that he would be the first to suffer. He was still thinking this when Suyu transmitted his voice. There's no need to doubt. If I become the master of the Holy Land, Your Majesty, go assassinate Tiangu first. F*CK, the Deyuan king cursed in his heart. This guy was too crazy. There was no sign of it yet, and he was already thinking about how to kill him. The key was, how did this bastard know what he was thinking? He was slightly on guard, but Suyu was still full of smiles as he transmitted his voice. Don't worry, assassinating Tiangu is very difficult. I'll give you time. When the time is up, you can kill him. If not, I can spare your life. The Deyuan king was suddenly enraged, and shouted, Suyu. Suyu was currently full of smiles. Seeing him explode in anger, he was slightly surprised and said, Your Majesty, what's the matter? What did you just say? Suyu laughed. What did I say? Shameless bastard, the Deyuan king was furious. This guy had transmitted his voice to him, so what could he say? Below, those people saw the Deyuan king lose his composure, and some frowned. The Deyuan king's temper was really explosive this time. The meeting hadn't even begun, and he was already angry. Even if Suyu provoked him, he shouldn't be so quick to get angry. If he continued to get angry, everyone was really afraid that a second Burning Sea King would appear. The Burning Sea King was like this. He was easily angered, and in the end, because his anger was too great, he chose to betray, which led to his own death and the infamy of betrayal. Beside him, the Big Han King also frowned, and transmitted his voice. Old Yuan, calm down. The Deyuan king suppressed his anger and said no more. He was afraid that he would be angered to death by Suyu. Meanwhile, Suyu looked at him deeply. He really suspected that the Deyuan king was either acting, or he was really on the verge of losing control. Could it be that the king of Great Zhou had asked him to preside over the meeting because he felt that he was about to lose control, and so specially arranged for him to preside over the meeting? He was easily angered. Was this a sign that there was a problem with his three bodies? What does the king of Great Zhou mean? Suyu sank into deep thought. He did not quite understand. Could it be that he was purposely asking me to anger the Deyuan king, causing him to rebel, causing him to go crazy? Strange. As he was thinking, an unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded out by his ear. Suyu instantly looked in the direction of the Dazhou prefecture. At this moment, in the direction of the Dazhou prefecture, Zhou Padian was leading the team. He was also the son of the king of Great Zhou. City Lord Su, you have seen it for yourself. The Deyuan king is probably about to lose control. My father's intention is to anger the Deyuan king and kill his three bodies, causing him to rebel fiercely. If you kill his three bodies, the Deyuan king will come to his senses. After he comes to his senses, the Deyuan king will admire those who are able to fight the most. If you really win, he will instead support you. He is the biggest opposition, and if you get rid of the Deyuan king, the establishment of the Holy Land will be a matter of course. You will be the leader of the Holy Land, and the Deyuan king might be the vanguard. I hope that City Lord Su will be careful. Suyu frowned. he was really about to lose control. What a joke, the king of Great Zhou thought highly of him. He wanted him to personally deal with the problem of the Deyuan king. How did he see that the Deyuan king was about to lose control? His eyesight was not ordinary. Is he really about to lose control? Su Yu's heart trembled slightly. This was a 7th stage Eternal Realm martial artist. If he lost control, he could kill him at any time. This time, the drawbacks of the 3 movement techniques were clearly displayed in front of Su Yu. A top-notch elite martial artist was about to lose control. The king of Great Zhou, that sly old scoundrel, knew that his mouth was venomous, and had purposely asked him to provoke the Deyuan king. Otherwise, he could have completely told him to avoid him. Besides Su Yu, the king of Great Han also looked towards the Deyuan king several times, a hint of worry in his eyes. The drawbacks of the 3 movement techniques could be said to be serious, very serious. If the 3 bodies were one, it would actually be fine. However, he was afraid that after the 3 bodies became one, it would magnify a certain point. For example, the Deyuan king's violent temper. He might have been able to suppress it before, but now, he might not be able to suppress it anymore. This was a very worrying matter. More importantly, it was not easy to deal with. If you told the Deyuan king that you were about to lose control, he might even scold you in anger, and you would be the one who was about to lose control. The Burning Sea King's betrayal stemmed from the magnification of the flaws of the 3 bodies. As the king of Great Han thought about this, he transmitted his voice to Su Yu. City Lord Su, don't provoke the Deyuan king anymore. There are some problems with his cultivation. City Lord, please forgive him. This was also the thought of the other Invincible Realm martial artists. Since there was a problem, everyone should avoid it and not provoke him. They were all old friends, however, the king of Great Zhou did not. His thought was that since he was about to lose control, then he would solve this problem. It was not convenient for him to make a move, so Su Yu would come and kill 1 or 2 of the 3 bodies of the Deyuan king. Even if the Deyuan king's strength declined, it was still better than losing control and going crazy. The king of Great Zhou could not do this himself. Otherwise, it would easily disappoint his old friends. However, it was not a big problem for Su Yu to do it. The king of Great Zhou is really King treacherous. Su Yu thought. And he was very decisive. Even if the king of Great Han and the others had seen through this, they would not have thought of killing the 3 bodies of the Deyuan king. But the king of Great Zhou had directly arranged for it to be done. He was really not a good person. As he thought about this, Su Yu transmitted his voice to the Deyuan king. Your Majesty, you are about to lose control. Humph. The Deyuan king gave a cold humph and looked at Su Yu angrily. You still want to cause trouble? Su Yu sighed. As expected, he did not know his own limits at all. It looked like he was really about to lose control, and he himself did not know it at all. Meanwhile, at this moment, the elites below were discussing spiritedly. Should they establish this so-called Holy Land or not? This was looking for a father for themselves. However, everyone was clear about the situation in the human realm. If they did not unite, then sooner or later, something would happen. Everyone was talking, and there were constantly people transmitting their voices to each other. Xiaoyu was not anxious. He smiled and waited for the discussion to end. This was not a small matter. As for Su Yu, he quickly judged in his heart whether he should continue provoking him. If he really did, would he be able to defeat this guy? Without opening the heaven gate, he would not be able to imprison the other party's rules. The difficulty was still very high. However, with the heaven gate opened, it would be easy to open the dead spirit tunnel. Besides, as Su Yu thought about this, he suddenly thought of something and looked towards the door. His eyes narrowed. What a good king of Great Zhou. Are you so sure that I will listen to you? Now that he had angered the Deyuan king and caused a great battle to break out, he could lure the Deyuan king into the Great Formation, and he would have enough reason to test some people. Is this what you are thinking? He suspected that this was what the king of Great Zhou was thinking. This old thing had calculated everything that could be calculated into his calculations. The Deyuan king had gone berserk. He had first tried to kill Su Yu, and then Su Yu had retaliated. The elites of the human tier could not interfere, and were probably in a difficult position as well. After all, they were honored guests, and nothing could happen to them. Thus, the best solution was to try and suppress the Deyuan king as much as possible, and not give him a chance to kill Suyu, and Suyu had taken the opportunity to kill 3 of his bodies. Everyone knew that the Deyuan king had gone berserk, and if Suyu had really killed 3 of his bodies, probably no one would say anything. F***ck, is everything within your calculations? Suyu cursed in his heart. So, be it me or the Deyuan king, we are all your chess pieces. You can play with us however you want? This old thing is very black-hearted. At the same time, he also wants me to show off my strength. On the side of the human realm, everyone knew that Suyu was strong, but Suyu had never fought with an invincible person in the human realm before. How strong was he? No one knew. You said that he killed the Blood-Fire Demon King, but was the Blood-Fire Demon King very strong? Was he as strong as the Deyuan King? No one knew. They were just listening. If Suyu suppressed the Deyuan King today, then tomorrow, all the humans would know how strong Suyu was. This would be the clearest contrast. Old thing, I've seen through you. Suyu humped in his heart, and could not help but want to curse. The human realm was indeed not a good place. He had just arrived, and he had already fallen into an old thing's trap. Perhaps the old thing had been looking for someone to solve the problem of the Deyuan King for a long time, and he just happened to run into it. Knowing was one thing, but Suyu still felt that he had to put on an act. The King of Great Zhou's scheme might be the best way, 2 birds with 1 stone, or even 3. Thinking of this, Suyu continued to transmit his voice to the Deyuan King. Deyuan King, you won't become the next Burning Sea, will you? I think you're going crazy. Speaking of which, if I really become the leader of the Holy Land, and you betray me, I will definitely kill you. The Deyuan King continued to be angry, accumulating his anger. He did not want to pay any attention to Suyu. However, he was really very angry. He had hated Suyu for the past few days. This bastard had almost caused his Deyuan palace to suffer a great loss. He was also not willing to let this bastard ride on his head. Deyuan King, Yuan Qingdong is your grandson, right? He was so bad, and even found fault with me before he died. Could it be that if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked? The Deyuan King's aura was fluctuating. He felt like killing someone. At the same time, outside the main hall, Dasha of Goguryeo suddenly turned around and frowned slightly. Old Zhou, isn't old Yuan a little too angry? If he doesn't agree, then so be it. No one has stood up for him, and the results of the meeting have not even been announced. I think he's so angry that he wants to kill someone. The King of Great Zhou smiled and said, that's his temper, you know it. Dasha of Goguryeo frowned slightly. It's better to be careful. The main hall is filled with the elites of the various manors, and Suyu is also there. If this guy can't control himself and something happens, it will be very troublesome. The King of Great Zhou smiled and said, all right, I'll ask Old Lu to keep an eye on him. Old Yuan, the 3 movement techniques still have obvious drawbacks. Unfortunately, there's no other way. Hearing this, Dasha of Goguryeo nodded slightly. Very quickly, he said, also remind Suyu not to keep getting close to that guy. If something really happens, it will be very troublesome. I understand. The King of Great Zhou smiled again. It's fine, Old Lu is watching from the side. Dasha of Goguryeo did not say anything more, but became more careful. Don't let anything happen today, or else it would be very embarrassing. And at this moment, Suyu was still trying to find something to say. He transmitted his voice and said, Your Majesty the Deyuan King, in the future when I become the Lord of the Holy Land, how about I give you the title of the first vanguard in the world? Specialized in charging and killing enemies, it's very impressive. Humph. The Deyuan King looked at him coldly, killing intent rising in his eyes. Bastard, you are angering a powerful lord who has just founded a mansion. Who do you think you are? When I founded the mansion, when I protected millions and millions of lives, your grandfather's grandfather wasn't even born yet, you want to become the Lord of the Holy Land? Impossible. At this moment, the Deyuan King really had a thought. Kill Suyu, kill this detestable bastard. Once this bastard died, there would be nothing left to do. As for those guards, if Suyu died, what could those guards do? If he was already dead, could they still wage war against the human race? During the change of the first tide, he too died, and didn't the guards keep a low profile? Wouldn't this time be different? If it were any other time, he would still think more and be a little wary. But at this moment, his heart was filled with hostility, because Suyu was really too annoying. With this kind of person as the Lord, he would die. Suyu, do not anger me anymore, or else, you will die a horrible death. The Deyuan king transmitted his voice. Suyu inhaled. Damn, he's going to start a riot. He really wants to kill me. I can hear the killing intent in his voice. Lord Lu, help me keep an eye on him. If this guy wants to kill me, and I am no match for him at the critical moment, I will need Senior to save me. All right. Very good. With the guarantee of the ball, Suyu felt much more at ease. He continued to boldly provoke the Deyuan king. I will die a horrible death? Even Tiangu could not kill me, and you can? Deyuan king, are you dreaming? What a joke. I am the overlord of the heavens, what about you? You are just a lord who founded a mansion in the human race. Compared to me, you are far inferior. The Deyuan king's anger continued to accumulate, and below, at this moment, Zhou Padian smiled and said, I, the king of Great Zhou, agree in principle. After all, the establishment of a holy land is beneficial to the unification of the human race. Hearing this, the Deyuan king really could not bear it anymore. The king of Great Zhou wants to agree, this cannot be allowed, I must kill Suyu and make this holy land a joke. Even if it is established, I definitely cannot let Suyu be the lord. At this moment, Suyu's mocking voice once again sounded in his ears. Fury rose in the Deyuan king's eyes, and his killing intent instantly exploded. I want to kill this little thing and let you all choose the lord of the holy land. Beside him, the big Han king suddenly looked towards the Deyuan king. Seeing the killing intent in the Deyuan king's eyes, he was instantly shocked and shouted, Old Yuan, what are you doing? It would have been better if he had not shouted. His shout made the Deyuan king even angrier. As expected, everyone supported Suyu. These people had all been tricked by Suyu. This cannot be allowed. And the big Han king's words also attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked towards them. The next moment, they saw the Deyuan king's palm strike towards Suyu. It was incomparably powerful, and a huge force swept out in all directions. Below, the invincible realm martial artists quickly reacted, and their expressions all changed greatly. The Deyuan king had gone mad. He wanted to kill Suyu here. This was going to cause a monstrous change. It was over. Once Suyu was killed, the rebellion of the guards, this was simply unimaginable. Qin Jin roared angrily, you dare. How dare you? The Deyuan king had gone mad. He dared to kill Suyu in front of everyone, and at this moment, Suyu's expression also changed. He instantly swung his fist and punched out, shouting, Humph, the Deyuan king, you are indeed up to no good. Boom. A loud sound rang out, and a powerful force swept out in all directions. The main hall was instantly torn into pieces. The group of invincible realm martial artists quickly led the manor heads and the weak out and fled. As for the big Han king, he also did his best to protect the four directions. He could not allow these two fellows to kill the others, and Suyu's angry shout rang out in all directions. Deyuan king, if you want to kill me, you'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. In the distance, the expression of the Daxia of Goguryeo changed drastically. Bastard, something had really happened. Just now, he had felt that something was wrong, but he did not think that the Deyuan king would really make a move. This bastard, did he not know how troublesome this was? Even further away, the Dragon clan and Five Elements clan were all greatly shocked. They had started fighting? Holy shit, they had not expected this at all. Was this Deyuan king of the human realm a spy from some clan? He was so fierce, and he really wanted to kill Suyu in the human realm. Go to hell. A cold shout rang out. The Deyuan king's battle prowess was not just for show, and he was also extremely proficient in the art of killing. Even if his rage had caused him to lose his rationality, he would not forget his battle techniques. They had long since become instinctive. Suyu flew backwards, but the Deyuan king did not approach him. A bow instantly appeared in his hand. The distance between the two of them was less than 1,000 meters, yet no arrow appeared on the bow. Instead, an incredibly sharp arrow shot out. Who do you think you are? You want to be the leader of a holy land? Are you worthy? Weng. The void trembled, and countless arrows shot out in an instant, heading straight for Suyu. Suyu gave a low shout, and the will of civilization appeared. Instantly, countless giant beasts appeared and swallowed the arrow chi. One after another, the shadows of the giant beasts exploded, and the air exploded. The others all retreated. On the other side, Dasha of Goguryeo was just about to make a move when Suyu shouted angrily, "Let me do it myself. No one is allowed to interfere. The Yuan King, today, I will personally kill him. If anyone dares to interfere, my holy city will defend, and I will attack the human race." Suyu was furious. How arrogant. He dares to attack me first, I will definitely kill him. Suyu. Dasha of Goguryeo gave a low shout. Suyu shouted, "I said, I will do it myself. He was the one who attacked me first, so I will kill him. Let's see who has anything to say then." "Kill me?" The Yuan King laughed coldly. His bow shot out, and in an instant, thousands of arrow chi formed a human figure that charged towards him. "Suyu, you talk big. I will kill you first." Suyu gave a humph, and instantly shot through the air, charging towards him. His powerful physical body tore through the air. Using his hand as a blade, he slashed out. In the next moment, the will of civilization enveloped him, and countless giant beasts interfered with the arrow chi. The Yuan King was also furious. His bow instantly disappeared, and a spear appeared in his hand. No, it was an arrow, yet at this moment, he had transformed the arrow into a spear, and the arrow into a spear. The sound of the air being torn whistled through the air as it smashed towards Suyu's face. Suyu's shadow brushed past as he continuously shuttled through the void, instantly closing in on him, using his hand as a saber. In the blink of an eye, the saber and spear clashed. Boom, the void was torn apart, and the invincible experts quickly shouted, "Everyone, retreat. Envoy Wan, stop where you are. If you dare to take another step, kill without mercy." At this moment, the invincible auras exploded one after another, shocking everyone. The entire Xia province was extremely quiet. The elites of the 36 manners who had retreated, as well as the elites of one who had come to offer their blessings, were all incredibly shocked. Suyu and the Yuan King had started to battle. Were they sparring, or were they really fighting to the death? They couldn't be sure yet. Was this an act, or did they really start fighting? If it was an act, what was it for? Could it be that he wanted the Yuan King to join the Wan? If it wasn't an act, could it be that they were really fighting to the death? Just as they were thinking this, Dasha of Goguryeo slashed out with his saber, slashing towards the Yuan King. Boom, Suyu punched out, shattering the saber chi, and shouted, "I said, I will personally kill him." Dasha of Goguryeo wanted to curse. Crazy, something had happened to the Yuan King. Something must have happened to his 3 bodies. And now he was fighting against a madman. Was it worth it? Opposite him, the Yuan King had originally been about to pierce through Suyu's head with his spear. Seeing this, he instantly retracted his spear and laughed coldly. "Fine, I will give you a chance. Suyu, if you can kill me today, the Yuan mansion will follow you from now on. If you can't, I will kill you." Wang, the long spear shook the heavens. With a shout, Suyu kicked out, and time began to flow. Rumble, the powerful physical strength caused the air to shatter continuously. Both sides controlled their strength and tore through the air. In the blink of an eye, they had fought over 100 rounds. Close combat, saber and spear collided, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color. "Old Zhou," Dasha of Goguryeo shouted in a low voice. The great Zhou King frowned, and transmitted his voice. "Wait and see. Suyu is not weak either. Old Yuan might have lost some control. Let's see if he will feel better after venting his anger. If we stop him now, it will be difficult for Old Yuan to return to normal. Suyu is also angry." At this moment, both sides attacked, unable to control their strength. With a boom, the ground exploded, and a huge crack appeared, still spreading in all directions. Several invincible realm martial artists quickly acted. However, these 2 people were extremely powerful. With a boom, Lu Wushan flew backwards, spitting out blood. All around, the crowd was shocked. This was invincible realm. When the great Yuan King and Suyu fought, they only saw terror and terror, but did not know how strong they were. At this moment, Lu Wuxian, a newly advanced invincible realm martial artist, was only blocking the spread of the aftermath, and was actually spitting out blood. In the other directions, several newly advanced invincible realm martial artists, except for Xiao Long Wu, were unharmed. The others were more or less shocked, extremely shocked. The invincible realm martial artists were shocked. Was this the power of two high-level eternal realm martial artists, not holding back and going all out? Suyu snorted. Enter the formation and fight. I don't want to destroy Dexia province. Great Yuan King, do you want to destroy Dexia province? Fine, as you wish. The two instantly entered the formation. The great Zhou King shouted, Old Zhu, maintain the formation, don't let the aftermath of the power spread. Seeing this, the great Light King was also a little speechless and angry. He shouted, all attack, maintain the formation, don't let the power spread. The few invincible realm martial artists all attacked to maintain the formation. The formation, which was not perfect in the first place, was now even more terrifying with two high-level eternal realm martial artists barging in. Rumbles instantly shook the surroundings, the formation fluctuated, and the doors were almost destroyed. At this moment, the great Zhou King and Daxia of Goguryeo were just about to go up and help, but the great Light King shouted, back off, you don't know the way of the formation. The formation was forged by them, so they naturally knew how to operate it. The great Zhou King and the others did not know how to. Interfering would only cause chaos in the formation. At this moment, a huge shock wave spread in all directions. Rumble, in the center of the Tower of 10,000 Gates, two powerful existences like ancient gods and demons collided with each other, causing heaven and earth to lose color. His aura caused the surrounding crowd to be overwhelmed with shock, causing their faces to turn pale. Was this Suyu's strength? They had only heard of it, but today was the first time they saw it with their own eyes. The great Yuan King, a peak mortal realm martial artist, seemed to be evenly matched with the other party, and the outcome was not clear. In the center of the formation, Suyu also used all kinds of martial arts, heaven-splitting saber, time, mountain-suppressing fist. The great Yuan King used his spear technique was also very powerful. When he stabbed with his spear, it was like a huge dragon roaring, swallowing the heavens and the earth. Once he scared Suyu away, he would instantly shoot him with his bow. Although the great Yuan King was a warrior, he was a rare long-range attacker. When he got close, he would use his arrow to turn into a spear, and when he pulled away slightly, he would use his spear to turn into an arrow, shooting at Suyu from a distance. Every strike was incomparably powerful, even the power of time and space shook, shaking the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the center of the formation was beaten into nothingness by the two of them, and the shock waves of their power spread out continuously. When two peak Eternal Realm martial artists fought, the shock waves were enough to kill those who had just entered the Eternal Realm. The Great Light King saw that the two of them were getting crazier as they fought, and he shouted, defend. Old Zhou, Old Xia, set up another formation outside. Otherwise, if these two bastards continue to fight, Dexia province will be finished. Daxia of Goguryo's face was cold, and he didn't say anything. He waved his long saber, and the void was cut. He wanted to cut out the entire void. As for the great Zhou King, Shenwen also flew around, and the Shenwen were like spirits, setting up defensive formations all around the void. At this moment, they couldn't interfere. Two 7th-stage Eternal Realm martial artists were fighting to the death. If they interfered now, the two madmen would very likely kill them. This is, on the side of the Five Elements race. The floating earth spirit watched for a while, then took a deep breath and said, it doesn't seem like an act. They're really fighting to the death. The great Yuan King seems to have lost control of his emotions. Are his three bodies affected? At first, his first thought was that it was an act, but after watching for a while, his eyes lit up. After staring for a while, he realized that this might not be an act. They were really fighting to the death. The two sides were fighting in the void. At this moment, blood and flesh were flying everywhere, but no one cared about these pieces of flesh and blood. People like Suyu didn't care anymore. He was fighting in close quarters with the great Yuan King, and even the aura of death was beginning to spread. Obviously, Suyu was probably going to use the aura of death to kill the enemy now. Using a large amount of aura of death in the human realm was not a good choice. Open! With a low shout, Suyu opened the divine gate, and the aura of death quickly surged. his eyes were filled with killing intent. "You're seeking death, you've angered me," Suyu shouted, and punched out. The heavens and earth collapsed, and the aura of death swept out in all directions. The great Yuan King's expression changed, and he quickly disappeared into the void. However, there were tens of thousands of gates in the surroundings, and they were instantly hit by one of them. With a bang, the gate exploded, and the great Yuan King's movements became sluggish, and the river of time became slightly stagnant, and at this moment, Suyu punched out. The great Yuan King shouted angrily, and also punched out. Boom! The violent sound of an explosion resounded in all directions. The great Yuan King rolled a few times, his arms covered with blood, and the aura of death also spread rapidly. Meanwhile, Suyu retreated a few steps, and laughed coldly. Like an ant trying to shake a tree. Arrogant! The great Yuan King shouted angrily. The longbow appeared again, and an arrow shot out. It was as if the sun had descended. In the surroundings, the void trembled, and the violent shock waves shook the surroundings. The heavenly King Jin, who was guarding the formation, coughed out a mouthful of blood from the violent shock waves of energy. He quickly appeared with the divine gate of Shen, and sealed the energy in the surroundings. He shouted, "Quickly set up the formation on the outside. If this goes on, the formation will be destroyed." These two were too powerful. Although the Great Light King was here, he could only ensure that these two would not destroy the formation instantly. Without the Great Light King, the formation would have been destroyed long ago. At this moment, Suyu did not care about all this. Destruction, destruction, death. He had to kill the three bodies of the Great Yuan King. If he could not control them, he would kill the Great Yuan King himself. He would not deliberately control them. This guy had already gone mad. He did not care whether all of them would be killed or not. He could not use the death chi for too long. Otherwise, once he opened the dead spirit passageway on the side of the human race might not be safe. He could use it to escape, but now, it was best not to open it if he could. After using the speed of the death chi, his physical body became even stronger. Once he opened the heavenly gate, his battle prowess soared, even approaching the power of over 100 million acupuncture points. When he struck out, the pure destructive power was even comparable to that of an 8th or 9th stage eternal realm cultivator. The great Yuan King was truly invincible, and he was skilled in using regulations. However, the thousands of doors here somewhat restricted him. Once those doors came into contact with the river of time, they would have the effect of freezing. Although they were not complete, they still somewhat restricted the great Yuan King. Suyu's death chi exploded, and he instantly mirrored. He had also learned how to use the power of regulations from Wan Tianxing. The Shenwen had regulations. A penetrate Shenwen shuttled through time and space, and combined with the power of time, instantly appeared in front of the great Yuan King. He kicked out, and the surroundings shook. The tremble Shenwen was attached to his body, and it shook thousands of times. The great Yuan King brandished his spear, and the spear trembled violently, even showing signs of shattering. The two of them did not make a sound, and the more they fought, the more savage they became. The great Yuan King suddenly gave a low shout, and abandoned his spear to form a fist. He bombarded Suyu with dozens of punches, causing Suyu's sternum to shatter. And Suyu also turned his fist into a claw, and grabbed hold of his arms, breaking his tendons and dislocating his bones. With a crack, his bones exploded, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The two of them continued to fight, and the surrounding invincible realm cultivators kept spitting out blood, cursing in their hearts. These two madmen, they did not want to live anymore. Old Zhou, we can't wait any longer. Da Xiao of Goguryu's expression was solemn. If this goes on, something bad will happen. The great Zhou King nodded, and quickly rushed towards the inner circle, shouting, Jin Tian, you control the formation. I will inject vitality and willpower, do not resist. Hurry, control the formation and interfere with the two of them. Don't let them kill each other to the point of mutual destruction. Then, all right. Jin Tian did not say anything more, and quickly accepted the great Zhou King's vitality and willpower, quickly converting them. In the blink of an eye, he controlled the door on his side. On the other side, Da Xiao of Goguryo flew towards the Silkworm Annihilation King, shouting, Silkworm Annihilation, take my strength. The Silkworm Annihilation King bare one's teeth said, I haven't even used my full strength. Are you looking down on me? Go help Zhou Tianyuan. Saying so, his vitality exploded, qi and blood rushed to the heavens. In an instant, the power of the sixth level of the eternal realm exploded. He, who was rumored to only have the power of the fifth level, now exploded with the power of the sixth level, extremely powerful, and at this moment, the Mother Ball's voice suddenly sounded in Suyu's mind, found it, that Silkworm Annihilation King. Hell King bloodline. Suyu was shocked, Silkworm Annihilation King, it really is him. Damn it, Suyu cursed in his heart. It really was the Silkworm Annihilation King. He had been investigating between the Silkworm Annihilation King and Jin Tian King. It was said that the Silkworm Annihilation King had the bloodline of a human king, but he had not exposed it. At this moment, the Silkworm Annihilation King finally exposed his bloodline aura. It's this guy. Suyu's heart was conflicted. Damn it, he had even learned his time technique, so it could be considered a connection, but in the end, he was the Hell King's descendant. On the other side, the Silkworm Annihilation King's aura exploded, and the power of time exploded, instantly controlling the chaotic formation. Not far away, the great Zhou King looked over, frowning slightly. You advanced to the sixth level? Ha ha ha, you didn't expect this, right? After killing that dragon silkworm, I advanced. After killing him, I felt good, so naturally I advanced. The great Zhou King did not say much, nodding slightly, continuing to input vitality and willpower into the Jin Tian King. With his support, the Jin Tian King could also control this side. The other side was controlled by the little Zhou King, so it could also hold on. Found it. Suyu had an indescribable feeling in his heart. At this moment, he no longer hesitated. With a low roar, he passed through the void, and the slow Shenwen exploded, instantly slowing down the great Yuan King's speed. Rumble. He threw out dozens of punches, causing the great Yuan King to be bathed in blood, and the aura of death spread. And the great Yuan King also roared, his long spear piercing through the void, stabbing Suyu until blood spurted out all over his body. The great Yuan King kept retreating, and as he retreated, he drew his bow and shot arrows, causing holes to appear all over Suyu's body. Suyu did not care about this, and with a roar, he closed in again, pressing down on the great Yuan King, attacking towards the Silkworm Annihilation King, causing the surrounding doors to shatter, and the formation to shake. Seeing this, the Silkworm Annihilation King could not help but shout, "Don't come here. Damn it, don't come here, I'm only at the 6th level, and the two of you are at the 7th level." Yet Suyu did not care about this. Like a crazed demon, the aura of death filled his eyes, as if the king of the dead had descended into the mortal world, the aura of death intimidating the heavens and the earth. The great Yuan King also roared continuously, his blood surging, kill, kill, kill. Both sides fought continuously, and at this moment, the three bodies of the great Yuan King gradually dispersed, showing signs of being broken apart. The great Yuan King roared, and the three bodies once again quickly merged into one. The illusory state disappeared, and he roared, "You want to kill me? You are not qualified. You must die." Suyu roared, and at this moment, on his forehead, the heavenly door completely opened, the aura of death filling the air, and a passageway of dead spirits vaguely appeared below. Die. The word death, Shenwen, was mixed with an incredibly thick aura of death, and turned into a door, instantly suppressing him. In the surroundings, hundreds of doors were waved by Suyu, and in the blink of an eye, the great Yuan King's river of time was cut off. Dead spirit door suppression. The great Yuan King's movement suddenly paused, but it was only for an instant. But in this instant, Suyu charged over, and punched out. The power of over 100 million acupuncture points exploded. Outside, cries of shock instantly erupted. "Your Majesty!" On the side of the Great Yuan Palace, the expression of a potential invincible martial artist changed drastically. The expression of the palace head of the Great Yuan Palace also changed drastically. Boom! A loud sound rang out. With a bang, the Great Yuan King was smashed into pieces. Violent energy ripples swept out in all directions, surging outwards. The Silkworm Destruction King cursed loudly. He wanted to run, but it was too late. With a pu sound, arrows of blood shot out, and Suyu punched out, smashing the great Yuan King into pieces. He also grabbed with one hand, and the surrounding flesh and blood, including the arrows of blood from the Silkworm Destruction King, were mixed together by him, and split apart again. Next, the will of civilization appeared, and instantly swallowed all the flesh and blood. In the distance, the river of time trembled, and the great Yuan king was about to be resurrected. Xianxia of Goguryeo shouted, "Stop!" The great Yuan king had been defeated, one of his bodies had been destroyed by Suyu. In all directions, the foreign elites all had their mouths wide open. It was really a fight to the death. The great Yuan king, one of his 3 bodies had been destroyed. This was definitely a fight to the death. No one would joke around with the 3 bodies of a 7th stage eternal realm cultivator. The great Yuan king was one of the strongest elites of the human race. Today, one of his bodies had been destroyed by Suyu in front of everyone, and he might even die. This could not possibly be an act. There was absolutely no need for this. Even if the great Yuan king defected to the other races would not trust him, and they would not bring any benefits to the human race above the 7th stage eternal realm. That was impossible. They would not treat you as a trusted aide just because your 3 bodies had been killed. There was absolutely no need for such a high-level official to pretend to defect to the enemy. However, someone seemed to have noticed something, and sighed. There is probably something wrong with the 3 bodies of the great Yuan king. He has gone mad, and he really wants to kill Suyu. Suyu has also been angered, and he really wants to kill him. At this moment, there were finally quite a few people who had noticed. This was an accident. The great Yuan king had gone mad, and Suyu was not someone who could tolerate this, nor was he a kind person. Relying on Kaiyuan's divine aperture, as well as the restrictions of the Great Formation on the power of time, he had killed the great Yuan king's 1 body. With 1 body killed, the great Yuan king would definitely lose. The remaining 2 bodies would definitely not be a match for Suyu. "Your Majesty!" "Father!" Outside, the expressions of the people of the Great Yuan Palace changed. The palace head of the Great Yuan Palace quickly shouted, "Suyu, don't kill my father. The Great Yuan Palace supports you as the leader of this holy land." "His Majesty, the Great Zhou King." In the distance, the Great Zhou King also shouted coldly, "Stop. Suyu, the Great Yuan King only went mad by accident, he did not mean to." Suyu looked at them coldly. "What? Do you think that I, Suyu, am alone? I have said that I will definitely kill him. Do you all think that I am alone and want to start a war with Holy City?" A mayor's decree appeared, and Suyu said coldly, "If you all dare to interfere, the mayor's decree will be activated, and the 36 guards will definitely charge into the human realm. If the great Yuan King dares to bully me, he will definitely die, and no one will be able to stop him." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of everyone around changed. That's right, Suyu was not alone. If they really interfered in his battle today, once the mayor's decree was activated, the humans and the ancient city would go to war. Unthinkable. At this moment, some of the invincible realm cultivators were speechless and helpless. The others were so stifled that they wanted to curse out loud. It was supposed to be a good thing. How did it suddenly turn out like this? A battle of life and death had suddenly erupted between the great Yuan King and Suyu. Now, it was not good to interfere, but it was also not good to not interfere. If they did not interfere, the great Yuan King would definitely die. If an incredibly powerful invincible realm cultivator was killed in front of the great Zhou King and the others, then they had no choice but to fight. They might as well kill Suyu while the great Yuan King was still alive. At this moment, the Xianxia of Goguryeo and the others were all conflicted. What to do? In the distance, above the river of time, the figure of the Yuan King gradually appeared. In the record of civilization, the mother ball licked a drop of blood, nodded, and said, "It's the Hell King's bloodline, no doubt, but there's something else mixed in as well. It's probably the bloodline of another elite, a mixed bloodline. The silkworm vanquishing King's power of time should contain some of the Hell King's inheritance. The Hell King is skilled in confinement, and confinement is often inseparable from the power of time. Silkworm eradication King, it's really him." Suyu was worried that he had made a mistake, so he deliberately took the opportunity to injure him, forcing him to vomit blood. Furthermore, he was collecting blood indiscriminately under such circumstances. Even if the Silkworm Destruction King saw this, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Now, it was confirmed, it was actually the Silkworm Destruction King. Suyu's mood was a little complicated. He wasn't too familiar with the Silkworm Annihilation King, but he had, after all, inherited the other party's cultivation technique, and had begun cultivating it a long time ago. Today, it was proven that this man was the traitor who murdered Yi Badian. as Suyu thought to himself. He quickly regained his composure. Bad people were all good at disguising themselves, he shouldn't waver because of these things. He quickly looked towards the Deyuan king in the distance. At this moment, the Deyuan king's physical body had once again recovered. His face was slightly pale, yet he gritted his teeth, and once again charged towards Suyu in a frenzy. You can kill me once, but what if you can kill me twice? If I kill you once, then you will die. Boom. The great battle resumed. On the other side, Dasha of Goguryeo couldn't care less. He directly charged into the fray, and shouted, Suyu, give Xianxia some face. Old Yuan has lost control, he didn't do it on purpose. Get lost. Suyu and the Deyuan king both shouted angrily at the same time, and both struck towards Dasha of Goguryeo. Dasha of Goguryeo was also exasperated. He forcefully received a punch from Suyu, and with his back to Suyu, he sent the Deyuan king flying with a slash of his saber. He shouted again, Suyu, this is a misunderstanding, the human race will give you an explanation. You have killed his entire life. He didn't want Suyu to kill the Deyuan king, not only because he and the Deyuan king were old comrades, but also because once Suyu killed the Deyuan king, even if it was the Deyuan king who had made the first move, from then on, the current Suyu would still not be the divine lord of the human race, nor would he have the chance to become the divine lord of the human race. Both sides would definitely part ways. Even if the human race admitted defeat this time, there would still be people who resented Suyu. This wasn't a good thing. Dasha of Goguryeo didn't want this to be the result. This time, when Suyu returned, Xia province also contributed manpower and effort. After all, Suyu was born in Xia province. Dasha of Goguryeo hoped that he could return, and didn't want them to become enemies because of this, and Suyu glanced at the Deyuan king. Seeing that the madness in his eyes was still obvious, he frowned slightly. Still not awake, the influence of the three bodies was so great, terrifying. Seeing that Dasha of Goguryeo had joined in, Dasha of Goguryeo was powerful, and Suyu was no match for him. Suyu quickly transmitted his voice, Lord Zhu, absorb his sea of will for an instant. Absorb who? Dasha of Goguryeo. All right. The mother ball happily agreed. While absorbing, he would absorb some willpower. Dasha of Goguryeo didn't know, right? Suyu didn't know either, right? It was happily decided just like that. Dasha of Goguryeo was still blocking Suyu. With him blocking, there was almost no hope for Suyu to kill the Deyuan king. And it was at this moment that Suyu's fist shot towards the Deyuan king. The Deyuan king also madly charged towards Suyu. Dasha of Goguryeo was just about to send the Deyuan king flying and once again block Suyu, when suddenly, his expression changed. At this moment, his mind was slightly dazed. In this daze, Suyu's fist shot out. With a boom, the powerful explosive power of his fist once again smashed the Deyuan king into pieces, and Dasha of Goguryeo's blood and chi exploded, saber chi vibrated, and he struck out with his saber. With a pu sound, Suyu's Wenwenji cracked slightly, and a saber appeared on Suyu's forehead. Dasha of Goguryeo's expression was ugly. He frowned as he looked at Suyu, and then at Wenwenji beside him. He looked at Suyu and cursed in his heart, this bastard, what kind of terrifying existence did he bring with him? At this moment, the outside world did not understand what was happening. They only saw Dasha of Goguryeo hesitate for a moment, and the Deyuan king's second body was destroyed by Suyu's punch. In the distance, the palace head of the great Yuan house said mournfully, Your Majesty, Dasha of Goguryeo, save my father. Although my father is in the wrong, he does not deserve to die. Please have mercy, Your Majesty. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. He thought that Dasha of Goguryeo had done this on purpose. He had suddenly hesitated, and then stopped. Not only them, but the outside world also thought so. Dasha of Goguryeo had probably hesitated in the end, and had chosen Suyu. Thus, he had allowed Suyu to destroy the Deyuan king's second body with a single punch. Was he going to let Suyu kill the Deyuan king to vent his anger? He's serious. When the Deyuan king's second body was killed, no one thought that it was fake anymore. Fake? How could that be possible? His present body and future body had been killed, and only his past body was left, and his strength had weakened. His past body, even if it was the Deyuan king's past body, was continuously strengthened. At most, it had the power of the fourth or fifth level of the Eternal Realm. Compared to the 7th level of the Eternal Realm, it was still far inferior, and he only had one life. This kind of loss was practically irreversible. One of the elites of the human tribe had suddenly weakened, becoming a weakling among the middle level, because he only had one life. This could not be fake. The Yuan king. Could his third body survive? At this moment, the river of time shook again. After a moment, the Yuan king was reborn again. This time, his eyes were much clearer. His third body, his past body, the Yuan king of the past, the Yuan king now was much younger. His eyes were wild, but not as crazy as before. At this moment, he seemed to remember something. He looked at Suyu, then looked at Xianxia of Goguryeo, and suddenly laughed bitterly. I have lost. I did not expect that I would not even be able to defeat you. How embarrassing. Old Xia, get out of the way. Since I was the one who made the first move, life or death is up to fate. Suyu, I am no match for you. As I said before, if I am defeated, the Yuan Palace is willing to make you the leader of the Holy Land, and the battle between us will not involve anyone else. Old Xia, old Zhou, if I die in battle, I only have myself to blame. At this moment, he stepped out of the river of time, appearing more domineering and authoritative. Suyu, kill me, I will not surrender without a fight. I have also said, this battle is a personal grudge between us, and will not involve anyone else. Old Xia, get out of the way. I have not reached the point where I need someone to protect me, to wag my tail and beg for my life. Xianxia of Goguryeo frowned and looked at him. Very quickly, he turned to Suyu. He has regained consciousness, Suyu, he has regained consciousness. He knew that Suyu had a Dao integration cultivator with him, the God-Eater clan. He had already deduced this. He also knew that if Suyu wanted to kill the Yuan king, no one would be able to stop him today. He could not, nor could old Zhou. With a Dao integration cultivator here, as well as Suyu, even if he and old Zhou joined forces, it would still be difficult for them to defeat a Dao integration cultivator. Of course, there was also the Great Light Prince. If they really fought, Suyu's side might not win, but, if they really fought to the end, the biggest possibility was that both sides would suffer. Once Suyu opened the dead spirit's passageway, the human world would become hell. Suyu's eyes were cold, and an aura of death erupted. The Yuan king seemed to have regained consciousness. But King said that I wouldn't kill him. Am I shameless? I said that I would definitely kill him. At this moment, in the distance, the king of Great Zhou said in a low voice, City Lord Su, everything is a misunderstanding. The Yuan king lost control of his 3 bodies just now. At this moment, he has regained consciousness. City Lord Su's battle prowess is unparalleled, and he has already killed his current future body, leaving only his past body. This time, the Dazhou prefecture fully supports the discussion of the Holy Land. If City Lord Su gives up just like this, the Dazhou prefecture will definitely respect the City Lord as the leader of the Holy Land. CKU, Suyu cursed in his heart, this old fellow, what else could he stand for after becoming that person? The meaning behind his words was very clear. He originally did not support this, but now, he had no choice. For the sake of the Yuan king, he had no choice but to agree. The people on his side must not think that he was a traitor. No, he, the king of Great Zhou, was also doing this for the sake of the human race, for the sake of the Yuan king's life. He was too helpless. That kind of helplessness caused him to compromise with Suyu. In this way, the Dazhou prefecture fully supported Suyu, and there would be no problem. They had no choice. The Yuan king might even have to thank him. In reality, it was the king of Great Zhou, that old bastard, who had purposely made Suyu do this. This was the old schemer who would kill you and still want you to thank him, and Suyu, however, did not care. He laughed coldly and said, support from the Dazhou prefecture? The leader of the Holy Land? Do I care? After saying this, he looked into the distance, looked at Lu Wenyan, looked at the people of Willow City, and said in a low voice, teachers, do you think that I, Suyu, will kill my way out of the human realm today, or will I let this guy go? If I kill my way out of the human realm, teachers, are you willing to go far away with me and join the holy city? I have the confidence to kill my way out. When I open the tunnel of dead spirits, and another Daqin king comes, I also have the confidence to kill my way out. As soon as these words were said, everyone was shocked. in the distance, the foreign races were also extremely shocked. Was a great war going to break out? If they were not careful, everyone present today might be finished. Suyu was going to open the tunnel of dead spirits and kill his way out of the human realm, and the leadership of all this seemed to be in the hands of the people of Willow City. As for the king of Great Zhou, no one cared about him, his words did not count. The ones who had the final say were Lu Wenyan and the others. At this moment, everyone's gazes were focused on the people of Willow City. How would they choose? Would they follow Suyu and kill his way out, or would they persuade Suyu to let the Deyuan king go? And the matter today would end with the death of 2 of the 3 bodies of the Deyuan king, and Suyu. This time, everyone really knew him. Too proud, too unruly, too domineering. He did not lower his head, nor was he willing to settle things peacefully. The only ones who could persuade him seemed to be his father and his teachers. Once his teachers died, once his father died, there was probably no one in this world who could persuade him and control him. This was an overlord who would not be threatened by anyone. At this moment, the expressions of Lu Wenyan and the others kept changing. Zhao Li and Zhao Tianbing also gave up on forging weapons and walked over. Zhao Li frowned. He looked at Lu Wenyan, then at Bai Feng, and finally at Suyu. He said in a low voice, Suyu, although we do not like the scheming of human tier cultivators, we were born and raised in the human tier. The Deyuan king has lost control of 3 bodies, and we may not be able to target him. Suyu, listen to my advice, this matter ends here. It was obvious that 2 of the Deyuan king's bodies had been killed, but at this moment, it seemed as if Suyu had been greatly wronged and humiliated, yet, no one had much of a doubt. After all, it was the Deyuan king who had taken the initiative to attack Suyu. Everyone had seen it, even the people of the Great Yuan Palace felt helpless and sorrowful. Yes, no one had expected the Deyuan king to suddenly go crazy. Now, the Deyuan king's life depended on Lu Wenyan and the others, on Suyu. As for Suyu, he felt that he had been humiliated, that the human tier was deliberately targeting him, but he could not reason with it, because it was the truth. Lu Wenyan also sighed. Suyu, forget it. At most, we will leave the human tier and kill the Deyuan king. There is no need. Since the human tier does not welcome us, then we will leave, and all the targeting will naturally disappear. He sighed, feeling somewhat helpless and pained. Beside him, Bai Feng gritted his teeth and said, this time, we returned to the human tier because we thought that Suyu had the power and ability to help the human race. Who the hell would care about this *T Holy Land, *T Divine Master? In the end, you people kept pressuring us, shameless. We thought that since Suyu had become the master of this holy land, he would also have the right to help the human race. Are the human elites so great? What do Yuan King? Didn't my disciple easily kill him in 3 bodies? He was very angry. He looked around and said angrily, a bunch of shameless people, this *T human tier, this *T holy land, I don't care about it. In the universe, we live more comfortably. Anger, sorrow, disappointment. At this moment, the people of Shunwen seemed to have been greatly wronged and greatly humiliated. All of them clenched their fists, their expressions ugly. At this moment, Suyu was thinking about a problem. Were these people acting, or were they serious? I clearly had the upper hand, and beat the Deyuan king into a miserable state, but you people are making trouble. I should not show an expression of grievance. Thus, Suyu also showed an expression of anger, grievance, and disappointment. I came to help the human race, but you people treated me like this. At this moment, some of the Invincible Realm experts felt somewhat embarrassed. Yes, Suyu was doing very well in the outside world, but here, he was attacked by the Deyuan king. If he was weak, then wouldn't he have been killed? The king of Great Zhou, the Dashao of Goguryeo, and the others did not allow Suyu to kill anyone. This was a bit like bullying with numbers. This was too much. For a moment, some people felt that this was somewhat reasonable. This was really too much. They were clearly allies, but now, they were once again forcing Suyu and the others to leave the human tier. In the future, there might not be any chance for them to work together. Not far away, the Deyuan king's expression changed. Of all the mistakes, it is all my fault. Suyu, don't you feel that you have been wronged? This matter has nothing to do with others, it is my fault. This will not affect the alliance between the ancient city and the human race. In the future, if I become a dead spirit, you can summon me to battle again. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his palm down on his head, committing suicide here. He, the Deyuan king, had merged his three bodies, lost control of his emotions, and was filled with anger and killing intent. He attacked Suyu, causing the human race and the ancient city to become enemies. This matter even affected the survival of the entire human race. This was a great mistake. Since that was the case, then with my blood, I will end this matter. At this moment, Suyu punched out, and with a bang, he was sent flying. He laughed coldly, and said, "Forget it. I will not bicker with you. If you really commit suicide, at that time, the human race will probably curse me, Suyu, to death." I, Suyu, forced the king of mansion opening to his death. Deyuan king, you really schemed well, leaving a clear conscience before your death, and for the sake of the human race, you committed suicide here. And I, Suyu, will be cursed for 10,000 years. What a great scheme, what a vicious one. If you die, I, Suyu, will probably be cursed by the human race for 10,000 years. The Deyuan king was momentarily stunned. I did not mean that seemed to be the case, but he did not mean that. However, now that Suyu had said it, he thought for a moment. Indeed, Suyu had forced the death of a king of mansion opening. Even if he was in the right, the dead should be respected. He, Suyu, would probably really be cursed for 10,000 years. In that case, he could not die. For a moment, the Deyuan king was somewhat at a loss. I can't die, but I can live. Suyu also seemed to be very angry. In this day and age, even death was not allowed. Not far away, the corner of the Dezhou king's mouth twitched slightly. Really good. This brat, in an instant, turned the situation around, and said all the good things for him. Suyu smiled and said, "Whatever, as long as you are happy. This time, I have returned to celebrate my father's birthday. After the birthday banquet, I will leave the human realm. All of you, fighting for power, what a joke. It is hard to say how long the human realm can exist. The fight for power is actually so disgusting." As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu stepped into the air and walked away, his cold laughter spreading through the heavens and the earth. I, Suyu, am ashamed to be associated with you all. This sentence was enough to scold everyone. However, the invincible martial artists and the elites of the great mansions all had strange expressions on their faces, but could not refute it. Maybe he really did not care about the master of the Holy Land. In the end, on the first day of the conference, things had already turned out like this. It had become the biggest joke in the world. A manor-opening king had actually tried to assassinate Suyu during the conference. This was a joke that the Myriad worlds would be happy to watch. Not only did the alliance not succeed, but they also became enemies. Behind him, the Deyuan king's expression was ugly, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Suyu, it is only my fault. Why must the entire human race be affected? I, Yuan Qifeng, am willing to accept punishment. I only hope that City Lord Su will continue to participate in the meeting of the Holy Land, and do not implicate the entire human race because of my fault. I beg you, come to the meeting." That was what I meant. Nearby, the Dezhou king also sighed. "City Lord Su, you are a magnanimous person. Some things, the human race will naturally give you an explanation. I hope that City Lord will continue to participate in the meeting of the Holy Land." Suyu was forcing him to lower his head. "Fine, I'll give you face. Why bother?" And the faraway Suyu smiled coldly and said, "We'll talk about it later. I only hope that my father's birthday will not be affected." Of course. The Dezhou king sighed as he watched Suyu leave. He looked at the Deyuan king with a helpless expression, then looked at the others and sighed. "Let's disperse first. This is really endless helplessness, indescribable sorrow." Very quickly, he stood up and said, "I'll go and have a chat with Suyu. Old Xia, take a look at old Yuan and see if you can salvage the situation a little. 3 bodies destroyed, 2 bodies destroyed. Suyu is invincible below the 9th stage." With a sigh, he quickly left to look for Suyu, and at this moment, the surrounding people also had extremely complicated feelings. The great battle had erupted and ended, the 3 bodies of the Deyuan king had been destroyed, Suyu had left in anger, and many people of the Shenwen faction were disappointed in the human race, and the meeting of the Holy Land might end without a cause. What an eventful time. And the surrounding Wan people all had strange expressions on their faces. Today, they were going to watch a great show. The human race had fought a few battles and did not suffer any losses, but today there was internal strife, and the Deyuan king had almost been killed. This was not a small loss. This was a 7th-stage eternal elite. The group of people quickly thought of a way to spread the news to the outside world. Back to the main race, big news. If the elites of the One heard about this, they would probably die of laughter. We haven't even fought you, and you guys started fighting each other. This kind of thing, if heard a few more times, would probably die of laughter, and at this moment, in the Su mansion. So you sat down and drank a mouthful of tea. The Dezhou king instantly appeared and smiled lightly. It's all a misunderstanding, so you glanced at him and sneered. Misunderstanding? Your Majesty, I helped the Deyuan king solve the crisis of losing control. You know that, and you even instructed me to do so. Don't I get any reward? You can tell? The Dezhou king laughed, and so did Suyu. Do I look like an idiot to you? You don't. The king of Great Zhou also said with a smile, therefore, the few from Willow City have become heroes of the human race this time. Isn't that great? TSK, that's because the king of Great Zhou wants to reap the benefits. Otherwise, I can't be bothered to get involved. King of Great Zhou laughed. If I didn't say that, you wouldn't have had the chance to change the topic back to Willow City. I knew you would do that. Hee hee. Hee hee. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Very quickly, King of the Great Zhou said seriously, are you sure? Yes, Silkworm Destruction King. The King of Great Zhou frowned slightly and said after a while, if I say, it might not be him, would you believe me? Suyu frowned. He has the Hell King bloodline. That traitor had the Hell King bloodline. Furthermore, that traitor has the bloodline symbol of a Hell King. I saw it with my own eyes. The King of Great Zhou was silent for a while before he said, if I say that the traitor is not one who but Jin Tian, would you believe me? Why? Suyu looked at him. I confirmed it myself, you're here to deny me. Do you think I'm going to be whoever you say I am? The King of Great Zhou was silent for a moment. Intuition. Suyu laughed. Intuition? Yes. The King of Great Zhou said calmly, Suyu, I feel that I won't guess wrongly. All the evidence points to Wang Hu. As for me, I feel that it's Jin Tian. There's a high chance that Wang Hu isn't the traitor. Apart from intuition, is there any other reason? The King of Great Zhou thought for a moment and shook his head. No, I checked on him and didn't find anything. However, I'm just guessing that it's him. Suyu, if you don't believe me, I'll go with you to look for Wang Hu and give him a chance. What do you think? Suyu, the King of Great Zhou took a deep breath. Believe me this once. There's a high chance that Jin Tian is the traitor. Wang Hu might have been schemed against and he might not even be aware of it. Schemed? Suyu. The King of Great Zhou nodded. If you didn't find out that it's Wang Hu, I feel that he's suspicious. However, after you found out, I feel that the problem has worsened. With that said, the King of Great Zhou thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, go look for Wang Hu. I'll get him to bring us to the River of Time. If he doesn't agree, I'll forcefully check his Sea of Will. If he still doesn't agree, I'll treat him as a traitor and execute him. Suyu was surprised. Was the King of Great Zhou so certain? Intuition, Suyu rubbed his chin and thought for a moment before nodding slightly. All right, you said it. If the King of Silkworm's Destruction is unwilling, we'll kill him. You kill him but I won't, lest the human experts surround and kill me. All right. The King of Great Zhou had a firm expression as though he had guessed something. Suyu raised his brows. Was there really an accident? I found out personally, all right, there was no way it was fake. The King of Silkworm's Destruction had the Hell King bloodline. The King of Great Zhou did not say much and quickly disappeared. He appeared near the array again. At this moment, the Great Light Lord and the others were still repairing the array. The King of Great Zhou waved his hand and said, Wang Hu, come here. You can be considered as half a master to Suyu. Come with me and talk to him. The King of Silkworm's Destruction said helplessly, will he recognize me as his master? this guy, that temper. Come and try and duel. No. All right then. The king of Silkworm's destruction sighed. The array is half destroyed. I don't know if it can be repaired. King of Great Yuan, sigh. He shook his head and sighed. Soon, he disappeared with the king of Great Zhou. Su residence. The king of Great Zhou and the king of Silkworm's destruction arrived together. The king of Great Zhou's first sentence was, Wang Hu, what monarch bloodline do you have? The king of Silkworm's destruction was instantly wary. What? Speak. The king of Great Zhou frowned. You don't know what bloodline you have? The king of Silkworm's destruction laughed. Why are you so serious? I have, the King Ping bloodline. The king of Great Zhou said coldly, you want to force me to kill you? The king of Silkworm's destruction glanced at him, then at the seated Suyu. After a while, his expression became dejected. I have the bloodline of the Hell King and the Fire Demon Emperor. Suyu shrugged, smiled, and looked at the king of Great Zhou. The king of Great Zhou frowned. Mixed blood? The king of Silkworm's destruction's mouth twitched. He nodded. You know? As expected, some things can't be hidden. He was a little dejected. It's been so many years, and no one cares. Why, are you investigating this now? The king of Silkworm's destruction said helplessly, I admit that I'm a mixed blood. But I was born in the human race. I didn't want to become a demon, he sighed. The two of you, this time, you did so many things. Don't tell me, you did it especially for me? If I had known, I wouldn't have implicated the king of Great Yuan and crippled him twice. With a sigh, the king of Silkworm's destruction said helplessly, all right, I admit it. I thought I could hide it. Now I admit it. You want to kill me. I admit it. Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly. The king of Great Zhou also frowned. Suyu laughed lightly. King of Silkworm's destruction, you had the chance to kill me. That time, during the trial in Dexia province, why didn't you kill me? The king of Silkworm's destruction looked at him. After a long time, he said speechlessly, I'm a mixed blood. Just because I'm a mixed blood, I have to kill you? Suyu, aren't you overestimating yourself? I'm perfectly fine, why would I want to kill you? Suyu raised his eyebrows. Then when you plotted against the fifth generation, why didn't you say this? Plotted against the fifth generation? Yibadian? The king of Silkworm's destruction started. No, I didn't plot against him. The king of Great Zhou sighed. Suyu, some things, it's better to believe first. I feel, there might really be a misunderstanding. If we don't ask in detail, perhaps Silkworm's destruction will die unjustly. He felt that the king of Silkworm's destruction wasn't a traitor. Otherwise, with Suyu's irrefutable evidence, he probably wouldn't be interested in confronting the king of Silkworm's destruction. If he really believed it, then this time, the king of Silkworm's destruction would definitely die in this trip to Heaven Abyss. The king of Great Zhou took a deep breath and said, we might have been wrong from the start. Who said that what we saw was the truth? Who said that whoever has the bloodline of a Hell King must be a traitor? A mixed blood might not necessarily be a traitor. Traitor? The king of Silkworm's destruction started. You. I didn't. I did hide my mixed blood identity, but I didn't betray the human race. What do you mean? Suyu frowned at him, not speaking. A mixed blood wasn't a traitor, Heavenly King Jin was, old sly thing, just acting based on his intuition? All this while, Suyu's perception was that the guy with the symbol was the traitor. Because at that time, he was very weak. That was an accident, a coincidence. That was when he was in the nurturing stage. He had gone to steal the Tianyi cult master's blood essence, and he had inadvertently seen an unremarkable scene. Later on, Suyu found out that it was the Hell King's bloodline. He had found out through various means. He had asked Old Tortoise, he too, Xia Chen, it was either an old antique or a dead person, strictly speaking, even if this thing was revealed now, not many people would know that it was the Hell King bloodline. Under such circumstances, if he were to tell Suyu that a long time ago, long before anyone noticed, that traitor had started scheming against him, Suyu found it hard to accept. He didn't find out instantly through luck, from the nurturing stage until the burning sea realm was exposed, until he came into contact with some primordial figures and identified the Silkworm Annihilation King through the Dao integration stage Mother Ball. If there was any missing link, so you wouldn't be so sure that the Silkworm Annihilation King was the traitor. One link after another, until the last link, he personally confirmed it and brought a Dao integration stage Mother Ball to identify it. It could be said that Suyu had done everything he could. Furthermore, Xiachen himself had said that the powerful being he killed had the Hell King bloodline. At this moment, At this moment, he even suspected the King of Great Zhou. It wasn't that he couldn't accept his own failure and mistake, but this possibility existed. The King of Great Zhou said that it was the Heavenly King Jin, but where was the evidence? The King of Great Zhou looked at Suyu. He knew that Suyu was definitely worried. After a moment of silence, the King of Great Zhou said, Suyu, why are you so sure that the Hell King bloodline is the traitor? Suyu said in a low voice, Senior Silkworm Annihilation King, please reveal your bloodline symbol. The Silkworm Annihilation King was a bit embarrassed, but he still quickly revealed his bloodline symbol. It was on his arm. When Suyu saw it, his expression changed slightly. It was exactly the same as the one he saw, the symbol of mixed blood. There was a hibiscus of the earth, and there was also a flame. The positions seemed to be the same. Suyu looked at Silkworm Destruction King and said solemnly, Senior, have you ever shown your bloodline symbol? Silkworm Destruction Monarch thought for a moment before shaking his head. No. I'm a bit taboo. I know it's a sign of mixed blood. If Xiaochen were a pure-blood sovereign personage, he would not care. However, he was not. When the King of Great Zhou saw this, he said, Silkworm Extermination, how did you know that you are the descendant of the Hell King and the Blazing Fire Devil Emperor? Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult to know these things after countless years of inheritance. Even the Daxia of Goguryeo might not know which sovereign personage he inherited his sovereign personage bloodline. There were some ancient secrets that humans did not know. How did the Silkworm Destroying King know about this, including the problem of mixed blood? The Silkworm Destruction Monarch said helplessly, I knew a little when my bloodline awakened. Later, after looking through some ancient documents and verifying it, I knew that I was a mixed blood. Literature? Where did you see it? War God Temple. Didn't you and old Qin collect a bunch of ancient documents? I had nothing to do, so I went to read. There was a lot of information in there, so I naturally knew. The King of Great Zhou frowned. I didn't let go of information like Hell King and Inferno Demon Emperor. I didn't have it either. Old Qin didn't either. What book did you read? The Silkworm Destruction Monarch thought for a moment before saying, Ancient Bloodline Theory. There was no such book. The King of Great Zhou looked at him. The Silkworm Destruction Monarch opened his mouth and said after a while, there really was. Then, did you remember wrongly? What do you think? The Silkworm Destruction Monarch wanted to say something but hesitated. He said helplessly, all right, but I remember that I really read this book. The King of Great Zhou said softly, now that the War God Temple has been destroyed, there is no evidence. Of course, if you are not a traitor, then this book must have been put in by a traitor to target you. The other party knows your identity. Everything was crystal clear. Even some of your actions, some of your habits, were seen by the other party. With that said, he looked at Suyu and said, the other party knows that once the Silkworm Destruction Monarch knows his true bloodline, he won't easily show it to others, nor will he easily tell others. Even if he is surrounded and killed, he can't refute it because he is indeed a mixed bloodline. With that said, the King of Great Zhou continued, so, from the beginning, the other party wanted to make the Silkworm Destruction Monarch his substitute, his shadow, and even without the Silkworm Destruction Monarch's knowledge. The other party had always done things with the Silkworm Destruction Monarch as the standard. In the end, the one they found was probably the Silkworm Destruction Monarch. Suyu glanced at him and said calmly, is that so? Your Majesty, give me a reason. Intuition doesn't hold water. Also, since you suspect Heavenly King Jin, what does he have that is worthy of your suspicion? Bloodline? Or do you have something on him? With that said, he continued indifferently, also, Senior Silkworm Destruction Monarch. I hope to walk through the river of time and see if I can return to 50 years ago. I also want to see what Senior was doing 50 years ago. With that said, he smiled and said, of course, rest assured, Senior. If Senior can't consolidate the river of time, I will help Senior. If I can't, then let the cue ball do it. If a DAO integration stage cultivator personally investigates your past, if you don't resist, they will definitely find out. Unless you resist. The Silkworm Destruction Monarch's expression changed again, and he said in exasperation, investigate my past. Senior, you don't want to be used as a chess piece, do you? Did he become a scapegoat? Since that's the case, I think it's worth exposing some secrets appropriately. As Suyu spoke, he looked at the King of Great Zhou. The King of Great Zhou nodded. Wang Hu, let us see your past. Don't worry, we will keep it a secret. As long as it's not you, then we won't do anything to you. The Silkworm Destruction Monarch looked at the two of them and said gloomily, do I still have a chance to refuse? No. The King of Great Zhou chuckled. Because everything points to you. You are the hidden traitor. If you don't let us see, then it can only mean that I can't help you prove your innocence. After all, your bloodline is indeed the biggest problem. The Silkworm Destruction Monarch sighed. Alright, let's see. I hope the two of you can really help me keep this a secret. Otherwise, I'm afraid the two of you won't be finished. From what you're saying, there really is a secret. Suyu narrowed his eyes, and the King of Great Zhou also smiled. With a wave of his hand, he set up layers of restrictions around them. Meanwhile, Suyu didn't care about this. In his heart, he thought that with the cue ball, the Silkworm Destruction Monarch might not be able to hold on. However, with the King of Great Zhou here, perhaps he could help a little, or perhaps the cue ball could control it himself. Seeing that the King of Great Zhou had even set up an array formation, the Silkworm Destruction Monarch had nothing to say. Soon, a rather wide opening was torn. Suyu felt that it was not smaller than the one that Wan Tianxing had torn last time. After all, this was a 6th-stage Eternal Realm cultivator, and he was most proficient in the Tao of Time. Soon, a large opening appeared. Indistinctly, they could already hear the sound of the river waves. The Silkworm Destruction Monarch sighed. Please, the two of you. I'll say this in advance. I may not be able to bring you all the way to 50 years ago. Think of a way yourself. The King of Great Zhou said indifferently, don't worry, go in. Suyu and the King of Great Zhou instantly entered. With the two of them working together, even if a Tao integration stage cultivator schemed against them, it wouldn't be too much of an effect. As for the Silkworm Destruction Monarch, his body trembled, and he couldn't help but curse. F***ck, what a huge pressure. I feel like I'm carrying 10 Eternals with me. In this situation, I'll be considered very impressive if I can make it through 10 years. Why was there such a huge pressure? No matter how powerful old Zhou was, Suyu wasn't an Eternal Realm cultivator. What a huge pressure, it instantly made him feel a little powerless. The King of Great Zhou smiled ambiguously. Let's go. Some people are a little heavy. Suyu bare one's teeth smiled. Me? He also smiled. Your Majesty, the King of Great Zhou, you're extremely powerful. It's normal for you to be a little more stressed. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They didn't say anything else. Before their eyes, a huge river had already appeared. The three of them floated in the air. Above the river, there were waves after waves. Each wave represented a rise and fall in life, representing that something had happened. As for the Silkworm Destruction Monarch's waves, at a glance, the entire river was a wave line. Wave after wave of water splashed out. Suyu frowned. The King of Great Zhou also sighed. There's no need to say anything more. Each wave is mostly caused by fighting with the Silkworm Destruction Monarch, right? The Silkworm Destruction Monarch laughed dryly. That's right. In his life, he had fought with the Silkworm Destruction Monarch too many times. Waves after waves proved just how many times he had fought with the Silkworm Destruction Monarch. Look, no one saw the first wave. There was no need to look. It should be something that happened just now. The three of them walked over. Soon, the second wave appeared. The three of them instantly sank into it. They saw the massacre in the Dragon Realm at a glance. After a simple glance, the three of them left. Continue onward. The third wave was when the Silkworm Destruction Monarch was killed. Suyu and the King of Great Zhou watched for a while. After the Silkworm Destruction Monarch killed the Silkworm Destruction Monarch, his emotions fluctuated quite a bit. He was happy for a long time. After watching for a while, there was nothing to see, so they continued onward. The next few waves were all scenes of the battle between the Silkworm Destruction Monarch and the Silkworm Destruction Monarch. Over and over again, on average, the Silkworm Destruction Monarch had to find him once a year to battle. This kind of battle frequency was far too high for an invincible being. It was equivalent to fighting all day long. In the past few years, there seemed to be nothing special about the Silkworm Destruction Monarch aside from fighting. All he did was battle. The River of Time was very difficult to deceive unless one forcibly twisted it or sealed a certain memory. However, the King of Great Zhou wasn't the only one here. There was also the Mother Ball. Unless this guy was a Dao Integration Stage Super Mighty figure in disguise, and no ordinary Dao Integration Stage Super Mighty figure at that, they continued onward. At this moment, a relatively large wave appeared. The Silkworm Destruction Monarch calculated the time and instantly said, "There's no need to look at this. There's no problem with this." Suyu and the King of Great Zhou ignored him. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, they definitely had to look at a place with such large fluctuations. The Silkworm Destruction Monarch sighed in exasperation and could only jump into the wave as well. "Husband, you're back," Suyu and the King of Great Zhou faltered slightly upon entering. "What the hell?" At this moment, the two of them instantly appeared in a quaint courtyard. A peculiar expression appeared on the King of Great Zhou's face. At this moment, a woman appeared in the courtyard, and she was looking at a man outside with a resentful expression. The words from before had also come from this woman. Suyu and the King of Great Zhou were extremely surprised. The Silkworm Destruction Monarch had a wife. Wasn't he an old bachelor? How strange, this guy didn't tell anyone that he had a wife. Instead, he was even hiding it from them. This courtyard was most likely hidden within an ordinary manner. Otherwise, everyone should have known about it. The Silkworm Destruction Monarch, who had followed behind them, looked up into the sky and remained silent. "I don't want to look." Painful memories, Suyu and the King of Great Zhou observed carefully. In their memories, the Silkworm Destruction Monarch was handsome and elegant. He wasn't as old as he was now. However, that shouldn't have been too long ago. Therefore, whether he was old or not was his own transformation. Clearly, he had become much younger in front of his wife. What happened next was actually nothing much. The two of them were affectionate and sweet. From time to time, they would even kiss each other a few times. Watching this, Suyu and the King of Great Zhou wanted to bare one's teeth. "Hold it in, we have to hold it in, it's normal, don't take it to heart." The key was that if this wasn't an invincible expert, the two of them wouldn't care, but this was the Silkworm Destruction Monarch, a rather old invincible expert. Secretly, he was still a little puppy. TSK. No wonder the Silkworm Destruction Monarch didn't want to show it. However, the two of them were still curious. How could there be waves just like that? Moreover, the waves were huge, even bigger than the battle with the Silkworm Destruction Monarch. Could it be that there was going to be a huge battle soon? The King of Great Zhou glanced at Suyu. It wasn't good to continue watching. Should they retreat? Suyu rubbed his chin, wondering if it was time to retreat. He didn't expect this. The Silkworm Destruction Monarch looked like a decent person. It wasn't a big deal for a married couple to do that, but the key was, don't have such huge fluctuations in your memories. This was too big, much bigger than the fluctuations in the battle with the invincible experts. Just as he was thinking, things took a turn. Not long after, when the two of them were still affectionate, the Silkworm Destruction Monarch suddenly said, "Don't go out too much these days, especially don't go to Dixia Province. In recent years, Dixia Province hasn't been peaceful. A principal just died, so you guessed. It couldn't have happened the year before last, right?" Was he talking about Jin Yuhui? He was killed by Zhu Tiandao. Principal? Yes, from the Civilization Academy. The Silkworm Destruction Monarch said casually. The woman in front of him suddenly changed expression. She stood up, and in the blink of an eye, she broke through the air. the woman of the Silkworm Destruction Monarch was naturally not a weakling. The Silkworm Destruction Monarch hurriedly chased after her, shouting, "Lon Lon, what's wrong? Don't follow me. Back off, Lon Lon, I'm leaving. I'm going to Xianxia province. My main body cut off contact with me. Did something happen to the heavenly sage?" The woman cried and disappeared instantly. The Silkworm Destruction Monarch, who chased after her, was stunned. He shouted, "What main body? Husband. I'm leaving. Don't miss me. I'm just a clone, not the main body. When you see me in the future, call me Blue Sky." Cough, cough, cough. Suyu and the Great Zhou King disappeared instantly. In the memory, the Silkworm Destruction Monarch suddenly roared crazily and roared, "Impossible." Suyu and the Great Zhou King walked out of the memory. A moment later, the Silkworm Destruction Monarch also walked out of the memory with a black face. This time, his emotions were also fluctuating greatly. Suyu and the Great Zhou King didn't say a word. They continued to walk in the river of time. As they walked, Suyu bare one's teeth said, "Your Majesty, the river is so beautiful." "Yes, so beautiful, ha ha ha," the Great Zhou King laughed crazily. Suyu also laughed loudly. The two pointed at the river under their feet. They laughed until their stomachs hurt. Behind them, the Silkworm Destruction Monarch's eyes were gloomy. He looked at the two and gritted his teeth. "What are you laughing at? The river is so beautiful." The two laughed loudly. "What a beautiful river. We are laughing at this. Don't misunderstand, we understand why your emotions fluctuated so much." After laughing wildly for a while, Suyu's face turned stiff and returned to normal. He said solemnly, "Senior can't distinguish Blue Sky's clone?" The Silkworm Destruction Monarch's face turned cold and black. He gritted his teeth and said, "His main body cut off contact with the clone. He is almost no different from a normal person. Don't look at me like that. I guess that I'm not the only one who fell for it. This bastard, this bastard." Cough cough cough. Suyu coughed. The Great Zhou King also coughed. The Great Zhou King coughed for a while and laughed dryly, "That. Just treat Blue Sky as a woman, cough cough." "No, his clone is a real woman, cough cough. Cut off contact with the main body. Actually, his main body doesn't know what you say or do. Unless they merge again." The Silkworm Destruction Monarch's face was livid. Suyu sucked in a breath and said, "Senior, you actually didn't kill him. I really admire Senior." The Silkworm Destruction Monarch looked coldly at Suyu. Blue Sky was good at hiding. Then, he got involved with Wan Tiancheng. How could he kill him? Suyu looked up at the sky. It was so beautiful. Suyu looked for a while and coughed. "I feel that if Senior Silkworm Destruction Monarch is not suspicious, he will still be alive in the future. Since the Silkworm Dragon King is dead, why not change his name to Blue Vanquishing Monarch? Heavenly Vanquishing Monarch? Right, Heavenly Vanquishing Monarch. This is very domineering." The Silkworm Destruction Monarch gritted his teeth and said, "Do you think I don't remember it clearly enough?" Speechless. Suyu and King of Great Zhou wanted to laugh, but they had to hold it in. What the heck? Silkworm Destruction Monarch was tricked by Blue Sky and he didn't dare to believe it. The key was that it wasn't a normal trap. This trap. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't tell anyone. He had no choice this time. Otherwise, if Blue Sky and King Silkworm Destruction Monarch didn't say anything, no one would know about it. King of Great Zhou exclaimed, "No wonder you have been stationed in the human realm all these years. Truthfully, when you did, I suspected that there was something wrong with you. Then, I felt that you wouldn't make it so obvious. If you really had a problem, then why did you have to do it?" Right, Silkworm Destruction Monarch had been stationed in the human realm for many years. Apart from fighting with the Silkworm Dragon King, he was pretty much stationed in the human realm. Silkworm Destruction Monarch's face was cold and he didn't say a word. "I am willing. What can you do about it?" King of Great Zhou coughed and said, "What did he lie to you about?" Silkworm Destruction Monarch looked at him and said after a while, "He didn't lie about anything. He just inquired about Eternal's movements, legends, and deeds. He should be investigating something, probably a traitor." Suyu thought about it and said, "Maybe he feels that you are a suspect too." "Maybe so." Silkworm Destruction Monarch said coldly. Let's move on, can we not continue this topic? King of Great Zhou couldn't help but gossip. You have been single for hundreds of years, why did you think? Silkworm Destruction Monarch said angrily, can't she be charming? Why do you care about my private matters? King of Great Zhou suppressed his laughter. Fine, I won't ask any more. Indeed, if it was really Blue Sky's clone. Cough cough, actually, he had the confidence to make Silkworm Destruction Monarch take the bait. The three of them continued forward with a weird atmosphere. Silkworm Destruction Monarch was silent for a while and gritted his teeth. Don't spread this, whoever dares to. Yes, I can't beat you, but don't blame me for being impolite, it isn't over. Suyu smiled, of course. But Blue Sky himself. Silkworm Destruction Monarch gritted his teeth and said, he might not know, after that. I destroyed that clone. He might come regularly to collect some information, but he was afraid that I would find out, so he cut off the connection with the clone, so he might not know the situation. You killed Lon Lon? King of Great Zhou sighed, we were husband and wife for a night, after all. Silkworm Destruction Monarch was about to go crazy, he roared angrily, surnamed Zhou, are you going against me? King of Great Zhou sighed, forget it, let's not talk about it, moreover, if this third body also went crazy from the stimulation, that wouldn't be good. Suyu and King of Great Zhou shut up. Let's not talk about it, let's be secretly happy, no, let's talk via voice transmission. Suyu transmitted, Your Majesty, do you think Silkworm Destruction Monarch really killed that clone? It's hard to say, looking at his gentle look, I don't think he could bear to kill, could it be, he was imprisoned? Possible. TSK, this gossip. Your Majesty, if the human race writes history for Silkworm Destruction Monarch, will this be recorded? This, if we really want to write a biography, why don't we use high-level methods to hide it in the official history, so that, only Dao integration stage cultivators have a chance to see it? In any case, Silkworm Destruction Monarch himself won't be able to see it. I feel that this kind of thing should be left in unofficial history, official history is too dark. The two of them chatted, they had no choice, this gossip was too big. Behind them, Silkworm Destruction Monarch looked at the two of them suspiciously. Both of them looked at the waves with serious expressions, without any intention of laughing or gossiping. The two of you are sending voice transmissions? Silkworm Destruction Monarch frowned, Suyu said indifferently, alright, senior, that's all a small matter. The key is still over 50 years ago, I want to see what you were doing when something happened to the 5th generation monarch. Seeing his serious expression, Silkworm Destruction Monarch only remembered that he was a sinner and humphed, not saying anything else. Meanwhile, Suyu and King of Great Zhou continued to chat via voice transmission, gossiping. This gossip was worth talking about. Furthermore, apart from Silkworm Destruction Monarch, was there anyone else who fell into the trap? Blue Sky, the mighty being, if a few more invincible beings fell into the trap. Heavens, I don't even dare to imagine that scene. Silkworm Destruction Monarch stared at the two of them this entire time. They were chatting privately, but Silkworm Destruction Monarch wasn't sure what they were talking about. Was it about what had just happened, or was it about whether he was a traitor or not? So annoying, Silkworm Destruction Monarch cursed in his heart. Everyone knew about the two greatest disgraces of his life. Silkworm Destruction Monarch was dead, so it didn't matter anymore. But Blue Sky, scoundrel, I'm going to kill him the next time I see him. Just as he was enraged, the river of time flowed further and further away. Suyu and King of Great Zhou continued to watch. Toward the end, Silkworm Destruction Monarch was almost unable to hold on anymore, and it was the King of Great Zhou who continued to unleash the power of time to maintain the stability of the river. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, along the way, they found that Silkworm Destruction Monarch's life was quite monotonous. He was either fighting, or on the way to fighting. During these past few years, he had been fighting with Silkworm Destruction Monarch one-on-one, and they had fought countless battles. Finally, Suyu and King of Great Zhou arrived at the scene of over 50 years ago. In that earth-shattering change, invading his memories, Suyu and King of Great Zhou were helpless. Silkworm Destruction Monarch again, yes, more than 50 years ago, when the war erupted, Silkworm Destruction Monarch was still fighting Silkworm Destruction Monarch. Weren't they tired of fighting the same person all the time? You and Silkworm Destruction Monarch are the true love, there was no way around it. they continued to investigate. The main battle ahead was still with Silkworm Destruction Monarch. 100 years had passed, and King of Great Zhou was sweating. He said, he doesn't seem to have done anything in the past 100 years. Can this prove that he's fine? In these 100 years, apart from fighting Silkworm Destruction Monarch and Silkworm Destruction Monarch, the other matter was Blue Sky's matter. If he was a traitor, it was impossible that he didn't leave any traces. Suyu glanced at King of Great Zhou and frowned slightly. Continue watching. I seem to see an even bigger wave ahead. King of Great Zhou panted. I can't hold on anymore. I can't watch anymore. You have to watch, you have to contribute. Suyu didn't say much. Since it had come to this, he would do his best. Lord Cooking, help me stabilize the space-time passage. Help again? Is there anything to eat? There's something wrong with Silkworm Destruction Monarch. You can eat him directly. Alright then. The ball didn't say much. In the next moment, Suyu's will of civilization appeared and instantly stabilized the trembling space-time passage. This time, Silkworm Destruction Monarch was shocked. So powerful, this weapon is so strong. Suyu ignored him and said quickly, I'll only look at the big waves. I won't look at the small ones. King of Great Zhou nodded and quickly followed Suyu forward. The space-time river trembled continuously. Suyu and King of Great Zhou quickly looked at a few important nodes. Before long, a huge wave appeared and the three of them instantly dove into it. This time, the few of them seemed to be in a dark space. In the next moment, they heard Silkworm Destruction Monarch's angry roar. Silkworm Destruction Monarch, you can't digest me. Let me out or I'll definitely kill you. The second humiliation came. Silkworm Destruction Monarch's expression was ugly. This happened not long after I vindicated my Tao. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a silkworm's stomach? Still looking, got it. In the next moment, the three of them and Silkworm Destruction Monarch were pulled out. Yes, they were really pulled out. In the void, a huge silkworm with its butt facing the outside world pulled him out of Silkworm Destruction realm. At this moment, there seemed to be someone passing by nearby. Thus, this matter spread throughout the heavens. Otherwise, Silkworm Destruction Monarch definitely wouldn't tell the outside world. Silkworm Destruction Monarch said coldly, that's the celestial race's Sunglow immortal king. The silkworm is dead. I'll definitely kill her next. Yes, it's this blabbermouth immortal king who let the myriad worlds know about this. I'm not done with her. King of Great Zhou and Suyu looked at each other and didn't say anything. We won't laugh. We are all experts. How can we continue to laugh? If we do, we'll anger Silkworm Destruction Monarch to death. The three of them continued forward. What happened before was before Silkworm Destruction Monarch vindicated his Tao. There were no big waves, for Silkworm Destruction Monarch, before vindicating his Tao was a small matter. Soon, another ripple appeared. Silkworm Destruction Monarch thought about it and said, it's nothing big. It was probably when my bloodline awakened. It was also at this time that my strength increased by leaps and bounds. Later, I vindicated my Tao after opening the palace. Silkworm Destruction Monarch smiled, although I'm of mixed blood, the power of my bloodline is really strong. After my bloodline awakened, I advanced by leaps and bounds. Not long after, I vindicated my Tao. Suyu asked, Senior Silkworm Destruction Monarch, how many years ago did you vindicate your Tao? 300 years ago. Suyu nodded. 50 years after opening the palace, vindicating his Tao was indeed not slow. After all, the early stages were different from other palace opening kings. He didn't obtain any ruins. The three of them quickly entered this memory node. If not for King of Great Zhou and the Mother Ball, Silkworm Destruction Monarch wouldn't have been able to return to this node. This was 300 years ago. He didn't have the ability to return to this period. In the early stages, he didn't have the ability. When he had just vindicated his Tao, he wasn't as strong as he was now. The three of them quickly entered and saw this scene. This should be the time when Silkworm Destruction Monarch's bloodline awakened. It was also the time when he entered the Sun and Moon realm. After entering the Sun and Moon realm for a few decades, he vindicated his Tao. He was extremely talented. King of Great Zhou asked, when did you awaken your bloodline? About 40 years after it awakened, I stepped into the eternal realm. Year 12 of the peace calendar. It should be that time. King of Great Zhou said no more. At this moment, a weak silkworm destruction monarch appeared in front of them. He was very young, but he was very determined. He was currently at the peak of the mountain and sea realm. Silkworm destruction monarch explained, at that time, I was also considered a top genius. King of Great Zhou knows that when I stepped into the peak of the mountain and sea realm, I wasn't that old. I wasn't even 40 years old, King of Great Zhou nodded, indeed, a genius. Those who step into the eternal realm, without exception, are all geniuses from the beginning. As they spoke, Silkworm Destruction Monarch, who was in the secret room, began to break through. Silkworm Destruction Monarch said again, before the sun and moon realm, my bloodline hadn't awakened. Later, my bloodline awakened, and my talent became even stronger. After all, I had the human king and demon emperor bloodlines. As he spoke, his memories shook. King of Great Zhou quickly pressed down on Silkworm Destruction Monarch, and Suyu also instantly restrained his aura. It was as if they had seen something they shouldn't have seen. In the instant that Silkworm Destruction Monarch broke through, time and space seemed to freeze. In the next moment, a phantom appeared in front of Silkworm Destruction Monarch. The phantom chuckled, Wang Hu? The phantom looked at Silkworm Destruction Monarch, who was in seclusion, and sighed, his talent is not bad. There is hope for him to prove his Tao. As he said this, he looked behind him and murmured, Marquis Shouwen found me? He does have some ability. As he said this, he laughed, and a drop of blood appeared on his finger. As for Silkworm Destruction Monarch, he was still in seclusion, and he didn't feel anything at all. Suyu and King of Great Zhou's expressions were solemn, and Silkworm Destruction Monarch was also stunned. The phantom quickly operated, and in the blink of an eye, the secluded Silkworm Destruction Monarch turned into a dried corpse. All the blood in his body was extracted, and the drop of blood on the phantom's finger quickly entered Silkworm Destruction Monarch's body. Gradually, Silkworm Destruction Monarch regained his vitality. Lowly existence. From now on, you will be the descendant of a mighty emperor. The phantom smiled and said softly, it's a pity that you didn't inherit the essence. After saying this, the phantom looked behind him again. It felt like he was looking at King of Great Zhou and the others, but in fact, he was looking at Xiachen, worried that Xiachen would chase after him. Soon, the shadow flashed and disappeared from where it was. From beginning to end, he didn't sense anyone prying into time and space. He was very strong, King of Great Zhou said solemnly, very strong, an existence close to Tao integration. However, it wasn't Tao integration. Therefore, he didn't see anything because there was a Tao integration on Suyu's side. Perhaps it wasn't the ball, or perhaps it was King of Great Zhou's own existence, but he couldn't see it. An existence close to Tao integration, Suyu knew who it was. It was the guy that Xiachen killed. Xiachen was also very strong, and he killed the other party, but he also died with severe injuries. Beside him, Silkworm Destruction Monarch was extremely dumbfounded. What did he mean? He looked at himself who was still in seclusion. He knew nothing and was still in seclusion. Not long after, he broke through and awakened his bloodline. He wasn't used to it at first, but he didn't care because this was what bloodline awakening was like. Wang Hu, who was in seclusion, broke through the sun-moon realm and muttered to himself, Human King. Demon, mixed blood. I am mixed blood? This young Wang Hu instantly looked around with a hint of confusion and fear in his eyes. Soon, he gritted his teeth. No, I'm not mixed blood, I'm a descendant of the human king, yes, a descendant of the human king. From now on, I'm a descendant of the human king. I'm actually a descendant of the human king. Wang Hu was terrified at first, then he hypnotized himself. I'm a descendant of the human king, not some mixed blood, don't talk nonsense. Therefore, from now on, he was a descendant of the human king, and he never mentioned to anyone that he was mixed blood. Suyu was stunned and looked at King of Great Zhou. King of Great Zhou also looked at Silkworm Destruction Monarch with a solemn expression. Silkworm Destruction Monarch said with a dazed expression, I don't know. After I broke through, I thought that my bloodline had awakened. Back then, you all knew that our human race had some mixed blood. Immortal mixed blood, God mixed blood. In the end, we were greatly ostracized and even killed by some radical fellows. I was worried, so I didn't dare to say anything to the outside world and didn't dare to verify anything. Yes, back then, the manor had just been established, and there were still many mixed blood. Because at the beginning, when the heavens entered the human realm, immortals, demons, gods, and dragons appeared. They fought in the human realm for many years, killing and pillaging. At that time, there were also many mixed blood and they were extremely ostracized. Back then, Niao Lao and the others even suspected that Suyu had the mountain-breaking bull bloodline. It was also because of this period that they had such suspicions. King of Great Zhou frowned and said softly, "Out of my expectations, I thought. I thought that you had the Hell King bloodline, but you didn't know it, or it was just a bloodline that wandered outside. In the end, you actually aren't?" "I'm not?" Silkworm Destruction Monarch's mouth twitched. My bloodline is fake." Suyu frowned and said, "Can bloodline be reversed and fake?" King of Great Zhou said quickly, "Let's go, we'll talk when we get back." Of course, bloodlines can be faked and reversed. But it requires great power, and the price to pay is not small. One once tempted us to turn the Emperor bloodline for me and King of Great Qin. This guy is very strong. Dead. Suyu said casually. King of Great Zhou suddenly looked at him and narrowed his eyes. "You know?" Suyu said calmly, "King of Great Zhou, you know too?" "I guessed it. That's also my guess." King of Great Zhou was speechless. Suyu said calmly, "Do you know who he is, King of Great Zhou?" "I don't know." King of Great Zhou shook his head, but he quickly said, "He shouldn't be from this tide. He's most likely from the last tide. This guy from that tide shouldn't be that strong. At that time, the manor had just been established, so it's impossible for him to exist." Then, King of Great Zhou said solemnly, "Marquis Shouwen. Xia Chen, right? You've seen him, right?" Suyu smiled. "Your Majesty sure knows a lot." King of Great Zhou said calmly, "After living for so many years, I can more or less guess some things. Let's not talk about this, let's go back first." The three of them quickly flew through the air toward the river of time they came from. They were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, all three of them appeared in the Su residence. King of Great Zhou panted. On Suyu's side, the broom ball also complained through voice transmission, "I'm so tired. Can we still eat this guy?" Even a Dao integration stage super mighty figure couldn't take it anymore. They had gone back in time too long. "Not for now, so troublesome." The broom ball complained. "So annoying, and it couldn't be eaten, so you didn't say anything." King of Great Zhou looked at the dazed Silkworm Destruction King and sighed. "You fell into the trap right from the start. That person saw that you were very talented, so he used you as a chess piece from the start. He was discovered by Xia Chen, and he knew Xia Chen's strength. He knew that he might die. So, he had a backup plan. If he dies one day, his backup plan will be exposed, and you will be the best target." Silkworm Destruction King furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth after a long while. "So, I'm not a mixed blood, but a purebred?" "Should be." Silkworm Destruction King gritted his teeth. F***CK. To think that I hid it for several hundred years. So, it was all fake? I was so F***King careful in fear of being seen through, but in the end, it was all fake? Not really. King of Great Zhou said, "Aside from the fact that you can't inherit your bloodline, there's actually not much difference from a true bloodline. You're still a mixed blood. You're the one." Silkworm Destruction King was enraged. "It's all fake. You're the mixed blood." King of Great Zhou couldn't be bothered to say anything. He looked at Suyu. "You saw it." "Suyu, then why did your Majesty suspect Heavenly King Jin?" King of Great Zhou exhaled. "I didn't understand before, but now I understand. Heavenly King Jin might be the true descendant of Hell King. His bloodline has been changed by someone. Since that person knows that he was discovered by Xia Chen, he naturally knows that if Xia Chen doesn't die, the Hell King bloodline will definitely be his target. So, he will definitely change his descendant's bloodline. He won't let him appear with the Hell King bloodline. Otherwise, he'll confess without being pressed. The flaw is too big. Then why is it Heavenly King Jin? It's a little too obvious. King of Great Zhou explained. When I probed his bloodline, the power of his bloodline is too pure. What? So you didn't understand? King of Great Zhou explained again, Heavenly King Jin's bloodline is a pure human bloodline. There are almost no other bloodlines mixed in. But the truth is that after the 9th tide is destroyed and the 10th tide begins, the human bloodline isn't that pure anymore. It's more or less contaminated with other bloodlines, unless it's some old antiques. Believe it or not, humans of the 10th tide, including Suyu, all have some weak mixed blood. Me too? There should be. King of Great Zhou nodded. Of course, it's almost impossible to tell. Some of it isn't caused by inheritance, but by acquired factors. The main reason is that after the 9th tide failed, the human realm was sealed. The human realm's vitality is mixed in, and there are some messy things mixed in, causing the bloodline to not be as pure. Unless one has been wrapped in Heaven Yuan Qi since young, otherwise, there will be some effects before they awaken. Heavenly King Jin's bloodline is too pure. There are two possibilities. First, he grew up in an environment with Heaven Yuan Qi. Secondly, when the expert extracted the bloodline, the blood he used might have been pure blood. He purified it, which would increase his talent and make it easier for him to prove his Tao. That person will definitely ensure that his descendants have enough talent to be strong. Without the human king bloodline, he has to ensure that the human bloodline is pure. He probably didn't realize this problem. Hearing this, Suyu asked, then do we capture him now? King of Great Zhou pondered for a moment and shook his head. No, I can't be 100% sure yet. He has no other plans. It's not a good choice to attack in the human realm. I called Wang Hu here because I know him. If this guy is really a traitor, he won't resist too much if I capture him. King Silkworm Destruction said unhappily, who said that? If I'm a traitor, I'll definitely resist fiercely. King of Great Zhou said calmly, you won't because you're stupid. If you weren't stupid, when Sungul Immortal King spread the gossip, you wouldn't have immediately attacked King Silkworm Destruction to prove to the universe that you were really pulled out. If you didn't say anything or didn't care, people would be skeptical and might not believe it. King Silkworm Destruction probably wouldn't have said anything either. If you weren't stupid, you wouldn't have been fooled by Blue Sky. If you weren't stupid, you wouldn't have believed that you're a mixed blood. King Silkworm Destruction's face darkened, F***CK, he's humiliating me, Suyu thought for a moment and nodded. That's true. King Silkworm Destruction's expression turned even uglier. Suyu, don't forget that I gave you the time technique. Suyu smiled. Yes, thank you, Senior Silkworm Destruction. That's it, that didn't mean that this senior wasn't stupid. Cough, Suyu didn't want to say anything. At this moment, according to what King of Great Zhou said, there was definitely something wrong with King Silkworm Destruction. Of course, at this point, Suyu didn't care anymore. Because there were only two possibilities. First, there was something wrong with King Silkworm Destruction. Second, both King of Great Zhou and King Silkworm Destruction were in cahoots. Suyu didn't think of the second possibility. If that was the case, he couldn't be bothered to find a traitor. Something big was going to happen to the human race. King of Great Zhou was too deeply rooted. When that time came, it didn't matter whether he found them or not. He just had to kill them all. More than half of the human race's invincible realm had something wrong with them. This problem was very serious. Thinking of this, Suyu smiled. Alright, let's not talk about this. Senior Silkworm Destruction, you can go back first. Don't reveal anything. We'll talk after my array is completed. Whether it was King Silkworm Destruction or not. I have to make use of trash. I'll talk after my array is completed. King of Great Zhou was speechless. This guy really didn't let go of any opportunity. The pure-blooded Heavenly King Jin was instead a traitor. This was King of the Great Zhou's judgment. At this moment, Suyu didn't argue. He had no evidence. He looked at the sulking Silkworm Destruction Monarch and thought for a moment. Senior Silkworm Destruction Monarch, does that mean that you weren't the one who made contact with the Tiani cult master? Oh? Of course not. Silkworm Destruction King was speechless. Why would I contact him? Suyu laughed. In that case, the other party knows of your existence, and has even come into contact with Hierarch Tani. This means that the deceased Hell King's descendant must have told him everything about you, including your specific identity, which is why the other party revealed the symbol of his bloodline. King of the Great Zhou nodded. The other party must have acted. Suyu said, the other party contacted him at Starfall Mountain. Your Majesty, do you think we can find any evidence at Starfall Mountain? Starfall Mountain, King of the Great Zhou looked at him. You still want to continue investigating? Suyu smiled. Not continue investigating. I'm worried that I've wronged someone again. King of the Great Zhou, you're not right. If there's a problem with Senior Silkworm Destruction, you investigate it to the end. You want to kill Heavenly King Jin just because you suspect him. This difference in treatment is too big. Don't tell me there's some grudge? King of the Great Zhou thought for a moment and said, maybe it's a feeling. Sometimes, feelings are very important to us. You're also an expert. You should know that whether it's the arrival of danger or the deduction of cultivation methods, many times, it's all about feelings. Suyu smiled and asked, one more thing. Who went to the ruins of West Yuan to prove their Tao? Didn't you say that it was Hell King's territory? Me. Silkworm Destruction King replied in a muffled voice. Suyu, you? It's me. Silkworm Destruction King was depressed. Didn't you see it just now? I thought it was just an ordinary ruin. I didn't expect it to be a West Yuan ruin. There's nothing special about it. There was nothing to begin with. Silkworm Destruction King shook his head and said, apart from the two vessels, there's nothing else, but there's quite a bit of Heaven's essence qi. The King of Great Zhou smiled and said, since I have arranged an identity for you, you will definitely be the one to prove your Tao in the West Yuan ruins. It would be abnormal if you don't. You should have some bloodline reaction and discovered the ruins. Yes. The Silkworm Annihilation King nodded. But it's fine if you don't want to say it. Now that you mention it. I feel that someone might have been there before. Suyu thought for a moment and asked, what about Heavenly King Jin? Him? The King of Great Zhou said, he directly proved his Tao in the All Heavens battlefield in the late stages. Suyu said in surprise, if you directly confirmed your Tao, then why are you only at the 4th stage of the Eternal Realm? In the All Heavens battlefield, many of the Tao corroboration cultivators started off at the 3rd stage. King of Silkworm Destruction interrupted, his time of confirming the Tao is not too long, and this guy cultivates the power of confinement. The power of confinement is actually quite difficult to cultivate, his confinement methods are very strong. The King of Great Zhou also said, that's right, his confinement power is very strong. You have to know that this Tao is more difficult to walk. His physical body Tao can only be said to be ordinary, but the Shenwen Tao is actually quite strong. Suyu pondered and nodded. In everyone's impression, the strongest Shenwen Tao was only at the 9th stage of the Sun-Moon realm. But in reality, the Shenwen Tao could continue to grow stronger, so strong that one's Shenwen could directly transform into nomological laws and become an existence above Tao integration. Therefore, the Shenwen Tao was also very secretive. If the other party was really the descendant of the ancient Hell King, then he knew that the 3 movement techniques were trash, and the Shenwen Tao could transform into nomological laws, then the other party might have been mainly cultivating the Shen Wen Tao and not the physical body Tao. The power of confinement should also be the Shenwen Tao and not the physical body Tao. Suyu thought of this and said, then the other party must have an incomparably powerful Shenwen Tao, or even a Shenwen that has already integrated nomological laws. If the Heavenly King Jin had such a Shenwen Tao, then he was probably a traitor. The power of confinement might also be the Hell King's inheritance. The Hell King walked this Tao. The King of Great Zhou nodded, that was true. The power of bloodline. To be honest, this thing existed at the human king realm. Even if you passed it down, you might not be able to surpass your ancestors. However, there was still hope for the Shenwen Tao. Therefore, the true inheritance was actually the power of nomological laws and not the power of bloodline. The power of bloodline was only related to bloodline. The power of nomological laws was related to inheritance. The King of Great Zhou said, actually, if he is a traitor, there are still many ways to verify it from this point. The simplest method. Different bloodlines have different degrees of integration. When Silkworm Annihilation first merged, there was a repulsive force. He didn't mind it and thought that he had just awakened. If Jean Tian really has the bloodline of the Hell King, very simple. Extract some of Silkworm Annihilation's blood and merge it into his body. If there is no repulsive force, then he must have the bloodline of the Hell King. The King of Great Zhou smiled, "You don't need to care about this. If I really want to deal with him, I will let the Silkworm Annihilation verify it." That was true. Even if Heavenly King Jin's bloodline was extracted, he would still have blood. Of course, if the other party was the disciple of the Hell King's descendant and not his descendant, then there was nothing to play with. However, there were many ways to verify it. Suyu smiled faintly, "Up to you. I am not familiar with him. I only have one request. His corpse. I want it." Just hearing it was evil. The King of Great Zhou didn't say anything and quickly said, "He might have sensed some of your probing." Then, according to his thoughts, our current suspect is the Silkworm Annihilation. He looked at the Silkworm Annihilation King and said, "After you go back, just act as you are. Don't go overboard and add more drama to yourself. Don't pretend to be aggrieved or unwilling." Even if the Silkworm Annihilation King was suspected, with his situation, he might not know that someone had probed him. So, there was no need to take it seriously, he would just act like he didn't know. If he really acted, maybe people would see through it. After all, if the Silkworm Annihilation King became suspicious, then it would be too obvious. The Silkworm Annihilation King felt that the King of Great Zhou was humiliating him again. What did he mean by not taking it seriously? It was tiring. Am I that stupid? The Silkworm Annihilation King felt that he was quite intelligent. He could only say that these treacherous people didn't do proper things all day and only went to scheme against others. How could a decent person think about scheming all day long? Decent people focused on cultivation all day long. No wonder the civilizator was weak. The Silkworm Annihilation King felt disdain in his heart. If he had so much energy, he didn't cultivate but went to scheme. How could he become strong? Alright, stop cursing in your heart. The civilizator isn't weak. If he was weak, King Wen wouldn't be suppressing King Wu. The Great Zhou King was not interested in talking more with him. He waved his hand and said, "You go back first. If they ask you, just say that Suyu is fine." The Silkworm Annihilation King wanted to deny that he didn't think about this and didn't curse in his heart. But seeing that the Great Zhou King and Suyu didn't seem to care, he felt a little bored. He snorted and turned to leave. Boring fellows. Walking to the door, he thought about it and gritted his teeth and said, "Don't tell others, otherwise I won't be polite." The Great Zhou King smiled and said, "Got it, go. It's no big deal." Very big. The Silkworm Annihilation King felt a little nervous and helpless. He could only leave. The moment the Silkworm Annihilation King left, Suyu and the Great Zhou King exchanged glances and laughed. They were too embarrassed to continue laughing just now. The Great Zhou King smiled and sighed, "Blue sky, monster. It's a pity that this path of his is destined to be difficult. Myriad Dao into one, something like laws, different Daos. For you to fuse them all, the difficulty is too great. He might be very strong, but it's almost impossible for him to reach Dao integration or even beyond." Suyu nodded. However, it's not impossible. For example, if he kills a master of the laws, or if the master of the laws is already dead, there's still hope for him to take over. The Great Zhou King sighed once more. "You really know everything." Suyu had an indifferent expression. "It's not strange that I know. It would be strange if even the Great Zhou King knows." The Great Zhou King smiled. "After all, I've cultivated in Shenwen for so many years. I have some experience." Hee hee. Hee hee. The two of them exchanged glances and laughed. As they laughed, Suyu asked curiously, "Why doesn't the Great Zhou King lead the human race personally?" "I can't." "You can't?" Suyu smiled. "How can that be?" "I think many people are convinced by the Great Zhou King for his invincibility now." The Great Zhou King shook his head. "Let's put it this way. What does the human race need? What kind of commander do they need? Someone like the Great Qin King? The Great Qin King is actually not bad, but he's lacking something. For example, strength, luck, cold-bloodedness, and wisdom. He was humiliating the Great Qin King, so you secretly recorded as the Great Zhou King said calmly, "Don't bother if you can't record it." Suyu was speechless and stopped recording. The Great Zhou King said seriously, "Be it old Qin or me, we're both lacking something. You're actually not the best choice either. However, you might be the only choice now. You're messing things up." Messing things up? Suyu was deep in thought. The Great Zhou King nodded. You're messing things up. Let's put it this way. Without your existence, I'm confident that I can extend it for another 50 years without a war between the heavens. After 50 years, there will be more people to choose from. Xiao Longwu, Zhu Tianfeng, and many others actually have hope if they're given a few more decades. The human race will be unified sooner or later. That's for sure. The Great Zhou King said seriously, "You have to believe this. The human race will definitely be unified. However, my thoughts might not be now. In the end, you're very surprising. At this time, you stood out. You're a disruptor. You've shortened this time. Hence, you're the only choice now." Suyu smiled. Am I that impressive? Of course. The Great Zhou King smiled. Are you belittling yourself? Not really. I'm indeed quite impressive. The Great Zhou King smiled. He did not say much and quickly said, "Rest today. We'll continue the meeting tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, your father's birthday banquet. We'll leave. I won't bring too many people. Old Xia and old Zhu will stay. I'll only bring Silkworm Mia, Jing Tian, Tian Yuan, and Long Wu." He continued, "You need to cover for us. If everything goes well tomorrow, your father's birthday banquet will be held the day after tomorrow. You can also become the master of this sacred ground. We'll all come to congratulate you at the banquet. At that time, you need to cover up the fact that we're leaving. I'll place a few avatars of Shenwen here. But we can't make a move. If we do, we'll be exposed. Time is tight." Suyu rubbed his chin. Wait a little longer. I still have something to do. I'll try to finish it as soon as possible. Smiling Lotus? Suyu glanced at him. Your Majesty, don't self-destruct anymore. I dare to bet that no more than 5 people in the entire universe have seen the Smiling Lotus. The Great Zhou King smiled. I've never seen it. It's just a guess. However, it's true that he obtained some ancient inheritance. Whatever you say. Suyu continued, Your Majesty, I'll ask again. How many years has this All-Heavens battlefield been open for? 990 years. It's roughly like this. Once the millennium arrives, antiques will come? The Great Zhou King shook his head. That's not the case. I don't know about antiques, but I do know one thing. Under normal circumstances, humans are at a disadvantage. Antiques won't come unless humans suppress them. Also, let me remind you, don't keep breaking the rules. Suyu was surprised. Why? Because the All-Heavens battlefield is actually protected by the rules. The power of the rules. Let me put it this way. It forms a protective membrane in the All-Heavens battlefield. If you keep breaking it and using up the power of the rules, it'll easily cause a gap in the protective membrane. Once someone notices it, they might take the chance to sneak into the All-Heavens battlefield. He really knew a lot, Suyu was really surprised, but he understood the gist of it. He asked, the fated kin, the first line of the heavenly mandate. Once they use up too much power of the rules, they might be broken through? You know quite a lot. It's possible. The Great Zhou King nodded. So, if the fated kin say they want to be neutral, then let them be. In case they go crazy and attack the power of the rules themselves, causing a gap to appear. At this moment, Suyu finally understood the situation. Chatting with the Great Zhou King was quite worry-free. This person seemed to know everything. If he didn't know something, he would know immediately with a hint. As expected of the Great King, he knew a bit about everything. At this moment, the Great Zhou King stood up and said, Then I'll leave first. You should take it easy. Someone might assassinate you. I'm not afraid. I know you have someone to rely on, but if someone like Tiangu really comes and sneaks into the human realm, you might not be able to stop him." After saying that, the great Zhou King left with a smile. After the great Zhou King left, Suyu was thinking about the gains and losses of the day. Someone was coming, Lu Wenyan and the others. After entering, Baifeng asked, "Are you leaving?" "To where?" "Back to the ancient city." Suyu smiled. "Teacher, why would I return to the ancient city? I'm not done with my business." "You're being targeted to this extent and you're still not leaving? You weren't like this in the past. You can't take even a little bit of anger." Suyu laughed. "Targeted? Teacher, didn't I beat up the Deyuan king? You're still too petty. Let bygones be bygones. Why are you still holding a grudge?" Baifeng was speechless. *ck off, "This bastard, I'm angry for you, but you're not angry at all." He thought that Suyu was really going to explode from anger. Baifeng was depressed. Beside him, Lu Wenyan didn't care about this and said with a smile, "There seem to be more races outside." After your battle with the Deyuan king, another batch of envoys came, saying that they're here to celebrate Su Long's birthday. Suyu smiled. The fish had taken the bait. Furthermore, after today's battle with the Deyuan king, the 10,000 tribes were probably certain that he would not sell the 9-leaf sky lotus to the human tribe. Firstly, the human tribe did not have any money, and secondly, they were still targeting Suyu. It would be strange if Suyu sold it to the human tribe. As they chatted, outside the house, someone said loudly, "The Five Elements race is here to visit City Lord Su. Get lost." Suyu said softly, "Floating Earth Spirit, don't play this game with me. I know what you're thinking. I'm not selling, get lost." Outside the house. The Floating Earth Spirit's face turned green. *CKU, "You're the one who asked me to come, and now you're putting on an act." Beside him, the elder hurriedly winked at him. "Don't be angry, bear with it." Suyu was probably angry now. He came to visit at this time because he wanted to take this opportunity to chat with Suyu and use treasures to soothe Suyu's hurt heart. The Floating Earth Spirit forced a smile and said again, "City Lord Su, don't misunderstand. The Floating Earth Spirit has no other intentions. It's just that today, seeing the City Lord being humiliated, the Floating Earth Spirit empathizes with you and specially came to have a drink with the City Lord. Get lost." The Floating Earth Spirit was helpless. *CK, "Are you addicted to acting? Fine, I'll go." He didn't say anything more, but transmitted his voice to the elder. "Forget it now. Look at him, why don't you come tomorrow? I'm worried that if more people come tomorrow, this guy will increase the price." "He won't. Don't worry, elder." The Floating Earth Spirit couldn't be bothered to say anything more. The elder could only leave with a conflicted expression. The 9-leaf sky lotus. Don't lose it, in the distance. Over at the dragon tribe's side, someone transmitted his voice and laughed. They've suffered a setback. It's only normal for them to come here and be humiliated. The 5-element tribe can't wait any longer. That makes sense. This tribe has a 9th-stage Eternal Realm Cultivator. If they really obtain the 7-petal 9-leaf sky lotus, they might really have a chance at Dao integration. It's a pity that Suyu didn't give them face. Of course. Suyu is an extremely domineering person. He does as he pleases and is temperamental. It's only normal that he didn't give them face. The dragon tribe was discussing. At this moment, some other powerful tribes were also discussing. At this time, there were even more minor tribes gathered in Xia province. They all had an excuse to come and offer birthday congratulations, to Suyu's father, his 50th birthday. As for the battle between Suyu and the king of the Deyuan dynasty, not many people mentioned it. After all, this was the territory of the human tribe. Mentioning it here could easily cause trouble. The human tribe was probably very displeased now, and so was Suyu. It was best not to mention this matter. Inside the house, Lu Wenyan frowned slightly. "They're all here for you. From the looks of it, they might be here for the 9-leaf sky lotus. Are you really going to sell it?" He didn't even know how many Suyu had. That day, only those who were present knew that Suyu had obtained 3 petals. Whether he had obtained it later on, even the king of the Great Qing dared not be sure. Probably only the king of the Great Zhou was certain that it was fake. Yes, there was also the floating earth spirit, when it was distributed, by Feng and the others were actually present. However, they didn't think too much about it and didn't care. Perhaps Suyu had obtained another one later on, Suyu smiled. We'll see. If we really want to sell it, we have to limit it. Each clan can only buy one petal. One petal is actually not much different from a vessel, and won't have much of an effect. It's not like we're selling it together. Be careful, they might buy it through the smaller clans. Lu Wenyan still reminded him not to kill himself and nurture a great enemy just for the sake of selling treasures. Suyu nodded. If I really want to sell it, I'll definitely check and even limit it. I won't sell it no matter how much money is offered to the smaller clans that are related to the larger clans. You should weigh this carefully yourself. As they were chatting, Wu Lan interrupted. About the 9-leaf sky lotus, Teacher Lu, let's not talk about it for now. It's all fake, there's no point in talking about it. Suyu, I have something serious to talk to you about. Suyu was stunned. Lu Wenyan was also stunned. They looked at Wu Lan. Wu Lan saw that they were looking at him and asked in surprise, what's wrong? Lu Wenyan frowned. What do you mean by fake? Wu Lan said hesitantly, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Suyu is such a bad person. He definitely won't sell the real thing to others. Is there a problem? Suyu felt helpless. Idealism, right? In any case, the things that I, Suyu, sell are all fake in your eyes. He was speechless, Suyu could not be bothered to say more. He said directly, cut the crap. I never lie. What serious business can you have with me? When have I ever lied to anyone? Suyu was depressed. The people I deceive are not human. Wu Lan did not say much. He quickly said, Miss Bai and I have made some progress in our research recently. It's about willpower. Do you want to hear it? Needless to say, Suyu was a little interested in their research. Everyone else was busy strengthening themselves. They were either waging war or cultivating. Only these two had been focusing on research recently. Even Qin Yong had been dragged into this mess. Qin Yong was actually quite proficient in these aspects. The blood essence memory extraction method was actually developed by Qin Yong. Bai Feng had also learned it from Qin Yong. Tell me, what great research have you done this time? Wu Lan did not care about the teasing in his words. He quickly said, do you know the source of willpower? Suyu thought about it and said, willpower text and vitality can be extracted a little. Some are naturally born in the sea of will. Some are contained in some treasures, Wu Lan nodded. Therefore, there are actually very few sources of willpower. Yes. Wu Lan said again, have you seen anyone with willpower in their blood? Suyu said, willpower is only related to the sea of will and Shenwen. It has nothing to do with blood, no, it has something to do with it. Wu Lan said excitedly, if you say it has nothing to do with it, it means that you don't understand willpower at all. You haven't forgotten the blood we extracted in the Starry Mansion, right? We found the existence of willpower in that blood. Suyu's heart stirred. Old Zhou, yes, the combination of the heavenly cycle Yuan aperture and the heavenly cycle divine aperture. Suyu had also considered this before. He quickly said, you mean that existence has really gone through the conversion of willpower and vitality? Wu Lan nodded. That's right. But there should be a medium, the primordial spirit aperture that you mentioned previously. Has your primordial spirit aperture been opened? It has. Hearing this, Wu Lan was overjoyed. Then let us study it. Suyu was speechless. At the side, Bai Feng was slightly excited as well, and he coughed dryly and said, Disciple, just bear with it and let Wu Lan study it for a while. She's very weak and can't harm you. I'll help you keep an eye on it. It'll be fine. You want to study me too, Suyu was mentally exhausted. These two had gone crazy now. You want to slice me up, but that depends on whether you're strong enough. You can't even cut me up if I let you. At the side, Lu Wenyan and the others were speechless. They could not help but laugh and did not say anything. Lu Wenyan quickly said, "I'll go talk to your father and have a drink. We haven't seen each other for a long time." "Go ahead," Suyu responded. Lu Wenyan left with Hong Tan and the others. After they left, Wu Lan said eagerly, "Open the primordial spirit aperture and take a look. Then, tell us the principles." "Suyu, if the research is successful, you'll be able to keep switching powers. This way, your Shenwen will be able to advance very quickly." Suyu thought about it and said, "Shenwen is actually a kind of rule." "Rule, do you understand?" He quickly explained the origin of Shenwen, explaining what the rule was, what Shenwen was, what the heavenly gate was. Both of them listened very seriously and asked if they did not understand. At this moment, Suyu was a little absent-minded. "He made me sound like a teacher. I've never been a teacher before." After listening for a while, Baifeng murmured, "So, the talent skill I mentioned before might really exist." "No, it's not a talent skill, but a kind of rule power when Shenwen is perfected." Suyu nodded. Baifeng quickly said, "That's not right." "What's not right?" Baifeng immediately said, "What I deduced at the beginning was that multiple Shenwen combat techniques merged into one. When Shenwen merged into one, that's when the talent skill appeared. But now, according to what you said, a Shenwen is a kind of rule. That's not right. I feel that a rule may contain countless Shenwen. Rules are ever-changing, and Shenwen is the same. When all the Shenwen on a rule are combined, that's a complete rule." As he said, his eyes lit up. "Shenwen combat technique. Yes, I know what Shenwen combat technique is, a kind of simplification of rules." "Suyu, do you believe that behind every Shenwen combat technique, there might be a rule existence? Just that there are strong and weak ones?" Suyu quickly took out the inscribed tombstone. "Teacher means, in this inscribed tombstone, there's actually a rudimentary form of rules?" No, Baifeng's eyes flickered. "I understand. You're saying that in the inscribed tombstone, there might be a Qingwen Shenwen, right?" Suyu nodded. Baifeng quickly said, "Then I understand a little. The Shenwen combat techniques inside might not have been so many originally, but later on, that Shenwen naturally expanded many Shenwen combat techniques." Suyu still did not understand. Baifeng said impatiently, "What I mean is, this inscribed tombstone is actually a rule. If you don't believe me, Suyu, you can combine them. I dare to bet that after all the Shenwen combat techniques are combined, it will definitely form a repeated pattern of multiple Shenwen combat techniques, and not countless." What did he mean? Suyu fell into deep thought. At the side, Wu Lan thought for a while and seemed to understand. He quickly said, "Miss by means to overlap all the Shenwen combat techniques." "Overlap the patterns." "Overlap them at the same scale, and finally, a new pattern will be formed, which is the Shenwen rule contained in this inscribed tombstone. Among them, many Shenwen base points will definitely overlap, right?" Baifeng nodded. "Yes, that's what I mean." With that, he said excitedly, "If that's the case, then after we overlap them, we will obtain a Shenwen combat technique that follows the great path of rules." Suyu frowned slightly. "Are you sure?" "If you're sure. I think it might be my Shenwen combat technique." Baifeng thought for a while and nodded. "Yes, you have 99 base points. Suyu, you can try it now. Copy most of the patterns and overlap them. You don't need all of them. As long as most of the patterns overlap with your Shenwen combat technique, it means that our speculation is correct." Was that so? Suyu was not sure. He decided to give it a try. Soon, Suyu's willpower invaded the inscribed tombstone. This time, he was much stronger than before. Just like before, after Suyu entered, a large number of Shenwen combat technique templates revolved around him. Suyu quickly went in and recorded countless template patterns. After recording thousands, Suyu felt a little tired and quickly exited. After coming out, Suyu did not say much. Those patterns that appeared in his memory were quickly sketched out. One by one, the patterns overlapped. They were adjusted at the same scale. Gradually, a new pattern appeared. Those lines were removed. Suyu vaguely felt that something was unusual. Most of the Shenwen base points were really overlapping. There were not thousands of Shenwen base points, but they overlapped. The number of Shenwen base points did not show signs of a sudden increase. Instead, as they overlapped, there were fewer and fewer. Gradually, a Shinwen pattern with more than 60 base points appeared. As for Suyu, he quickly sketched out 99 Shinwen base points at the side. That was his own. In comparison, the two sides could almost overlap. For a moment, the trio looked at each other. They were somewhat surprised, but also felt that it was only natural. Bai Feng inhaled and said, "Amazing. Qingwen is amazing. If anyone can grasp a large number of Shinwen patterns and finally sketch them all, perhaps they can repeat Qingwen's Dao. Suyu, if you sketch Shinwen, perhaps you can directly control this rule in an instant. If nothing unexpected happens, the Shinwen contained in the inscribed tombstone might be the origin of the rule. When you grasp 99 Shinwen bases and all reach a certain level, you can directly transcend in an instant." This was different from Suyu's expectations. Suyu thought that he had to walk 99 Daos, but Bai Feng's meaning was that his 99 Daos combined was a true Grand Dao. Qingwen had left behind a Grand Dao inheritance in the inscribed tombstone. Suyu suddenly thought of those legends. Some people say that obtaining the inscribed tombstone will allow a half-emperor realm cultivator to transcend. In an instant, Suyu understood. The inscribed tombstone could really allow a half-emperor realm cultivator to transcend, provided that this Dao integration stage cultivator was smart enough and powerful enough to reconstruct these Shinwen combat techniques. Today, he seemed to have unintentionally unraveled the secret of the inscribed tombstone. Most importantly, he seemed to have mastered it a long time ago, and all of this was mastered by the Book of Time. At this moment, a thought suddenly occurred to Suyu. Is Qingwen really not a time master? Are they really not the same person? If not, how could a time master understand Qingwen's Dao so well? The time master and Qingwen are definitely related. If they are not the same person, then they must be a couple, a brother and sister, or a good friend who can talk about anything. One copied the other's Book of Time, and the other knows the Grand Dao path that the other left in the inscribed tombstone. If the two of them did not understand each other, it would be difficult to copy them. Suyu was still thinking about this when Bai Feng suddenly lost interest. Is the inscribed tombstone just like that? A Grand Dao inheritance? How boring. Suyu was stunned. Teacher, you're the Ling Yun, above that were the mountain and sea, sun and moon, eternal, Dao integration, and then the Grand Dao. I can blow you to death. What do you mean? Seeing that Suyu was looking at him, Bai Feng explained, the main thing is that deciphering the inheritance left behind is too easy. I feel that the inscribed tombstone isn't as mysterious as I imagined it to be. Deciphering the secret is just SOSO. Suyu was speechless. Is it simple? I feel like it might not be that simple. I've never thought about this before. Xia Chen's lineage had guarded the inscribed tombstone for millions of years, so he probably hadn't thought about it either. This lineage should have the opportunity to look at it every day, but he hadn't seen them deciphering it. A Grand Dao inheritance, the inscribed tombstone was a Grand Dao inheritance. Suyu was thinking, did Qingwen control this Grand Dao, or did he control it and give it up now, or was he really dead, and there was no one to inherit the Grand Dao? Many thoughts appeared in his mind again. Forget it, I'm still far away from that. If I can't do it, I'll gather 99 Shinwen and see if I can enter the Grand Dao. Bai Feng continued, if the inscribed tombstone is a Grand Dao inheritance. Suyu, your Shinwen combat technique should be the most compatible with the inscribed tombstone. In that case, you might be able to integrate it and use the inscribed tombstone as your Wenbing. I see that your Wenbing only has a civilization will. It doesn't seem sturdy enough, and it's not a weapon that can kill people directly. I feel that the inscribed tombstone can become your weapon. When Suyu used the heaven-splitting saber, he used his hand as a saber. Suyu's heart stirred slightly. He had never thought of this, nor had he tried it before. Could he turn the inscribed tombstone into his own weapon, or, this thing was a real weapon? Suyu hesitated no more. This was his first time trying it. He would know what the situation was after he tried it. His Shinwen combat technique quickly combined and outlined. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a saber, and the inscribed tombstone quickly integrated with his combat technique, and very quickly turned into a saber. As if it had been sealed for countless years, when this saber appeared, Suyu's will shook violently. In the next moment, Suyu's willpower was sucked dry. With a hum, a saber chi that was based on willpower instantly exploded. Boom, with a loud sound, the sky seemed to be cut open by this saber chi. In the distance, Daxia of Goguryeo instantly turned around, extremely surprised. willpower turning into a saber? So strong. Suyu's willpower wasn't very strong. At most, it was comparable to the sun and moon. However, at this moment, this saber gave Daxia of Goguryeo the feeling that it had the power of the 7th or 8th tier of the sun and moon. What was this brat doing? Was he still angry about what had happened to the Deyuan king? This brat was too narrow-minded. How badly had he beaten the Deyuan king, Su Mansion? Suyu's face was full of surprise. This thing, it might really be a weapon. A weapon that has been passed down from the Great Path. He hadn't thought about this before, but he had thought about using this as a vessel. In that case, he might have a second weapon that he could use other than the will of civilization. And it looked like it was very strong. Suyu's eyes flashed. In the next moment, the saber turned into a pen. The will of civilization appeared in Suyu's mind, book and pen. He had always felt that his Shenwen combat technique was a saber, a long saber, with a large head at the front and a straight back. Why, wasn't it a pen? A writing brush was also a pen. Suyu rubbed his chin, looked at Baifeng, and said, "Teacher, do you think the Shenwen combat technique I used just now was more like a saber or a pen?" A pen? Baifeng was also stunned. After a while, he said, "A saber? That kind of long saber. Don't you think the saber handle is too straight? Too long?" Baifeng was also confused by his words. He shook his head and said, "Isn't this a casual thing? Saber or pen, isn't it up to you?" "That's not the case." Suyu laughed. "Interesting, did I misunderstand? The path that Kingwen passed down was a pen, the Time Master passed down was a book. The two of you are so compatible. If there's no relationship between the two of you, I, Suyu, will cut off my head and kick it like a ball." Previously, when Bean Bun said that King Wen and the Time Master weren't the same person, Suyu was confused. Then, Bean Bun said that the Time Master was a woman. Now, Suyu felt that there was a 99% chance that the two of them were a couple. Otherwise, how could there be so many coincidences? Bean Bun didn't know. Maybe King Wen didn't want him to know. The Time Master disappeared first, followed by King Wen. They must have gone to find the Time Master. At this moment, Suyu felt that he had finally figured out the relationship between the two. No wonder everyone misunderstood that King Wen was the Time Master. If they weren't from the same family, they wouldn't enter the same door. Suyu played with the tombstone that had turned into a pen. He thought to himself, if this pen were to write something in the real book of time, it wouldn't be able to kill someone, right? When would he be able to take that thing out of his head? Suyu was still thinking about the book of time and the Wen tombstone. On the other side, Wu Lan and the rest could not wait. Wu Lan hurriedly said, "That's not the point. The point is, let us study that primordial spirit aperture of yours. Pay attention to the point. Are you trying to change the topic?" Suyu froze for a moment. "Damn, you've changed. Now, you don't care about a path to transcendence. You don't care about a weapon that could be considered a heavenly or even divine weapon. Do you know that you're too weak and have given up now? Have you given up on yourself? What are you talking about?" Wu Lan said unhappily, "What do you know? Once we develop a way to convert willpower and vitality, using vitality to nourish Shenwen, we can abandon our physical bodies at any time, even though our bodies are not weak." Baifeng also nodded. "Disciple, you don't understand research. Research makes people stronger. In this world, there is no lack of vitality. Once we master the method to nourish Shenwen. Don't be fooled by your strength now, you might not be much in the future." Baifeng said proudly, "At that time, we will give up on strengthening our physical bodies and use our strong willpower, the incomparably powerful Shenwen, or even Shenwen as the spirit, I as Shenwen, and Shenwen as me to transcend." Suyu was stunned. Yes, he was stunned. "What did you say?" Baifeng felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. He said unhappily, "What's wrong? I'm your teacher. Am I saying you're amazing?" "No, teacher, what did you just say?" Baifeng said awkwardly, "What did I say?" "I said that in the future, Shenwen is me, and I is Shenwen. With Shenwen transcending, what's wrong?" "That's not it." Suyu had a strange look in his eyes. "What I mean is, how do you retain your nature and let Shenwen fuse with you?" Baifeng said with a smile, "That's easy. You can cultivate the divine text as if it were your own body. Suyu fell into deep thought, but he quickly transmitted his voice, "Senior cooking." At this moment, the ball also heard him and said in a daze, "Little guy," he said. "Shenwen. Law. God Eater. Is he saying that our Shenwen might have originally been a life form?" Suyu also had a strange look on his face, because Bai Feng's words made him think of the deity. This race was actually Shenwen. Previously, Bean Bun had said that they were naturally born from the laws of heaven and earth. But now, Bai Feng said that he wanted to walk a different path with Wu Lan. The path of divine runes fusing together. He was the divine runes, and the divine runes were him. In the future, he would only cultivate divine runes, and he would only cultivate a single divine rune. Did he mean by saying, Shen of Wu of family use, were Bean Bun and the others born naturally, or were they artificially created? At this moment, Suyu was shocked by his teacher's crazy idea. What was this? Was this another path? Were there no decent people in the Shenwen system? Wan Tianxing walked the path of only me, Blue Sky walked the path of all Daos. Now, his teacher, Weak Chicken Bai Feng, told him that he wanted to walk the path of Shenwen. Was this path easy? Of course not. At this moment, Suyu was thinking about a question. Was Bean Bun really just a Shenwen? Perhaps, it was also a person in the past, many people from the Shenwen system. Afterwards, he stepped onto the path of fusing divine runes with himself and a problem occurred. Thus, the high ancestor of the divine runic department, King Wen, was able to preserve his life. But, he also lost all of his memories. Was there such a possibility? Furthermore, Bean Bun was only born from a corpse, and this corpse was Bean Bun's original body, the God Eater clan. Bai Feng did not know that his words were changing him to the God Eater clan. The God Eater clan might be the human race. Suyu's heart was in turmoil. His teacher and Wu Lan had been focused on their research recently, so Suyu did not pay much attention to them. However, at this moment, their research seemed to be somewhat abnormal and had deviated from the scope of normal research. Suyu? Bai Feng had a strange expression on his face. His disciple was stunned by his own idea. I have such a genius idea, and you don't support me? Suyu sobered up and looked at Bai Feng. He thought for a moment and said seriously, Teacher, Shenwen is the rule. The rule is heartless. When you integrate your nature and memories into Shenwen, the great Tao is heartless. Once your memories are dissolved, then, you will no longer be you. Bai Feng nodded and said, that's for sure. Once I integrate my memories and even my flesh and blood, the great Tao is the great Tao after all. It may not allow me to integrate and occupy it. Once I fail, I may die. However, this Shenwen will definitely have some spirituality. I think it can be inherited. Spirituality, Bai Feng also deduced so, Bean Bun and the others were the same, so, were these three members of the God Eater clan born naturally or acquired? So you could not judge this. Bai Feng said again, this is a shortcut, do you know? Once integrated, I can ignore the mountains and seas, the sun and the moon, and eternity. As long as I devour the power of the rule and perfect Shenwen, I can always be strong. With Shenwen as the foundation, I don't even need to consider the endurance of the Sea of Will because Shenwen is me. I don't need the Sea of Will anymore. Teacher, you may be crazy. Suyu said this fact sadly. My teacher, he may be crazy because of his research. Bai Feng looked at him speechlessly and rolled his eyes. You're crazy. You've been crazy for a long time. You're crazy. I'm researching. Research, understand? I found a path that may be suitable for us. Bai Feng said excitedly, Blue Sky is like this. Blue Sky found his own Tao in the process of constantly transforming himself. So, he quickly became stronger, and I feel that the Tao I found is not worse than his. However, my Tao isn't perfect yet. It's not perfect. I feel like it's still lacking something. Bai Feng said, in addition, is it based on the Shenwen or my Shenwen combat technique? Of course, with the Shenwen combat technique as the foundation, it must be stronger but more difficult. Bai Feng kept talking, but Suyu did not say anything. As for Wu Lan, he nodded but soon shook his head and said, Miss Bai, I think you're wrong. What Shenwen is used as the foundation? Let's put it this way. In 8 Shenwen, 1 Shenwen may be a rule, and the Shenwen that you learned and comprehended may be countless Shenwen, only then is a rule. If you don't have the innate Shenwen, then use the Shenwen combat technique to fuse. If you have the innate Shenwen, then use the innate Shenwen to fuse. Baifeng nodded and said, very reasonable. As he said that, Baifeng stroked his chin and said, I have some understanding of what the so-called innate Shenwen is. It's a rule fragment scattered between heaven and earth. It just so happens that if you comprehend it, you will naturally be attracted to it and give birth to the Shenwen. This is the innate Shenwen. And the Shenwen that you comprehend from reading books is actually a rule comprehended by a powerful cultivator. He understands some of it and imparts it to you, then you comprehend it. In this way, you and that powerful cultivator's rule will definitely overlap. Suyu was dumbfounded. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he had comprehended something. Innate Shenwen, comprehended Shenwen. So this was the difference between the two. Innate Shenwen is a rule fragment scattered naturally, so no one may comprehend it. If you comprehend it, you will definitely be very powerful and it will be easier for you to become powerful because no one will compete with you for this Tao. And comprehended Shenwen, you may be able to become very powerful now, but in the future, there may be some conflicts with your comprehender. Of course, this is all after Tao integration. Before Tao integration, there probably won't be any conflicts. For example, Suyu's tribulation is innate Shenwen. No one may compete with him for this Tao, but his tranquility definitely has someone. King of Great Zhou, Suyu may be able to Tao integration, but once King of Great Zhou takes that step and becomes a great Tao, Suyu will not be able to rely on this Shenwen to step into the great Tao. Baifeng's words helped Suyu sort out many things. As for Baifeng, he continued, I understand. What do you understand? In the past, it was always Suyu who understood. Today, Baifeng has been understanding. What do you understand? Baifeng stroked his chin and said, actually, it's very simple. Innate Shenwen and self-comprehended Shenwen might not be in conflict. For example, Suyu. He has the innate divine script, and he also has the divine script that he comprehended himself. I think there's no conflict. For example, if innate Shenwen reaches the great Tao level, he either doesn't fight with others for the control over the comprehended Shenwen or he gives up and shatters this Shenwen, shattering this rule and strengthening his own innate Shenwen rule. This way, weakening the Tao of others and strengthening his own Tao is actually a good thing. As he spoke, he said excitedly, isn't it like this during the great ancient battle? I shatter your Tao and fuse it with my Tao. Your Tao becomes smaller and smaller while my Tao becomes larger and larger. In the end, I destroy your Tao. You're finished and I'm stronger. Devouring each other? At this moment, Suyu did not want to speak anymore. He felt that his teacher might have really guessed correctly. Was this how the ancient battle was like? Time Master. Time Master killed so many people and created the Book of Time. What was her purpose? To protect civilization? Nonsense. Time Master must be robbing others of their Tao to strengthen her own Tao, right? This must be the case. The Book of Time was indeed a murderous weapon. This weapon devoured the small Tao of others and gradually stripped away the great Tao of some experts. In the end, Time Master might kill the owner of that Tao, destroying the great Tao along with it, ruthless. At this moment, Suyu knew why Time Master was hated by everyone. She was an extremely ruthless person. Her collection of corpses was to find ways to weaken others and strengthen herself. In the end, she killed the great Tao level experts. Some great Tao level experts might not even know about it and might be killed by her. Beside him, Baifeng was still nagging, good disciple, let us study the primordial spirit aperture. Once we learn how to convert vitality and willpower, that will be incredible. I'm already prepared to give up my corporeal body and directly find a core Shenwen to cultivate. Suyu smiled bitterly. The primordial spirit aperture is called the heaven aperture in ancient times. You need to open 720 apertures to open it. Even if you learn it, it's useless. Idiot. Baifeng was speechless. We can copy it. Who said we must open the heaven aperture? For example, if your conversion rate is 100%, our machine can only convert 30%. But it doesn't matter, we only need 30% conversion rate. Suyu thought about it, nodded, and said, actually, I'm curious about one thing. The heaven aperture is constantly absorbing energy. Is this energy stored in the heaven aperture? When can the heaven aperture be completely used by us? When it is opened. Although Baifeng didn't see what the inside of the heaven aperture looked like, he still quickly said, when the primordial spirit aperture is opened, there should be no problem. Naturally, it will fuse. Now, the energy you absorbed should be stored in the heaven aperture. When you need it, it will burst out. If you keep absorbing death energy, don't absorb too much. If you absorb too much, you might contaminate your aperture into dead spirit aperture, and you might turn into a dead spirit. Suyu nodded. This was similar to what he was thinking. He looked at his teacher again and thought for a moment. Teacher, if you really want to walk the path of Tao integration in Xinwen, I can introduce a few friends to you in the future. They are extremely proficient in this. Who? Baifeng was surprised. No way, I just thought of this myself, and someone already knows how to do it. He said with a sullen expression, why is it that no matter what I research, someone will say that they've researched it before? Suyu smiled. That's normal. It depends on who is proficient in the research. However, putting aside the matter of the physical body, I still advise teacher to think carefully. I feel that the reason why humans are humans is because of things like the physical body are indispensable. Research the limitless enchantment barrier. Baifeng said disapprovingly, even if I transform into Xinwen and treat myself as a human, I will still be a human. Otherwise, if I don't treat myself as a human with a physical body, I will still not be a human. This thing is based on the heart, not the physical body. Suyu nodded. It's good that teacher knows what he's doing. Saying this, he turned to Wu Lan. Wu Lan, do you also want to walk the same path as my teacher? This path has an uncertain future. Wu Lan said casually, I don't know, let's wait and see. There are thousands of Daos in this world, but not all of them will lead to the end. Also, according to what you said, the 3 movement techniques are the only way to prove one's Dao. Then other Daos will definitely be met with all kinds of tribulations. Let's leave it to Miss Bai. If he dies, I will gather some experience before making a decision. Baifeng was speechless, you're cursing me with your words. You can't study the heaven gate aperture, even I can't study it myself. As Suyu said this, he drew a diagram. All 720 apertures were there. The moment the diagram appeared, lightning suddenly appeared in the void, a bolt of lightning struck. As for Suyu, the lightning word Xinwen instantly erupted. This time it did not defeat the other party, but directly devoured it. Suyu's eyes moved slightly as he said with a smile, interesting, this world actually doesn't allow me to create the heavenly cycle diagram. At this moment, the outside world was paying attention, all of them extremely surprised. What did Suyu do again? He was struck by lightning, this fellow was full of evil. Was he struck by lightning again? As for Suyu, he did not care about this. Instead, he smiled. I was still worrying about how to take advantage of the laws. This is a good solution. He ignored it and quickly sealed the diagram with his willpower and essence chi. He handed it to Baifeng and said, Teacher, take it and study it yourselves. This is the heavenly cycle primordial spirit diagram. All 720 apertures are inside, including the location of the heaven gate aperture. I've also marked it. Baifeng took it and said with uncertainty, I won't be struck by lightning, right? This thing would be struck as soon as it appeared. Suyu looked at the sky. The lightning tribulation had already been defeated and devoured by the lightning word Xinwen. It wasn't too strong. He smiled and said, it's fine. The world allows this thing to exist. Maybe there was a master of the laws who didn't allow it to appear. He established the laws in the past, but perhaps he died, so the power of the laws isn't too strong. Strike it once and it'll be over. Baifeng nodded as he stowed the artifact away. With a smile, he said, interesting. I'll remember this artifact so that I can draw a picture of it the next time I meet an enemy. Do you think he'll be struck by lightning? Suyu's heart stirred. This was a good idea. It was also a method to deal with enemies. He just didn't know if there would be no lightning tribulation every time he drew a diagram. He could give it a try next time. After obtaining the Zhou Tian diagram, Baifeng was also satisfied. He chuckled and said, all right then, I won't study you anymore. You brat, I wanted to cut you up a long time ago, but you dodged it. Forget it, I'll cut you up when I have the chance in the future. Suyu was speechless. Believe it or not, I can blow you to death with one breath and smash you to death with one eyeball. Cut me up, he ignored by phone. This teacher of his had brought him many benefits today. At the very least, Suyu roughly knew how to use the Wen tombstone and how to play with it. Also, it was said that this thing was created by King Wen's disciples after he died. Suyu had another thought. This disciple? Who created them? Did he not even want King Wen's Shenwen? He didn't even care about the great Shenwen Avenue, War King, Xiaoji's ancestor. Then what role did War King play in all of this? Was he related to King Wen and Time Master? Moreover, whether it was the Wen tombstone or the Book of Time, they both appeared in Dexia province, and Dexia province was established by War King's descendants. It was really a mess. War King couldn't be a third party, could he? Or was he secretly in love with Time Master? Suyu almost imagined a great drama. Or War King secretly in love with King Wen? My god, the ancient times were really complicated. Suyu was still immersed in these ancient times. And the matter regarding him and the De Yuan King had already spread throughout the heavens. Suyu and the De Yuan King had a conflict. The De Yuan King lost control and attacked Suyu on the spot. Suyu counterattacked, and in a one-on-one fight, he destroyed the De Yuan King's present and future bodies, almost killing him. If not for his teacher stopping him, perhaps Gu City and the human race would be at war right now. The power of this 8 trigrams was too great. In the blink of an eye, it had destroyed all the worlds, the celestial realm. Over at Tiangu's side, someone was reporting to him. Tiangu listened for a while, then said calmly, "There's nothing to be happy about. The De Yuan King lost control and killed his 3 bodies. At least he could have spared his life. So you might not have really wanted to kill him." Moreover, the 2 kings of Great Zhou and Great Xia were present, yet they couldn't stop Suyu. Perhaps he was just borrowing Suyu's hand to kill the De Yuan King's 3 bodies. Suyu might have been used as a knife. They couldn't kill the De Yuan King's 3 bodies, but Suyu was suitable. Not only could he establish his might, but he could also avoid internal strife among the human race's current invincible forces. Pretty good. Tiangu didn't care too much about these things. Moreover, even if he really killed the De Yuan King, a 7th stage Eternal Realm cultivator wouldn't change anything. Below, the reporting Jade King said again, "Your Majesty, this time, Suyu wants to become the master of the human race's holy land. I think the Qin King and the others are paving the way for Suyu. Do we need to do anything?" Once the ancient city guards really joined forces with the human race, the threat to the other races will be even greater. It's not that simple. Those guards are not for the human race, but for Suyu. If Suyu dies, the alliance will collapse. But Suyu isn't easy to kill, no rush. Tiangu said calmly, wait for news from the dead soul's realm. Now, Suyu still has a way out. Even if I personally kill him, he can escape into the dead soul's realm and still escape. Instead, it will make others look down on us. Wait for the dead soul's realm to make arrangements, attack from both inside and outside, and kill him in one strike. Then the Starry Mansion, don't worry about it. Tiangu said calmly, that terrifying existence, even if it comes out now, it will only cause a great calamity, and not simply cause us trouble. If it really can be drawn out, when the great calamity of the heavens comes, the celestial race will have a way out. Jade King nodded slightly, and said, "King, then we don't care about the human realm." Tiangu thought about it, and said, "Yes." Continue to contact some human Eternals, and set high conditions, high to the point where they can't refuse. As long as they are willing to change bodies and become celestials, they have to at least have Dao integration bloodline. Give them heavenly weapons, give them vessels, for 3 generations, and the celestial race will guarantee their 3 generations of Eternals. The celestial realm will be the king, and they will dominate a region. Tiangu said calmly, extend the goal to the sun-moon tier. The human race lacks vessels, use vessels to tempt. Then, the celestial race doesn't have too many. Also, the Dao King and the others are requesting vessels from the Celestial King Temple. Should we give them? Dao King? Tiangu frowned slightly, unable to accomplish anything, but good at spoiling things. Calculating and calculating, the celestial race suffered heavy losses. But his grandson achieved Dao, what a pity. Never mind, approve him a vessel. Jade King nodded, and continued, then the gods and demons, gods and demons? Tiangu smiled. Those two races were waiting for the celestial race to suffer heavy losses last time, so they deliberately didn't want to help. Now that Wisdom King is dead, Suyu is threatening us, and telling one how great a threat he is. Don't worry, the next time we fight, the gods and demons will help. Jade King nodded again, and quickly said, one more thing. Suyu still has some 9-leaf sky lotus petals, and according to the news, Suyu might have the intention to sell them. Now, all the races are gathering towards the human realm. Suyu might have 7 petals. 9-leaf sky lotus, Tiangu murmured, and after a long time, he said slowly, will Suyu be willing to sell this? 9-leaf sky lotus. He thought for a moment, and said, I have a vague impression that in the ancient times, there seemed to be fake 9-leaf sky lotus. Fake? Jade King was startled, and Tiangu frowned slightly. It's hard to be sure. That was in the ancient times, and I haven't heard of it since. Suyu, he knows Hong Meng, and the 9-leaf sky lotus grows in Duke Gong's residence, so Hong Meng might know something. Jade King was shocked. Then the 9-leaf sky lotus is fake? It's hard to say. Tiangu was also uncertain, and Jade King quickly said, should we inform the other races? Tiangu said lightly, why should we inform them? Jade King frowned slightly, Emperor, you mean, even if it's fake and weakens the foundations of the other races, if it's taken by Suyu, he might become even more powerful, and that will cause even more trouble in the future. Tiangu said calmly, then let me ask you, if we tell the outside world that the 9-leaf sky lotus is fake, do you think Wan will believe it? Will he believe it? It's hard to say. Could the celestial race be afraid of us fusing with the Tao, so they purposely said it's fake? Of course, some people might hesitate, but this was not the first time Suyu lied. Tiangu thought about it, then smiled, let our people go as well, and tell Suyu that he wants to sell half to the celestial race, or we'll expose him. Will he agree? Let's try. Tiangu smiled, it's fine if he doesn't agree. If he doesn't agree, then tell Wan, at least there will be people who will hesitate. All right then. Jade King thought about it, then nodded. That's right, we can try. If he agrees, then we'll split it 50-50ths. If he doesn't, then we'll expose Suyu. Although Suyu might continue to trade, there will be people who don't believe it, but at least the harvest will be much smaller. At the same time. Sky Hunter Pavilion. The South Tower Lord was also reporting, but the scholar ignored him. He looked at the Sky Hunter list for a while, then said, it's fake, 9-leaf sky lotus. What? The South Tower Lord didn't understand. The scholar calmly said, it's something similar to the 9-leaf sky lotus, it's hard to differentiate. Since ancient times, there have been experts who mistook it. There is a high chance that Suyu has it, and Hong Meng should know where it is. He's lying? The South Tower Lord was shocked. Probably. The scholar didn't care about this, so the South Tower Lord hurriedly said, then we'll announce to the public that this is 9-leaf sky lotus. The scholar indifferently said, do you want to be hunted by him like a mad dog? The South Tower Lord was stunned, then, do we not care? There will definitely be people who will fall for it. Yes, the Sky Hunter Pavilion said that Suyu, that mad dog, might really chase him everywhere. If the celestial race didn't say it, then no one would believe it. The Sky Hunter Pavilion said that this force started off by selling treasures, and they were very familiar with treasures. If they really said it, it might really ruin Suyu's plan. If they fall for it, then so be it. The scholar calmly said, after Suyu obtained the vessel, besides merging it with his civilization, what else can he do? His civilization is too ambitious. Even if he cheated dozens of vessels, it won't change anything. Instead, it will strengthen Wan's desire to kill him. These things won't bring any qualitative change to Suyu. Suyu is greedy. Does he think Wan's things are so easy to take? It's fine if he is strong to the end, but once he weakens, the people he cheated today will all kill him the next day. The things that Suyu wanted to cheat, at this moment, couldn't bring any qualitative change to him. Thus, be it Heaven Ancient or the scholar, they could only wait and see. If the treasures that Suyu cheated could make him instantly stronger, then the two sides probably wouldn't be so calm. The Heaven Supervisor didn't care about this, he silently calculated and said, he and Great Zhou's prince went to Dazhou Prefecture. Yes, they went to forge the formation once. The scholar nodded slightly, looked at the heaven hunting list in front of him, thought for a moment, and said, "Go to Heaven Abyss domain and find Heaven Abyss Half-Emperor. Tell him that I am willing to use a peak heaven-grade weapon to exchange for the diagram word fragment. Will he agree?" The South Tower Lord felt it was difficult. He said, "Also, Suyu said that he wants to use the record word fragment to exchange for the human race, but there hasn't been any movement." "My lord, the scholar was not impatient. He slowly said, "It's best if you can exchange for it, but if you can't," he smiled, "the thing will be lost sooner or later. The Heaven Abyss race is surrounded by death Qi, and they have offended two existences with the strongest providence. The heavens want them to die. If they don't know the heavens, then they will fall into the dead soul's domain." The South Tower Lord had a strange look in his eyes. Was it possible? He knew what the Heaven Supervisor meant. The Heaven Abyss race had offended him and Suyu by holding that thing. Suyu definitely wanted it. They were the existences with the strongest providence in the universe, so the heavens wanted this race to die, but the Heaven Abyss race was very powerful. They had one Tao integration stage existence, and as for invincible beings, they probably had 20, even though they only had 7 or 8, but the ancient race's words couldn't be taken seriously, for example, the Iron Eater race. If they said that they only had one Tao integration stage and 2 eternal realm existences, would you believe it? I don't believe it. One Tao integration stage existence had lived for countless years, and one tide flow transformation stage existence was nurtured 9 times. Not many invincible beings of the Iron Eater race had died before. Whoever believed it would be an idiot. The primordial giant race was the same. There were mountain giants, primordial giants, magma giants, earthly fire giants, thunderstorm giants. There were countless giant races, but they said that they only had 3 invincible beings. Would you believe it? You wouldn't believe it either. The ancient race that had survived until now, you should just take it as a joke. The fated kin also said that their race only had one old antique, and the remaining strongest was Wu Xuanzi, then Changhe. Yes, their race only had 3 powerful beings. Would you believe it? Whoever believed it would be an idiot. You would never know how many of the ancient race had hidden until the moment of extinction, the South Tower Lord thought to himself, but he didn't say anything. He nodded and said, "Tower Lord, I'll go and ask," just as he finished speaking. The Heaven Supervisor's heart stirred slightly. He quickly calculated and said, "Go and ask. If it doesn't work, then leave immediately." "Leave immediately?" The South Tower Lord pondered for a moment before nodding. "Okay, I understand. Go." The South Tower Lord's figure quickly disappeared from the spot. After he left, the Heaven Supervisor frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, he wrote down a name on the heaven hunting list. That name was the South Tower Lord's name, Xiaoqi. And at this moment, this name trembled slightly. There is a danger of death, and the providence is starting to dissipate. The Heaven Supervisor's heart stirred slightly. Was something going to happen to the Heavenly Abyss race, or was the South Tower Lord going to meet with an accident? With some uncertainty, he thought for a moment and wrote down a name with some difficulty. Boom! Just as he wrote it down, a black light erupted, and the name exploded. A cold snort sounded in the hall. "Who dares to pry into my fate?" The Heaven Supervisor waved his hand, and the aura and voice disappeared. He shook his head. It was too difficult to pry into the fate of the Tao integration realm. Moreover, this list was incomplete. He wanted to see the fate of the Heavenly Abyss half-step sovereign, but he was discovered the moment he wrote down the other party's name. The Heaven Supervisor didn't care. After thinking for a moment, he wrote down the other party's name. This time, there was no abnormality, but there was a faint fluctuation in the name. The providence is starting to dissipate? So accurate? The Heaven Supervisor was also surprised. The Heavenly Abyss race was still very strong, but in the end, when it fell into Suyu's hands, was it really destined to die? Was it that exaggerated? Suyu, the Heaven Supervisor hesitated for a moment. For the umpteenth time, he wrote down the 2 words Suyu on the heaven hunting list. In the past, when he wrote down Suyu's name, it wouldn't move. But today, something had changed. In the instant that he wrote Suyu's name, the tip of a pen or knife suddenly pointed at him from the book. The backlash of the fate-prying art was also very heavy. The tip of the pen instantly touched his forehead. With a splat, blood flowed out, drops of blood flowed out from his forehead. The heaven supervisor's expression changed slightly. The providence was even stronger. This kid had another fortuitous encounter, at the same time. Suyu moved slightly. In the sea of will, the inscribed tombstone suddenly trembled and turned into a brush. With a splat, it seemed to pierce through something. Prying on me? Suyu's heart stirred. He quickly observed the sea of will. The inscribed tombstone counterattacked, and the golden book trembled slightly. Heaven hunting list. Suyu instantly understood the situation. He snorted coldly. Heaven supervisor, he seemed to be prying on me just now. Suyu frowned. Why was the heaven supervisor suddenly prying on me now? Prying through space, he should be borrowing the power of the heaven hunting list. Old fellow, did you discover something? Or do you think I'm out of control? Suyu fell into deep thought. These old fellows really had many tricks up their sleeves. The heaven supervisor was not to be trifled with, but this fellow provoked me first. No, I'm too weak now. All my trump cards have been exposed. If this goes on, I'll be in danger sooner or later. I have to think of a way to quickly strengthen myself. Strengthening civilization is one way. In addition, strengthening the Shenwen and physical body are extremely necessary. However, after the 9 transformations of the physical body, Suyu felt that his progress was much slower. Shenwen, rules, perhaps he had to find an opportunity to fleece the laws, strengthen Shenwen as soon as possible, perfect Shenwen's combat techniques, and walk a distance on the great Tao of laws. Innate Shenwen comprehended fragments of the laws. The punishment and reward of the laws are considered manifestations of the power of the laws. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to comprehend more Shenwen. Suyu knocked on the table. After this scam, he would go play with the laws. He would not waste any more time with them, otherwise, given the current situation, with all his trump cards exposed, he would be targeted by others sooner or later. If nothing went wrong, the God-fiend immortal race and the other large races would definitely do something in the dead souls realm. They wanted to kill him from both inside and outside. The humans are going to attack the Heavenly Abyss tribe. Perhaps I should go and take a look, and take the opportunity to kill a Tao integration cultivator. Or I should just open a few dead spirit passageways and let the dead spirits go out of control. Let the laws punish me, but not to the point of killing me. One thought after another rose in Suyu's mind. Kill, strengthen civilization. Kill in the all-heavens battlefield, and be rewarded by heaven and earth. Break some rules and let the rules punish me. In short, I have to quickly strengthen myself. It took me half a day to fight a Deyuan king, and I even had the help of the formation. Who can I defeat with this strength? At this moment, the sky was already dark. Outside the door, the 5 elements tribe came again. The floating earth spirit's request for an audience sounded again. Suyu's eyes flickered. Punishment. F*CK, the 5 elements tribe is the most suitable. How about I help? You cultivate the 5 elements divine technique, the power of punishment. Let me, Suyu, do it. I'm not afraid of punishment, we're good friends, this is much more reliable than the other laws of punishment. Perhaps I can perfect my 5 elements Shenwen. Suyu's eyes flashed. Yes, the 5 elements tribe, I love you, I want to teach you the 5 elements divine technique, and then I'll be punished. I want to fleece you. All of your clansmen go cultivate it. I, Suyu, will help you. It's best if you can kill me. In the next instant, Suyu opened the door. The floating earth spirit and the elder had just entered. Suyu looked at the floating earth spirit with a radiant smile. That smile made the floating earth spirit not want to enter the door. It shuddered, it felt a chill in its heart. What do you want? I've already cooperated with you, so what else do you want? Meanwhile, Suyu's smile was so radiant that it was terrifying. The floating earth spirit was afraid, but the elder's expression was one of joy. What a sincere smile. With one look at this smile, it felt that Suyu had a very good impression of them coming this time, and Suyu was also very trustworthy. The Sun Moon Tier elder was greatly affected, but the floating earth spirit only felt a chill. Meanwhile, Suyu's voice sounded by its ear. Brother Floating Earth, no, the successor of the 5 elements Grand Elder, should I address you as Grand Elder? The floating earth spirit's expression changed. At this moment, it only wanted to flee far, far away. Suyu, he knew. Suyu knew about the Five Elements patriarch. Suyu used the gossip that Xingyu and the others had mentioned, and it was very effective. The floating earth spirit only wanted to escape from this place, because his identity was very special, so special that once it was exposed, he might be in trouble. The Five Elements race was also a large and powerful race in the past. Even though the Five Elements were separated now, the Five Elements race was still a powerful race. If the Five Elements race could really combine the Five Elements again, they might be targeted by their enemies in the past. City Lord Su, the floating earth spirit's tone was a little stiff, and his earthen yellow face became even more earthen yellow. The elder beside him did not think much of it. Suyu smiled and pressed his hand down. Sit down, don't be nervous. Brother Floating Earth is an old friend of mine. We have met many times and are good friends. There is no need to be so polite. The moment he said that, the elder beside him was overjoyed and hurriedly said, City Lord Su is right. Floating Earth, thank City Lord Su for his magnanimity and forgiving of our past conflicts. The floating earth spirit was tired. I have to thank Suyu, I have to thank him for his magnanimity. This elder could not take it anymore. Even though he was tired, he had no choice. He quickly sat down and looked at Suyu, remaining silent. The elder, on the other hand, kept hinting at him with his eyes. Hurry up and say it. We want to buy the 9-leaf sky lotus. The floating earth spirit was speechless. After a long time, he said, City Lord Su, can you sell us some of your 9-leaf sky lotus? Suyu said with a smile, if someone else asked, I would slap them to death. But since it is Brother Floating Earth who asked, everything is negotiable. I refused previously because I did not want others to know that I sold it to you. I won't say much, but 1 petal is fine. The elder could not help but say, Lord Su, can you sell a few more? Suyu said lightly, just 1 petal. The elder did not dare to say anything else. The floating earth spirit was speechless. A few more, he must be crazy, he quickly said, then the price. We are all friends. 2 beasts will do. The floating earth spirit was helpless. What if it couldn't get it back? Just as he was thinking this, Suyu waved his hand, and the elder next to him fell into an illusion. Suyu looked at the floating earth spirit and smiled. The vessel is a small matter. Everything else is a small matter. Brother Floating Earth, your matter is more important. Brother Floating Earth is in danger. I'm in danger? The floating earth spirit burst into laughter. City Lord Su, as long as the City Lord doesn't deal with me, what danger would I be in? Suyu chuckled. Are you pretending to be confused? In the past, the Five Elements forefather and the Celestial Emperor fought for supremacy. The celestial race was also proficient in the great Tao of the Five Elements, and the Five Elements forefather believed that the Five Elements were the best in the world. The two of them walked the great Tao of the Five Elements together, but in the end, the Celestial Emperor killed the Five Elements forefather, stripped the great Tao of the Five Elements, and split the Five Elements race. Brother Floating Earth knows all of this, so why are you pretending not to know? Suyu smiled and said, although not many people knew about this in the ancient times, how could you and I not know? I really don't know. The floating earth spirit was shocked. I really don't know. I only know that Five Elements patriarch was killed in the past. As for who it was, what do I know? Does Suyu think I know? Celestial Emperor, Celestial Race, the Five Elements race was separated by the Celestial Race. The floating earth spirit was shocked and did not dare to say more. He said calmly, I don't know what City Lord Su is talking about. Suyu sneered. Do you believe that once your identity is exposed, the celestial race will come to kill you and destroy your Five Elements race? It's fine if Five Elements patriarch is dead. Anyway, your Five Elements world source has been split, and no one can combine the Five Elements again. But you, the floating earth spirit, actually broke out of the Five Elements origin of Five Elements and have the ability to combine the Five Elements again. Suyu sighed. This is very scary. Are the celestial race not afraid of another Five Elements patriarch appearing to take revenge? Suyu sighed. Of course they are. The Five Elements' old ancestor was a top-notch existence even among the half-martial monarchs. Now is different from the ancient times. If a Five Elements patriarch appears, aren't the celestial race afraid of being destroyed? Celestial race, the floating earth spirit thought about this. Five Elements race was split by the celestial race, Five Elements patriarch was killed by an immortal emperor. How did Suyu know all this? Suyu was still smiling. And your race's signature art, the Five Elements divine art, is lost. Actually, it's not lost. Your race can't cultivate it at all. Even if you cultivate it, you will face the punishment of the rules. Last time, Lu Hong tricked you. I think you want to recover the Five Elements divine art. But think about it, besides you, who else can cultivate it? Your race's biggest problem is the separation of the Five Elements world source. You can't give birth to a Five Element spirit that can combine the Five Elements. The floating earth spirit could not help but feel helpless. So you knew everything. The Five Elements world source was separated, Five Elements patriarch source was separated, he knew all of this. In reality, even the floating earth spirit had only read about it from ancient texts and heard bits and pieces. Some of the invincible and young members of the Five Elements race might not even know about it, much less who had done it in the first place. City Lord Su, where did you get this information from? Suyu laughed. The living might not know, but how can the dead not know? Understood, the floating earth spirit understood now. Life and death, yes, the living might not know, but how could some of the old people and some of the dead not know? The floating earth spirit thought about it. City Lord, do you have a solution? Suyu smiled. You want to know? Should I answer yes or no? The floating earth spirit struggled. After a long while, it nodded. I want to know. Suyu smiled. There are two ways. The first is to find a powerhouse stronger than an immortal emperor to forcefully restore the Five Elements world source. The floating earth spirit was speechless. I'll pretend I didn't hear it. The second is for everyone to cultivate the Five Elements God technique. With more people cultivating it, all of you are born from spirit sources. When you can cultivate the Five Elements world source as one, even if it's acquired, you can push the Five Elements world source to merge. This is called the acquired driving the innate, allowing the Five Elements world source to merge naturally. In this way, you will be reborn. The floating earth spirit's eyes lit up. I've thought about this too. Some of my race's patriarchs speculated that once more people cultivate the Five Elements God technique, the Five Elements will merge again. Sooner or later, the Five Elements world source can be restored. Suyu smiled. So, I didn't lie to you, did I? The floating earth spirit looked at him. After a while, it said, you want to give me the Five Elements God technique? Even if you do, there are two problems. First, your Five Elements God technique is suitable for humans, not Five Elements race. Second, you will face punishment. This is troublesome. Suyu lightly smiled and said, do you think this is very difficult? Five Elements race, give me your Five Elements God technique. I will deduce that as long as I locate one or two corresponding acupoints, I can quickly reverse the Five Elements God technique to suit you. This was not difficult. Five Elements race and humans had the same number of opened acupoints. As long as Suyu could locate one or two acupoints, it would be easy to reverse the positions of the human acupoints. The one actually had such organizations that specialized in researching other races' cultivation methods, locating, matching, and converting acupoints. Of course, there were risks in the early stages. But what did the risks have to do with Suyu? The Five Elements race wanted to obtain the Five Elements God technique. It was normal for them to produce a few test subjects. Even if they died, it was worth it if the other party could deduce the Five Elements God technique. The floating earth spirit frowned. Do you really know the Five Elements God technique? The Five Elements God technique is just trash to me. Suyu smiled. The next moment, two dots appeared above his head. In an instant, his 360 acupoints burst with dazzling light. On his forehead, a heavenly gate opened. Suyu was like a saint descending, looking at the floating earth spirit with solemnity and coldness. The floating earth spirit also looked at Suyu and lowered its head, not daring to look at him again. Suyu said lightly, do you understand? Yes, the floating earth spirit sighed and lowered its head. You have opened the heavenly cycle divine acupoints, right? Yes. Suyu said lightly, to me, the Five Elements God technique is not bad. With a cultivation method of 180 acupoints, your Five Elements race was also a top race in the past. However, the difference between a cultivation method of 180 acupoints and the number of acupoints I have opened is too great. It was too great, the floating earth spirit was speechless. Cultivation methods with 144 acupoints were almost impossible to find, let alone those with 180 acupoints. The 5 elements God technique was a true divine technique, however, when Suyu used it, it was only average. The floating earth spirit looked at Suyu. This time, it looked up at him. You are willing to teach my race? What do you want? Suyu said playfully, let's not talk about my goal first. Let me ask you, if your identity as the 5 elements patriarch's successor is known, how will the celestials treat you? The floating earth spirit frowned. The celestials might not believe what you say. Suyu said with a smile, is that so? Do you really think the celestials have not thought about your problem? You, the floating earth spirit, deliberately hid yourself and purposely used an acquired method to merge the 5 elements. In reality, you were born with the 5 elements, but you had to pretend to merge them by force. Isn't that so? The floating earth spirit said calmly, I am born with it, not born with it. Is that so? Suyu said with a smile, then let me ask you, how far have you gone with the 5 elements patriarch's Tao? How much have you merged? I don't know what you mean. Suyu chuckled. Let me put it this way. If the 5 elements patriarch could reach that stage, then he might have reached the limit of all 5 great Daos and become the master of the laws of all 5 great Daos. And the immortal emperor killed him. Perhaps the immortal emperor's 5 elements great Daos hadn't reached the limit, but a single law could only be grasped by one person. Hence, he had to kill the 5 elements patriarch. The immortal emperor should have grasped other great Daos that were more powerful than the 5 elements great Daos. After killing the 5 elements patriarch, the 5 elements great Daos lost their master. The immortal emperor might have walked a few great Daos, but he didn't complete them. Suyu stroked his chin. At least, he didn't grasp the great Tao of earth. Perhaps the floating earth spirit has some feelings, so you are the floating earth spirit and not the floating fire spirit. You still have a chance to grasp the great Tao of earth and become a powerful being above the Tao integration stage. The floating earth spirit's expression changed. I don't understand the great Daosh you speak of. I just feel that the great Tao of earth is easier for me to cultivate and I have a higher affinity with it. Some of Suyu's words had truly pierced through his heart, reaching the bottom of his heart time and time again, causing great waves to surge in his heart. Suyu knew too much. In front of him, it was as if he had been stripped naked and dissected. He observed and examined bit by bit, and there were no secrets to speak of. At this moment, Suyu chuckled. Your floating earth spirit has always been Lingyan 9th stage. I heard that you entered the Mountain Sea realm recently. Did you really enter the Mountain Sea realm? I don't think so. I feel like you're waiting for the 5 elements divine aperture to open? Or are you trying to derive the 5 elements divine technique and advance with 180 divine apertures? With your aptitude, I don't believe that you haven't studied the locations of the divine apertures of the other tribes. Your 5 elements race is special. There are no origin apertures, only divine apertures. Or should I say that your race's divine apertures and origin apertures have fused? The origin aperture is the divine aperture, and the divine aperture is the origin aperture. No matter what, your floating earth spirit must have mastered more than 36 divine apertures. Perhaps you're just missing an opportunity to combine the 5 elements. No, what you're missing is a cultivation technique. You can combine the 5 elements to begin with, Suyu rubbed his chin and shook his head. That's not right. Logically speaking, you should be able to combine the 5 races' cultivation techniques after combining the 5 elements. However, you haven't combined them yet. Could it be that it's incomplete? Or that you don't have a deep enough grasp of the cultivation technique of one of the races? Or is it because the 5 elements divine technique was forbidden back then, so you can't naturally combine the 5 elements? The floating earth spirit was silent and didn't say a word. It listened to Suyu talk about the secrets it had hidden. Suyu quickly smiled. It might have something to do with the separation of the source of the 5 elements. Brother floating earth, do you want to try? The floating earth spirit exhaled. What do you want? Since you already know, just say it. Suyu smiled. Nothing. It's simple. Listen to me. Just like back then, there's only one human emperor. The floating earth spirit was shocked. You want to subdue the five elements race? The floating earth spirit frowned. Impossible. Su said calmly, forget it then. Seeing that he had lost interest, the floating earth spirit said hurriedly, Brother Su, name your conditions. We'll agree to whatever we can. Su smiled. No. Other than the dozen or so invincible realm experts of your five elements race that are of some use to me, the rest are useless. To put it bluntly. What's there for me to plot against your five elements race? Su said in a teasing tone, what do you think? The floating earth spirit frowned and said in a low voice, my race has a sacred ground with five elements fruit trees that produce five elements spirit fruits. If Brother Su teaches you the five elements divine technique, I'll give you the five elements spirit fruit tree. What boldness! He knew that Su wasn't interested in spirit fruits, so he gave him the five elements spirit tree. Su smiled. Brother Floating Earth, your status is really extraordinary. I'm actually very curious. Do all the invincible realm experts of the five elements race support you because they know you're the successor of the five elements patriarch? Don't they all disagree? If that was the case, the five elements race was really united, the five elements spirit tree was a supreme treasure, and the floating earth spirit gave it away just like that. Was this guy's status really that high? For example, the successor of the human sovereign, Ling Yun, stood out and said that he wanted to unify the human race and that all the invincible realm experts would listen to him. About 3 days later, that person's corpse appeared. That was normal. What was the situation with the five elements race? The floating earth spirit took a deep breath. Of course, the five elemental races aren't completely united. However, we have to survive. We are not the human race, nor are we gods or immortals. We can rule over the heavens. Middle-level races like us only hope to survive. They would be able to survive the upcoming upheaval. The five elements race is currently at a bottleneck. We have 9th stage eternal realm experts, but we can't produce Tao integration stage cultivators. Unlike the other races, there is still hope for Tao integration stage cultivators. Our race cannot. The floating earth spirit sighed. The five elements race doesn't even have the old-timers that everyone has high hopes for. After the death of our patriarch, our race will no longer be able to produce a Tao integration stage cultivator. Without a Tao integration stage cultivator, there will be no space for our five elements race to exist in the world above the heavens will realm. It sighed. The human race can still hope for some old-timers to survive. Even if there are very few of them, there may still be Tao integration stage cultivators, or even gods, demons, and immortals. However, our race has never experienced a single Tao integration stage cultivator. Our race has also experienced 9 Tao integration stage cultivators and survived until now. We can be considered one of the ancient tribes. The floating earth spirit said in a self-deprecating manner. However, the other ancient tribes may all have Tao integration stage cultivators, but our race does not. Thus, our race has always been extremely cautious, fearful of any mishaps. The five elements race doesn't sound weak, with over a dozen invincible beings. However, compared to the other ancient tribes, what is the five elements race? The five elements race is only slightly more powerful here, but they don't have any backers in the higher realms. It shook its head with a self-deprecating smile. Thus, our race is actually a lot more united. All of the patriarchs know that if a Tao integration stage battle breaks out, it's best for our race to stay out of the way like a coward. As for the other ancient tribes, be it the Dragon Tribe, the Phoenix Tribe, the Heavenly Abyss Tribe, or the Dark Tribe. Which tribe has not experienced Tao integration stage cultivators? Only our race has not. Not even 9 times. So you finally understood. He was a little surprised, but this was also within reason. The five elements race had no one in the higher realms. Hence, some of the powerful beings of the five elements tribe who had experienced the changes of the tides knew just how dangerous it was to not reach the Tao integration stage. Hence, they felt that the floating earth spirit was their hope. It was their hope to reach the Tao integration stage, the hope to combine all five elements. As such, they were more desperate than any other tribe for a Tao integration stage super mighty figure to appear. The floating earth spirit looked at Suyu. It's exactly because of this that our race will not participate in the battles between the different races. Even if we do participate, we will be conservative, and we will even differentiate between the 5 elements. For example, the Earth Spirit race has participated in many troublesome matters because of me. If I fail, the Earth Spirit race will bear the responsibility. In the worst-case scenario, the Earth Spirit race will be destroyed, but the 5 elements race's legacy will not be destroyed. It looked at Suyu. I cannot allow the 5 elements race to participate in the battles recklessly. If they fail, the 5 elements race will be destroyed. Suyu smiled. Then, do you think the 10th Dao integration stage will be more intense or weaker than the previous 9 Dao integration stages? After this one, will there be a 11th Dao integration stage? I don't know. The floating Earth Spirit shook its head. Due to the weakness of the human race in this Dao integration stage, Wan's attacks against the human race are actually not as intense as the previous 9 Dao integration stages. The Celestial Demon Tribe and the Immortal Tribe are also not as united as the previous 9 Dao integration stages. If the human race is truly powerful, then according to the previous 9 Dao integration stages, a war should have erupted long ago. This time, the human race was weak, but there were benefits to being weak. Wan's attacks against them were not as intense as expected. Suyu nodded slightly. This was true. In the Human-Immortal Alliance, the Immortals had their own intentions. They did not want the human race to be destroyed so quickly because ancient heaven had yet to awaken. Suyu thought for a moment, then said with a smile, "How about this? I won't ask for too much. I'll teach you the 5 elements divine incantation, and you need at least 3 invincible realm masters to fight for me." The floating Earth Spirit was silent for a moment. It thought for a moment, then nodded. All right. Suyu said, also, if you cultivate the 5 elements divine arts, first, you may not be able to open so many divine openings. Second, even if you do, you will have to accept the punishment of the rules. I can help you resist the punishment, but you will have to pay a price. You? The floating Earth Spirit frowned. You will accept the punishment of the rules in our place? The punishment of the rules is that once someone joins, they will only become stronger. The power of the rules will not dissipate just because you are stronger. Suyu's resistance would only become stronger and stronger. Suyu smiled. I know this, but I also understand some of the rules. Strictly speaking, if I teach you the 5 elements divine arts, then you and I are part of the cause and effect. I teach you, you learn it, and after you learn it, I will take the blame for you. Actually, the power of the rules will also punish me, to treat me as one of them, and not as an extra meddler. The floating Earth Spirit was surprised. Why do you study this? Suyu smiled. To study the rules so that I can take the blame for others. However, let me ask you something first. Your 5 elemental clan has only opened 36 divine apertures. It will be extremely difficult for you to open that many more divine apertures. Even if I teach you, how many people in your clan can cultivate the 5 elemental divine technique? The floating Earth Spirit said in a low voice, it is naturally difficult for the younger generation who are not talented. But the older generation actually has more than 36 opened. Some have opened many, but cannot combine them. If I really want to teach them, the 5 elements race has a few hundred. Was a few hundred many? Not at all. On the human side, the Kaiyuan had 144 at most. But if Suyu wanted to find someone with more than 144 Kaiyuan, he did not know how many more. The older generation of humans had more than 144 opened apertures. The key was that there was not much use in opening more. Because without the corresponding cultivation technique, there was a limit to how much one opened. It was the same for the 5 elements race. Opening 36 divine apertures meant that there was a complete and natural cultivation method. Opening too many of them would not be of much use, but it could also strengthen one's willpower. When one reached the end of cultivation and could no longer progress, it was not uncommon to see people opening their divine apertures when they had nothing to do. The floating Earth Spirit thought and asked, then there are conditions for you to help us resist the punishment, right? Suyu smiled. Of course, there are not many requirements. I will help you resist 10 times, no, 10 successful times. Based on the number of people, 10 in exchange for an invincible. how about it? Suyu smiled and said, in this case, if 100 of you succeed, invincible will help me 10 times. One person can do it 10 times, or 10 people can do it all at once. If one person is lucky and doesn't die 10 times in a row, he can use it infinitely. Suyu smiled and said, as long as this invincible is strong enough, your clan is equivalent to having an invincible. In exchange for the 5 elements divine arts, countless people will also be able to successfully cultivate the 5 elements divine arts. The floating earth spirit sighed. When will the invincible you speak of be simple? Not to mention others, when have you not faced life-threatening danger in these few battles? 10 times, if they really fought 10 battles with Suyu, even a level 9 Eternal Realm cultivator might die. Suyu smiled. You have to pay to get what you want. Brother Floating Earth, you are smart. Nothing can be obtained for free. Do you think I will pay for you for free? Do you think that's possible? The Floating Earth spirit thought about it for a moment before shaking its head with a wry smile. I know, but, if I get involved with you, the 5 Elements tribe will be in danger of extinction. Suyu chuckled. Will that be the case if I don't get involved with you? Suyu said indifferently, at least I know one thing. You have to learn the 5 Elements divine arts. You have to learn it, and even inherit all of the 5 Elements ancestors' things. Only then can you hope to escape the danger of extinction. Suyu became a little impatient. I feel like you are a smart person, so you can make your own choice. Or if you don't need my help, you can derive it yourself and resolve the problem of the laws and punishments. You, the floating earth spirit, can combine the 5 elements. That's up to you. The floating earth spirit inhaled and exhaled. This was a very difficult choice. He suddenly turned to Suyu. Then let me ask you a question. Speak. If all the divine, demonic, immortal, and underworld tribes join forces, all of your Dao integration stage super mighty figures will be trapped. If another Dao integration stage super mighty figure comes to kill you, how confident are you that you can survive? All of them will be trapped? Suyu's brows perked up. The floating earth spirit nodded. Yes, all of them. Even the monarch of Great Zhou and the others have been intimidated and can't teleport to other tribes. Do you think you can survive with just one Dao integration stage super mighty figure? Suyu thought about it for a moment before chuckling. The chances are slim. The floating earth spirit sighed. You also know that the chances are slim. If we really come to an agreement with you, then the Dao integration stage super mighty figures we have right now will be enough to kill you. Suyu, they will join forces sooner or later. We don't need more power. How are you going to give us a sense of security? That's right, a sense of security. Following Suyu was too insecure, Suyu replied calmly, if I can really survive the Dao integration stage, would I still care about your 5 elements tribe? Suyu replied indifferently, Brother Floating Earth, trump cards are accumulated by oneself. I'm talking to you about the 5 elements tribe now because I'm accumulating trump cards. I'm not asking you to cooperate with me after I have a trump card. There's no need for that. If it's as you say, even a Dao integration stage super mighty figure can't kill me, then why would I need the 5 elements tribe? How laughable. You say a Dao integration stage super mighty figure will come to kill me. Then let me ask you, if your 5 elements tribe cooperates with me, will the 5 elements tribe be able to stop a Dao integration stage super mighty figure? The floating earth spirit thought about it for a moment before nodding. Suyu's eyes narrowed with a smile. Then that settles the matter. You say that a Dao integration stage super mighty figure will come to kill me. That's what everyone thinks. I, Suyu, am no match for a Dao integration stage super mighty figure, so I'm going to die for sure. But now, your 5 elements tribe suddenly appears and destroys a Dao integration stage super mighty figure. Won't that surprise everyone? Suyu chuckled. That's my trump card. Hence, I'm accumulating my trump cards now. I'm not going to use them out of thin air. Brother Floating Earth is such a smart person, surely you know what it means to provide timely assistance. The floating earth spirit pondered this for a moment. You're right. If I may be so bold as to ask, are you confident in your ability to take down the human race? The floating earth spirit explained, if you leave the human race, you won't be able to do anything on your own. I don't think the invincible members of the human race will submit to you. How many people will support you if you want to become the emperor? If you can't even take down the human race, how will we believe that you'll succeed? Suyu smiled. You have to take things one bite at a time. At the very least, there are many invincible members of the human race who support me, including the selection of the leader of the Holy Land. Once I become the leader of the Holy Land, I'll have a name. I'll naturally be able to use this name very quickly. The floating earth spirit fell into deep thought. How about this? We'll continue with the selection of the Holy Land tomorrow. If you become the leader of the Holy Land, I can go back and convince the patriarchs of my tribe. If you want to rope in allies, without enough influence, ordinary people won't dare to invest or make up their minds. Suyu smiled. You speak as if I'm not contributing. You're downplaying the 5 elements divine art and me helping you resist the punishment. Do you think I can't see it? Suyu sneered. Floating earth spirit, I'm afraid you've made your choice. Are you purposely downplaying the effects of these things? The floating earth spirit was Bear One's teeth. His shiny yellow teeth were ugly. Bear One's teeth smiled. No, I'm me. But Brother Su, don't forget, I'm not the leader of the 5 elements race. I can represent myself, but those patriarchs need more protection. Your teeth are ugly. The floating earth spirit smiled. Instantly, his teeth turned a shiny golden color. Does this look good? As soon as it finished speaking, it turned green. Soon, it became transparent. Then, it turned fiery red with some flames. 5 elements transformation, Suyu chuckled. You're bored. Don't embarrass yourself with your petty tricks. In truth, I don't even bother threatening you. Otherwise, if a fellow born of the 5 elements ancestor source were found out by the immortals, you'd be dead. The floating earth spirit chuckled. Not necessarily. Besides, Brother Su, did the immortals really attack us? Suyu smiled. What do you think? I think, it's hard to say. The floating earth spirit chuckled. The 5 elements race was a great race in the past, and the 5 elements ancestor wasn't weak. My guess is that it was the humans. Don't you humans cultivate the 5 elements great Tao? Suyu sneered. How could it be the humans? Back then, the human race had unified the heavens, but they had been restricted. The Myriad Races Alliance had established the Primordial Council to resist the human race. In name, the human race had unified the heavens, but in reality, they were only fighting against the Myriad Races. Once the humans killed the 5 elements ancestor, do you think the great races wouldn't grieve? Only the internal strife of the One Alliance would quickly subside. Otherwise, with the death of the 5 elements ancestor, chaos would have erupted. But if you read the ancient records, was there any turmoil after the death of the 5 elements ancestor? Suyu smiled and said, I don't think so. No. That was because the humans were just watching the show. The One Alliance wouldn't have spread the news even if they killed their ancestor. Otherwise, there would have been a huge commotion. Even if the One Alliance didn't fight the humans, it would have spread like wildfire, and everyone would know. In the end, how many people knew? The floating earth spirit thought for a moment, then nodded. Suyu's words weren't unreasonable. As for Suyu, he was most adept at arguing with reason on certain points. The floating earth spirit didn't say much, saying, if you take the position of the master of the Holy Land, I will return to the 5 elements world and help you negotiate the secret cooperation. But in secret, Suyu, unless there's a chance to silence us, our race won't act easily. I hope you can understand this point. Suyu smiled and said, sure. The floating earth spirit heaved a sigh of relief. That's for the best. Then, about the 5 elements divine art, Suyu smiled and said, wait. When I find time to go to the 5 elements world, I want to personally meet with the powerhouses of your race. And then spread the 5 elements divine art. I want to get the personal promise of your powerhouses. I won't trust your words. TSK, the floating earth spirit was speechless. I didn't dare to trust your words, and now you're looking down on me. You want to go to the 5 elements world, aren't you afraid? Suyu said calmly, if the 5 elements race isn't afraid of death, they can contact the other races to kill me. At that time I will open the Dead Souls realm and lead the Dead Souls, the ancient city guards, and the human powerhouses to kill one of the Five Elements race, but only the people of the Five Elements race. Think about it, and you will naturally make the right choice. Speechless, would the Five Elements race dare to kill Suyu? Of course not, the floating earth spirit nodded helplessly. Got it. Then about the 9-leaf sky lotus. Just buy one petal, and I'll sell some more to get some carriers and strengthen my weapon. It's all a small matter, no need to be too serious. Small matter? A small matter in your eyes might be a big matter in the eyes of many. The floating earth spirit was speechless. After a moment of silence, it said, all right, then I'll wait for you in the Five Elements world after I buy the things. When can you arrive? As soon as possible. All right. The floating earth spirit didn't say anything else. It looked at the elder who was smiling foolishly beside it and asked, Elder, what did you see? Suyu glanced at the elder and smiled. Nothing much, we had a good talk, and the deal was done. I asked him to keep it a secret, and I can sell you one petal of the 9-leaf sky lotus. I can't be bothered to say anything else. I also gave him face and sold him a carrier. He's very happy. Is that enough? The floating earth spirit nodded helplessly. The elder was so pitiful. All right, then let go of the elder. Suyu retracted the influence of Shunwen, and the elder gradually came to his senses. With a smile on his face, he hurriedly said, Thank you, Lord Su. Suyu smiled. It's no big deal. Then we'll take our leave first? We'll come back tomorrow for the things. Suyu smiled. All right. The elder got up happily and looked at the floating earth spirit, indicating that it was time for him to leave. The floating earth spirit was speechless. All right, I wonder what you were talking about with the illusion. You're really happy. As expected, even after being sold, you're still helping the person earn money. Soon, the floating earth spirit and the rest left. After leaving, the elder was still excited. It's done, and the price is very low. Just one carrier. The floating earth spirit nodded and smiled. Elder's way of talking is superb. It's all thanks to you. The elder coughed lightly. Not entirely. It's because you're on good terms with Suyu. Cough, cough. However, this can only be said here. Once you leave, don't tell anyone else. Of course. The floating earth spirit replied perfunctorily. The elder was extremely excited, and hurriedly left with him. Outside, some of the fellows who were watching saw the two of them come out. Soon, people went to visit Suyu. As for Suyu, he met some of them, and some of them completely ignored them. The visits only ended at daybreak. Their gazes once again focused on the Holy Land meeting. Yesterday, the Deyuan king had objected, and his 2 reincarnations had been destroyed by Suyu. Today, the Holy Land meeting continued. Would Suyu still participate? What about the Deyuan king? Could the Holy Land be established? Could Suyu become the master of the Holy Land, in the Great Hall of the Academy? At this moment, the Great Hall that had been destroyed yesterday was rebuilt again. The people were still the same people from yesterday. However, the face of the Deyuan king, who was seated at the head of the table, was slightly pale, and his aura was slightly weak. Only Suyu was missing. Today, Xiaoyu was not in charge. The Great Han King said directly as soon as he arrived, whether the Holy Land will be established or not has been said yesterday. Everyone knows the necessity of establishing a Holy Land. Since everyone has gathered again today, let's get straight to the point. Agree or not, let's vote to decide. As for whether the master of the Holy Land must be Suyu, we can wait for the next round to decide. Now, we're discussing whether the Holy Land needs him or not. Many people looked towards the Deyuan king. How would this person, who had been the biggest objector yesterday, choose today? Yesterday, he had almost been killed by Suyu. Meanwhile, the Deyuan king remained silent. At this moment, someone asked, Your Majesty, if we vote against it, what will be the consequences? The Great Han King said in a low voice, There will be no consequences. That person said again, Then. I mean, if City Lord Su is not satisfied and makes a move against us, the Great Han King said coldly, Yesterday, when he made a move, it was the Deyuan king who made the first move to kill him, not the other way around. If Suyu dares to make a move against all of you because of the matter of voting, I may not be able to do anything to him, but I can let the king of Great Zhou, the Daxia of Goguryeo, and the Deming king guarantee that if Suyu dares to make a move against those who vote against it today, he will definitely kill Suyu. Even if we have to go to war with the ancient city, is this answer satisfactory? Outside the Great Hall, the voices of the king of Great Zhou, the Daxia of Goguryeo, and the Deming king sounded at the same time. The will of the Great Han King is our will. Once these words were spoken, everyone was at ease. Since the few pillars of the human race had already said so, if Suyu were to commit murder today, these people would definitely make a move. The Great Han King said calmly, therefore, vote according to your conscience. This is an important matter for the future of the human race, not a joke. There is no need to do anything against your conscience. At this moment, Xiao Yi walked out and took out 2 golden books. He smiled and said, those who agree, stamp the prefecture head seal on the left book. Those who disagree, stamp the prefecture head seal on the right book. Leave the invincible imprint. Today's meeting may affect the future of the human race. Therefore, please be careful with today's decision. If the human race does not perish, these documents will continue to be passed down. Let the future generations see if the choice made by the human race today is right or wrong. Once these words were spoken, some people could not help but feel nervous. Would this decision affect the future of the human race? It would, Holy Land. Suyu. These things would affect the future. For a moment, even some of the invincible immortals felt that the atmosphere was stagnant, and they could not make a decision. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was tense. Outside the Great Hall, the forging of the formation continued. However, a few of the invincible immortals looked towards the Great Hall. Daxia of Goguryeo was a little solemn as he sent a voice transmission, Old Zhou, can it be established? The king of Great Zhou sent a voice transmission, do you wish for it to be established? Daxia of Goguryeo was silent. The king of Great Zhou continued, do you really think that Suyu can shoulder such a heavy responsibility? Daxia of Goguryeo was silent for a moment before sending a voice transmission, so you may not be able to. However, it is necessary for the Holy Land to be unified. Even if it's not Suyu, I hope that someone will appear who can lead the human race out of this predicament. It might not necessarily be Suyu, however, Daxia of Goguryeo was willing to establish the Holy Land so that there was hope for the human race to be unified and not be scattered like sand now. The internal strife of the human race had already consumed too much of everyone's energy and resources. The king of Great Zhou chuckled and sent a voice transmission, since you can understand, everyone with a discerning eye will understand. Those who don't, can only say that they are too narrow-minded. The Holy Land will definitely be established. As for whether the master of the Holy Land will be Suyu, that's the key. If I'm not wrong, the decision of the master of the Holy Land will be the difficult part of the voting. I don't think the establishment of the Holy Land will be difficult. The moment that was said, Daxia of Goguryeo thought for a moment before nodding. That made sense. At the same time, in the Great Hall, the prefecture masters and invincible immortals looked at the 2 books nervously. Xiao Yi smiled. Who's first? With that said, Daxia of Longwu did not say anything else. A gigantic seal appeared in his hand and landed on the book on the left. A gigantic seal was imprinted with a golden light. Daxia province was the first to make a decision. The next moment, gigantic seals appeared one after another and flew to both sides. Some agreed while others disagreed. Including the Heavenly Palace, there were 37 prefectures. Great Zhou, Great Ming, and Great Qin each had 2 votes. In the blink of an eye, the gigantic seals landed one after another. Someone looked at the Deyuan Palace. At this moment, the gigantic seal of the Deyuan Palace hesitated for a moment before flying towards the Book of Approval and imprinting itself. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on the Deyuan King. The Deyuan King, agreed, compromised, or was he afraid of being beaten up by Suyu? For a moment, everyone did not know what to think. They only knew that the Deyuan King was here, so the decision of the Deyuan Palace must have been made by the Deyuan King. He chose to support the establishment of the Holy Land, and Xiao Yi took a look, smiled, and looked at the King of Han. The king of Han also smiled, and said calmly, the results are out. 34 votes in favor and 6 votes against. The Holy Land can be established. When he said this, everyone did not heave a sigh of relief. Instead, they became even more nervous. The Holy Land was established, but who would be the boss? This was the key. The Holy Land could be established. This was the final answer given by the major human prefectures. The key was the master of the Holy Land. Who could be the master of the Holy Land? At this moment, the entire hall was very quiet. After a while, Xiaoyi said, since the first item has been passed, the name of the Holy Land is not in a hurry. Let's wait for the master of the Holy Land to be confirmed before making a decision. Since the Holy Land has been established, it cannot be without a master. The human race also needs a young, energetic, talented, powerful, intelligent, and responsible person to be the master of this Holy Land. Someone chuckled and glanced at Xiaoyi. Be more direct, just say that it has to be Suyu, Xiaoyi said calmly. All the prefectures can recommend candidates and vote to decide. Xia province recommends Suyu. Or an invincible realm expert can recommend a candidate. They will all be included in the list of candidates. He really mentioned Suyu, and he mentioned Suyu the moment he recommended a candidate. Below, someone said softly, I think the great Qin King is very good. If we really want to establish a holy land, His Majesty the great Qin King will naturally be the master. I think that Chief Xia is good. In my opinion, Chief Zhu is more suitable to be in charge of the internal affairs of the Holy Land. I think we should choose the younger generation, they are more energetic. The younger generation, didn't Wan Mingzi establish the Young Army Alliance? I think he is good, he has the look of a sage. Then I think Qin Feng is not as good. Qin Feng is an expert on the heaven list, brave and fierce, has the demeanor of the great Qin King, talented and intelligent, and loves the people like his own children. The group of people spoke one after another. Suyu was also mentioned. But not many, everyone knew that the establishment of the Holy Land was indispensable. However, who was the master of the Holy Land? There was too much room for manipulation. If Suyu took over, everyone was afraid, really afraid. He was an expert who could really suppress everyone. The key was that this guy was too ruthless, too evil, too vicious. It was the same inside and outside. He could kill all of his enemies. By now, some people had even guessed how the people who died in southern Yuan were killed by Suyu. He would even assassinate those people, those who had offended him. Suyu was too ruthless. If such a person became the leader of the Holy Land, then the rules of the Holy Land would be the rules. If someone else took over, it would be hard to say who would take over. We'll have to see what happens next. At this moment, on the great Qin mansion's side, Qin Jin frowned and said, Isn't Suyu doing well? The Holy Land is mainly responsible for internal affairs. If my father was willing to be the master of the Holy Land, he would have done so hundreds of years ago. My father is not good at this. If he was, why would he wait until today? As for my son, Qin Feng, he is far inferior to Suyu. Suyu is naturally the best choice. Someone looked toward the Great Gold Residence. At this moment, on the side of the Great Gold Residence, there was a person with a pale face and a complicated expression. Seeing that some people were looking at him strangely, this person lowered his head and did not dare to speak. Someone chuckled, General Zhang He, don't you want to come out and say a few words? Zhang He, a person who had long been forgotten. The general of the Great Gold Residence's army, a Sun Moon Realm powerhouse. As soon as this was said, some people looked at him strangely. On the side of the Great Gold Residence, the prefecture master also frowned slightly. Soon, he narrowed his eyes and did not speak. Being stared at by a group of people, someone said again, General, your only son was killed. Don't you have any explanation? You don't even dare to ask for an explanation. The next time we kill you, do you dare to resist? Zhang He was under immense pressure. At this moment, his forehead was covered in sweat. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, My son was assassinated in southern Yuan before the new year. I just want to ask if City Lord Su knows about it. He disguised himself as Cui Lang and was very powerful. When my son was killed, did he have any clues? As soon as this was said, someone quickly continued, some things still have to be made clear. Today, he dared to assassinate the general's son. Tomorrow, he will dare to kill the general. The day after, he will be able to kill the prefecture master. He is a tyrant who kills anyone who disobeys him. Does everyone really want such a person to become the holy landlord? Aren't you afraid that you will have such a day? As soon as this was said, that person quickly said, Your Majesties, Great Han King and De Yuan King, does City Lord Su know about it? Can you ask the City Lord to come out and explain? He did not directly say that it was Suyu who killed him, however, he had to ask Suyu to come out and confront him. Moreover, Xianxia's son was not the only one who was killed that day. If they were all killed by Suyu, what was the reason? Just because he went to southern Yuan, what a strong murderous aura, just because of this, he killed him. Would anyone dare to let such a person become the ruler? The great Han King frowned. The De Yuan King raised his eyebrows slightly. After a while, he said in a low voice, Can you ask Suyu to come? Xianxia was not a nameless person. He was the general of the Great Gold Mansion, an elite of Sun Moon tier. Now, whether it was the Great Gold Mansion's own intention or someone else's, this matter still had to be resolved. Soon, someone looked in the direction of Lu City. Today, there were not many people from Lu City. Only Lu Wenyan and Hong Tan had arrived. At this moment, everyone looked at Lu Wenyan. Lu Wenyan thought for a while, then said, Then I'll go call him. After saying this, he turned and walked out of the main hall, frowning slightly. Just as he walked out, Xianxia appeared beside him and transmitted his voice, I heard it too. Uncle, I'll admit it. At that time I was constantly killing people in secret, so a few more won't make a difference. We'll talk about it later. Lu Wenyan did not say anything. If Xianxia admitted to this matter, it would actually be for the best. At that time, he was killing people everywhere, although he was also killing people in other places at the same time, and there was some conflict, for a genius like Xianxia, so what if he had more doppelgangers? If he admitted it, there was no way to overturn it. Very soon. At the Su residence. Suyu was discussing a deal with someone. Just as the person left, Lu Wenyan arrived and quickly said, The decision of the Holy Land has been made. Now it's time to elect the leader of the Holy Land. As for the Jin residence, Xianxia said that you killed his son. This is a little troublesome. Suyu smiled and said, Troublesome? Lu Wenyan frowned. Yes, troublesome. There was no reason to kill him. He entered my house, trespassed, and stole precious treasures. Is there a problem with me killing him? Suyu did not care. Yes, he did not care. Back then, he had only concealed it because he was not strong enough. Now, he was a powerhouse. Suyu said lightly, to put it bluntly, my house, in the All Heavens One, is a dojo. In the major residences, it's a mansion. You trespassed into any of the Xianxia family, the Qin family, or the Zhou family. If you were killed, you were killed. What's there to say? It was just that everyone bullied him because he was young and weak. Now, who dared to trespass into the ancient city's city lord residence? Who dared to trespass into the Su residence? No one dared, because now, he was strong, he had a powerful force behind him, therefore, Suyu did not care. Lu Wenyan said in a low voice, no matter what, it's not appropriate. It's easy to be targeted by them. Suyu smiled and said, Teacher, you. I think you're too worried. Saying so, Suyu smiled and stood up. I'll accompany you to take a look. It's nothing. To be honest, the Lord of a Holy Land is just a title. It's fine if you don't have it. How much influence can it have? Uncle Master Chen, you're worrying too much. If I kill him, it's reasonable. But if he kills him, it's not appropriate. Suyu smiled and said, it's just a small matter. Don't worry. Lu Wenyan sighed. You decide. Maybe. I still haven't let it go. You know what I'm thinking. I want more Shenwen to be recognized by the human race. In the end, I'm not as free as you. Suyu nodded. I know. That's normal. You've been in contact with Shenwen since you were young. For decades, Shenwen is your belief. For Shenwen, you've given up a lot. Now, you're in charge of a holy land. It's justifiable and recognized by the public. I know you still hope that I can take this position. Lu Wenyan nodded. Yes, he hoped that Su Yu could take it. He was not as hot-blooded as Bai Feng. If he was not willing, then so be it. If he was not willing, then he would go to the heavens and be the leader, but Lu Wenyan hoped that Shunwen could be recognized by the entire human race. Su Yu knew what Lu Wenyan was thinking. This person had been crippled for 50 years, but he was still unwilling to leave, unwilling to give up. He always wanted to revive Shunwen. Some things had become obsessions. But for Su Yu, if he really could not take it, it was not a big deal. As for Lu Wenyan, he would deal with it later. In the main hall, Su Yu stepped in again and looked around. Some people shrank their heads. Su Yu laughed mockingly. He knew there were still 6 clans who did not agree to rebuild the Holy Land. He also knew who had instigated Xianxia to stand up for injustice and complain about Su Yu. Su Yu could not be bothered to say anything more. He ignored the manor heads on both sides and walked up to the high platform in a dignified manner. He sat down on the empty throne in the middle. Looking down at the people below, Su Yu cupped his hands at the Great Han King and ignored the Deyuan King. The Great Han King did not say anything, and the Deyuan King was silent as well. Su Yu said calmly, "Didn't someone call me to come to court? Come out and talk." On the side of the Great Gold Manor, Zhanghe's face was pale. After a while, he walked out, lowered his head, and said in a low voice, "City Lord Su, my son was killed in southern Yuan that day." Su Yu interrupted, "I killed him." The whole place was silent. Xiao Longwu and the others could not help but look at Su Yu. They felt that Su Yu would not deny it, but Su Yu admitted it too quickly. As soon as he said this, someone hurriedly said, "City Lord Su, you can't talk nonsense." Su Yu said calmly, "I'm not talking nonsense. I killed him." "City Lord Su, after killing a general, is this what gives you the confidence to become the Divine Lord?" Someone shouted angrily. Su Yu glared at him, his eyes filled with killing intent. He said coldly, "Shut up. Who are you to question me? Which manor are you from? What is your identity? Who are you to interrupt?" The person below the platform trembled and said through gritted teeth, "City Lord is powerful. Do you want to kill me here in front of the Great Han King and the others? Honest words are unpleasant to the ear. City Lord does not even listen to honest words. How can you hope to lead the Holy Land in the future? Noisy." With a shout, that person vomited blood. The Great Han King hurriedly reached out and blocked the aftermath. He looked at Su Yu and sent a voice transmission, "City Lord Su." Su Yu said calmly, "On account of the Great Han King, I'll spare your life." Lead the Holy Land? Honest words are unpleasant to the ear? Su Yu said coldly, "If I become the Divine Lord of the Holy Land, I don't need honest words. I don't need the Divine Tao. In this situation, you still want to be gentle? You still want me to listen to you and be your puppet? What a joke." That day, the great Zhou King asked me on Heavenly Dawn Island, what should I do if I became the king? That day, I had already answered him. Those who submit to me are humans. Those who don't submit to me can be killed. The word kill shook people's hearts, and killing intent soared into the sky. Su Yu had killed too many experts. He had killed those below Tao integration, including those at the eternal realm. No one present, including the few invincible beings, had killed as many invincible sun and moon invincible beings as Su Yu. Even all of them added up couldn't compare to him. They said that Xiao Longwu was a killer. No, Su Yu was the killer. At this moment, Su Yu was extremely cool. "All of you, do you really think you're so important? Do I need you to teach me how to control the overall situation? I control the holy city and kill so many people that one doesn't dare to provoke me, Su Yu. As long as I'm alive, one won't be at ease. What do I need to explain to you? What do I need to learn from you? I killed Zhanghe's son. Those who died that day were all killed by me. If not for the lack of time and strength, I would have killed all those who entered my house that day." Su Yu said coldly, "That's my, Su Yu's, dojo, my mansion. Entering without asking is a thief, a thief, a thief. Today, there is someone who dares to barge into my dojo without asking for my permission. In the end, I'm too weak and not strong enough, so you came to bully me. Does anyone dare to trespass into the mansions of the invincible beings? Does anyone dare to fart after being killed?" Suyu said coldly, are you afraid that I didn't kill you? Does one dare to enter my, Suyu's, mansion? Or do you think that I, Suyu, can't kill humans? I can't kill you. Silence. The word kill was everywhere, there was no explanation, no room for negotiation. He killed them. Below, on the side of the great Han mansion, Lu Wuxian saw that the surroundings were quiet and coughed lightly. City Lord Su, it's indeed wrong to trespass into your mansion, but killing them is a bit too severe. Those people are still young, maybe it was an accident. Suyu looked at him, and Lu Wuxian felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. He coughed lightly again and said, I mean, City Lord Su, can't you connect to the dead spirit realm? See if you can find their dead spirit bodies? Also, let General Zhang He and the others receive some comfort. Besides, I hope that City Lord Su can give some compensation. To put it bluntly, it was better to settle this matter first. Giving some compensation was nothing to Suyu. Looking for dead spirit bodies, he could just drag it out. Who knew if they had turned into dead spirits? If they had, their strength would be weak, and they might have died. Where could he find them? Suyu said calmly, compensation? Looking for dead spirit bodies? Do I need to? If I kill them, their families and backers feel that it's inappropriate, come and kill me. If they can't kill me, then put down the thought of revenge. I didn't do anything wrong, so why should I compensate them? If I trespass into the Great Qin King's mansion to search for treasures and step on the photos of the Great Qin King and his father, the Great Qin King will kill me. It's that simple. Not everything needs a reason and an explanation. I also killed Wisdom King and the others, and Tiangu asked me to give an explanation. Do I need to give one? I killed Shuehua, and the Demon King asked me to give an explanation. Will I give one? Suyu snorted disdainfully. On the side of the great gold residence, the residence master took a deep breath and said, but they are humans after all. Not the enemy race. Suyu looked at him and said, I feel that there are treasures in the great gold king's ancestral grave. I want to dig up the grave and steal the treasures. Will the great gold residence agree? If you agree, then I will go. If the great gold king can kill me, then I will accept it. If I am killed, no one will ask you to compensate me. The great gold residence master frowned slightly. City Lord Su, that's just a house. It's different from the ancestral grave, Suyu sneered. What's the difference? It's just that I'm powerful and you don't dare to provoke me. Then let me ask you, the great gold residence or the other residences, has anyone trespassed into your residences all these years? If so, what's the outcome? At the side, Xiao Yi raised his eyebrows and said, not in recent years, but there were some when the residences were first established. Some people tried to sneak into the residences, but they were all killed. After killing too many of them, they no longer dared to do so. Suyu laughed. Has this ever happened in the Great Gold Residence? Xiao Yi wanted to speak, but Suyu raised his hand to stop him. He looked at the Great Gold Residence master and asked coldly, has this ever happened in the Great Gold Residence? The Great Gold Residence master was silent for a while before replying, yes. How did you deal with the intruders? There was silence. Again. After a while, the Great Gold Residence master felt a chill run down his spine as he sighed and said, killed them. Did you compensate them afterward? Did you apologize to them? No. Suyu laughed and said playfully, look, who's the one with double standards? It's just a house. Your houses are called residences, so you can't trespass. Isn't mine, Suyu's? Is it because my house is cheaper? Suyu laughed again and said, let me ask you again. What's their purpose in entering my house? No one spoke. Suyu said plainly, relics. Let me ask you again. Since all the prefecture chiefs have relics, how do you deal with those who want to trespass or use your relics? Kill them. Someone below replied. Suyu laughed and said, fine. Someone said that Southern Yuan's relics don't belong to me, Suyu. In that case, the relics of your prefecture chiefs belong to your prefecture chiefs. Since you say that it belongs to you if you discover it, why can't it belong to me if I discover it? Since that's the case, I killed those who invaded my residence and tried to steal my relics. Is there a problem with that? Suyu said coldly, everyone, this is reality. Because you think that I'm weak, that I'm young, that I didn't kill you, so you're not afraid. If you're so bold, why don't you dare to rob some prefecture chiefs? Now that I'm strong, you're trying to reason with me. When I was weak, why didn't anyone come out to reason with me? I talk about strength with you, and you talk about reason with me. I talk about reason with you, and you talk about strength with me. Is reason more important or strength more important? Silence. The great Han King exhaled lightly and said, everyone heard it. This matter ends here. As for the death of General Zhang He's son. Suyu interrupted, no, since we're talking about reason and strength, then I hope that those guys who went to my house back then will stand up and give me an explanation. Suyu said calmly, I've remembered their auras. Especially when someone stepped on the photo of me and my father. I've remembered their auras and everything about them. They destroyed all the beautiful memories of my childhood, destroyed everything I had in the mortal realm. Do you really think I don't know? Do you really think I don't know? The group was speechless. The great Han King said that this matter ended here, but Suyu was still unhappy. He wanted to find out all the people who entered his house back then. He wanted them to give him an explanation, then was it a matter of strength or reason? It seemed like there was no room for discussion. This was a common principle in the myriad of worlds. You can't barge into the residences of experts. If you went, you died. It was a very normal thing, it was just that everyone had overlooked this before. Or rather, they subconsciously didn't think of this. Because Suyu rose too quickly, his house was really just an ordinary house. For example, the great Qin King and the others, a residence was a residence. Houses were long gone when they rose, so how could there be a house? The rise of experts in the myriad of worlds needed a process. In the end, the place where they stayed was a residence. As for Suyu, he didn't have a residence that belonged to him. He lived in his old house for the longest time. Now it was gone. During the last battle, it was completely turned into ruins. The great Han King was also a little helpless and said, City Lord Su, this matter. I think it's better to let it go. Everyone didn't mean it. In the process of any expert's rise, there will be some hatred. It's impossible to kill them all. The City Lord's strength is monstrous now. Why don't you be magnanimous and let this matter go? Suyu smiled and said, I naturally have to give face to the great Han King. Since the great Han King has spoken today, I'll be magnanimous this time and spare those lowly thieves' lives. Suyu's face was full of smiles, as if he had done a great deed. Some people below the stage couldn't bring themselves to laugh. Suyu was too domineering, the great Han King didn't want to say anything more on this matter. Soon, he said, does anyone have any doubts about this matter? No one made a sound. Moreover, who knew what would happen if there was? On the great gold residence's side, Zhang He also lowered his head and went back. He didn't say a word, as if he hadn't spoken earlier. Seek revenge from Suyu, he didn't have the ability to do so, and he didn't dare to. This time, he came out to speak because he had no other choice. Otherwise, some things should be left in the past. He couldn't do anything to Suyu. Since there's nothing else, let's move on to the second resolution. The great Han King didn't chase Suyu away. He treated him as if he didn't exist and continued, the candidates for the Holy Master are the great Qin King, Qin Feng, Suyu, Xiaolong Wu, Zhu Tiandao, and Wan Mingzi. Apart from them, is there anyone else who wants to nominate? Xiaolong Wu frowned slightly and said, I'll pass. The great Han King looked at him. Xiaolong Wu said calmly, I'm not interested, and I don't have the strength or ability to do so. On the other side, Zhu Tiandao yawned and said, I'll pass too. I'm only a quasi-invincible, not really invincible. I won't meddle in these things. Qingjin said, my son can't do it. As for my father, I know that there are people who probably don't want my father to withdraw. So count my father in. Wan Ming's strength is too weak. He's just stepped into the Lingyan realm. This isn't appropriate. How can Lingyan's strength convince the masses? He just has some prestige among the younger generation. One after another, the great Han King spoke up. A moment later, the great Han King said, then, there's only Suyu and the great Qin King? I feel that His Majesty, the great Zhou King, should be counted in. That's right. His Majesty, the great Zhou King, is also extremely strong. He's capable, strong and intelligent enough. Outside the door, the great Zhou King's voice came slowly, I'll pass. I'm old and don't have the mood to care about these things. Someone looked at Suyu. What about you? Why don't you withdraw yourself and save yourself some trouble? As for Suyu, he was all smiles. When he saw that someone was looking at him, he smiled and said, What are you looking at me for? Voting, I want to see the results too. It's fun to watch the show. He was just short of saying, I want to see who in the human race is not willing to choose me. Such pressure gave some people a headache. On the other side, Xiao Yi quickly created 2 golden illustrations and said, On the left is Suyu, and on the right is the great Qin King. Old rules, seal the decision. Once it's decided, it can't be changed. Someone said, Then, do the 70% votes from before still count? Yes. Xiao Yi said calmly, If anyone doesn't get 28 votes, the Holy Lord candidate will be chosen again. Until someone gets 28 votes. The moment he said that, Xiao Longwu was the first to take out his golden seal again. He looked at the book and sealed it to the left, saying, Xiao Jia supports Suyu. As for the rest of you, do as you please. But this time round, the commotion was much slower. Who to choose, the great Qin King, Suyu, or none at all? Some people fell into a dilemma while others quickly made up their minds. The main constabulary gave 2 votes to Suyu without hesitation. Zhu Tiandao raised his brows at Suyu. Generous enough, right? The great Qin King also gave 2 votes to Suyu quickly. Qin Zhen had a relaxed expression. I've repaid the debt of saving my life, right? I'll be your boss. Great Xia, Great Ming, and Great Qin quickly made their decisions. Soon, Great Wu and Great Song also made their decisions. A moment later, the Great Yuan Constabulary and Dazhou Prefecture also made their decisions. The Great Han Constabulary also voted, in the blink of an eye, 11 votes. After a while, the All-Heaven Constabulary's representative was Wu Ji, the overseeing general. He glanced at Suyu and was silent for a while before stamping his golden seal on the left as well. On Suyu's side, 12-0, some people looked at each other, and for a moment, it was incomparably complicated. After a while, the Great Shang Constabulary, Great Wei Constabulary, Great Qi Constabulary, Great Tang Constabulary, Great Jin Constabulary, a total of 8 constabularies stamped their seals on the left. 20 votes, 20-0, in the blink of an eye, the number of votes reached half. This time, the remaining people were depressed, hesitant, and undecided. 20 votes, there were many factors involved, and the decision of several powerful institutes was one of them. Even the Great Zhou Institute had made a decision. Second, Suyu was here. As for the great Qin King, the great Qin Constabulary did not choose him. For a moment, many people looked at the Great Gold Constabulary. This was also one of the powerful constabularies. On the Great Gold Constabulary's side, the Great Gold Constabulary's master hesitated for a while before stamping his golden seal on the left side. After stamping his golden seal, the Great Gold Constabulary's master heaved a sigh of relief and closed his eyes to rest. He did not say anything else. With this, the remaining people also gave up. They all agreed. Everyone thought that those who opposed had all agreed. Everyone thought that the Great Zhou, Great Yuan, Great Shang, and Great Jin Constabulary would oppose, but in the end, none of them did. Most importantly, no one stood up to oppose. Without an expert to take the lead, who would dare to vote against it? If the Great Zhou Institute was the leader in opposition, there would definitely be many who would vote against it this time. Unfortunately, there were none. After a while, the Great Chen, Great Liang, Great Sui, Great Zhao, and Great Shu prefectures also stamped their golden seals on Suyu's side. 26 votes. The remaining 14 votes only needed the consent of the 2 constabularies. It was indisputable, among the remaining 14 constabularies, the Great Shu prefecture was the strongest. At this moment, the Great Shu prefecture's master looked at Suyu and thought for a while before saying, City Lord Su, I have another question. If the City Lord becomes the master of this sacred land, what arrangements or orders will you make for the future of the human race? Or will you do something to change the situation of the human race? Suyu smiled faintly. I don't have any plans. I'll just take it one step at a time. It's just in name. The Great Chu Prefecture's master looked conflicted. What are you saying? We're voting, and you're just playing in name, is this really reliable? He said again, then I'll ask another question. The city lord might not be willing to hear it. If the city lord is killed, this is not impossible. Won't the sacred land become a joke? Suyu thought for a while and said with a smile, that's true. Therefore, if I encounter danger and am surrounded, the human race will still have to contribute to prevent us from becoming a joke. Did this mean that he would only take the benefits without doing the work? At this moment, even some of the great prefectures that had voted were somewhat helpless. The Great Qin King and the others had contributed a lot in this vote. Now, Suyu's meaning was very clear. He was just in name. If there was danger, the human race would come and help. As for contributing, there was no contribution for now. The Great Han King hurriedly coughed and said with a smile, City Lord Su likes to joke. Actually, the City Lord has always been contributing to the human race. Without City Lord Su's Holy City Alliance, there wouldn't be an iron wall outside the human race. He glanced at Suyu. It hadn't reached 28 votes yet. What was he thinking? Suyu didn't think much about it. He was just wondering if the remaining people would all vote for him once he reached 28 votes. Because it would be useless to struggle then, Suyu thought for a while, his lips moving slightly. The Great Chu Prefecture's master was still conflicted. After a while, he decided to vote for Suyu. This was also the Great Qin King's intention. Voting for the Great Qin King wouldn't change anything. He only hoped that Suyu would contribute a little more to the human race. Just as he thought about it, his expression changed slightly. Suyu's voice sounded by his ear, vote for the Great Qin King. The Great Chu Prefecture's master frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment, cursing inwardly. This guy is too black-hearted, isn't he afraid of capsizing? If they really all go to the Great Qin King, he struggled for a while, but still stamped the golden seal on the right side of the Great Qin King. This time, the eyes of the remaining Great Chu Prefectures flickered. Meanwhile, Suyu continued, Great Yu Prefecture's master, vote for the Great Qin King. In the crowd, a middle-aged man had a strange look in his eyes. Is he testing me, or is he really trying to fish? Does he feel that he's not satisfied that no one voted against him? Must he find a few people to kill? With these thoughts in mind, he considered for a moment and also voted for the Great Qin King. On the high platform, the Great Han King looked at Suyu and said via voice transmission, why bother? Suyu smiled and also said via voice transmission, it's fine. Since they've been conflicted for so long, we have to give them something to look forward to. Otherwise, it's so boring. I'm also thinking, will they persist to the end, or will they change their ways midway? I also want to see if there's anyone who insists on going against me to the end. The Great Han King was silent. A moment later, the remaining people voted one after another. Soon, the results were out. 37-3. Great Chu, Great Yu, and Great Liao chose the Great Qin King. Suyu rubbed his chin, thinking, was Great Liao stubborn, or did he take pity on the Great Qin King and gave him a vote? Actually, after 28 votes, there was nothing much to see. It didn't matter who they voted for, the main thing was that the prefectures expressed their stance too early. There was no suspense at all, and no one took the lead to oppose. Suyu smiled, a little bored. He looked at the crowd below and said with a faint smile, so, I've become the master of this sacred land? It doesn't feel intense at all. No one said anything. Seeing this, the Great Han King said, isn't this a good thing? Congratulations, City Lord Su. No, Sacred Lord Su. Next, the establishment of the sacred land, the name, and the location. Sacred Lord Su, give the order, and someone will naturally do it. Including the various structure, there will be people contacting City Lord Su. The Great Han King smiled and said, it's a joyous occasion to successfully complete the establishment of the sacred land. Sacred Lord Su, aren't you going to celebrate? Let everyone see the vigor of a sacred lord. Suyu thought for a while, then smiled and said, that's true. Tomorrow, it's my father's birthday. I'll also invite all one of the heavens to come and celebrate with me. Tomorrow, everyone will go to my residence to celebrate my father's birthday. As for the location, Southern Yuan. That place is newly built and has fewer people. It'll be livelier if we have more people. There was one more thing he didn't mention. If you caused trouble, even if you were beaten to death, it wouldn't affect ordinary people. Suyu laughed and said, then tomorrow, it's my father's birthday, and also the day I become a human realm sacred lord. I hope everyone won't be late tomorrow. Everyone will go. Outside the hall, Dasha of Goguryeo looked at the king of Great Zhou. Should he go? The king of Great Zhou nodded and chuckled. It's finally completed successfully. Since he wants glory, we'll give him glory. Tomorrow, the various kings will crown him. Dasha of Goguryeo thought for a moment and nodded. It's indeed quite smooth. I thought that there would be some slip-ups, but it's actually quite smooth. After all, no one is too foolish. The king of Great Zhou said calmly, it seems like there's no way to object. If we object now, it will only make him bear a grudge. Dasha of Goguryeo nodded once more and said in a teasing manner, it's mainly because someone didn't stand out to object. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy, right? He was referring to the king of Great Zhou. It was much smoother for him not to stand out to object. Otherwise, with him as the vanguard, the situation today would definitely not be like this if Dazhou Prefecture objected. The king of Great Zhou chuckled. Isn't it a normal choice? Dasha of Goguryeo said nothing more. Tomorrow. So you will be crowned? He looked at the king of Great Zhou. He had a nagging feeling that this fella was way too low profile this time round. The moment he opened his mouth, he only said two words, support the establishment of the sacred land, support Suyu. This fella and Suyu saw eye to eye, or rather, was there a conspiracy? At that moment, Dasha of Goguryeo could not help but think about it. He had a nagging feeling that the king of Great Zhou's return this time round was overly low profile. He was so low profile that he even suspected if someone was impersonating this fella. In the past, when had this fella not stirred up some trouble before a major decision was made? As for the king of Great Zhou, he had an indifferent expression. The master of the sacred land was just a small matter. He was merely laying the groundwork for Suyu for the time being. The bigger matter was yet to come. The Holy Land meeting was over. They didn't even have a name. Suyu said that there was no hurry and that he would think about it slowly. As for the third decision, Suyu also said that they would discuss it after he was crowned the Holy Land Master tomorrow. There was no hurry, everything was suppressed, there was only one topic. Tomorrow is my father's birthday. Everyone should come. You should come. Juan should come. All of you should attend. Those who don't attend are not giving me face. Those who don't give me, Suyu face, think about the results. The newly built Southern Yuan would be the main venue tomorrow. The meeting ended. Suyu walked out of the main hall and looked at the Invincible Realm experts who were still forging the formation. He smiled and stepped forward in the air. He asked, Your Majesty the Great Bright Lord, can this formation be completed today? Great Light King was speechless. He looked at the array and said, No. You guys have destroyed many of the Wanmen Pagoda. Only 5,000 doors have been forged. It will take at least 2 to 3 days. Suyu smiled, then I will have to trouble you to speed up time so that the speed of forging the doors will be faster. Tomorrow. I will have to trouble you guys to make a trip to Southern Yuan to witness me becoming the Holy Land Master. Time speed up. Little Zhou Wang frowned slightly and looked at Suyu. Suyu said calmly, Can't you do it? Zhou Tianyuan frowned, Do you need to use it in such a hurry? Suyu said playfully, Of course. Will Juan agree to let me take the throne when I'm crowned tomorrow? If they come to assassinate me, won't I use the array to kill them? Going to Southern Yuan for the birthday is to find a place with few ordinary people. If they don't agree, I will kill them. At the crucial moment, I can even open a dead spirit passage. I, Suyu, also want to see if there are people who are not afraid of death and want to play with me, Suyu. Little Zhou Wang was helpless. This reason was impeccable. Yes, Suyu said that he was prepared to kill people when he went to Southern Yuan. He was not here because there were too many people here. Speed up time for me and set up the array. I will go kill people tomorrow. How could there be such a blind guy? It was hard to say. At this moment, Suyu was looking at the people from Great Chu, Great Yu, and Great Liao. His smile was so bright that his teeth were exposed. His snow-white teeth were extremely terrifying. The expressions of some people in the three great manors changed. Some people secretly blamed their own prefecture master. Why did he have to stand up for them? What was the point of sticking out like that? Now, she had been targeted by a madman like Suyu. How could she have an easy time? Suyu said playfully, when I officially become the Holy Lord, whoever I say is a rebel, that's who. Kill anyone who refuses to obey. As soon as he said that, Dasha of Goguryeo berated him, Suyu, don't talk nonsense. The position of Holy Lord is not for you to play around with. This is the trust that the human race has in you. Suyu said with a smile, of course, I understand. Your Majesty Dasha of Goguryeo, don't worry. I don't kill people indiscriminately. You make me sound like a madman who likes to kill indiscriminately. I have a reason to kill people. They were speechless. On the side of the 36 prefectures, some people couldn't help but look at the three great prefectures sympathetically. The prefecture masters of Great Chu and Great Yu, on the other hand, thought, are these two prefectures the fish that Suyu has caught, or are they all bait? If they are all bait, there is nothing to say. I'm afraid that they are the fish that he has caught. That will be big trouble. Under normal circumstances, no one should be so stubborn, right? All 33 prefectures have agreed. What's the point of voting against it, offending Suyu for no reason? There shouldn't be such a person, right? The prefecture masters of Great Chu and Great Yu both thought of this, but when they glanced at Great Liao Prefecture, they both felt a little strange. The prefecture masters of Great Chu and Great Yu exchanged a look, then looked at Great Liao Prefecture Master. The latter's dissatisfied expression was fake or real. If it was real, it would be interesting. Suyu didn't care about this and looked at little Zhou Wang again. Zhou Tianyuan took a deep breath and said, I'll try my best. Suyu said with a smile, little Zhou Wang is very powerful. I believe you can do it. It's just time acceleration. It'll be very fast. Zhou Tianyuan didn't say anything. He said it as if it was very simple, but it involved the law of time and consumed a lot of energy. How could it be so easy? Suyu didn't say anything. In the next moment, his voice shook the surroundings. Tomorrow, my father's birthday banquet, Southern Yuan's grand banquet. If you don't mind, I invite you to gather in Southern Yuan tomorrow. I'm lucky. Today, all the prefectures of the human race will elect me as the new master of this sacred land. It just so happens that we can hold it together tomorrow. Suyu laughed and said, all heavens, please bear witness. Tomorrow, I'm going to forge the Holy Lord token. All prefecture masters, please bring your prefecture tokens to augment me with the Holy Lord token. In the future, it'll be easier for me to command the human race. The moment he said that, the experts of the 36 prefectures who had yet to leave looked at Suyu, the king of Great Zhou, and the other veteran invincible experts. The king of Great Zhou raised his brows. Suyu said loudly, in addition, everyone, please submit the map, the military register, and the mountain sea register tomorrow. I want to create a register. Those who are not on the register will be treated as inhumans. Those who are encountered will be killed without mercy. The moment he said that, everyone's expressions changed. Create a register, everyone on the mountain sea register had to be created. This was to make the various prefectures reveal all their strength and factions. It was meaningless to register under the mountain sea register. With this register, no one would dare to say anything even if Suyu killed those who were not on the register. If they didn't, they would definitely die if they encountered Suyu. If they did, all the factions of the human race would be under Suyu's control. Suyu said calmly, in the future, anyone who advances will be registered according to my requirements. Those who are not on the register can be killed by the human race. Those who are not on the register are not human. I want to create the Eternity Register, the Sun and Moon Register, and the Mountain Sea Register. Those who are not on the register and are not on the register will be killed. How ruthless! The moment he said that, even the expressions of the king of Great Zhou and the others changed. He hadn't even taken office yet, all the factions had to submit a list of experts in an instant. All their assets had to be accounted for. What was the most important in this era? it wasn't resources, it wasn't population, it wasn't cultivation techniques or secret manuals, it was experts. Above the mountain sea register were experts, who said that Suyu didn't know how to manage. He knew. He immediately grasped the main point. Not only that, in the future, if an old antique appeared and didn't register, he would be killed just because he wasn't on the register and wasn't human. What should he do? Who could refute that? Suyu remained calm and said indifferently, "What's wrong? Is it very difficult? Don't the various residences know the number of experts in their residences and the name list? If that's the case, then the management of the residences is really lax. That way, Wanzhou will have nowhere to hide." Was there still Wanzhou? Someone cursed in their heart. This fellow was lying through his teeth. However, how could they refute that? At that moment, the king of Great Zhou coughed gently. "Sacred Lord Su, it's not difficult to register. However, some people have been in seclusion for many years." Suyu smiled. "Don't you know if they're dead or alive? If they're alive, they'll be registered. If they're dead, they're dead. If they're resurrected, that means there's a conspiracy and this is for everyone's safety. Then, if someone is hiding their strength," Suyu smiled. "Why should they hide? Are they invincible? If they're not invincible, what's there to hide? If they're not invincible, there's no need to hide. If they're too weak, even one won't take a liking to them." Suyu smiled. "Everyone, you won't mind this, right? It's just to register. I didn't even say that I'd send someone over personally. Could it be, this so-called Lord of the Holy Land is just a fart? The so-called Holy Land is just a joke? Is it difficult to even register the list of experts? If that's the case, I don't care about this Holy Land. I don't care about being the Sacred Lord. It's all bullshit. The king of Great Zhou sighed in his heart. This fellow, he hadn't even taken office and he was already causing trouble. How was this just a nominal title? He wanted the list of experts the moment he arrived. Soon, the residences had nowhere to hide. Suyu continued. "After the registration, if I'm free, I'll patrol the human realm and count the number of experts. If there's anyone I don't know or didn't register, I'll deal with them as if they're Wanzhou. I think the Wan pit in Xia province is where they belong. I don't care if Wan is my enemy. If there's Wanzhou among the humans, he should be killed." Suyu laughed. "Moto, don't you think so? Do the demons still have spies in the human realm? If there are, take them away. Take them with you now. I'll consider it as their betrayal. I won't kill them in front of you. I'll give you face." In the distance, in the sky, Moto looked at Suyu and said calmly, "No. The original demon cult was founded by Lan Tian. He knows better than us whether there are spies or not." Suyu smiled. "That's good. I'll give you face. If there are spies and eyes, take them away before tonight. I'll give them a chance to live. Otherwise, I'm going to start a massacre." The experts of the 10,000 races were also speechless. "You're really good, you want us to take them away?" Where, Wanzhou was a joke from beginning to end. Whenever there was trouble, they would pull them out and kill them. The Great Xia Prefecture was just short of using the Myriad tribe sect as a treasure to divert attention. If there was trouble, they would kill them. Over and over again, the Great Xia Prefecture side had been completely wiped out. There was cloud dust, and now there was blue sky. The two most powerful sects were created by the human race. What could the rest of them do? They're not easy to deal with. At this moment, the experts of the other mansions also sighed with emotion. They looked at each other and felt a headache. Needless to say, the list of experts gave everyone a headache. At this moment, a few second generation, third generation, and fourth generation people gathered around Xia Huyo. Someone sent a voice transmission. "I see that all the major residences are very depressed. It's just a register. What's so bad about it?" They looked at the young man and sighed. The young man of the Zhu family, Zhu Qingyan, a woman. "Forget it. What does this woman know?" Xia Huyu said. "All the mansions, which family doesn't have some hidden strength? Did you know that there were so many suns and moons in Xia province? More than half died in the last battle. There were more than 20 suns and moons. Including Lu Wenyan and the others, there were more than 30. But how many suns and moons do each family have? Not to mention others, I don't believe that your Ming mansion has less than 30 suns and moons. Zhu Qingyan was surprised and said, "It can't be. There are only 18 suns and moons registered in my mansion." Xiaohu shrugged. "Nonsense. If your Ming mansion doesn't have more than 30 suns and moons, I'll crawl." Xiaohu also sighed. "Just this one move. It's enough. There's no need to make it too complicated. Just this one move is enough to make all the mansions suffer." Should I tell them or not? If I tell them, so you will have a clear understanding of the situation in the human realm. If I don't. The next time a suns and moons appear, so you will kill them in front of everyone. What did you say? What can I say? Those who didn't register were not human. Even if they were human, they were spies trained by Wan. He still had to patrol the human realm. On the other side, Suyu smiled and said, "Everyone, there's no need to be so nervous. It's just a registration. If there are 9 suns and moons, I might be in a good mood and reward them with some vessels to help them prove their Tao. Don't hide your strength. There are 9 suns and moons, but you insist on saying that there are only 9 suns and moons. Don't blame me, Suyu, for being merciless." The group moved again. Did Suyu have a vessel? Of course he did. He was rich. This guy was really rich and willful. A book of civilization could be exchanged for dozens of vessels. At this moment, Da Xiao of Goguryeo smiled and said, "Sure. Tomorrow, my Xia province will hand over a list of all the mountain sea realm and above to Holy Lord Su. The Great Qin Mansion too. There's nothing that can't be said. It's obvious how strong the Great Qin Mansion is." On the other side, Qin Jin also agreed. The king of Great Zhou was silent for a while, and then said, "Dazhou Prefecture will also hand over the list, but we won't hand over the list of spies in Wan for now. These people or Wan people are actually humans. Even if they aren't humans, they are trained or supported by humans." As soon as he said this, the faces of some of the experts of the 10,000 races turned green. What did he mean? What did he mean by a list of spies? Everyone felt that this was a ploy to sow discord, but it was hard to say. Did the humans have spies or not? Please see the Hunting Sky Pavilion for details. It was really hard to deny this completely. Suyu smiled and said, "Sure. You can privately hand over the list of spies in Wan to me in the future. I just need to know." "Sure." The king of Great Zhou nodded. So you actually believed that this person might really have spies in Wan? Whatever the king of Great Yin said, he would believe 10%, 90%. Since the 3 great manners had spoken, there was no chance for others to refuse. For a moment, everyone was considering whether to hand over the list of all the spies. So you didn't care about this, and transmitted his voice to the king of Great Zhou and the others, including the list of hidden invincible masters. "I want all of them." The king of Great Zhou didn't say anything. Da Xiao of Goguryeo transmitted his voice. "Actually, there aren't many. They are all people who were injured in the past and had their 3 bodies shattered. Some are recovering now, and some have been arranged into the small worlds. I want the list too." Da Xiao of Goguryeo was speechless, and could only agree, "Okay. I'll give them all to you." This guy, you said he didn't care about anything, but he asked for these the moment he arrived. He was not someone to be trifled with. You said he was in charge, but he didn't even name the Holy Land. Tomorrow, he would forge the Holy Master token and register the spies of the spies. Once he succeeded, everyone would know that this guy was the recognized master of the Holy Land in the human realm. So you didn't stand on ceremony, and transmitted his voice to Xiaohu. Xiaohu, spread the meaning of the Holy Land, the power of the Holy Land, and everything about the Holy Land to all the humans. From now on, I have the final say in the human realm. I have to let everyone know that I'm your boss from now on. As for whether they were convinced or not, it didn't matter. They didn't need to be convinced. They just needed to be convinced on the surface. If they didn't obey, I'll kill them. Xiaohu smiled and nodded slightly. It's a small matter. Zhou Tianyuan began to speed up the array, and the King of Great Light and the others sped up the construction of the array. On Xia province's side, they quickly arranged for people to go to southern Yuan to prepare. They entertained the Wan and the various manners. The news spread like wildfire. Not only in the human realm, but also in the all heavens. On Suyu's side, it was really done, there were no ripples, it was done so easily, and the humans didn't object much. Immortal Realm. Tiangu sighed and chuckled, King of the state of Zhou. Immortal Realm. The God Emperor sighed, King of the state of Zhou. Demon Realm. The Demon Emperor said calmly, it seems that King of the state of Zhou has agreed. The so-called discord and internal strife in the human realm has always been secretly controlled by someone. To lower Wan's guard. King of the state of Zhou, Zhou Tian is on par with the heavens. Is he trying to compete with the heavens? The Demon Emperor chuckled, it seems that the so-called peacemakers in the human realm are all in his hands. The human realm is eternal. King of the state of Qin doesn't know who is the peacemaker, but he definitely knows. The humans should kill King of the state of Zhou first, then King of the state of Qin. Otherwise, the humans will not be at peace. Beside him, the old Demon King said softly, Your Majesty, if Suyu ascends to the top and becomes the master of the human realm, master of the human realm? The Demon Emperor shook his head and smiled, no, Suyu is just a signboard now. He can't control anything eternal. King of the state of Qin and King of the state of Zhou set up the signboard of Suyu as a precaution, to prevent the human realm from being leaderless after their deaths. As for Suyu, he doesn't want the status of the master of the human realm. What he wants is someone who can kill anyone who is his enemy. He wants a fair and honorable chance. So both sides hit it off. All the powerhouses in the human realm are just pawns to them, things in the bag. The few of them made the exchange. Even if Suyu dies, it won't affect the situation in the human realm. Similarly, the deaths of King of the state of Zhou and King of the state of Qin will not affect the situation in the ancient city. The so-called alliance was built on the foundation of these three people. Unless the three of them were killed, no matter who was killed, it wouldn't affect the other side. The Demon Emperor didn't say anything else, asking, any news from the Dead Souls realm? We've contacted Flame Demon. He said that he too, Xianxia, and the other lords of the dead invited everyone to attend the banquet. He was the only one who didn't attend because he was injured and recuperating. Afterward, it was said that Marquis Qishan did come, but the one who defeated him wasn't another lord, but a new lord of the dead souls. It was said that he consumed some treasure and instantly gained great power. He stopped Marquis Qishan at the Dead Souls Galaxy, and then Suyu and his group killed Wisdom King. I see. The Demon Emperor nodded, I knew it. Marquis Qishan probably didn't have the chance to stop him, or even wouldn't. Marquis Qishan doesn't have much power in the East King Mansion, and is also suppressed. Once he goes against Marquis Qishan, he might be suppressed again. This means that this newcomer is very strong. Probably. Do you know his identity when he was alive? Not yet, but it is said that he has a good relationship with He Tuesday. He was recruited by He Tu at the beginning. He Tu? The Demon Emperor fell into deep thought, could he be a powerhouse of the first tide? Logically speaking, a powerhouse of the first tide should have awakened by now. Moreover, if he really is from the first tide, he must not have been weak when he was alive to be this strong. Why would he be in the spirit suppression region? The old Demon King said, what does the Demon Emperor mean? He might not be from the first tide, or his identity is a bit special. It is very likely that he is a powerhouse of the human race. The Demon Emperor smiled, forget it, let's not care about this. Inform Flame Demon to keep a close eye on the Dead Souls domain. If anything happens, contact him immediately. The old Demon King said, Holy City is occupied by Suyu, and Cloud Sky Ancient City even more so. Flame Demon is being suppressed, and it is not convenient to contact him. Flame Demon hopes that the demon race can open a Dead Souls passage. The Demon Emperor said, how can it be so simple? Besides, if it is really opened, it is not easy to control. The rules are still there, and once it is opened, the dead souls will spread and cannot be dealt with, then they will just kill themselves. The rules are ruthless. Can the Dead Souls passage be opened? Apart from the 36 normal passages, it is possible to open them secretly as long as there is enough death energy. Among the powerhouses of the Wan, who hasn't collected death energy, but, what about after it is opened? Once you open it, can you close it 100%? If you can't close it, the dead souls will go out of control, it is over, the rules will find you, even if the rules don't find you, the 36 guardians will find you because you broke the rules. The old demon king didn't say anything. The demon emperor smiled. Okay, don't act rashly for now. See if there is any movement from East King Mansion, see what the celestial race will do. The celestial race has been planning in the dead soul's domain for many years, and Marquis Qishan is just one of them. Sky Ancient can still contact some people, and he even has some friendship with East King Mansion. Suyu is opening dead souls passages, and most of them are in East King domain. As long as the location is calculated, if Suyu dares to enter the dead soul's domain, he will die. Wait for the celestial race's arrangements. The old demon king nodded, but Suyu has improved very quickly. As long as he doesn't reach Dao integration, there is nothing to worry about. The demon emperor said calmly, he is a genius, but no matter how much of a genius he is, he still needs time to break through. No matter how strong his brute force is, he is still lacking compared to Dao integration. The old demon king nodded again. Emperor, do we not care about the human race for now? Yes. The demon emperor smiled, of course we care, but not now. There is no rush, there will be a chance soon. A chance? The demon emperor said calmly, wait for the heaven supervisor first. This person has been free and unfettered for 100,000 years, he is about to run into trouble. In these 100,000 years, Suyu is the most similar to King Wen, and he has even grasped some of King Wen's inheritance. His luck is also heaven-defying. The heaven supervisor, according to the records, might be related to the Tao of luck. The stronger Suyu is, the better his luck. This is actually stabbing the demon emperor in the heart. He won't wait too long, he will definitely find a chance to attack Suyu. As long as he attacks Suyu, we can take the opportunity to attack the human race. The old demon king couldn't help but laugh. Emperor, is he really that wary of Suyu? In terms of strength, the heaven supervisor is probably about to take that step. You don't understand. The demon emperor smiled. For countless months, the heaven supervisor wasn't afraid of anyone except one person, King Wen. King Wen asked him to guard the heaven supervisor pavilion, but he stole it and stole the heaven hunting role. You have to understand, he has encountered dangers over the years, but he has avoided them all due to his heaven-defying luck. However, he has now encountered an inheritor of King Wen's, and he also has heaven-defying luck. If King Wen left behind some backup plan, who will die if not him? Because of this, the heaven supervisor would definitely attack Suyu. He wouldn't hope that Suyu wouldn't make trouble for him. No powerful being would put their future and life in the hands of a young man, hoping that he would be merciful and not care about other things. The heaven supervisor wouldn't dare to gamble like this. The old demon king nodded slightly, understanding the demon emperor's meaning. Right now, there was no rush. Suyu was a tough bone to chew, and it would be left to the equally tough heaven supervisor Marquis to deal with. What they needed to do was deal with the human race after something happened to Suyu. The various races were discussing and debating. They were discussing whether Suyu would become the ruler of the human race. Even if it was just in name, it was worth paying attention to. At the same time, Heaven Abyss race. The Heaven Abyss half-sovereign sat in the hall. The hall was incomparably dark, and the entire Heaven Abyss world was dark. This place was perennially dark. He had just sent away the South Tower Lord. The Heaven Supervisor Marquis wanted to exchange for the word diagram? Dream on. The Heaven Abyss half-sovereign caressed the fragment in his hand. There was a word on it, diagram. And on the fragment, there seemed to be countless figures and diagrams. There were experts and geniuses of the various races. The Heaven Abyss half-sovereign played with this thing for a while. A figure seemed to appear on the fragment, but the figure soon dissipated. The Heaven Abyss half-sovereign frowned slightly and did not continue to care about this figure. Soon, he summoned another figure. The figure gradually condensed, and it vaguely resembled Xia Longwu. He frowned and hesitated for a moment. A drop of incomparably dark blood appeared on his finger, and the blood gradually enveloped the figure. PFFF, a saber light slashed at him. The Heaven Abyss half-sovereign's blood was instantly turned into smoke. His will is so strong? The Heaven Abyss half-sovereign murmured with some regret. He sighed, unfortunately, I can't show Suyu's figure. He thought for a moment and no longer cared about this. He said, Men. Soon, someone entered. The person was incomparably dark, and his entire body was shrouded in black robes. A cold voice rang out, "Sovereign. Has the dead spirit channel opened?" "Not yet." The Heaven Abyss half-sovereign pondered for a moment and said, "Attract a group of sovereigns here. The South House Lord is here for the Heaven Supervisor Marquis. He wants to exchange for the Heaven Hunting List fragment in my hands. I'm worried that this person will have other thoughts after failing to exchange for it. Sovereign, even if the Heaven Supervisor Marquis comes in person, he will be killed by the Sovereign once he enters the Heaven Abyss realm." The Heaven Abyss half-sovereign nodded slightly. That was true. The Heaven Supervisor Marquis did not have the ability to shatter the Heaven Abyss realm. He only felt a little uneasy, a vague sense of unease. He thought for a moment and said, "It's better to make preparations in advance, just in case." "Yes." The person quickly left. After the black figure left, the Heaven Abyss half-sovereign murmured, "The Heaven Supervisor Marquis is not afraid, but the human race is unobstructed." Thinking of this, he hesitated for a moment and still took out an item. It was a black ball. Glancing at the fragment in his hand, he threw the black ball into the fragment. Soon, a puff of black smoke emerged. A moment later, a projection appeared. This was a human figure with a somewhat illusory and somewhat wooden expression. The Heaven Abyss half-sovereign glanced at this projection and smiled. "You're still here. That means your master is not dead?" "As expected, Burning Sea is not that person." "I knew it, how could a stupid guy like Burning Sea be that person?" The projection trembled slightly, and its eyes became clearer. After a long time, it said with difficulty, "If there's something, hurry up, there's no time to waste. Tell your master that I need to know about the recent movements of the human race, especially the movements of the Great Qin Monarch, the Great Zhou Monarch, the Daxia of Goguryeo, and the Great Light Monarch." "Master, there's no need to pay attention to you." The Heaven Abyss half-sovereign said in a gloomy voice, "Your master might have forgotten, but you are still in my control. I can find you, and I can find him sooner or later." The projection sneered. "I'm just a dog that master keeps. I can self-detonate at any time. What's the point of you finding me?" The Heaven Abyss half-sovereign was silent for a moment before saying, "Ask him to help me investigate, and I will naturally repay him. I can help him once and kill one person. A promise from a Dao integration cultivator is still valuable. Didn't I help him when he wanted to kill Yi Badian in the past?" The projection was silent for a moment before replying, "I will pass on your message to master." "That's for the best." Soon, the projection dissipated. The Heaven Abyss half-sovereign lightly knocked on his chair. "Why, do I feel a vague sense of unease? In this world, who can kill me if I don't leave the realm? No one, be it Hongmeng or Tiangu, they will all be suppressed in the Heaven Abyss realm. I can completely crush them." The Heaven Supervisor, huh? Half-step Sovereign Tianyuan thought that now that the word map was exposed, the other party might really be tempted. Unfortunately, he would not give it to the other party. In fact, he was even thinking of taking the Heaven Hunting Board for himself. Unfortunately, the Heaven Supervisor was too powerful. Meanwhile, Suyu was waiting for the formation to take shape. If he did not do it well, it would be too late. The King of the Great Zhou said that they would leave tomorrow. Once they left, Heavenly King Jin might be killed. If he was killed, who would build the formation for him? As for Heavenly King Jin or Silkworm Destruction Monarch's tricks, Suyu was not worried at all. The Great Light Lord was the one presiding over the formation. The key was that if their tricks were discovered, they would self-destruct. A true traitor would not do that. The King of the Great Zhou and Daxia of Goguryeo were watching from the side. The sky gradually darkened. Suyu would leave for southern Yuan at dawn tomorrow. The King of the Great Zhou and the others wanted to leave and use the fake Shenwen to create a clone for Suyu. He did not know if the fake Shenwen was reliable or not. Also, the King of the Great Zhou meant that he would only bring Xia Longwu, Heavenly King Jin, and Silkworm Destruction Monarch away. Would he suspect anything if he brought Heavenly King Jin away? Also, how would he bring so many people from the All Heavens battlefield? Did he need a guardian to cover for them? The teleportation to the Tianyuan domain was extremely far away, even close to the immortal realm. Once the attack failed, the news would be quickly exposed, and they would be easily trapped in the Tianyuan domain. Just as Suyu was deep in thought, a Sun Moon tier elite suddenly appeared in the distance. Seeing so many elites present, the Sun Moon tier elite was a little nervous and bowed slightly to the invincible elites. Heavenly King Jin, who was forging the formation, frowned slightly. Seventh brother, what's the matter? Lord, second young master and ninth young master had a conflict because of some trivial matters during their cultivation. They fought fiercely, and I couldn't stop them. Lord. Nonsense. Heavenly King Jin frowned slightly. I know. Go back and suppress them. Tell them I said it. If they dare to make trouble again, they will all be punished. Got it. The Sun Moon tier elite quickly retreated. Beside Suyu, the king of Great Zhou had appeared out of nowhere. He chuckled and said, You don't know them? They are slaves that Heavenly King took in a few years ago. Second young master and ninth young master, they are talking about Heavenly King's students. Both of them are very talented, but they are not convinced by each other. They often fight. We all know a little. Suyu nodded with a smile and said, Their strength is not bad, 7th Sun Moon tier. That's right. He was also a genius on the heaven hunting list in the past. Unfortunately, he was injured. Heavenly King saved him, and he volunteered to be a slave. These years, he has been helping Heavenly King with some trivial matters. Suyu nodded again. On the other side, Heavenly King Jin didn't care about this and continued to forge the formation. Suyu yawned and said with a smile, Now that your majesty mentioned it, I remember that your majesty has some death guards or slaves. Those above the mountain sea realm also need to be registered. The king of Great Zhou said with a smile, Is this also needed? Of course. Suyu laughed and glanced at old Seven, who had just left, and said with a smile, This guy is about to turn into a tree. I think he's a little dead. He's old, and he was injured in the past. What a pity. Dead energy? The king of Great Zhou looked at him and was deep in thought. Suyu had an indifferent expression. I am the ancestor of dead energy, who can hide from me. In the two worlds of life and death, dead spirits were used to dead energy and probably couldn't sense it. Only Suyu, who was half alive and half dead, was especially sensitive to such things. The king of Great Zhou nodded slightly, Yes, I am old. Suyu smiled. It is good that you know. This person suddenly came to find Heavenly King Jin, so there might be a problem. Suyu couldn't be bothered. With the king of Great Zhou here, he was more or less at ease. As for talking, it didn't seem like there was a problem. The key was it worth a trip for such a small matter? Second young master, ninth young master. They were just two students. A fight was just a small matter. A 7th level Sun Moon could easily suppress them. Of course, maybe this old servant didn't dare to. So you couldn't be bothered to look into it. It had nothing to do with me. The king of Great Zhou didn't mention this and asked, Have you thought about what to name the Holy Land tomorrow? Suyu smiled, Yes, Emperor Yu's residence. To commemorate the human emperor of Starry Universe. Are you serious? At this moment, the king of Great Zhou was stunned. On the other side, Dasha of Goguryeo and the others also looked over and were dumbfounded. Are you serious? Suyu had an indifferent expression, It is the Holy Land of the human race. Of course, we have to commemorate the ancient human emperor. Where is the Starry Universe residence? I guess this might be a Taoist name or a name. It doesn't matter. To avoid conflict with the Starry Universe residence, let's call it Emperor Yu's residence. Are you shameless? Everyone was shocked. You're really shameless, don't you know whether you are commemorating the human emperor or not? F***ck, even the king of Great Zhou couldn't hold it in anymore. He coughed softly and said, It is a little high profile. After saying this, he added, It is too big, it will shorten one's lifespan. Suyu smiled, Emperor Yu, the emperor of the universe, the emperor of the human race, the existence that unified the heavens, is it not worth commemorating? Or do you think that we should forget the glory of the ancient times? The group of Invincible Realm experts were a little powerless. Kid, everyone in the world knows what you are thinking. This is really shamelessness to the extreme, to commemorate the human emperor of Starry Universe, who would believe that? Suyu yawned and said with a smile, Let's do it this way. If you think it doesn't sound good, then we will call it Emperor Yu's heaven. The heaven might be better than the residence. Whatever, it is not a problem. Do we care about the one behind? It is Emperor Yu in front, Xia of Goguryeo said faintly. Why not Emperor Yu's residence? Suyu said with a smile, that is too direct. I can't accept it. Let's call it Emperor Yu's residence. It has nothing to do with me. It is all to commemorate the ancient human emperor. If you don't mind, you can call me Holy Lord Emperor Yu in the future. If you think it is too long, you can also omit the last two words. The Invincible Realm experts were speechless and did not say a word. When a person is shameless, what can you do to him, Emperor Yu? This kid is really not afraid of shortening his lifespan. Is it so easy to be an emperor? Is it so easy to be an emperor, nowadays? Although those Dao Integration Realm experts are called emperors, who would dare to call themselves emperors? In the ninth tide, as strong as the king of 100 battles was, he only dared to call himself a king, not an emperor. Suyu is too arrogant. The king of Great Zhou was silent for a while, then said. How ambitious. What I am afraid of is that, one day, the ancient times really return. Suyu squinted his eyes and said with a smile, that is also fine. Those who argue with their juniors are not good people. Those who are not good people are not human. Those who are not human will all be killed. No problem, the king of Great Zhou was completely speechless. Fine, as long as you are willing. Emperor Yu's residence. This was the name that Suyu had decided on. The name was very big, and even Wudi felt that it was inappropriate, but Suyu didn't care. Was the human emperor dead? No one knew. What happened to the elites of the ancient times? Did he disappear and go to the grid, or was he really dead in the dead soul's realm? Suyu didn't care. If the human emperor was really not dead, then he would come back, which would save him trouble. If he was really dead, it was not a big deal to take the name of Emperor Yu's residence. As for the karma with the human emperor, there was no need to worry about it. Tombstone of Wen, Book of Time, he, King Wen, and Time Master had a lot of karma, so there was no need to worry about one more human emperor. The forging of the formation continued, and it seemed like it was about to succeed. Suyu suddenly disappeared. A moment later. Su residence. Suyu returned. Outside the door, the people of the Five Elements race arrived. The elder was a little nervous and excited. Sensing that Suyu had returned, he waited for a moment, and after hearing Suyu's reply, he entered. In the hall. The elder of the Five Elements race said cautiously, City Lord Su, the vessel of our race has been escorted here. Do you want to change it now? Yes. The elder of the Five Elements race replied cautiously, really afraid that Suyu would say no. Beside him, the floating earth spirit looked calm and didn't say anything. Aside from the floating earth spirit, there was another elder of the Five Elements race, also at the Sun-Moon tier. He might have come to deliver the vessel. It was normal not to bring valuable items when traveling. Of course, it was more likely that he was worried that there was a problem, so he sent someone to inspect it. Suyu didn't care, and said calmly, then change it. As he spoke, a petal of a 9-leaf sky lotus flew out. As expected, it was the unfamiliar Sun-Moon elite who took it. He examined it, but didn't dare to be too obvious. Soon, he transmitted his voice, it's not forged, it's natural. When he said this, the elder from before breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaochen was afraid that this was a fake item forged by Suyu using the weapon forging technique. The newly arrived Sun-Moon tier carefully examined the lotus again, and then transmitted his voice, saying, from its appearance, veined patterns, aura, from all aspects, it matches the characteristics of the 9-leaf heavenly lotus in the records of our tribe. However, I dare not guarantee that it's real. Unless, we use it on the spot and observe the effects. Nonsense, it was so precious, not for the sun and the moon, but for those in the invincible realm or quasi-invincible realm. Of course, he could not eat it. If it couldn't be eaten, then it was no different from the real thing in all aspects. This was also what was special about the Laughing Lotus. Other than the slightly messy time patterns, it was no different from the 9-leaf sky lotus. As for the patterns, Suyu had made some slight adjustments. The floating earth spirit had taken a look as well. Unable to tell whether it was real or fake, he was a little surprised and exasperated. Suyu, this fellow, was indeed difficult to deal with. It was just a fake, but it looked like the real thing. This fellow had faked it several times, and no one could tell it apart. The last time he faked it, Zhang Wushuang couldn't even be sure how he had been deceived. The corpse was real. How could he have been deceived? It was so fake that everyone knew he had been deceived, but they didn't know how. This was also the brilliance of Suyu's faking. For example, this 9-leaf sky lotus, the floating earth spirit knew it was fake, but he couldn't tell how it was fake. The two sun and moon experts were the same. After looking for a long time, they couldn't see anything wrong. Suyu said impatiently, "Are you done? I still have things to do. I don't have so much time to waste with you." With his urging, the two sun and moon experts were also anxious. After discussing for a while, they were generally sure that there should be no problem. Very soon, the new elder took out a 5-colored stone and said carefully, "Lord Su, this is the 5 elements source stone. It can be used as a carrier, and it is also the most precious treasure of the 5 elements clan." Suyu reached out and grabbed it. After observing it, he felt the power of the 5 elements contained in it. He nodded slightly and said lightly, "That's it then. Lord. Then. Can you really not sell a few more pieces?" The 5 elements clan still wanted to fight for it. Suyu said calmly, "You're thinking too much. Why would I sell it to the same force so that you can hand it over to an advanced stage Eternal Realm cultivator? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? So, don't even think about it." The two elders were a little regretful. But in their hearts, they were looking forward to it. They even sent some people over, hoping that they could buy it. Seeing this, the floating earth spirit was afraid that the two elders would say something else, so he cupped his hands and said, "City Lord Su, then we will take our leave first. Tomorrow, we will go to Southern Yuan to celebrate Elder Su's birthday." He even called him Elder Su. If Su Long heard this, would he want to cry? A 50-year-old Elder Su would probably want to cry. But this was the reality. Who asked you to be Suyu's father? You have no choice but to be. Soon, the 5 elements clan walked out. Outside the door, a group of powerhouses from various races were hiding. Seeing them come out, someone quickly sent a voice transmission to the floating earth spirit. "Floating earth spirit, did you buy it?" The floating earth spirit was a little helpless and replied, "No, he didn't sell it to the big races. We didn't buy it." He knew that this was everyone's mentality. No matter who bought it, they would say that they didn't buy it. Therefore, even if they sold 70 petals, it would be difficult for them to be exposed in a short time. Who would dare to expose this treasure so easily? Those who bought 1 petal were worried that others would kill them or the big races would kill them. In order to collect all the 9-leaf sky lotuses, under normal circumstances, unless the same force bought more than 7 petals. Otherwise, everyone would only say that they didn't buy it. As expected, those people in the dark were skeptical, but they didn't dare to be sure. Did the 5 elements clan buy it or not? And just as they were hesitating, there was a light knock on the door of the Su residence. Someone said in surprise, "Even the Celestial clan is here to buy it? The Celestial clan still lacks this 9-leaf sky lotus petal? Will Suyu sell it to them?" The suns and moons secretly communicated. They didn't expect the Celestial clan to come too. And Suyu was also a little surprised. The Celestial clan also wanted to buy it. Both sides had a deep grudge. And the Celestial clan that came this time was not strong. He was only a Sun Moon 4th tier. When he saw Suyu, he bowed slightly with a smile. Without saying much, he entered and said, "My emperor asked me to come. He has something to say to City Lord." Suyu was surprised. He said with a smile, "Tengu? What does he want to say?" "City Lord Su wants to sell fake 9-leaf sky lotuses. The Celestial clan also doesn't want to ruin City Lord's business, but all the profits, the Celestial clan wants half." Suyu laughed. "Fake? What fake?" The envoy did not mind. He said with a smile, "Milord knows that this item has been passed down since ancient times. Milord is not the first to sell fake 9-leaf sky lotuses. My emperor came from ancient times and knows a little." The envoy said again, "Milord can refuse, or you can kill me. If you kill me, the heavens will soon know that the 9-leaf sky lotuses you are selling are fake. Maybe not many people will believe it, but they will definitely hesitate. How much can Milord sell?" Suyu said with a smile, in that case, the celestial clan doesn't want to do anything and give me half, and the key is that I will be the scapegoat? That was a good idea, Tiangu. Tiangu might really know something. However, you, a Sun-Moon 4th-tier cultivator, are too weak to want to share. The envoy seemed to know Suyu's thoughts. He said with a smile, "My lord can kill me or imprison me, but I came openly. If I don't go out for a long time, the news will spread very soon. If I die, there will also be an abnormal phenomenon. The celestial world will soon spread the news. Using the death of a Sun-Moon 4th-tier cultivator to exchange for the failure of my lord's plan, it is worth it." Suyu said with a smile, "I couldn't tell, but you're quite stubborn. The key is, even if I give it to you, you can't take it away. My lord, don't worry. As long as my lord gives it to me, I can naturally take it away." He was quite confident. The celestial clan didn't expose him, but actually sent someone to share the spoils with him. Tiangu was quite interesting. Did he know that even if the celestial clan said it, not many people would believe him? Not many people knew about the smiling lotus, but it didn't mean that no one knew about it. In the ancient times, some people with high status still knew about it. It was normal for Tiangu to know. Suyu was sure that the heaven supervisor might also know, but it didn't matter. This person most likely wouldn't care. His goal wasn't here, but the fragments. At this moment, he wouldn't go against Suyu, lest he attract Suyu's attention. Therefore, Suyu wasn't too worried about the heaven supervisor. Then if I refuse now, the celestial clan will cause trouble for me? I'm not causing trouble, I'm just informing everyone that this thing is fake. The envoy wasn't strong, but in the huge celestial clan, there were still a few meticulous, bold, and daring people. Knowing that Suyu might kill him, the other party still came. He wasn't strong, so it didn't matter if he died. The celestial clan wasn't afraid of a mid-stage Sun-Moon realm cultivator dying. Suyu smiled, too lazy to say anything. What was Tiangu thinking? I'd rather expose you, and you still want to share? The will of civilization instantly pressed down on the other party. The envoy also had a calm expression. My lord, if you kill me, you'll be the one suffering. Unless you kill all the envoys of the various clans, otherwise, even if you kill all the celestial clan, someone will quickly spread the news. So you couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him, and the will of civilization instantly suppressed the other party. He didn't kill him. Killing him would cause a phenomenon, so why bother? However, the other party's physical body instantly collapsed, and the sea of will remained. In the blink of an eye, the sea of will was taken away, and the physical body returned to normal. Suyu was in the sea of will, and a Shunwen flew into the other party's physical body. In the blink of an eye, the broken physical body returned to normal, and the eyes opened. They were slightly dull, but soon, they gained some spirituality. The aura also changed rapidly. Suyu quickly suppressed the other party's sea of will, and laughed. Do you still have some means of communication? Once something happens, or if I'm suppressed, will others notice the abnormality? It was just child's play, phenomenon. Suyu's aura wasn't obvious, but the fake's aura was revealed, and Suyu quickly traveled through the void, disappearing from the Su residence. Outsiders could sense the existence of the Sun-Moon, but they couldn't find the existence of Suyu. Suyu traveled through the void at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared at the border of the Great Ming Constabulary. There was a passage in this place. However, other than the God-Eater clan, no one else could open it. There were people at the human realm here, but they weren't strong. Suyu easily opened the passage, and the people guarding were still immersed in the illusion. Suyu had already traveled through the passage and left. He instantly returned to the battlefield of heavens. No one dared to come here. What a joke, the entrance to the God-Eater realm was here. Did they not want to live? When he arrived here, Suyu's will of civilization instantly devoured the other party. In an instant, the sea of will shattered, and a large number of memories poured in. Suyu directly probed into the will of civilization to extract the memories. As for the phenomenon, it was too normal for a Sun-Moon to die in the battlefield of heavens. Who would care? As for whether the celestial clan would leave behind some death notice, Suyu didn't care. So what if they knew, and so what if they passed it on? It would be best if they didn't leave anything behind. Soon, after probing some memories, Suyu smiled. In the blink of an eye, he tore the passage and returned to the human realm. The current Suyu was powerful, and he had learned the space traversal technique. His speed was also extremely fast. Soon, in less than 10 minutes, he traveled back to the Su residence. And the envoy that Shinwen had transformed into was still in the main hall. Suyu waved his hand, and a ray of light shot into the puppet's body. A faint smile appeared on the puppet's face, and he didn't say anything. He walked out of the Su residence. As soon as he walked out, he made a handprint with his hand. That was to inform the people outside that he was fine. Suyu had agreed. As for who was the contact, the envoy himself didn't know. It was also to prevent Suyu from discovering it. In the main hall, Suyu shook his head and smiled. The Celestial clan was really boring. They made it seem like they were hiding and wanted to get a share of the money. How could they be so perfunctory? No matter what, they had to hide an invincible realm expert. When an invincible realm expert killed, no matter how small the movement was, it wouldn't be that small. At the very least, they could get an invincible realm clone. If they killed him, the other party would be able to sense it. Why did they have to get a sun moon? Were they afraid that if an invincible realm expert came, they would really be killed by him? Making a handprint to tell me that I'm safe. Childish. Suyu curled his lips. This method might work on ordinary people, but it wasn't enough to deal with him. Killing people would cause movement and there would be a phenomenon. I'm not in the human realm. It's fine. Where can you go to observe the phenomenon? Childish. Outside the door, the celestial envoy quickly left. In reality, he made a round and quietly returned to Suyu's side. As for Suyu, he also found a treasure in the other party's storage ring. It was something similar to a teleportation portal. This was something that the Celestial clan prepared to use to split the spoils. The Celestial clan was worried that even if Suyu agreed, he wouldn't let anyone take it away. Therefore, they made this thing. Suyu would give half of the transaction to the other party, and he could directly teleport out. This thing is a treasure. What a pity. Unfortunately, it was only a temporary teleportation portal. If it was opened, it would be destroyed after about 7 or 8 times. As for where the teleportation item went, Suyu didn't know. It was very likely that it was still in the human realm. The possibility of it being teleported to the human realm was not high. This meant that the Celestial clan still had arrangements in the human realm. This guy was responsible for receiving the treasure, teleporting it to the guy who contacted him, and then thinking of a way to send it back to the Celestial realm. In this way, Suyu couldn't do anything to them. The process was not bad, and the arrangements were not bad. It was just that she was thinking too much, thinking that Suyu would really agree. This Sun Moon envoy didn't know much. He didn't even tell him who the contact was. The Celestial clan was also worried that Suyu would kill them all in one fell swoop. They were afraid that Suyu would kill him and use his blood essence to extract his memory. In fact, Suyu didn't use his blood essence to extract it at all. The Civilization Journal could see the past and the future. This was the best treasure. He ignored this guy. Soon, the second group of people entered the door. They were also here to exchange for the 9-leaf sky lotus. Before the second group could speak, Suyu checked and snorted coldly. Get lost. A subsidiary race of the Celestial clan is not for sale. Below the hall, the several Sun Moon Empire powerhouses were frightened and didn't dare to argue. They felt helpless. They all knew that they were subsidiary races of the Celestial clan, but they didn't expect that Suyu didn't even ask if it was for his own use or for the Celestial clan. He directly chased them away. Soon, this group of people left. In the outside world, everyone who wanted to buy also heard Suyu's voice. He said coldly, immortal, demon, celestial, dragon, and the subsidiary races of the Celestial clan, don't come in. If you come in, I won't kill you, but don't waste time. Also, if some of the small races are bought by these large races, even if you get it today, you have to consider whether I will take revenge on you in the future. As soon as these words came out, the powerhouses of some small races were frightened. That was true. What if they took revenge on them? At this moment, no one thought about whether it was real or not. How could it be fake? If it was real, wouldn't Suyu sell all of them? Now, he limited the purchase, didn't let the large races buy it, threatened the small races, and directly chased people away without asking how many treasures were needed to exchange for it. In this way, how could it be fake? If it was real, did he need to do this? In the distance, the Five Elements race also heard this. The elder beside the floating earth spirit was a little excited and sent a voice transmission. He didn't mention the Five Elements race, only the celestial and demon races. In that case, even if we arrange for people to buy it, he won't mind? The floating earth spirit was tired. He was still in a hurry to be fooled. As you wish, elder. The floating earth spirit could not be bothered to say anything. In any case, he told Suyu about the Five Elements race's arrangements. He did not want to sell too much to the Five Elements race. If he sold too much and did not return it, his reputation would not be good if he wanted to cooperate with the Five Elements race in the future. In the main hall of the Su residence, people came one after another. When Suyu sold fake goods, he was also selective. Some sold, some didn't. Those who bought it secretly rejoiced, those who didn't were extremely depressed. In the end, when they went out, all of them were depressed, as if they didn't buy it. This made the people outside puzzled. Did they buy it or not? Now, they could not tell. And that celestial envoy was now Suyu's Shinwen incarnation. According to the agreement, he should send some treasures to those people who contacted him. If he didn't send the treasures over, there would be people watching. They knew that Suyu had definitely traded. If he didn't send the treasures over, they would be exposed. Suyu smiled. Strictly speaking, the celestial race's arrangements were quite strict. They were very petty, they even made it so mysterious. The three groups didn't know each other. It seemed like the celestial race had many spies in the human realm. In the past, many of the large races in Wanzhou had made arrangements, but only the celestial race didn't. Now, it seemed like it wasn't that they didn't have any. They just kept a low profile and didn't aim to destroy. They just wanted to collect some information. This way, the chances of being discovered were much lower. So you didn't think too much. He took out a carrier and made some simple arrangements. He really opened the teleportation door and teleported over. He also wanted to see how many arrangements the celestial race had in the human realm. How many experts? In the carrier, he didn't leave his own mark, but a trace of the mother ball's mark. If the other party could find it, then the other party had at least a level 9 eternal expert. If they didn't find it, that meant they didn't. If they didn't, there was no way to get rid of the mark, and Suyu would soon be able to locate them. Will there be? Suyu thought about it and laughed. If the other party could really arrange a level 9 eternal expert in the human realm, then Suyu would be shocked. Just when Suyu teleported out the carrier. The human realm. Within one of the cracks in the void, a ripple could be felt as a vessel appeared. At this moment, a powerful being was standing beside the vessel and instantly set it on fire. The flame burned the void. The carrier was strong, and a fake carrier would be burned instantly, if a tracing mark was left on the carrier, unless the other party had a powerful branding ability, anyone's tracing mark would be burned. This powerful existence burned for a while before putting away the carrier. This place was inside a huge ancient building. There was more than one living person in the entire ancient site. As soon as this existence put away the carrier, a person came over and said in a deep voice, "A carrier? It's worth a try. But be careful. After receiving it 2 or 3 times, destroy the teleportation door." The expert who had just come over had a strong aura, was tall, and had purple-red hair. The one who had been sitting cross-legged before had silver-white hair. Hearing the purple-red-haired expert's words, the silver-white-haired expert smiled and said, "Don't worry, it will be destroyed soon. I just didn't expect that Suyu would really be willing to give some benefits. This guy is really courageous. He's really deceiving people." After saying that, he smiled and said, "I really want to go out and see this person, but unfortunately," the purple-red-haired expert said lightly, "there will be a chance sooner or later. You and I have been here for more than 400 years. Now that the Myriad realms are in chaos, you and I will have a chance to go out soon. I hope so. I'm a little impatient." The silver-white-haired expert said softly, "We have been in this ruin for almost 500 years and have never returned to the celestial world. Although we have contact, we know almost nothing about the outside world. We have only heard some stories, but we don't know the details." Yes, it had been a few hundred years. A few hundred years ago, the passageway to the human realm opened and the all heavens invaded the human realm. The war lasted for many years. In the end, the human realm experts chased those people away. At that time, there were also some ruins in the human realm that were occupied by the various races. In the end, they were all chased away. At that time, the human realm had formed an alliance. During that period, the celestial race also occupied many ruins in the human realm. This place was one of them. It was extremely well hidden. The other ruins were either controlled by the human realm or destroyed by the various races. However, there were a few celestial race experts hidden in the human realm. They had been hibernating in the human realm and had never left. They were waiting for the right time and arrangements. This ruin was also extremely well hidden. Unless one was at the Tao integration realm, it would probably be difficult to find it in their lifetime. The purple-haired expert said lightly, just treat it as seclusion. The heavenly essence chi here is quite rich. It's actually not bad. At least we can move freely. It's better than sleeping in the immortal transformation pool. Everyone else can endure it. Why can't we? It's not that I can't endure it. It's just, too lonely. The silver-haired expert chuckled. Aren't you lonely? Sleeping is actually not bad. Time flies. But being awake is actually more uncomfortable. I've seen this small ruin thousands of times. I'm sick of it. The purple-haired expert nodded slightly. It was lonely and very boring. He said, this time, the Emperor sent someone to contact us. The Jade Monarch personally arranged for someone to contact us. He even asked us to receive the vessel. It's probably time for us to move. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used us so easily. After saying that, he smiled. It looks like a war between our realm and the human realm will break out soon. If it wasn't for the fact that a war was about to break out, he wouldn't have sent someone to inform them at this time. Since they were going to move, the war was definitely coming soon. The silver-haired expert also smiled. That's right. When the war between the immortals starts, if you and I kill our way out from behind, we'll be surrounded by enemies on both sides. If we block the retreat of the human realm, the destruction of the human realm will be imminent. At this point, the silver-haired expert said, Flame Monarch, how many people do you think are hiding in the ruin like us? Other than our race, are there any others? The purple-haired expert, the Flame Monarch, smiled faintly when he heard the question. I don't know, but there must be many. The races have retreated from the human realm. How could they not leave some behind? Not to mention others, just the celestial realm alone has at least 3 ruins like this. The celestial realm probably has 1 or 2 as well. The silver-haired expert smiled. I really hope the war comes soon. We can kill our way out together and catch the killer realm off guard. I wonder when the war will start. Soon. The Flame Monarch smiled. The Jade Monarch said that these vessels will be used here and won't be taken away. Take 1 or 2 more and destroy the portal. They weren't the only ones here. There were more, of course, the 2 of them were eternal, but the others weren't. They were all sun, moon, or mountains and seas of the past. These years, they had been cultivating and improving, waiting for an opportunity. The celestial realm and the human race had been at war for many years. After the 9 tide flows, they naturally knew that the human race was difficult to deal with. How could they not have a backup plan? The alliance of the past was only a temporary measure. At that time, ancient heaven hadn't woken up. Destroying the human race wouldn't be beneficial to the celestial realm. Later on, the various races retreated. However, during this period of time, they had already occupied some of the ruins in the spatial crevices. The various races took the initiative to give up some of the ruins that everyone knew about and destroyed some of the easily discovered ruins. However, they still preserved some extremely secretive ruins that almost no one knew about. At this moment, there might be many people living in these ruins. Perhaps there were people from all the powerful races. In recent years, they hadn't used them because they were prepared to kill their way out of the human realm during the war, outflank the human realm, and annihilate the human experts in one fell swoop, so you didn't know any of this. After the teleportation, the mother ball transmitted, it suddenly disappeared. I can't sense the mark. Did I teleport out of the outer realm? The mother ball couldn't sense it, Suyu was also surprised. Holding the portal in his hand, he was a little surprised. Could this thing really teleport to the outer realm? Was it so amazing? It didn't feel like it. He could also teleport now. Xianxia was also a powerhouse in this path. Suyu had seen Xianxia's portal before. The teleportation distance was very short. Of course, the last time he used it, he had teleported people from the All-Heaven Manor to Xia province. But teleporting to the outer realm, this requirement was high. The portal in his hand didn't feel that powerful. Suyu fell into deep thought. Teleported to the outer realm? I think it's too difficult. I'm most likely still in the human realm. In the human realm. My lord can't sense it? I can't sense it. The mother ball was very strong. It was also the embodiment of laws. Even if a level 9 Eternal Realm expert could discover the mark it left, they would have to carefully observe it. Below level 9, it was almost impossible to discover it. Now that he couldn't sense it, was it destroyed, or was it blocked by some power, a place that blocked the laws? What place could block the laws? Suyu fell into deep thought. After thinking about it, ruins, there was no doubt that ruins could block the laws. If one reached the Tao in a ruin, the laws wouldn't be able to discover them. The movement would be very small. The premise was that one could only reach the Tao once. If one reached the Tao in a ruin a second time, some things would be destroyed. Of course, every ruin also had the existence of laws. They might be the laws of the ruin's owner. If one matched the laws of the ruin's owner, they wouldn't be weak when reaching the Tao because there were many laws of the ruin's owner. These ruins would block the probing and searching of the laws from the outside. If one wanted to block the laws now, it would be a ruin that no one could prove their Tao. It was more like a new ruin, it wasn't a new ruin. Old ruins couldn't be hidden unless someone obtained the ruin but didn't reach the Tao and used it as a stronghold. But how was that possible? Suyu smiled. As he smiled, his heart stirred. How many ruins were there in the human realm? He really didn't know. Probably no one knew. If they really knew, they would have long been used by the human race. They wouldn't have to go to the All-Heaven battlefield to prove their Tao and become invincible. Don't tell me I was teleported to a ruin? Suyu thought. Opening a teleportation channel in a ruin wasn't something that could be done overnight. But if it wasn't a ruin, there was no reason the mother ball couldn't sense it. Did I really teleport to the outer realm? Forget it, let's not think about it for now. I've wasted a carrier. When I meet Xianxia later, I'll let him see this. Suyu felt a little regretful. He originally wanted to catch all the celestial spies in one fell swoop, so he teleported the carrier over. But in the end, the mother ball couldn't sense it. Damn it, what a waste, but it was good. The celestial race should be relieved now that they got the carrier, right? Ruins, or the outer realm? Suyu wasn't sure. If it was a ruin, it meant that it was a new ruin that no one had reached the Tao. Maybe he would have some unexpected gains. Anyway, he just had to find someone to take a look. He had some understanding of the Tao of space, but he wasn't good at it. He didn't understand this teleportation gate. Maybe Xianxia would like it, so you continued to trade with others, swindling as many as he could. Once he got it, it wouldn't be that easy for these people to take it back. The money and goods were settled, so he wouldn't return the goods. Forcefully snatching was not a good behavior. Cheating, that was if you were willing. As for Suyu, he did not teleport any more treasures over. After a long while, after some consideration, he had the mother ball imprint and teleported a heavenly soldier over. This was created by the joint efforts of the Heavenly Forging King and Zhao Tianbing. He gave it to Suyu to take a look. Suyu did not accept other people's weapons. After thinking for a while, he also wanted to test if the other party was in the outer realm or in the mortal realm, so he teleported over again. The threat of the heavenly soldier was not great. He would ask the Heavenly Forging King later. Perhaps he had left some hidden cards behind. This time, just like last time, the teleportation was like a stone sinking into the ocean. The mother ball still couldn't sense where it was, Suyu was extremely surprised. Even the Tao integration stage couldn't discover the existence of his imprint. If he wanted to prove where he was, it was simple. He would bring the mother ball to the battlefield. If he still couldn't sense it, then it was most likely in the ruins of the mortal realm. Could it be? There are still new ruins in the mortal realm that have been discovered and occupied by the immortal clan? At this moment, Suyu did not think back to a few hundred years ago. He was still wondering if he had just appeared and was discovered by the immortal clan spies. A few hundred years ago. Suyu felt that at that time, the great Qin king and the others should have chased everyone away. After all, so many years had passed, no matter what, if a new ruin appeared in the mortal realm, it would be a good thing. Not to mention anything else, there would definitely be something to carry in the ruins. Furthermore, it would allow people to prove their Tao with peace of mind. It could be considered a good place. Didn't Zhu Tiandao and Xiahou Yi not prove their Tao? If there really was a new ruin, it would be a good choice for the two of them to prove their Tao. Although only one of them could prove their Tao, it was enough. Suyu continued to trade. After selling about 17 or 18 nine-leaf sky lotus, he stopped selling. If he sold too much, it would be easy for him to be exposed very quickly. After 17 or 18 nine-leaf sky lotus, Suyu also exchanged for 20 spirit vessels. After teleporting one to the immortal realm spies and one to his own heavenly weapon, Suyu calculated that he had made a lot of money. The Wan clan was indeed rich. Even if it was a small clan, they could still put together a spirit vessel. As for the immortal clan's teleportation portal, Suyu originally wanted to try again and teleport something in. In the end, he did not know if the other side had discovered something or if they were anxious, but when Suyu wanted to teleport again, he found that he could not teleport anymore. This surprised Suyu. Did he destroy the corresponding teleportation portal? It was very strange. Were they afraid of being discovered by me, or did they think that a spirit vessel and a heavenly weapon were enough? Suyu also took it to heart. After thinking about it, when he met Xianxia tomorrow, he would ask him to help take a look. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains. At this moment, the sky had brightened. Suyu quickly went to the academy. After Prince Zhou's acceleration, Prince Daming and the rest worked overtime. At this moment, the Wanmen Pagoda was almost completed. Prince Zhou looked weak. The few invincible realm experts all had pale faces, as if they were weak. Prince Zhou glanced at Suyu and said with a smile, "We are about to succeed, just a few more doors." If they succeeded, he would have to bring them away. Suyu understood and nodded. He sent a voice transmission, "Your Majesty, are there any new undiscovered ruins in the human realm? Are you talking about Southern Yuan? No, I am talking about the human realm. Are there any others? This is hard to say, maybe there are. Are you looking for ruins? Not this, I think the immortal clan might have mastered a new ruin. Prince Zhou thought for a while and said, maybe, maybe not, or maybe it was controlled in the past. I have checked this before, but I did not find anything. It is not easy to find. Back then, in the Human Immortal Alliance, the humans relied on the immortal clan and even took the initiative to give up some ruins. Later, the immortal clan retreated. We have checked whether they kept it or not, but we did not find anything, so we can only put this matter aside. If you find anything, you can tell me immediately. Controlled in the past, Suyu thought for a while and nodded slightly, I got it. I will tell you if there is any news. As the two spoke, Prince Daming shouted. In the next moment, a tall pagoda formed by 10,000 doors appeared and shrank rapidly. Prince Daming shouted, and the Wanmen pagoda suddenly formed. In the void, the lightning tribulation appeared. This was the punishment rule. Wanmen pagoda did not get a reward. It was unknown if it was because it was not a kind formation. However, the lightning tribulation was not big, and Suyu still wanted to interfere, but Prince Daming easily destroyed it. In the next moment, the Wanmen pagoda flew towards Suyu. The invincible cultivators who forged the formation were all pale, having expended a lot of energy. Prince Daming panted and said, "You are too demanding. If it were a normal formation, it would have been completed long ago. This time, you have to bleed." Suyu smiled and said, "Thank you, everyone. After my father's birthday banquet, I will pay you the treasures I promised, and I will pay double. Now, I have to attend the birthday banquet." At the side, Prince Zhou was speechless. This fellow is going back on his words. It was not that he was going back on his words. He probably thought that after one died, there would be one less, and he could save some money. He could really save money. Prince Daming and the rest did not think too much. The birthday banquet was today, and it would not take long. It was simple. As for Prince Daming, he smiled and said, "You guys have expended a lot of energy. Find a place to rest and recover." Suyu chuckled. Even if he came out after resting, he might not be the real person. Prince Daming was leaving Southern Yuan. Suyu did not wait for the king of Great Zhou and the others. They would come on their own. As for how many perfected persons would come, it was hard to say. The king of Great Zhou had said that he would not bring too many people with him. The newly built Southern Yuan was similar to before, but all the buildings were new. At this moment, most of the people in Southern Yuan had not moved back. However, some people from Southern Yuan had gathered outside the city. Today was Su Long's 50th birthday. Some people felt awkward when they heard it. It was quite lively. Southern Yuan was also decorated with lanterns and banners. However, there were not many ordinary people, but many soldiers who welcomed the guests at the city gates. There were many guests. Since one had come, it would be unreasonable for him not to attend the birthday banquet. As for the experts from the 36 prefectures, some were reluctant, while others were indifferent. They all gathered in Southern Yuan. Today, Suyu was going to be crowned as the master of the human race's sacred land. Suyu had already entered the city. Outside the city, experts gathered, but they were not in a hurry to enter. Beside the floating earth spirit, the elder had also come. He was a little nervous as he sent a voice transmission. "Floating earth, do you think the immortal, demon, and dragon will stop Suyu from becoming the master of the sacred land today?" "Most likely not." This was the judgment of the floating earth spirit. He explained, "There is not much meaning in attacking Suyu now. We can't kill him, and the various races have not set up the dead soul's realm well. If we attack now, not only will we not be able to kill Suyu, it will also easily expose Wan's trump card. It is not worth it." This was his deduction, and he felt that there was not much of a problem. In fact, all smart people thought so. Now, Wan would not attack Suyu. That included the immortal and devil immortal. Most of them were just there to watch the show, and had no intention of actually attacking the humans or Suyu. Attacking Suyu right now would be pointless. If he couldn't kill Suyu, he would have a way out. Therefore, be it the demon gods or the immortal race, they had all sent messengers to congratulate. Although they said they were here to congratulate, they were just watching the show. No one was thinking about how they would deal with Suyu today. If the human race were to have internal strife right now, that would be much more interesting. In the distance, Madonna thought about it and said to the demon powerhouses beside him, "Don't cause any trouble today. It's meaningless to provoke Suyu now." Beside him, a quasi-invincible realm superior nodded slightly. Indeed, there was no point in causing trouble today. Therefore, unless there was internal strife in the human race today, there shouldn't be any big problems. Or perhaps Suyu had nothing better to do and wanted to find something to do. Otherwise, this birthday banquet would be to see how Suyu would deal with the 36 prefectures. The other side. Zhang Wushuang also said the same thing to the people around him. Zhang Wushuang's face was a little pale. Suyu had also set a restriction on him. This time, he came here to remove the restriction. These days, Suyu didn't see him. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to see Suyu. Demon gods and immortal dragons, the big clans didn't plan to cause trouble for Suyu today. On the one hand, Suyu was strong, and he was in the human realm. The king of Great Zhou and the others were here. On the outside, the 35 guardians and the king of Great Qin were also here. If they attacked Suyu now, even if he couldn't defeat them, he could still open the dead spirit tunnel and leave. Because of this, they wouldn't attack him in the human realm, but at this time. Therefore, no matter whether they were from the big clans or the small clans, seeing that Madonna and the others were here, they were all very calm. No one thought that there would be any big trouble today. The outsiders didn't think there was any trouble, and so did the human race. Outside the city, Xiaohuyu was now considered an outstanding talent of the young generation. He was now the acting prefecture master and had a high status. This was also the territory of Dixia province. Xiaohuyu was quite carefree. A group of descendants of the invincible realm surrounded him. At this moment, Xiaohuyu smiled and said, "Don't worry, Southern Yuan has just been rebuilt, and the environment is not bad. We paid a big price this time. The main thing is that there are ruins here. After Brother Su's father's birthday banquet is over, I'll take everyone to the ruins to play. The heaven spiritual chi there is rich. Speaking of ruins, many people's expressions changed slightly. Back then, a group of people died because of these ruins. It was also because of these ruins that 2 holy lands were destroyed. Some people's fathers were killed in the ruins. The ruins of Southern Yuan. Until now, everyone was still certain that these ruins were real. Of course, a small number of people thought it was fake, but there was no evidence. Because the ruins were very stable, Suyu integrated a carrier into it, and it was personally made by Wan Tianxing. Ordinary people indeed couldn't tell whether it was real or fake. Now, many people couldn't tell whether it was real or fake. Besides Xia Huyu, Qin Feng was also there, but Qin Feng couldn't be bothered with Xia Huyu. Instead, he looked at Wu Qi and Huang Ting and said with a smile, "Do you two think there will be any changes today?" Huang Ting was still wearing his coarse hemp clothes. With his short hair, he looked like an old farmer in the fields. When he heard this, he smiled and said, "What changes can there be? As long as we don't cause trouble ourselves, one won't dare to cause trouble today. Do you think that City Lord Su is easy to provoke?" Today, everyone agreed that there wouldn't be a big problem. Qin Feng also nodded and quickly said with a smile, "Southern Yuan. What a good place. Today, the Su family can be considered to be in limitless glory. Even my Qin family doesn't have such glory. It's the 50th birthday, and one came to congratulate us. It was very glorious, extremely glorious." Beside him, someone sneered and said, "Extreme prosperity leads to decline. Suyu is too domineering, forcing 36 prefectures to congratulate his father's birthday. How old is his father? Isn't he afraid of shortening his lifespan?" When this was said, Xia Huyu turned to look at that person and said indifferently, "Shang Tianjiao, you better shut up. We won't argue with you if you say a few words in front of us. We know that you're young and not very smart. If you really say such words in Southern Yuan City, I'm afraid your Shang clan won't be able to protect you." Shang Tianjiao said coldly, "Am I wrong? How old is his father? How old are the various prefecture lords? Which one of them isn't over 100 years old? Now, all the prefectures are here to congratulate his father." "Tianjiao." At the side, Shan Xiong shouted and stopped her from speaking. Today was different from the past. If some words were to spread, the Shang clan might not be able to protect Shang Tianjiao. Even the great Shang king dared to shed all pretense of cordiality with Suyu now. Shang Tianjiao was unwilling to pay attention to Xia Huyu and the rest, but when Shan Xiong reprimanded her, she did not say anything else. Xia Huyu chuckled and said, "Shan Xiong, you better watch her and keep a close eye on her. If she says anything else in the city, it doesn't matter to us. After all, we're family friends. But if it reaches Brother Su's ears, it won't look good." Shan Xiong nodded slightly, his gaze stopping Shang Tianjiao who was about to get angry. Some words couldn't be said now. As for Qin Feng and the rest, they couldn't be bothered with these people. They were not on the same level. Among this group of people, only Shan Xiong was not weak. Although Shan Xiong's status was not high, it was not low either. He was still higher than Huang Ting. However, Huang Ting was casual and Shan Xiong was a little quiet, so Qin Feng couldn't be bothered with him. Qin Feng ignored these people and said with a smile again, "Wu Qi, I heard that your sister and Bai Feng are researching something recently. I haven't seen them these few days. Are there any results that can help us?" "I don't know. I didn't ask." Wu Qi gave a perfunctory answer. He looked at Moto in the distance, his eyes burning. Huang Ting, who was next to him, shook his head and said, "Don't provoke him. I've seen him this time and I'm a little scared. I'm afraid his strength has improved greatly again. I think he's going to enter the Sun-Moon realm soon. If this guy really enters the Sun-Moon realm, I think his strength will be comparable to the quasi-invincible realm." Hearing this, Qin Feng sighed. "Yes, this guy is too far ahead of us now. I can feel it too. He's probably going to enter the Sun-Moon realm. Maybe he'll have another opportunity once he enters the Sun-Moon realm." Now, the gap between the people on the heaven list was gradually widening. Moto was the strongest, and Profound Infinity had been killed. Zhang Wushuang was very dispirited. A few of the other experts on the heaven ranking had been killed by Suyu, causing the difference between the top and bottom of the heaven ranking to be quite large. They chatted leisurely. Nothing big happened today, Qin Feng even said with a smile, what a pity. I really hope something happens today. There are so many people. Let's make it more lively. It's best if there are a few Invincible Realm 1. There are countless experts today. Let's kill a few Invincible Realm experts to liven things up. The group looked at him speechlessly. You must be so bored, boring guy. Huang Ting was also speechless. You're too bored. Don't jinx it. It's peaceful now. Do you have to find trouble for yourself? Let's kill a few Invincible Realm experts to liven things up. This guy had always been a jinx. Invincible Realm 1 was not stupid. Why would he come here to cause trouble for Suyu? What was he thinking? Qin Feng was a jinx. His father, Qin Zhen, was not much worse. Today's birthday banquet of Southern Yuan was held in the newly built City Lord's mansion. This place was large and spacious, with enough space to hold the banquet. At this moment, Qin Zhen was beside Suyu. He said with a smile, Suyu, it seems quite boring today. I really want to kill a few people to liven things up. It'd be best if I could kill a few fairies. Suyu cursed inwardly. Pervert, you only know how to instill such thoughts in me all day long. Now I want to kill the fairies of the Celestial clan when I see them. It's all because of him. Since a long time ago, he told me to kill the fairies when we met. He's not human, the fairies are so beautiful. How can you do it, but boring? It's not necessary. Once old Zhou and the others were exposed, the human realm would be empty and weak. The humans would guard the Tianyuan realm. Maybe one would come to attack the humans and even take the opportunity to break the human realm. Of course, he might also attack Suyu. Qingjin said it would be quiet today. It's not necessary. I hope you won't cry then, Qingjin said again. I don't know where Xia Longwu is. I saw him before, but now he's gone. The king of Great Zhou said he didn't bring many people this time, but Xia Longwu was among them. He didn't include Qingjin, probably because Qingjin was too weak. Now, Xia Longwu disappeared. He might have left. Suyu smiled and said, he's the governor of Dixia province. There are so many Invincible Realm experts this time, and there are many Invincible Realm experts in the prefecture city. Of course he has to keep an eye on them. That's true. Qingjin said and waved at Xiaoyi, shouting, second brother Xia, come and have a chat. Leave the trivial matters to others. Why are you meddling? In the distance, Xiaoye's face darkened at first, but it quickly returned to normal. He walked over with a smile and said, Governor Qin, where's Qin Hao? I haven't seen him for a few days. Has he advanced to the quasi-invincible realm? These words were a little hurtful. Qin Hao is the second son of the Qin family. The second son of the Zhu family was a quasi-invincible realm expert who killed invincible realm experts. The second son of Xia Jia was a quasi-invincible realm expert who had killed quasi-invincible realm experts. The second son of the Qin family was in the 8th level of the Sun and Moon realm, the real 8th level of the Sun and Moon realm. Recently, he had been in seclusion to break through to the 9th level of the Sun and Moon realm. When Qingjin heard this, he said disinterestedly, my Qin family doesn't have so many tricks. Qin Hao is in seclusion. When he comes out, he will also be in the 9th level of the Sun and Moon realm. Congratulations. Xiaoyi smiled and said, I, Xia Jia, have poor aptitude. Unlike my eldest nephew, who has broken through to the invincible realm, he is still in the 4th level of the eternal realm and can fight with the 5th level. I can't be as invincible as my eldest nephew. These words caused Qingjin to feel stifled again. Who was he scolding? Your eldest nephew. Xia Longwu. Why did he have to bring his eldest nephew? Qingjin regretted calling him. Didn't he just call him second brother? Your father named him, it's not like I named it. Look at my father, Qingjin, Qin Hao, these names are so good. Your father is unreliable, who can you blame? At the side, Suyu smiled without showing his teeth. How could Qingjin win against Xiaoyi when it came to arguing? On Xiaoye's side, the only one who could argue was Zhu Tiandao. Zhu Tiandao rarely suffered losses. If he quarreled with Xiaoye, he would most likely win. Say him, and he would arrive. In the distance, Zhu Tiandao came leisurely and said with a smile, "You guys are here?" I looked around and didn't see anyone. "I thought you guys went somewhere to have fun." As he spoke, he stepped on the air with a cool look on his face. When Xiaoye saw him, he smiled slightly and didn't fight with Xianxia anymore. His big enemy was the second son of the Zhu family. Xianxia, this guy, was nothing to worry about. The second son of the Zhu family was quite difficult to deal with. Zhu Tiandao didn't care about this. He landed and quickly said with a smile, "Suyu, no, I have to call you Holy Lord in the future. After your father's birthday banquet, are you planning to stay in the mortal realm for a few more days? Do you want to go back to the main constabulary to take a look? After all, it's the main constabulary's galau. Your Primordial Spirit Research Institute is still open." The moment he said this, Suyu smiled and said, "That's true. I have to go and take a look when I'm free." "Are Elder Wen and the rest okay?" "They're fine. They just lack some heavenly essence. Can you send some over later? I'm getting old, and it's not easy for me to cultivate." "That's what I should do." Suyu smiled and quickly said, "Is Dean Hu here?" "Yes, you're looking for him?" Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, "That guy hasn't been willing to come out recently, so I dragged him out for a walk. Recently, he's been fascinated by the study of space travel. The path of space isn't easy. After this guy advanced to the Sun-Moon realm, his lifespan is gone. I'm worried that he's giving up on cultivation now." Hu Xianxing's talent was actually not bad. The Shenwen Dao was also strong, but he didn't cultivate much. Most of his time was spent on research, especially the path of space. This Dao was difficult to begin with, therefore, after advancing to the Sun-Moon realm, this person became dispirited again. With money and resources, he began to blindly research like before, wasting countless resources. When Suyu first went to the Ming Constabulary, this person almost sold out the Faculty of Theology. The Ming Constabulary was quite open-minded and also sold out to him. If it were any other constabulary, that person might have been beaten to death. Suyu smiled and said, "The Tao of space is broad and profound. If this Tao can be walked to the extreme, I feel that Dean Hu's future is limitless. I have to say, the Shenwen faction is still very powerful in this aspect." Hu Xianxing had focused on the Tao of space for many years. Last time, he probably had some gains. When Kong Kong was proving his Tao, Suyu saw that he had been observing and seemed to have gained some enlightenment. Now, he might really have some gains. If he really reached Kong Kong's level, he would be another person ranked at the top of the Tao verification list. Unfortunately, Old Hu did not care about cultivation. After thinking about it carefully, Suyu smiled. The Shenwen Dao was still different from the physical body Dao. It mainly depended on comprehension. Perhaps, without much cultivation, the Shenwen Dao could also become strong. If the Dao of space was strengthened, it might be possible to reach the heavens in a single step. He had just obtained a teleportation gate, but it seemed to have been destroyed. Suyu was looking for him. Hearing that Hu Xianxing had come, Suyu smiled and said, "Academy Master, then help me look for him. I have some small things to show him. I don't know where he went." Zhu Tiandao looked around and shouted, "Old Hu, where is he?" Even he could not sense where the other party was. After shouting for a while, the space fluctuated slightly. Hu Xianxing walked out of the space with a smile and looked at Suyu. He smiled and said, "Holy Lord Su, how did your comprehension of the space Shenwen Dao go?" Suyu smiled and said, "Not bad. Dean, I see that you have become more proficient in the Shenwen Dao. It's just so. I'm still not as good as Kong Kong. The space beasts are blessed by the heavens. That's how powerful they are." Then, he said, "Also, the King of Great Zhou's ability to travel through space is also extremely powerful. Compared to them, I am far inferior." Hu Xianxing was very emotional. From the human realm, he instantly brought dozens of invincible experts to the dragon realm. Just this alone, I might not be able to catch up even if I spent hundreds of years. The King of Great Zhou is known as the #1 person in Shenwen. I was not convinced in the past, but now I am convinced. The King of Great Light is probably not as good as him. Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, "You old fellow, you are eating the Zhu family's food. Aren't you embarrassed to turn to the enemy?" Hu Xianxia smiled and said, "To be honest, Academy Master, you are thinking too much. But then again, although we are both in the Tao of space, we have different focuses. Kong Kong is good at personal travel, which is soundless. The King of Great Zhou is good at fixed-point teleportation and is very resistant to pressure. As for me, I prefer to travel through space steadily during the process." Suyu smiled and said, "Dean, let's not talk about this. I have something to show you. That book of yours? Are you going to cut through space again?" "There's no rush for now." Suyu did not say anything and took out the teleportation door. Hu Xianxia took a look and instantly took it over. He looked at it in his hands and said quickly, "Celestial Races Method. Short distance teleportation door." "Short distance?" Suyu raised his eyebrows. Hu Xianxia nodded and said, "Short distance, no more than 3,000 miles. To me, this is a short distance teleportation. For example, the King of Great Zhou instantly teleported to the Dragon Realm, which is more than 20,000 miles. More than 10,000 miles is considered a long-distance teleportation." Hu Xianxia took the teleportation door and studied it for a while. He smiled and said, "The technology is not bad, but there are too many limitations. First, the teleportation distance is short. Second, it can teleport small objects, but not large ones. Third, it can teleport strong objects. If the materials are slightly inferior, it will instantly shatter. Fourth." He said a lot at once. As for Suyu, he only cared about one. "Short distance, no more than 3,000 miles at most," Suyu asked, "can it pass through the world wall?" "Impossible." Hu Xianxia shook his head and said, "How is that possible? The world wall is incomparably strong. Even invincible experts can't break it. You want this thing to pass through the world wall? Dream on." Suyu understood, there really were ruins. The celestial race was hiding in the ruins. They were in the human realm, and they were within a 3,000-mile radius. Dexia province had a radius of 3,000 miles. There were only a few large prefectures. Great Song, Great Shang, Great Jin, Great Ming. In that case, the ruins might be within these few large prefectures. Suyu asked, "Dean, can you locate the teleportation location on the other side?" Hu Xianxia looked for a while and studied it. He shook his head and said, "The other party destroyed the teleportation door on the other side, so it's very difficult to locate it. However, it's not that there's no way. We can forcefully open it and let a person with a strong body who isn't afraid of being destroyed pass through, forcefully breaking the space barrier and walking out. In that case, we can naturally locate the other party's location." Suyu raised his eyebrows and said, "Then, am I suitable?" "Of course." Hu Xianxia smiled and said, "It's definitely not a problem for your body to reach the invincible realm." After saying that, he asked, "Where did you get this?" "I picked it up." "Alright," Hu Xianxia didn't ask any more. "Nonsense, you can even pick this up?" At the side, Zhu Tiandao raised his eyebrows and said, "You got it in the human realm?" "Yes." Zhu Tiandao was deep in thought and said, "Let's put it aside for now. Don't worry about this first." Suyu nodded. "That's right, we can investigate later." However, thinking about what the King of Great Zhou said, Suyu thought about it. Could there be antiques that existed before the establishment of the prefectures in the ruins? They haven't left. If that's the case, that's a little scary. Could there really be such ruins in the human realm? Hu Xianxia was interested. In the human realm? Then let me take a look at this thing. Maybe I can help you locate the other party's location. It's very dangerous. Suyu said. Hu Xianxia smiled and said, "It's okay, I only know the location. If there's really any danger, you can solve it. I've also encountered a bottleneck in my research recently. It's not bad if I can gain something." As he said that, he sighed and said, "I'm curious. Why can't I teleport on a large scale and over a long distance? If I can really build it, I can teleport from the Eastern Theater of Operations to the Western Theater of Operations instantly. I don't need to bear the space pressure and only need to bear some energy consumption. How great would that be? He had been researching in this area. However, his portal had been destroyed. He didn't know if there was any progress recently. Suyu thought about it and said with a smile, I don't think it's a big technical problem, the main problem is the material limitation. I saw your portal last time. It's made of Earth-grade material at most. Teleportation, the space suppression is so strong, how can the Earth-grade material not collapse? Especially long distance, how can it be completed without a heaven-grade material? It's best to use a carrier level. Xianxia took a deep breath. I've thought about this, but the cost is too high. Look for the prefectures. That's true. Xianxia nodded and looked at Zhu Tiandao thoughtfully. Zhu Tiandao's face darkened. Suyu, this bastard, was egging him on again. Suyu said with a smile, prefectures, don't look at me like that. I'm not egging you on, I'm actually very serious. I think you've done a good job in this area. Last time, you teleported Principal Niu back from the All-Heaven Palace instantly. It's quite amazing. Unfortunately, the quality of the portal was too poor and it exploded immediately. If you have a carrier level, I think you can make a better one. You still need to waste money. Some things can't be bought with money. Zhu Tiandao was speechless. Waste, luxury, carrier level, you bastard, do you really think you can find them everywhere? Didn't you know that Xianxia's research was very precious? However, the carrier-level treasures were all taken by the Invincible Realm experts to help some people advance to the Invincible Realm, or to help people recover 3 bodies. Where would there be so many carriers? Suyu smiled. How about this, if you help me find the location this time and locate the other party, I'll give you a carrier later. Really? Of course. Xianxia was overjoyed and disappeared instantly. He went to locate the other party's address. It was very pleasant to work with a rich person like Suyu. After he left, Suyu sighed. A person like Dean who would be treated like a treasure in the Wan, but in the human race, he doesn't even have research funds. Zhu Tiandao was helpless. Nonsense, he needs money. It's not that we don't support Old Hu's research, and the Ming Constabulary supports him a lot, but he's spending more and more. Do you think the Ming Constabulary can afford to support him? You give him a carrier-level treasure at every turn, and you give it to him? Suyu smiled. That was true. The human race didn't have many carriers. If there were many, some of the old antiques who had lost 3 bodies would have come out, but they didn't. Clearly, their 3 bodies hadn't recovered. Throttling won't work. We have to find more sources. Suyu thought for a moment and said, it's useless to rely on throttling alone. The main thing is to find more sources. If we lack a lot of carriers, we can still kill more Invincible Realm and Quasi-Invincible Realm experts. Nonsense, Suyu smiled and didn't say anything else. Soon, he said, it's almost time. Let's invite the guests in. Where's your father? Qingjin asked. Suyu appeared in Shenwen and instantly turned into Su Long. He said with a smile, isn't that right? It was fine if others pretended to be him, but he could pretend to be his own father, otherwise, he would feel disgusted. Qingjin frowned slightly. Nothing serious happened today, right? Nothing serious should happen, why did you make a fake father? Hearing his question, Suyu didn't say anything. He just said with a smile, just in case. My father is too weak and will be easily implicated. That's true. On the side, Xiao Houyi and Zhu Tiandao were slightly moved. Suyu made a fake father, because he was worried that something would happen. Was he going to take action himself, or did he think someone was going to take action against him? As for Suyu, after thinking about it, he sent a voice transmission, everyone, be careful. It's not a big deal. If you encounter any trouble, just run away with your people. On the human realm side, Suyu didn't think it was too big of a problem. Even if the news of the king of the Great Qing dynasty's departure was leaked, the various clans might not come to the human clan. Just in case, soon, the guests entered one after another. On the huge square, there were tables, chairs, and benches everywhere. The square was open air, so it wasn't afraid of rainy days. Everyone was a top expert, and with one punch, all the rain would disappear. On both sides of the square, one side was for the Wan people, and the other side was for the 36 mansions. There were many guests. As for his father's friends, Suyu didn't invite them. Even if he did, they wouldn't come. They were too weak and could easily get into trouble. So, Su Long's wish to pretend for once was shattered. Suyu also agreed that he could treat his friends to a meal in private. Right now, Su Long was arranged to stay at the Great Qin residence, and it was relatively safer. The king of the Great Zhou and the others didn't come. No one knew if they left or were stalling for time. While Suyu's side was full of guests. Xia province. The invincible martial artists recovered a lot. The king of the Great Zhou waited quietly. When everyone woke up, the king of the Great Light King quickly opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Let's go to Southern Yuan to take a look." "There's no rush." The king of the Great Zhou smiled and quickly set up a restriction with a wave of his hand. His smile disappeared, and he said in a deep voice, "Old Zhu, later, lead a team to Southern Yuan to congratulate Su Long and Suyu." "Me?" The king of the Great Light King raised his eyebrows. "What about you?" The king of the Great Zhou didn't say anything. He waved his hand, and a few people appeared in front of him. They were the king of the Great Zhou, Xiao Long Wu, Heavenly King Jin, and Silkworm Destruction King. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand again, and a Han King appeared. 5. The king of the Great Zhou said, "Bring them to the meeting with old Xia." The king of the Great Zhou frowned and looked at him. The king of the Great Zhou said, "Old Qin and I have something to do. You and old Xia stay in Southern Yuan." "I'm not going?" The king of the Great Light King frowned and said, "Even if I don't go, old Xia will still go. He's not weak, there's no need." The king of the Great Zhou smiled and said, "The mortal realm might not be safe." At this moment, a group of invincible realm experts gathered here. Daxia of Goguryeo wasn't here but waiting outside. Although the king of the Great Light King didn't know what happened, he still frowned. "Can you and old Qin go?" "It's not a big problem." "Not a big problem?" The king of the Great Light King said in a deep voice, "If something happens, then keep Suyu in the mortal realm." The king of the Great Zhou said with a strange look, "Coincidentally, he's still here. If something happens to us, force him to stay. You should have a way. As long as we don't return, it's best to keep him here." The king of the Great Light King took a deep breath. After a while, he said, "All right. Does old Xia know about this?" "No. I discussed it with old Qin, and it's best that none of us know." After saying that, he looked at the other invincible realm experts who didn't say anything and asked with a smile, "Do you guys have any questions?" The king of the Han dynasty said softly, "Are we only going to kill people or snatch treasures?" "Nothing more than these two things. Destroy the world." The king of the Han dynasty's eyes flickered, and he nodded. "Understood. Destroy the world." He didn't ask more. It was fine as long as he knew the purpose. Destroy the world, this meant only one thing. Enter and kill people. Kill anyone who isn't human, don't care who the enemy is, don't care how strong the enemy is. Kill anyone you meet, furthermore, treasures are secondary. Killing is the main thing. Not far away, Xiao Longwu said, "Fight to the death or fight to the death." "Fight to the death. Fight to the death, fight to the death." If the invincible realm experts fled, they didn't need to stop them. They just needed to kill those who couldn't escape. As for the fight to the death, that was to fight to the end. Don't let anyone go. Kill them all, Xiao Longwu quickly calculated. The king of Great Zhou and the king of Great Qin would lead the team. In fact, the king of Great Qin and the king of Great Zhou hadn't participated in a battle for many years, not to mention leading a team. Last time, the king of Great Qin only participated once because something happened to Suyu. These two were acting together in such secrecy, only revealing it now. They were quite a big target. As he thought about it, he quickly made a deduction. Either the Dragon Realm or the Heavenly Abyss. Or, the Netherworld. The three realms had the highest probability. As for who it was, it didn't matter. They were all extremely difficult to deal with, because they all had Dao integration existences. The king of Great Zhou quickly said, "Old Zhu, go out. These fake bodies only have auras and no power. Once they fight, they will be exposed immediately. Also, Suyu knows about this. When you reach Southern Yuan, listen to Suyu's arrangements first. He knows? That's right. The King of Great Light smiled. Impressive. Even I don't know, and you actually told him first. He can cause trouble. If we don't tell him, what if he sees through it and causes trouble? That makes sense, the King of Great Light smiled. He stood up and walked out with the fake bodies. As he walked, he said, Old Xia will know later. He will probably explode. Let him be. The King of Great Zhou didn't mind. After the King of Great Light left, he looked at them and asked, Do you know why I brought you guys but not the rest? The Silkworm Destruction King smiled. Because we are powerful? Nonsense. The King of Great Zhou scolded jokingly. Heavenly King Jin, you only have one mission. Set up a ceiling formation at the entrance of the passageway. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Heavenly King Jin nodded. Silkworm Destruction King, your mission is to cut off the passage of time in the entire realm. No one's passage of time is allowed to pass through this realm. The Silkworm Destruction King also nodded. Old Lu, your mission is to temporarily seal off the passage of the laws of the realm and delay the phenomenon. Don't let the phenomenon appear in time. The King of Great Han sucked in a breath. This is a little difficult. I will be killed by the laws. The King of Great Zhou said coldly, If you can't do it, then someone else will do it. The King of Great Han smiled bitterly. Alright, I will try. Not just try. It is a must. Can you do it? The King of Great Han thought about it and nodded. Then Heavenly King has to help me after he seals off the passage. Without his help, I am afraid it will be difficult for me to seal off the entire realm and prevent the phenomenon from appearing. All right. The King of Great Zhou nodded. Finally, he looked at Xiao Longwu. Your mission is simple. Kill. You need to sharpen your blade. I hope that after this, your strength can improve further and step into the high-level eternal realm. Xiao Longwu nodded. The King of Great Zhou didn't say anything else. He instantly waved his hand and disappeared with the rest. Outside the door, Dasha of Gogirio's eyes flickered. He frowned slightly. Then, he looked at the few invincible experts beside the King of Great Light. There was no problem with their auras, but he was also a top-notch expert. At first glance, he felt that there was something wrong. The King of Great Light smiled and transmitted his voice, What are you looking at? Go to Southern Yuan. Help cover for them. That guy has left with his men. Dasha of Goguryeo instantly understood. He cursed in his heart and transmitted his voice, F***CK. You even want to hide it from me? I am afraid that you will ruin it. You already knew? Of course. The King of Great Light smiled and transmitted his voice, They can hide it from anyone but me. Dasha of Goguryeo was even more displeased, Fine, you all knew, but I didn't. You despise me? Just wait and see. The King of Great Light looked at him with a smile. Are you angry? I won't say that I didn't know beforehand. I know everything, as long as someone is angrier than me. Dasha of Goguryeo didn't say much. He said coldly, Let's go to Southern Yuan and crown Suyu. The group of people quickly soared and flew towards Southern Yuan. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Southern Yuan. Today, there was a big commotion in the human realm. Experts from all over gathered in Southern Yuan and won envoys. Suyu was going to be crowned as the Holy Master of the human realm today. It was worth everyone's attention. At this moment, Suyu also sensed the monstrous aura coming from Dixia province. The invincible experts were coming, as expected, the King of Great Zhou and the others had already left. Heavenly Abyss, Suyu took a light breath. The King of Great Zhou and the others were quite bold and daring. Attacking the Heavenly Abyss race at this time might be their last and best chance. If they delayed a little, once one reached an agreement or found a way to deal with Suyu, the human race wouldn't have the chance to mobilize on such a large scale. He would be watched closely by others. It was only at this moment that Suyu's coronation as the Holy Master was a big matter of the human realm. With the King of Great Zhou presiding over it, it wouldn't arouse suspicion. Otherwise, even if the king of Great Zhou was in the All Heavens battlefield, he would be watched by countless people because of what happened last time. I hope we can win the battle, Suyu thought silently. He hated some people, but he didn't want them to really die. Including the king of Great Zhou. Suyu didn't like the king of Great Zhou. He always felt that this person was too evil and only knew how to plot and scheme all day long. It was very annoying. However, perhaps only with this person around could the human realm be as stable and peaceful as Mount Tai. If he relied on the king of Great Qin, he might have brought people out to fight. A war would probably have broken out long ago. Only with this old schemer around could he artificially create internal strife in the human realm and make the human realm fight non-stop. This would make one gradually lose his initial wariness. As he thought of this, Suyu kept a smile on his face. Calm as a mountain, I am here, the mountains and rivers are safe. Southern Yuan, the city lord's residence. The huge plaza in the city lord's residence was filled with distinguished guests, all of them powerful people. There were people from Yuan and elites from the various prefectures. At this moment, many powerful invincible experts suddenly appeared in the air. The Great Light Lord and the others are here, Suyu wanted to greet them, but Dasha of Goguryeo looked at him coldly and sent a voice projection. Don't move. Suyu was speechless. Why is he so serious? Is he angry because he found out about the Prince of Great Zhou and the others? I haven't even told you that you are the most handsome man, and you still dare to be fierce to me, Suyu criticized in his heart. Never mind. Seeing that the Prince of Great Zhou might have deceived his feelings, I won't argue with him. If he doesn't move, so be it. Suyu glanced at the Prince of Great Zhou and the others in the air. He felt that their auras were the same, as if they were all real people. Normally, these invincible experts would not take the initiative to release their powerful auras. This was normal. Xiaochen took a few more glances and quickly looked away, thinking about how to stall for time. As Xiaochen was thinking, Dasha of Goguryeo stepped forward and overshadowed the Prince of Great Zhou. He said loudly, Xiao Wushan of the human race leads the various prefectures to congratulate the master of the human race's holy land, Suyu. Today, Xiao Wushan will represent the 38 prefectures in the mortal realm to crown the holy master. There were 38 prefectures in the mortal realm. However, the All-Heaven Prefecture and the Double Sacred Prefecture were not permanent residences. At this moment, the Great Light Lord waved his hand, and a huge throne suddenly appeared in the air. The throne was high and lofty, with 999 steps extending down, representing the human race's longevity. In the next moment, Dasha of Goguryeo shouted, Holy Master, please take the seat of honor. Suyu was stunned. Why is he so serious? I thought that it was just a simple act. Xiaochen looked at the throne in the air and raised his eyebrows slightly. It does not look fake, but rather real. Made in advance, it looked luxurious. At this moment, Dasha of Goguryeo and the others all looked at Suyu. Everyone looked at Suyu. One was also surprised. Did the humans really take this seriously? Wouldn't it be over if everyone just gave their names to each other? Dasha of Goguryeo said nothing. He looked at Suyu and said, Holy Master, please take a seat. Suyu smiled. Dasha of Goguryeo was very serious today. Forget it, let's go up. It's better to sit higher. Just as he took a step forward, a golden robe suddenly appeared in Lord Xiaoho's hand. It instantly covered Suyu's body, covering his white robe. The golden robe emitted a faint golden light, making it so that no one dared to look directly at it. Suyu was surprised. When did they prepare it? After sensing it for a while, Suyu felt that it was a little expensive. It felt like a heaven soldier robe. Where did it come from? He was a little puzzled. Just as he was about to fly up to the throne, Zhu Qiandao's voice sounded in his ear, walk up. Suyu was speechless. This coronation was a little serious. He really didn't expect it. Originally, he just wanted to fool them and buy some time. That's right. It would take some time to walk up the 999 steps. He could indeed buy some time. Suyu didn't say anything and stepped up to the first step. As soon as he stepped on the first step, the entire southern Yuan, and even the entire Dexia province, heard the loud voice of Dasha of Goguryeo in the air. Year 352 of the Anping calendar, the 38 prefectures of the human race established the Holy Land, Emperor Yu's mansion. The loud voice spread in all directions over and over again, shaking heaven and earth. The Holy Land opens, the Holy Emperor comes out. Dasha of Gogirio's voice became louder and louder. As soon as the words Holy Emperor came out, the entire void trembled. The lingering sound spread out over and over again, shaking heaven and earth. The voice spread out of southern Yuan, out of Dixia province, and into the main constabulary and the great Shan constabulary. Since ancient times, the human race has gone through many hardships. During the 9 tides, we fought against the heavens and the Wan. During the 10th tide, the human realm declined, and the Wan coveted it. The danger of extinction is right before our eyes. We should rise up and fight, establish the Holy Land again, establish the common leader of the human race, and lead the human race to fight against the heavens again. Dasha of Gogirio's voice became louder and louder. At this moment, Suyu wanted to laugh when he heard it. It was as if it was real. I want to lead the human race to fight against the heavens. You have to listen to me. In the face of great disaster, the sage comes out. Dixia province, southern Yuan city, the Su family has a sage. With the spirit of heaven and earth, he descended to the human world. His name is Yu. Suyu blushed a little. I'm very thin-skinned. This is a compliment. I've become a sage? He let his imagination run wild and wanted to laugh. Dasha of Gogirio is so serious. This guy is stalling for time, right? Well done. This was the first time he found out that Dasha of Gogirio was quite talkative, more talkative than expected. The last time he came back with him, he didn't even say a few words. At this moment, the entire void was filled with Dasha of Gogirio's voice. His voice continued to spread. Beside him, the Great Light King also had a solemn expression. Not only the Great Light King, but Lu Wuxian, Qin Zhen, Zhou Padian, the Heavenly Forging King. Including the Great Yuan King, who had a complicated expression, they were all listening attentively. It was as if they were very serious. Dasha of Gogirio continued to speak and shout. His voice became louder and louder, to the point that it caused the mountains and rivers to tremble. It was as if the entire human realm was trembling. As for Suyu, he walked step by step, following the rhythm of Dasha of Gogirio as he walked up the stairs. He calculated in his heart. At this speed, it will probably be noon by the time I step onto the stairs. Pretty good. Or would Dasha of Gogirio and the others stall for time? I wonder if the great Zhou King and the others have set off yet? Today, the human race has unanimously elected Suyu as the Holy Lord of Yuhuang. 38 prefectures, with the fate and future of their respective prefectures as stakes, will join together to fight against the heavens and restore the glory of the ancient times. The hearts of all prefectures are united, the human race is unified, the heavens bear witness. At this moment, Dasha of Gogirio's voice became louder and louder, louder and louder. Today, I forge a Holy Lord token for Holy Lord Yuhuang. I entrust the future of the human race to you. I hope Holy Lord will cherish it. Dasha of Gogirio said the last sentence with great sincerity. Suyu frowned slightly. At this moment, he felt that something was amiss. At this moment, a formation appeared in the sky. The Great Light King said loudly, "Prefectures masters, take out the seals of the prefectures." Below, the prefecture masters had strange expressions. Some felt helpless, some sighed, and some looked grim. After a while, the 36 prefecture masters took out their golden seals. At this moment, the golden seals floated in the air as if they were alive. Silhouettes of invincible figures appeared on the seals. Those were the imprints left behind during the establishment of the prefectures. 36 seals. After a while, on the All-Heaven Prefecture's side, Wu Ji took out a black seal. His killing intent soared as he said in a deep voice, "On behalf of the All-Heaven Prefecture's army, I'll use the All-Heaven Battle Seal to establish the sacred land's Tao of slaughter." The black seal floated in the air and unleashed a terrifying murderous aura. At this moment, countless silhouettes appeared on the seal like a military formation. It was as if countless soldiers were on the battlefield, roaring at the sky. Everyone on the plaza could no longer sit still. The floating earth spirit and the others rose to their feet. At this moment, the entire sky was filled with golden light and black murderous aura. The two merged together without repelling each other. The floating earth spirit frowned. Mo Duo had a grim look in his eyes. Zhang Wushuang had a strange look on his face. What's the human race doing on the steps? Suyu walked slowly. He was confused. Was there a need to forge the sacred leader token like this? He wanted to forge the weapon himself, but it didn't seem like it. No one told me. In the sky, Dasha of Goguryeo took a deep breath and looked at Suyu. He transmitted his voice to him, drip a drop of blood essence. Suyu frowned slightly. Dasha of Goguryeo transmitted his voice to him, hurry up. You're so fierce. Suyu was still a little confused. Dasha of Goguryeo had been quite kind before, but now he was very fierce. He vaguely sensed that something was wrong, but what was the problem? Suyu was puzzled. With some hesitation, he quickly gritted his teeth and condensed a drop of blood essence. Once the blood essence appeared, his aura weakened slightly. However, it was not too serious. One drop would not hurt his foundation. The drop of blood shot out and floated in the air. Dasha of Goguryeo was overjoyed when he saw this. He shouted, Xia province instills the providence of Xia province. May the sacred land prosper, may the human race prosper, may the human race prosper. Suyu's drop of blood landed in the middle of the 30 seals and on the black military seal. At this moment, the seal that belonged to the great Xia mansion suddenly shot out a golden ray of light. The light illuminated the heavens and the earth, causing the entire heaven and earth to be dyed gold. At this moment, the image of Xia province suddenly appeared in the void. The entire Xia province seemed to have shrunk by 1,000,000 times and emerged from the seal. The mountains, rivers, and the earth were all trembling slightly. Suyu thought that he was hallucinating. No, Southern Yuan was also trembling. It was really trembling. In the field, some of the elders moved slightly. Some of the elders who had lived since the era of the establishment of the prefectures had complicated expressions on their faces. The scene of the establishment of the prefectures, in the past, there were endless wars and many things to be done. The 36 prefectures established the prefectures to protect the common people. They conquered the heavens and defeated the strong enemies. Finally, the 36 prefectures of today came into being. At this moment, the map of Xia province appeared. Above the mountains and rivers, there seemed to be a golden aura emerging and suddenly integrated into Suyu's blood. As for Suyu's blood, it seemed like it was gradually changing its shape. Gradually, a small golden seal appeared. It floated in the air, constantly absorbing the golden aura that was pouring in from all directions. Suyu's expression changed slightly. What is this? He didn't know what it was, but he knew that it seemed to be very important. Below, the group of one experts looked at each other. After a long time, an older Sun Moon expert murmured, "Isn't the human race just borrowing its name? Why did they really integrate the providence of the human race and forge the sacred leader token for him?" As soon as these words came out, the expressions of some one experts changed. The providence of the human race. The next moment, there were voice transmissions from all directions. The experts quickly sent voice transmissions to express the shock in their hearts. On the side of the 5 elements race. Next to the floating earth spirit, the Sun Moon elder's expression changed, and he sent a voice transmission. This is integrating the providence of the human race. In the past, the mansion masters of the 36 prefectures received the blessing of the human race and were invincible. They established their prefectures and protected the people. After that, heaven and earth rewarded them, and the laws rewarded them. The 36 mansion masters gave up on the rewards and integrated into the seals of their prefectures. They controlled the mountains and rivers and protected the people in their prefectures. Their providence was connected. These mansion masters are actually related to the human race in their prefectures. The stronger the prefectures are, the stronger the mansion masters are. The Great Qin, the Great Zhou, the Great Xia, the Great Ming. These prefectures are powerful, and their mansion masters are also extremely powerful. They are protected by heaven and earth. If you kill them rashly, you will even suffer the backlash of the laws. The floating earth spirit listened silently. After a long time, it sent a voice transmission. "Elder, do you mean that now, these mansion masters have connected the providence of their prefectures to this newly forged sacred leader token? From now on, this sacred leader token is also closely related to the human race?" "That's right." The elder's expression was solemn as he sent a voice transmission. in that case, this sacred leader token is no longer an empty shell. Once it's broken, it will even affect the providence of the entire human race. Although providence is only one of the myriad Daos in the world, providence truly exists. Once the prefectures integrate the providence of their respective prefectures, including the human realm, then Suyu's sacred leader token will be the true sacred leader token. The floating earth spirit took a deep breath. Didn't they just create a random sacred ground to trap Suyu in the human realm? Why did they integrate the prefecture's providence? Previously, when Daxia of Goguryeo mentioned it, he thought that it was just a casual remark. He did not expect it to be true. At this moment, Suyu's blood had integrated into a small seal. In the next moment, the Great Ming Lord said loudly, "The Great Ming Prefecture instills the providence of the Great Ming Dynasty and integrates the sacred leader token. May the sacred leader and the human realm live forever, the human race prosper, and the world be peaceful." Boom, there was a loud sound. Below, a dazzling light erupted from the Great Ming seal. A golden aura spread, the topographic map of the entire Great Ming Prefecture appeared instantly. Below, Zhu Tiandao, who was holding the seal, looked at the topographic map of the Great Ming Prefecture with a smile and endless emotions. At this moment, the topographic map of Daxia Province had already appeared on the small seal. Not far away, Yunchen led a group of people from Lu City and watched silently. Baifeng had also come, but Baifeng did not understand. After watching for a while, he asked, "Grandmaster Yun, what is this?" Offering up the Great Ming Prefecture map, representing the respect of the human realm, and the prefecture's submission. Integrating the prefecture's providence, from now on, the sacred ground and the human realm are closely related. You live, I live, you die. I die. Baifeng was extremely surprised. He said in shock, But wasn't it just using the name? Why was it like this?" Yunchen sighed and sent a voice transmission. Suyu said it himself. He fell into the trap of his own accord. He wanted the prefectures to offer up the Great Ming Prefecture map, but he didn't understand it. He just said it, but the prefectures took it seriously. Since they took it seriously, they really established the sacred ground. Suyu thought it was a joke, but this time, the experts of the various prefectures were not joking. Otherwise, there would be no need to make such a big fuss about the establishment of a sacred ground. In the past, when a sacred ground was established, it was just a gathering of 3 to 5 eternal realms to discuss the establishment of a sacred ground. Thus, there was the War God Temple and the Seeker Realm. Today, it's different. Today, 38 prefectures will recommend it together. As Yunchen spoke, he sent another voice transmission. Suyu has fallen into the trap. Then we have to stop him. Just as Baifeng spoke, Lu Wenyan pulled him back and said softly, "Does he think of himself as a human?" Baifeng was stunned. Lu Wenyan continued, "Can he really sit back and watch when the human race is in danger?" Baifeng shook his head. "Do you think, at this point, he doesn't understand?" Baifeng suddenly looked at Suyu. Did Suyu know? At this moment, Suyu was gradually coming to a realization. I seem to have been King tricked. These people are for real. What do they mean? Even if he didn't understand, at this moment, someone explained it to him. In his mind, the cubicle jumped out of the civilization record, salivating, "The providence of the human race, I want to have a bite." Ah, the providence of the human race is so small. In the past, the human emperor's sacred ceremony had providence like a dragon, shaking the heavens. Now, it's so small. The cubicle sighed. The human race seems to really only have this one chance. If we lose this war, I'm afraid there will be no humans left in the heavens. The 10th time, perhaps it would also be the last time. This time, if they lost, there would be no humans left. After this war, there would be no humans left in the heavens. The glory of the primordial human race lasted for 100,000 years. Now, it was coming to an end. If they weren't destroyed in this war, they would rise again in this war and rule the world. Could it be that the battlefield won't be closed this time? The cubicle guessed. Ah, then they won't stop until they are destroyed. In the past, when a war reached its final moment, the battlefield would be closed, and everyone would return to their homes to recuperate. This time, it seemed that the battlefield would not be closed again. Suyu was shocked, but he didn't speak. As expected, this was really the last time. He frowned, but soon, his brows relaxed. Am I a human? Yes. Will one let me go after he defeats the human race? He won't. Since that's the case, then I'll take the initiative. At this moment, Suyu didn't say anything and just watched silently. At this moment, the Great Light Lord and the Daxia of Goguryeo fused the providence of their two residences into the small seal. Suyu felt a little dazed. He seemed to see the human realm and the existence of the two residences. He saw billions of lives, he even saw some people prostrating and kneeling. Pilgrimage. A moment later, the great Zhou dynasty's monarch also spoke. His voice was loud and resonated in all directions. Dazhou Prefecture, pour the providence of Great Zhou, fuse with the sacred leader token. Below, the golden seal that belonged to Dazhou Prefecture also exploded with a powerful golden aura. In the void, the topographic map of Dazhou Prefecture appeared. Great Qin residence, pour the providence of Great Qin. Qinjin also gave a loud shout. Suyu was silent for a moment, then he continued walking up the stairs. So, the sacred leader token that I mentioned is different from what they said. I thought that I would forge it myself, but it turns out that I don't need it. The human realm used its own method to forge a sacred leader token that belonged to him and the sacred land. The experts of the various residences spoke one after another. Since the prefecture master was not present, the prefecture master's voice reverberated in all directions. Even the great Yuan monarch, with a complicated expression, fused the providence of the great Yuan residence into the sacred leader token. The small golden seal became even more dazzling. On it, the topography of the residences was imprinted, and it was rapidly fusing and becoming one. Today, Suyu thought that it was a perfunctory coronation, but in the end, these human experts made it extremely solemn for him, on the all-heavens battlefield. In the main hall, the great Qin king sat above. At this moment, the human realm behind him exploded with bursts of light. The golden light shook the entire human realm. The great Qin king had a cold expression. The invincible experts watched silently. After a long while, someone said with a bitter smile, I hope he can live up to everyone's trust. The great Qin king was extremely calm and quiet. A moment later, the void in the main hall shook. A few figures appeared. The great Zhou king instantly appeared. Without any nonsense, a huge Shenwen appeared, and he said calmly, come up. The group looked at each other, and soon, they all looked at the great Qin king. The great Qin king was the first to walk up and said indifferently, we haven't fought for a long time, and everyone is rusty. Wan's desire to destroy the human race has not died. Today, we will honor Suyu as the master of the sacred land and fuse the providence into the sacred land. Suyu will die, and the human race will die. Destroy Wan, for Suyu and for the human race. Everyone, do you still dare to fight? In the group, some were excited, some were solemn, and some were calm. A moment later, one expert after another stepped onto the divine script mountain. Someone chuckled and said, after many years of silence, there are almost no life and death battles. Since the great Qin king can still fight, in this life, we will follow the great Qin king and fight the heavens again. Since the great Qin king has gone, how can we not follow? The invincible experts stepped onto Shenwen. The group of invincible experts all had smiles on their faces. It felt like a long time ago, more than 400 years ago, under the leadership of the great Qin king and the great Zhou king, they fought against the heavens, fought gods and demons, killed dragons and phoenixes, and fought until the heavens were shaken. Before the establishment of the great Qin king, there were more invincible experts. Many died. Later, 36 of them survived and established 36 prefectures. After that, a few more died in battle, and the number of 36 kings who established prefectures became fewer and fewer. Today, most of them were here. The great Qin king was a little dazed, and after a long time, he said, it's been a long time since this happened. After the establishment of the prefectures, the heavens stopped fighting. The immortals, demons, and dragons sowed discord, and the various prefectures never interacted with each other. Some of us were willing to fight, and some were unwilling to fight. I originally thought that in this life, I might not have the chance to lead my brothers to fight the heavens again. I never thought that this day would still come. The great Qin king turned back and looked at the human realm, saying with a smile, Suyu has fallen into the trap. If we die in battle, with him around, the human race's strength will not be greatly reduced. If we don't eradicate the enemy now, we won't have a chance in the future. Today, Suyu is the Holy Lord, and we will slaughter a world to congratulate him. He looked at everyone and said in a low voice, Can we win? We must win. The group of people felt hot blood surging, just like before. More than 400 years ago, it was like this. The great Zhou King said with a smile, Destroy the world, fight to the death, we will not retreat as long as the world is not destroyed. Destroy the world, fight to the death. The group of people shouted once more. The great Zhou King smiled and looked behind, his eyes bright, saying, Wait. Wait for the providence of all the prefectures to merge, the human realm will be in turmoil, the heavens will be in turmoil, teleport, kill the enemy. Kill the enemy. The group of people responded once more, the aura gradually boiled. Opposite the eastern rift valley, Sky Destroyer looked at the human realm and frowned slightly. Soon, Sky Destroyer sent a voice transmission, There seems to be something wrong with the human realm. Also, there is something wrong with the other side. The great Qin King and the others have gathered in the hall for a long time, and their auras are still there, but there is a surging killing intent. He felt something. At this moment, 35 ancient cities surrounded the area, and the aura was chaotic, but he could still feel the turbulence there. Not only him, but Wudi also gradually sensed it. The main reason was the turbulence in the human realm. At this moment, there was even a vague giant seal appearing in the sky above the human realm. That giant seal seemed to be shaking the heavens. Celestial world. In the void, a figure gradually appeared. Sky Ancient, he looked at the human realm and also saw the giant seal. After looking for a while, he said softly, I underestimated the human race. The human race actually connected their fate with Suyu. Was he crazy? Suyu must die, one must die, the human race, how audacious. How resolute. At this moment, he was not the only one. The shadows of the Dao integration stage cultivators were also projected out. They looked at the mortal realm and the huge seal, which was projected in all directions. Golden light dazzled. Is the human race going to give birth to another human king in this tide? The 100-battle monarch was defeated. Can Suyu win? In the 9th tide, the 100-battle monarch swept across the heavens, but he still lost miserably and exhausted the human race's foundation. Can Suyu defy the heavens in this tide? The ancient beings seemed to be communicating with each other, but also seemed to be talking to themselves. At this moment, Suyu continued to walk upward. In the void, the small golden seal became more and more dazzling. It was as if Suyu's figure could be seen in all the dazzling heavens and myriad worlds. He was getting closer and closer to the throne. At this moment, when the fusion continued, someone said angrily, The great Liao Mansion disagrees. Suyu didn't even turn his head. At this moment, Dasha of Goguryo's saber light illuminated the heaven and earth. The saber slashed down. With a puff, a head fell to the ground, and the sun was destroyed. Dasha of Goguryo said coldly, The great Liao Mansion has a new mansion master. Continue. Some people from the great Liao Mansion trembled with fear. After a while, a young man walked out with a sorrowful expression and said through gritted teeth, The great Liao Mansion disagrees. Pooh, blood splattered 3 feet. Dasha of Goguryo brandished his saber and shouted, The new mansion master ascends to the throne. The surroundings were silent. 2 descendants of the invincible realm were killed, including one of the invincible realm's direct descendants. However, no one made a sound at this moment. Many people in the crowd turned pale. A 9th-level Sun-Moon Sovereign was killed on the spot. The direct descendants of the invincible realm's direct descendants died worse than an ant. After a while, another person walked out of the Great Liao Mansion and said with a sigh, The Great Liao Mansion instills the providence of Great Liao and fuses with the Sacred Leader's token. They submitted, from the beginning to the end, Suyu didn't look back, nor did he care. Dasha of Goguryo held his saber and looked at the Great Chu Mansion. The Great Chu Mansion master's face turned pale. Why are you looking at me? In the next moment, he hurriedly shouted, The Great Chu Mansion instills the providence of Great Chu and fuses with the Sacred Leader's token. Silence. At this moment, no one dared to refute or object. Many invincible realm experts were right here. The Emperor of Great Xia unsheathed his saber to kill a prefecture master, and no one stopped him. If nothing went wrong, at this moment, even if an invincible realm expert spoke up, he would probably be hit by this saber. A 9th-level Sun-Moon sovereign who could prove his Tao was killed. To the human race, it was a great loss, but no one reprimanded him. On the side of the great Shang mansion, Xianxia's face turned pale. It wasn't just her. At this moment, the young men and women who were reluctant earlier all turned pale. They didn't have any thoughts of resisting at all. A prefecture lord had been killed, and that was all there was to it. If you don't agree, I'll kill you. If the next one doesn't agree, I'll kill him. I'll kill them until they agree. No one will praise your courage. They will only say that you're stupid. 30 prefectures, 31 prefectures. The providence of the prefectures continued to fuse into the small golden seal. The small seal was born with golden patterns. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, 108 golden patterns appeared on the small golden seal. It was charging at the heavenly soldier. Boom, with a rumble, 109 golden patterns appeared. Heavenly soldier, a natural-born heavenly soldier. The golden patterns were still increasing, so you had already walked up the 900th step and continued to walk up. The golden light had covered the entire southern Yuan and even began to spread toward Xia province and the Ming mansion. All things were recovering. The golden patterns gradually increased to 120. And the patterns on the small seal were also increasing, so you continued to walk up. The more he walked, the more pressure he felt. He didn't know if it was psychological or practical. At this moment, the providence of the last prefecture merged into the golden seal with a rumble. With a loud bang, the golden light pierced through heaven and earth, and even shone on the battlefield of all heavens. An incomparably huge golden pillar of light appeared in the sky above the human territory. The gazes of the experts in the Yuan instantly converged. At this moment, in the great hall, the monarch of Great Zhou chuckled and scattered Shunwen on the ground. Taking advantage of the turbulence, he instantly teleported everyone away. Space ancient beasts. In the sky above the ancient world, an incomparably huge ancient beast suddenly looked in one direction, its eyes flashing. Beside it was an old man and a woman. The old man looked at the giant beast. The giant beast's eyes flashed, and it said in a low voice, "The war is coming. Patriarch, is the war of the Yuan going to break out?" The old man was a little shaken. The giant beast said calmly, "Yes, it's going to break out. No one in the Yuan can escape this war. Kong Kong, you saved this human and took her in. I'm afraid the space ancient beasts won't be able to escape this calamity. Patriarch, I say no more." The giant beast said softly, 100,000 years have passed since the destruction of the primordial era. 100,000 years, it's time for an outcome. Go, order the children of my race to prepare for war. Prepare for war? The space shook. The space ancient beasts were also going to participate in the war? Go. Yes. Kong Kong did not dare to say anything else and quickly left with Huang Jiao. Huang Jiao turned his head and looked in the direction of the human realm. He only saw a ray of golden light illuminating the sky. After Kong Kong left, the giant beast looked in another direction and sighed in its heart. The human race was going to start the war. That made sense. Instead of waiting passively, it was better to take the initiative to break the stalemate. Perhaps this was also an opportunity. This generation of humans was still so domineering. Even though they were not as strong as others, they were still decisive. Is it good or bad for the space ancient beasts that Kong Kong saved this little girl? The giant beast fell into deep thought and no longer looked in that direction. In this world, its race was the most proficient in the Tao of space. They could hide it from others, but not from it, at this moment, the human realm. The golden light illuminated the entire human realm. Dashav Gogurio's loud voice echoed in the world. Suyu, are you willing to fight for the human race? On the stairs, Suyu said in a deep voice, I'll only fight for those who I think are worthy of fighting. Dashav Gogurio's expression was cold. He did not say anything else and yelled again, Are you willing to live and die with the human realm? Suyu replied, If the human realm treats me well, I'll treat the human realm and the human race well. If you don't betray me, I won't betray you. He answered from his heart, if you treat me well, I'll treat you well, if you betray me, I'll betray you. This obviously did not fit the standard of a sacred leader or a sacred. However, Dasha of Goguryeo did not mind. He yelled again, if you become a sacred or a ruler, you must remember that you're a human. You live as a human, you die as a human, you live as a human, you live as a human. It doesn't matter if you become a martial emperor or a sacred, the human race is your identity, your root. This time, Suyu did not deny it. He was a human to begin with. This could not be changed. Whether I live or die, I'm a human. Good. Dasha of Goguryeo yelled. He took a step forward and received the small seal in the air with both hands. That small seal instantly turned into a crown. At this moment, Suyu also officially stepped onto the platform. He took a deep breath and sat on the throne. Dasha of Goguryeo held the crown with both hands and walked up the platform step by step. Golden patterns flashed on the crown. At this moment, 140 golden patterns appeared vaguely. There were signs of advancement. Dasha of Goguryeo walked up the platform step by step. A moment later, he suddenly knelt on one knee below the throne. Suyu wanted to bend over and help him up. Dasha of Goguryeo lowered his head and said in a loud voice, Sacred leader Yu Huang, please crown yourself. In the human realm, the sacred leader is supreme. No one was qualified to crown Suyu, only he himself. At this moment, Dasha of Goguryeo was telling the human realm and the myriad realms that the human realm had a common leader. No matter how one thought about it, whether everyone was willing or not, this was the truth. Suyu was dazed for a moment. Should I accept it? At this moment, he suddenly hesitated. He knew that he had been schemed against. Everything he thought about seemed to have been schemed against. He only wanted benefits and did not want to bear burdens. But today, this heavy burden, which was as heavy as a mountain, suddenly pressed down on the crown. It came so suddenly. He had been schemed against. He knew that the moment he stepped on the platform, he actually knew it. But now, when this crown was in front of him, bearing the fate of the entire human realm, Suyu hesitated when he saw this crown. In the sky, the invincible realm like the great bright lord landed one after another. The great bright lord glanced at Suyu in the sky, exhaled softly, and smiled. The next moment, he knelt on one knee and shouted, Holy Lord, please put on the crown. Behind him, the invincible realm experts hesitated, and some sighed. After a while, the invincible realm experts knelt on one knee. This was also the first time this tide had happened. Holy Lord, please crown us. In the next moment, the experts of the prefectures, whether they were willing or not, knelt on one knee and shouted in unison, Holy Lord, please crown us. The sound of kneeling echoed between heaven and earth. At this moment, the people of Willow City, including Lu Wenyan and the others, all knelt on the ground. In the sky, on the throne, Suyu's body trembled slightly. He wanted to get up, he wanted to leave this place. At this moment, there was only endless pressure and fear in him. He suddenly lost the excitement from before. I don't want to be the Holy Lord anymore. I was wrong. I don't want to be the Holy Lord anymore. He wanted to shout, I don't want to be the Holy Lord anymore. Beside him, Dasha of Goguryeo sent a voice transmission, sit down and put it on. The king of the great Qin and the others have left to sweep away the powerful enemies of the heavens for you. This battle will not stop until Half-Emperor Heaven Yuan is killed. Only by killing a Dao integration stage super mighty figure will you have a better chance. You stirred up the heavens and started a war between the heavens. Suyu, you asked for it, you created it yourself. You only want to take advantage of us, but you don't want to pay the price? Because of you, the human race lost 50 years of time. Suyu wanted to explain, I didn't cause this, but, was it really not, if he did not kill the powerful enemies of the heavens, just as the king of the great Zhou had said, the human race would have at least another 50 years, the king of the great Zhou and the others would only make their move after 50 years. But not now. Suyu was a little melancholic and helpless. It seemed like I was the one who reduced the human race's time by 50 years. But I didn't want this either. He looked at the crown with resignation. I was very excited before, but in the end, because of a ceremony, I wasn't excited at all, Suyu sighed in his heart. He slowly reached out towards the crown. A moment later, he grabbed the crown with both hands. It was as though a heavy burden weighed down on him, making it difficult for him to lift it. Suyu, don't forget that you're the sacred leader. Be decisive. The Daxia of Goguryu's voice transmission reverberated, almost piercing Suyu's eardrums. Suyu took a deep breath and grabbed the crown. He raised his hands and brought it down on his head. At that moment, the entire human realm was in turmoil, the mountains and rivers shook. It was as though it was happy for him and congratulating him. Multicolored light illuminated the world, the entire human realm seemed to be in high spirits. Once again, the human race had given birth to a common leader. At that moment, the king of the Great Zhou and the others rapidly traversed through the void and appeared above the stellar sea in the blink of an eye. Below, the old turtle was shocked. The king of the Great Zhou did not even look and traversed again. Taking advantage of the human realm's radiance illuminating the world and shaking the surroundings, he traversed through space without causing any disturbances. In another blink of an eye, he traversed the stellar sea from the eastern war zone to the western war zone. As for those invincible experts, all of them had solemn expressions. Weapons had already appeared in their hands. Traversing again, they deviated from the western region and flew slightly towards the region where the demon race was. The king of the Great Zhou traversed again. A moment later, it was as though he had passed through a boundary wall. The next moment, a domain of boundless darkness that seemed to have fallen into an endless abyss appeared in front of everyone. They had arrived at the Tianyuan domain. Traversing again, the king of the Great Zhou appeared at the entrance of the passageway. With a wave of his hand, a gigantic screen covered the entire Tianyuan domain. The half-emperor Tianyuan's expression changed drastically as his projection was projected in the sky above the domain. When he saw the group of people at the entrance, his expression changed drastically. Enemy attack, the human race, was here to kill. Human race, how dare you? The half-emperor Tianyuan roared angrily. The king of the Great Zhou's expression was calm. The king of the Great Qin dynasty wielded a long saber that turned into a spear and shouted coldly, "Kill!" Buzz, the saber slashed down and the entire Tianyuan domain seemed to be split into two. In the void, the projection instantly exploded. The king of the Great Zhou's group rapidly charged into the Tianyuan domain. The suns and moons guarding the passageway were all killed instantly. A great battle had erupted. The massacre had begun. In the center of the Tianyuan domain, an incomparably huge palace instantly shook. An incomparably powerful existence appeared in the sky above the palace. The half-emperor Tianyuan's expression was solemn. After sensing, the entire Tianyuan domain had been sealed, the human race had come prepared. All Eternals, gather and kill the enemy. An angry roar resounded throughout the domain. The entire Tianyuan domain was instantly shaken. Invincible existences instantly appeared. In the depths of the earth, the ancient existences were also gradually awakening. The danger of extinction is right before us. The human race has invaded. Follow this emperor to kill the enemy. The half-emperor Tianyuan's roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Thunder rumbled everywhere, the entire domain was shaking violently. The human race was here to kill. For the first time in countless years, the human race had killed their way into the Tianyuan domain. No, it had happened once in ancient times. And now, it had been 100,000 years. In the previous 9 tides, the human race had never entered the domain. This time, the human race was the weakest and had entered the Tianyuan domain instead. In an instant, nearly 20 invincible auras rose and instantly charged towards the entrance of the domain. The sky collapsed. End of chapter 623. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.